Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4PJ. Chapter 126 Konoha's Collapse Plan, We Must Trust Master Hokage. With a bang, the sand shell shattered. A miniature Shuho crane appeared in front of the audience. Sasuke frowned, he felt the huge chakra from Gaara. What is this? And Sarutobi Hiruzen in the stand suddenly widened his eyes. Jinchuriki. He looked at Kazekage in shock, you actually let Jinchuriki participate in the competition. But Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen mockingly. Don't you have a Jinchuriki in your genin team? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback when he heard the words. FK, I almost forgot about Uzumaki Naruto, this guy is too strong, every time I subconsciously exclude him from genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Gaara with an ugly face. The strength of the half-tailed Gaara has greatly increased. The strength and speed of the sand, as well as the amount of chakra have increased greatly. The sand arm that looked like a crane's arm directly slapped Sasuke out, hitting the wall fiercely and sending out a burst of smoke and dust. Sass! Everyone exclaimed. The host Daimyo 25 stood up abruptly in the stands, BD. However, he suddenly found that there seemed to be a bunch of pure white feathers floating around in the sky. Nirvana abode technique. Daiming's eyelids began to pull down unconsciously. BD, my, money. Plop. The daimyo who was still clamoring fell into a coma. And not just big names. All the audience in the venue began to drowsy. Gaara and Sasuke's wonderful duel on the field seemed to fail to attract their attention, and they all lost consciousness. Kakashi. This is. Guy frowned looking at the feathers all over the sky. Well, it's illusion. Kakashi responded. The two seal at the same time. Untie. In an instant, chakra in the body was disrupted and the illusion in front of him was lifted. Konoha shinobi who are above chunin also reacted. This super large-scale illusion can be easily unlocked by a ninja with some basic common sense. Shikamaru lay on the ground early and pretended to be dead. Naruto also found a comfortable position next to him and pretended to be under the illusion. This made Jinai's eyes under the sunglasses twitch and twitch, wondering if he should faint. Baki looked at Feather and swallowed. As the visor already in motion. That's about. He looked at the third generation and Kazekage at the top. At this time, the two looked at each other affectionately at the same time. Next moment, a huge smoke bomb exploded directly between the two of them. The loud sound and smoke made Otonin and Sand Ninja other than Konoha move instantly. Signal. Do it. Summoning technique. The technique composed of nearly 10 people directly summoned a huge two-headed giant snake. The faces of Konkuro and others in the examination room froze. The battle has begun. The two of them ignored the exam and jumped out of the exam room. And Gaara let out a roar, and the originally small body instantly swelled into a gigantic one-tailed Shuhei, appearing in the center of the examination room. What's this? Sasuke looked at the monster in front of him in shock. Even if he opened the second stage of the curse seal, it is still not enough for a full-body tailed beast. Guy in the auditorium saw the smoke from the roof and yelled. Master Hokage. Several Anbu suddenly passed by the auditorium, stopped them and shouted. Leave it to us. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not panic at this time. Master Kazekage, what do you mean? As third Hokage, although compared to other Hokages, he has a good dish. But he is not in vain for the shadow of other villages like Sand Shinobi Village. Master Hokage. They ran to the third generation with equal nervousness. Suddenly a few kunai shot directly at him and sent him flying. Master Hokage, run. He stretched out his hand with difficulty and shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The corner of third generation's mouth twitched several times. Sure enough, even if these commoner ninjas were promoted, the strength gap was far from that of the famous ones. He was stunned by a few kunai with full blood. It seems that after the end, the Hokage guard will have to be re-elected. A white-robed Anbu captain ran beneath the smoke. He gave orders to several Anbu who were at a loss. Huoben go down below to protect the daimyos. The rest Anbu just wanted to step forward to support Sarutobi Hiruzen but was stopped by the captain. Wait a minute, the situation ahead is unknown, take a look. The third generation in the smog is cursing in my heart. I'm stupid, observe what a fart, shouldn't you rush to support? At this moment, Kazekage directly held Sarutobi Hiruzen hostage and jumped to the top of the house. The sound ninja F4, which was originally stacked like an R-hit, separated instantly and jumped towards the roof in all directions, directly opening a purple enchantment. HMPH, it's finally our turn. I have been in a state of transformation, and my whole body is dissatisfied with desire. HMPH, you all smell of sweat. Don't be like this, we are all partners. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the truncated support and finally changed his face. Your Excellency Kazekage, I didn't expect that 040 would betray Konoha when he arrived at Sand Ninja. Orochimaru sneered. The so-called treaty is just a cover-up to make the opponent careless. The boring game is over, and history will change from now on. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally advised. Do you want to trigger a war? We should avoid the use of force and seek to solve the problem with nuclear bombs. It is still too late, Your Highness Kazekage. Orochimaru didn't nod but said with a strange expression. When you get old, you get carried away by peace. Ms. Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression finally changed drastically. Orochimaru. To say that what he fears the most is undoubtedly the most proud disciple in front of him. Because he knows that at this time, he is definitely not the opponent of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. A drop of cold sweat fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. He looked down at Anbu, but they found that they were watching a play dumbfounded outside the barrier. Under the white robe, Yamato kept thinking about what Naruto said about Konoha, high level, and dark roots. He said to his men, "Steady, protect the villagers first, trust Lord Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chapter 127. Enough of the two of you. At this time in the venue, Kakashi and Guy saw Sizzy Yenjun and were going to the roof to support. Yakushi Kabuto led several Otonin Jonin to stand in front of the two. It's really nerve-wracking. Kakashi scratched his head and sighed. Might Guy said belatedly, "I didn't expect the enemy to be disguised as Anbu. Is that the guy who used illusion?" Not far away, Naruto, who was pretending to be dead with Shikamaru, turned over, looked at Kakashi, and thought to himself. I don't know if these two people are what I think. If they really cover their heads and run to support third generation, it's impossible to stop them. However, as Naruto imagined, Guy is a reckless man, but it's not that he has a problem with IQ. The first element to be a Jonin is the judgment of the situation, not strength. Kakashi and Guy looked at each other, and at the same time they looked at Shuzuru in the arena. There is no doubt that in the eyes of the two, the threat of this big guy in front of them is more important than Hokage. I advise you to get out of the way, we are not in the mood to fight with you. Kakashi frowned. The first priority now is to stop the damage caused by the Mamoru to the village. Thinking of this, he thought of wood style that suppresses tailed beasts. What about Naruto? His face changed and he looked around. But he saw Naruto beside Shikamaru who was scratching his butt and pretending to be dizzy. And Shikamaru next to him complained softly. Don't move, won't you be discovered if you move? Kakashi roared at the two with black lines all over his head. That's enough for the two of you. This is a tailed beast, so hurry up and help me. Shikamaru sat up helplessly. What did I say? I told you not to move, you were discovered. Naruto rolled his eyes at Otonin who suddenly jumped in front of him. Get in the way of my don't make people tickle. He stretched out his hand and made a tiger mark. A huge barrier suddenly rose around the periphery of the venue. The formation of Flying Thunder God. The sealing barrier released outside the village when Namikaze Minato sealed 9 tails. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen led Anbu's powerful enchantment that could only stare outside the enchantment. If there is this enchantment, Shuzuru's attack will never be able to hit outside the venue. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Shit, won't the audience in the venue suffer from this? As expected, the trapped Gaara consciousness instantly became irritable. The giant shrine crane took a deep breath and slammed it on the stomach. Wind-style practice empty ammunition. The terrifying wind ball instantly swept the entire venue. Kakashi, Guy and others suddenly changed their faces. Even Yakushi Kabuto is full of grass and mud horses. Under the influence of Shukaku Chakra, Gaara's consciousness began to be confused, and now the attack is completely indiscriminate between enemy and friend. Baki, keep your Jinchuriki quiet, Yakushi Kabuto yelled at Baki below in pain. Baki pretended to be helpless and said, only Kazekage-sama can stop the unconscious Jinchuriki, and I can't do anything about it. As he said that, he took Konkuro and Temari to hide behind Shuzuru, who was out of reach of the empty bullets. At this time, he suddenly realized that Feng Ying was right not to send people to support him. He thought that the fewer the number of people, the less accidental injuries. How did he know that their Feng Ying had failed long before the chunin exam? The one who gave the order earlier was Orochimaru who was sending Jinchuriki to Konoha. Kakashi looked at such a large-scale training empty ammunition with an ugly face. An attack of this size is not something ordinary ninjas like them can defend against. The reason why the tail beast can be used by Senju Hashirama as a tool to balance the combat power of various countries. It is entirely because the scale of a ninjutsu they release is 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times that of ordinary ninjas. They themselves might be able to hide or defend themselves. But these civilians can only wait to die in place. Seeing that the entire venue was about to be strewn with corpses. Suddenly a huge golden chakra enveloped the entire auditorium in an instant. All the viewers were woken up by this huge chakra which disturbed the operation of chakra in the body. They were stunned to find that they were protected by a huge fox head. This is a demon fox. Idiot, what a fox, this is Naruto. Some smart people immediately guessed the source of this power. Everyone looked towards the middle of the fox head, and sure enough, they saw Uzumaki Naruto sitting in the auditorium knocking on Erlang's legs. And next to him are several sound ninjas who were bound tightly by wood style. Yakushi Kabuto swallowed hard. Sure enough, has this guy been able to use Nine Tails chakra proficiently? And it's easy to use wood style too. Yakushi Kabuto sighed helplessly. If he intervened, there is basically no possibility of success in this plan. At this time, Sasuke below looked at Naruto in shock. Impossible, is this guy so strong? Sasuke's memory at this time still stays in the time when Naruto abused his brother. At that time, Itachi had not opened Mangekyo. So in Sasuke's heart, the strength of Itachi who has activated Mangekyo is stronger than that of Naruto. And Baki also looked at Naruto with an ugly face. 9 Tails. Jinchuriki of Konoha village has already mastered the skill of using the power of the tailed beast, and his proficiency is much better than that of the out-of-control Gaara. At this moment, his mind is full of troubles. What he wants most now is to rule Feng Ying, and the information is wrong so that the follow-up companions have to retreat quickly. But when he looked at the shadow of the wind on the roof, But he was surprised to find that after the smoke cleared, Kazuki's face had already changed to Orochimaru's. Impossible. Baki looked at the roof in shock. Where's Kazekage Tenjin? Why is it a big snake? A bad premonition flashed in his mind. Could it be that his people were really completely abandoned? At this time, Orochimaru on the roof is reminiscing with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your stupidity made Konoha fall into a mess. Wang Zhao, I won, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the nine tails chakra below the venue and sneered. HMPH, you won't know the result until the end. I should have taught you this way, right? I knew this day would come sooner or later, but... Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly turned fierce. It's not that easy to take my head off. However, Orochimaru laughed dumbfounded at the threat of the third generation. You're not counting on that nine tails kid, are you? Teacher, this is not your style. Shouldn't he have touched your bottom line long ago? Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered. I believe in the fourth generation and the will of fire. Once Konoha is in real danger, he will definitely take action. Orochimaru looked at third generation sympathetically. I also said that it's better to decide who was the fifth Hokage earlier, because the third generation, that is, you, will definitely die here today. Chapter 128, Hero Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, Morino Ibiki and everyone in the torture department looked solemnly at the city wall that was smashed by the summoning snake. One of the subordinates hurriedly asked, what should we do? Are we going to support? Morino Ibiki shook his head. No, it's dangerous to act in an unclear situation, and it's even more dangerous if Orochimaru is the mastermind. These new ninjas asked with a strange look. Is Orochimaru such a dangerous person? None of them had experienced the legendary glory of Sannin, and they didn't even know their status among the leaves. Morino Ibiki introduced. He was originally a student of third Hokage. Nani, then why did he become a traitor? Morino Ibiki fell into silence. In the past, when deciding on the fourth Hokage, I heard that Orochimaru claimed that he was the most qualified candidate, but he was not accepted by everyone. He left the village not long after. Orochimaru may be because of this things have a grudge against third generation. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen drove Orochimaru out of Konoha in the name of human experimentation. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not spread the news to the village in order to save himself a little way out. After all, the apprentices I have taught know that this 720 high-end combat power may be used at critical moments. Even small countries know to keep an eye on the movements of one of the famous Sannin in the ninja world. As a politician, Sarutobi Hiruzen will naturally not completely fall out with him. It's just that he never thought that his will of fire promotion was too good. Sannin, who was only thinking about Konoha, decided to kill him and replace him with a qualified Hokage to help Konoha move forward. And at this moment a ninja appeared instantly. Report, a big snake appeared near Konoha East Gate, followed by about 100 sand ninjas, and they are now fighting with patrolling ninjas. Ibi Mori heard the words and hurriedly ordered. 1 or 2 groups stay to help civilians evacuate, and the rest go to the East Gate. Yes, there are a lot of flat land and suburbs in the outskirts of Konoha as a buffer zone. The huge summoning snake swept across like a bulldozer. A ninja landed from the roof and joined the seal to attack the big snake. But under the huge size, even the fire style is like a fireball. Summoning, which is independent from ninjugan, is extremely powerful as an official setting in the early stage. In particular, the snakes, toads, and Katsuyu summoned by Sannin are natives who practiced in the ninja world before the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. This kind of giant is basically very difficult to deal with without cage-level powerhouses. Back in World War II, Hanzo almost single-handedly wiped out the Konoha troops on the Rain Shinobi village battlefield by relying on the salamander. If it weren't for the defeat in other battles, even the 3 of Jiraiya, who were Jonin at the time, would have been on the spot. At this time, Jiraiya outside the venue looked at the arena covered by the enchantment in a daze. Once this barrier is out, he knew Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead, because it means that Uzumaki Naruto decided to intervene. He took a last look at the teacher who had taught him, a complex look flashed across his face, and then he turned and walked towards the big snake in an instant. As Ebisu said, Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, can only be dealt with by himself, who is also one of the Sannin. Orochimaru at this time is not the disabled ninjutsu who was banned because he was too strong. Even a big snake is particularly troublesome for Konoha now. Kakashi in the venue gathered a lot of Odonin around and scratched his head. It seems that there are quite a lot of people. Guy nodded and said, careless, even Hokage-sama. The two looked down at Shuzuru, and then at Naruto, who was not working hard, and sighed. In short, let's find a way to solve this big guy. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at Naruto with lingering fear, and then led several Odonin with a sneer. You are afraid that I do not exist. At this time, the audience who was awakened by Naruto panicked. Watching the ninjas fighting above their heads and the crane shrieking in the middle shivering. Gaara looked at the enchantment next to him, his eyes were full of madness. It's you again, CFEA, Gaara roared. A huge sand arm suddenly appeared on the ground and moved towards Bai. The spectators in the stands were so frightened that their legs trembled. Sarutobi Hiruzen created a scene of peace for them forever. The ninja war seems to have nothing to do with them civilians. Now that the war happened in front of their eyes, they felt the fear faced by ninjas. Even under the protection of Naruto Nine-Tails Chakra, everyone still wanted to rush out to the sidelines in an attempt to leave here. The ninjas among the crowd naturally knew that it was impossible for them to leave the barrier. They shouted with ugly faces. Don't run around. Don't leave the protection of Nine Tails Chakra. But in the face of such a terrifying attack, how could it be possible to stop it with just a few shouts? Everyone swarmed to get out of here, but as a result, many unlucky guys were directly trampled into the crowd. Naruto watched all of this with cold eyes and didn't try to stop it. Just like Pain became a hero after he attacked the village. If they hadn't sacrificed, they wouldn't have accepted themselves as a demon fox at all. Only when they know it hurts, they will have a long memory. The civilians in the ninja world have this kind of PG behavior without seeing the coffin. So Naruto agrees with Nagato's concept of making everyone feel pain. After all, there was a word in the previous life called empathy. When the mushroom eggs were planted in the country of the small days, people all over the world felt the same fear. So the world went nuke. If Orochimaru's plan is followed, after the whole Konoha collapse plan is over, how many FG civilians chunin in the encounter will be killed? How can there be such a good thing? Why do you have to protect this group of selfish guys who don't even pay their taxes and only know how to gossip all day long? Then Naruto looked towards the roof. At this moment Orochimaru looked at the chaotic Konoha with a few tears in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. Are you crying with joy? Or, you will feel a little bit sad if you want to kill my master. As a hero who single-handedly destroys the Senju and Uchiha clans by virtue of his ordinary blood and the background of the Sengoku clan. Even though he was more or less anticipating what would happen to him next, his expression did not waver at all. No matter what damage he did to Konoha, but he has developed the Sarutobi family into the largest family in Konoha. It is not an exaggeration to say that the first family of Konoha. After all, there is no Senju family and Uchiha family who are cheating. Even the Hyuga clan can't fight against the Sarutobi clan with 5 ninjutsu and talents on the sealed scroll by relying on body skills alone. So seeing Orochimaru's tears, Sarutobi Hiruzen taunted without hesitation, without any intention of persuasion. Because he knew his apprentice, since he came, both of them must die. Chapter 129 Old Man, go. FK him. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's taunt, Orochimaru slowly raised the kunai in his hand. Amid the surprised expressions of everyone, he stabbed at his own palm. With a puff, blood spattered. Then he put down the arm supporting Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck and yawned, rubbing the tears from the corners of his eyes very naturally. Yawn, I've been sleepy since just now, and now I'm finally sober. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. I knew it was. Ever since he knew it was Orochimaru, he believed from the beginning to the end that he would never do anything directly to himself, and there should be some rituals. Orochimaru let go of third generation and slowly walked aside. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his proudest apprentice and said, I know you're not a man who would act out of hate, you have neither purpose nor motive. Orochimaru slowly stopped his figure. Yes, but there is still a purpose. If I had to say it, it would be fun to see something that moves, but it would be boring if it doesn't move. Windmills that don't turn, although sometimes you feel very good when you look at them, but basically they are worthless. Now I want to use the gust of, destroy Konoha, to make the wind army start turning. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled crookedly upon hearing this. HMPH, you haven't changed at all. He knew that Orochimaru was alluding to Konoha having not changed for a long time. Ever since he failed to compete against 4th Hokage last time, he has always maintained a denial attitude towards the top of his own faction. After all, anyone would be outraged to be robbed of the Hokage position by an unknown junior. At that time, Orochimaru agreed to Danzo's consent to participate in the Hokage election. On the other hand, 4th generation, when he shared the news with Kushina after hearing that he became a Hokage, he was completely surprised and confused, which showed that he did not believe that he would become a 4th Hokage at all. And at that time because of the war, the election of the 4th Hokage is completely appointed directly by the daimyo, and then handed over to the villagers for voting. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen at that time had already firmly controlled the relationship between public opinion and daimyo. Even if he pushes an ordinary jonin as Hokage, he can easily succeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was noncommittal about Orochimaru's evaluation of himself. He thought he had done nothing wrong to allow Konoha village to enjoy peace for so many years. If it weren't for something wrong with Naruto here, at this time, he controlled the 2 major powers of Nine Tails and the Uchiha clan who controlled Nine Tails. It is not impossible to lead Konoha back to the top. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto who was paddling on the rostrum with a complicated expression. At least this is Konoha's last reliance. He believes that what Naruto said about Konoha's destruction is true. After all, it is different from the original. For so many years, Konoha has never treated him badly, even if it was not voluntary. But Naruto has still been Konoha's playboy for nearly 10 years. At this time, the audience in the auditorium all ran to the outside of the arena. Although I can't get out of the barrier. But they are still far away from what they think is a dangerous situation. Of course it's just what they thought was safe. Naruto, who lost his protection target, decisively withdrew Nine Tails Chakra. Hey, I'm going to support Hokage-sama, you guys continue. Naruto chuckled, and left the stands in an instant. A few Otonin who didn't know how to live or die were about to step forward to stop them, but they were stopped by Yakushi Kabuto. Leave him alone, just stop Jonin who lives here from going to help. Although the 4 purple flame formation is very powerful, but it can't stand the strong attack of many ninjas. After all, without transforming themselves, the 4 Otonin are at most only at the special Jonin level. As far as Chakra is concerned, if it is really bombarded by the enemy with ninjutsu, even through the way of enchantment, it still can't last long. At this time, the four Otonin looked at Orochimaru, who was about to attack, and hurriedly opened the inner barrier. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Oh, it seems that there is no way to go out easily. Orochimaru laughed. Duplicity, for you to let those burdens come in, it will only hinder your battle. Hiruzen rolled his eyes when he saw the bird flying above him, and he was kind to this guy to come in and try. Naruto came to the barrier and cheered loudly to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. Yo, old man, come on, FK him. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the barrier is full of MMP. However, the opponent at this time is not something he can fight with distraction at all. I saw the two suddenly jumping up at the same time. Quick seal in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ninja Wa Shuriken technique. The roof tiles suddenly flew one by one and hit Orochimaru. Ask for flowers. Naruto outside the barrier complained. Aren't you afraid of stepping on the air? Anbu beside him is covered with black lines. Too naive. Orochimaru sneered, directly dodged in a blink of an eye and shouted. Shulker snake hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and hurriedly focused on Orochimaru's hands. As a result, after Orochimaru finished speaking, he opened his mouth suddenly, his tongue turned into a python, and instantly bit Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nima, where's the promised hidden shadow snake hand? Where's your hand? Orochimaru taunted loudly in midair. This level of attack, I really don't want to grow old, Sarutobi-sensei. However, the next moment, the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly turned into a pool of mud. Earth-style stand-in. Orochimaru frowned, looked behind him suddenly. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already formed the mudra. Earth-style earth flow river. In an instant, the mudslide rushed Orochimaru away. However, Orochimaru, who was rushed away, laughed indifferently. Is that all? Sarutobi Hiruzen snarled. It's not over yet. Earth-style earth dragon bullet. Fire dragon bullet. At the same time, three kinds of ninjutsu swept towards Orochimaru in an instant, drowning it in an instant. Orochimaru's screams sounded from the mudslide. Several black robes outside the barrier, Anbu said with a look of admiration. A combination of fire style and earth style. As expected of Master Hokage. Naruto on the side pouted with disdain. This TM is also called combination. Look down on lava style. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's review ninjutsu is famous in the ninja world, but Naruto never had any idea of learning from him. Because this thing is purely relying on multi-attribute ninjutsu to be released at the same time, it really has no technical content. The reason why he is called a ninjutsu professor is entirely because he can perform attribute ninjutsu that is incompatible with the place at any time, so that he is in an advantageous position in the battle. And when he really met the strong man of Shueiji boundary, his so-called double-check ninjutsu basically had no advantage. And at this time, in a corner of Konoha village, a ninja wearing various national uniforms landed in front of a pothole. Maru. Chapter 130 Attack on the Root Base. Evidence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, trespassing on Anbu. Suddenly, an Anbu wearing a cat face mask rushed out to stop the family ninjas. The leader Hyuga Hizashi sneered. Anbu, roots. Although the roots were incorporated into Anbu by Sarutobi Hiruzen on the night of the Uchiha genocide. But the root base is still preserved by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Anbu, who was guarding, saw that the ninjas of each family had their scalps go numb. Almost all the famous families in Konoha are included here, headed by the Hyuga clan, the Inoshika-cho clan, the Aburame clan, the Inuzuka clan, and almost all of Konoha's names appear here. Are you going to mutiny? Anbu snapped. Hyuga Hizashi sneered expressionlessly. Mushin. No, we're planning a coup. Hyuga Hizashi's words, 503, just fell. Many families rushed up directly. That Anbu's face changed drastically, and he was killed on the spot without any reaction at all. All the ninja leaders are elite jonin. With the commoner Anbu recruited by Sarutobi Hiruzen now, it's elite chunin level at best. There are no more than 10 jonin level team leaders, let alone Kakashi, an elite jonin who was kicked out of the Anbu team by him. At this time, the strongest Anbu is undoubtedly Tianzong Yamato, but at this time he is watching a play with Naruto outside the barrier of the chunin examination venue. At this time, most Anbu are scattered in Konoha's important secret place to prevent Orochimaru's invasion, and the root base at this time is in a completely empty situation. Under the leadership of the powerful jonin, many ninjas directly paid off the few remaining Anbu. Hyuga Hizashi and others quickly searched for some shady documents made by Anbu and Genmo over the years. When the last restriction was broken, everyone was shocked by the thick piles of information. Since third generation took office, he has started a research program on Hashirama cells. To this end they sacrificed countless ninjas of the Senju clan who, voluntarily, participated in the research. What shocked them even more was that they actually found the information of Senju Naoki, the grandson of Senju Hashirama, in the information. Not to mention participating in the ninja war as a genin. Under Orochimaru's personal care, he was attacked by an enemy trap in the rear for no reason, and after Orochimaru arrived at the speed, all the internal organs were dug out. And it's all thanks to the plans of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. And it is the cloning of the internal organs of the descendant with the strongest blood of Ashura, and after the tragic death of dozens of babies, the only knockoff version of wood-style ninja Tenzo Yamato was successfully born. And secretly sent the direct line of the Senju clan to the most dangerous battlefield. There are countless measures to divide the female family members of the Senju family and marry Konoha civilians to dilute the Senju blood. As of the end of the Third War, there is no direct lineage of the Senju family in the entire Konoha except for the only hand. Even Tsunade has been plotted against on the battlefield. Konoha Sannin was not a Sannin back then, just a normal jonin. Surrounded by erroneous information and surrounded by Iwagakure ninjas. It was also at that time that Orochimaru wanted to kill Jiraiya, who was seriously injured, to save himself and Tsunade. And Jiraiya chose to trust Orochimaru without hesitation. Fortunately, the strength of the three was strong, and they were finally rescued until the arrival of reinforcements. And later sent to the dangerous Rain Shinobi village battlefield to confront the demigod Hanzo. It was originally a game of death. As a result, because Hatake Shomo made Kamui big on the Sand Shinobi village battlefield and killed Scorpion's parents, the battle situation changed dramatically. Hanzo was worried that Konoha would cause trouble for him, and finally released the three of them. And it was this time's fame that made Sarutobi Hiruzen lose his last chance to assassinate Tsunade. The strong who have grown to cage level cannot be solved by assassination. So Sarutobi Hiruzen played the emotional card again. In order to benefit from the rise of the Kato clan, a marginal family in Konoha village, he sent Kato Dan to approach Tsunade, preparing to take Tsunade completely under his command. As a result, this disappointing thing died in the Third Ninja World War. Originally, the role of Kato Dan was to increase the bond of Tsunade just like Iruka. As a result, because of his death, Tsunade was disheartened and changed into hemophobia and left Konoha directly. Not only that, this also includes orders from Danzo to order Orochimaru to study human experiments, data. Using public opinion to kill Hatake Sakumo, who was threatening the position of Sarutobi Shinosuke Hokage at that time. Use Kurigakure to annihilate the Vortex Kingdom, and take the opportunity to master the sealing technique in Jinchuriki. Use Cloud Shinobi Village to prepare to kill Hyuga Hizashi, and then split the branch house and clan plan. Use Uchiha Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan in advance. Everyone looked at this heinous pile of information and was furious. What made many ninjas even more angry was that they found information about the assassination of their own people in these materials. Just like the first time Uchiha Itachi received the rude mission to kill a ninja wearing small black sunglasses. That is the people of the Aburame clan. Hyuga Hizashi's eyes were burning with anger. If Naruto hadn't appeared to save himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have provoked the branch house conflict and divided the Hyuga clan. He suppressed his anger and said lightly to many ninjas, "Let's go. Naruto-sama is waiting for us at the meeting place. We can't be like these two bastards. Even if it's a coup, we have to stand above justice." Everyone looked at each other and nodded directly. A group of people used the sealed scroll to collect the materials and rushed towards the venue. This time, they want to expose this hypocritical Hokage, and ruin this scum who only knows how to hide in Konoha and watch everyone die. The reason why Konoha village was established is to protect the children of various families from the invasion of war. Instead of 0.4, it is a tool for someone to make profit and develop. And when everyone was angrily looking for trouble for Sarutobi Hiruzen, on top of a mansion in the central area of Konoha village, two men wearing red clouds and black-bottomed windbreakers slowly stood on the roof. "Itachi-san, how does it feel to be back in your hometown?" The grinning Kisame teased Uchiha Itachi, who would have thought that someone in your village would hire us to kill the leader of your own village. The price is still a tailed beast. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Kisame blankly. Then he looked at the room below with a complicated expression. Could it be that what I did was wrong? After all, this scene was staged again. And in the mansion at this time, an old man half wrapped in a bandage slowly opened one eye. Chapter 131 Bloodless Coup. Master Danzo. Two figures suddenly appeared beside Danzo. It is Danzo's henchman Yamanaka Wind and Aburame take root. Although the roots were disbanded, the necessary henchman Sarutobi Hiruzen remained with Danzo. After all, even if this kind of personal brainwashing confidant is disturbed and placed in Anbu Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is worried that they will cause trouble. Danzo looked up to the roof. Suddenly a black shadow broke through the defense, holding a huge stick and smashing directly at the three of them. Danzo stared coldly. Yamanaka Fung, who was on the side, pulled out a ninja knife and directly blocked the attack of the coming person. "Haha, Mr. Itachi, your Konoha village killing tricks are almost catching up with our Kurigakure." Danzo heard someone's voice and took a closer look. A Kurigakure forehead protector with a scratch on its head, and Kisame with a shark face appeared in his eyes. Weasel. Danzo's pupils shrank. He suddenly looked at another figure on the roof. The expressionless Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of his eyes. Danzo's expression changed. The hard bone that Sarutobi Hiruzen said at the beginning has really come back. Danzo snapped at Uchiha Itachi and asked, "I didn't think you were like that." Uchiha Itachi didn't have any expression changes because of this. He just said lightly, "I'm a member of the Akatsuki organization. This time, I was simply hired by Konoha." Danzo's face turned livid immediately. "Konoha's employment? Are you kidding me?" Itachi slowly pulled out a kunai and said lightly, "Employed by Konoha Hyuga, Aburame, Inoshikacho and other famous families to cooperate with them in launching a bloodless coup." Voice just fell. The shurikens all over the sky suddenly swung down towards the three of them. Danzo's complexion changed drastically. Coup. This group of famous ninjas actually gathered and walked the old path of the Uchiha clan. Earth-style earth flow wall. A wall suddenly appeared in front of the three of them to block the shuriken. However, the detonating talisman wrapped around the shuriken instantly shattered the wall. While at the same time, this sudden explosion suddenly attracted the attention of the entire Konoha village ninja. The family ninjas lurking all over Konoha suddenly attacked the Hokage series of ninjas. Revenge for the Uchiha clan. Down with the brutal rule of the third generation. Destroy the evil Sarutobi and Shimura clan. Many people were directly attacked and killed by their companions while they were at a loss. This sudden change made Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the barrier stunned in place. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely panicked when he saw Konoha shouting everywhere. The reason why he is fearless is because he is confident that even if he dies, the possibility of Sarutobi Asuma becoming the new generation Hokage is still higher than that of all ninjas of the same class. As the guardian of the 12 ninjas, he not only has an outstanding reputation, but also has great favor among daimyos. If nothing unexpected happens, among the ninjas of Asuma's generation, Hokage is none other than him. And so it is, Asuma, who was raised as a Hokage since childhood, even though she was rebellious since childhood. But after being sent to the Daiming Mansion for repairs, he also recognized his father's difficulties, thus firming the two, Jade, guidelines. Treat Hokage and daimyo as two separate polities. This kind of political awareness is a superior, if it is not because of the accidental death at the hands of Kakuzu and Hidan. The sixth Hokage is unlikely to be held by Kakashi anyway. After all, Kakashi highlights individual heroism, which undoubtedly pales in comparison to the aspect of governance. Originally, third generation was confident that even after his own death, with his heroic sacrifice, he could still bring great prestige bonus to Asuma's selection of Hokage status. But now this sudden situation completely changed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Third Hokage snapped at Orochimaru. Do you really want to destroy Konoha? Orochimaru on the opposite side also looked confused. Who the hell is this? I was obviously just fooling around Sand Shinobi Village to deliver food, how could it suddenly bloom in all directions? Sand Shinobi Village crazy, is this going all out? Wrong. Orochimaru suddenly remembered Naruto who met him in the Forest of Death. He immediately turned his head to look at Naruto outside the barrier, his face darkened. It's you. Naruto looked at Orochimaru innocently and waved his hand. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed Orochimaru's problem at the moment. He is obviously ignorant of the current situation. When Orochimaru asked Naruto, he also turned his gaze. After seeing Naruto, he also had an extremely bad premonition in his heart, and he asked Naruto with the last sliver of luck. Naruto, do you know what's going on? Naruto spread his hands innocently and said, can't you tell? This is a coup. Naruto snapped his outstretched hands together. The huge wooden golem suddenly rose from the venue. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Wood-style wooden golem technique. Kakashi and Guy, who were resisting Shukaku, changed their expressions. The two left Shuhei's side in an instant at the same time. Seeing the huge monster suddenly appearing beside him, losing his mind, Gaara directly manipulates Shukaku to open his mouth and is ready to bombard with tailed beast bomb. Yet the black sphere has just formed. The wooden dragon wrapped around wooden golem's neck directly bit on Shuhei's huge body. With a wave of suction, flowers blossomed from the body of the wooden dragon. Gaara, who had been eroded by Shukaku chakra, slowly woke up. What is this? Gaara exclaimed. Baki behind him also changed his face drastically, and lost his voice in shock. Impossible. Wood style. This is the nemesis of the tailed beast. The information that first Hokage sold the tailed beast is not a legend until now. And Gaara, who lost chakra 447, fell into a coma directly. Shuhei woke up from his body, and shouted excitedly in the voice of a spy. This is exactly the Fufuti cauldron where Shuhei was sealed. The next second he saw the huge wooden golem beside him and Naruto with a playful face. This thing, wind-style practicing empty bombs. The Kurigakure forehead protector on the head of the figure made them frown. But before it reacts, my uncle finally came out again. Everyone looked over in unison. Without Naruto's support, the four purple flame formations of the poor group of Otonin didn't hold up for even a second and shattered on the spot along with the tall building. He directly patted his stomach and sprayed a big mouthful of high-pressure wind bombs towards Naruto. After Naruto gave the order to bet again, he directly confessed that he and Shiro took advantage of the opportunity of Sand Shinobi Village to attack Konoha and ran to steal it. Mist Shinobi Ninja Village. Kakashi's expression changed when he saw the person coming. Will the ghost be killed again? My grass. Ashura. Zabujan took out a broken jar from the scroll and handed it to Naruto. Seeing this thing, Shuhei's face changed drastically. Two figures suddenly appeared beside Naruto. The terrifying force instantly enveloped the entire venue. Shuhei was as excited when he saw this thing as he was when Ninetales saw Naruto on the altar in the Night of Nine Tails. Chapter 132, Pulling Away from Shuhei. After all, this sealing technique is performed according to the strength of the user. The Otonin 4 don't even have Jonin's strength without changing their transformations. After abducting Sasuke, the four of them transformed collectively and managed to defeat the same people, Shiranui Xuanjian and others. Facing the attack of the tailed beast at this time, the four purple flame formations of the four of them were instantly shattered like a toy. Even the entire viewing platform was instantly shattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the ruins in some embarrassment and his face became ugly. He looked at Yamato and other Anbu on the side, and motioned for them to step forward to protect him. But Yamato under the mask had a complex expression and waved his hands to make his subordinates stand still. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally changed his face completely. Even Anbu was infiltrated. Naruto waved his hand at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile and said, "No need to make gestures, since the moment you decided to cast distinguished heavenly gods on me, this scene is already doomed. Originally, I gave you a lot of opportunities, but unfortunately, you guys who play politics are too dark-minded and don't like variables beyond your control. I'm also tired of your game of looking back and digging behind your back. Destroy it." After Naruto finished speaking, he glanced at Shuzuru behind him and slapped the ground abruptly. Wood-style birth of the tree world. Terrifying tree vines rose from the ground one by one, and instantly tied up Shuhei tightly. "Damn, brat, let me go, you just came out," Shuhei screamed unwillingly. However, Naruto didn't intend to talk nonsense with him at all. I saw him turn on the Tenseigan chakra mode in an instant, and stretched his arms towards Shuhei's body. The terrifying chakra was drawn out from Gaara immediately and sealed into the Fufuti cauldron. Shuhei shouted angrily, "No, you nasty BD," but in front of Naruto at this time, a mere tailed beast didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. As Naruto's exclusive Tenseigan, he doesn't need the power of the Geto statue to draw the tail beast chakra like pain. With his powerful strength and the huge Nine Tails chakra in his body, Naruto can directly suppress the tailed beasts and forcibly pull them away and seal them. And as Shuzuru was withdrawn, Gaara's vitality gradually faded away. Below, Temari and Kankuro yell anxiously, "Don't want," but Naruto didn't stop what he was doing. Temari gritted his teeth and took out the fan behind him and waved it violently. Scythe uranium technique. Although she knew she couldn't hurt Naruto, she still attacked Naruto without hesitation. The same is true for Kankuro on the side. The black ant and the crow swung at the same time and attacked Naruto. And at this moment, a thunderbolt and golden chains flew across the air, resisting the attacks of the two. Sasuke sneered and extinguished the Chidori in his hand and said, "Your opponent is us, hateful." Temari and Kankuro looked at Sasuke with wide eyes, but it couldn't break through the defense of the two of them at all. Gaara looked at Temari and Kankuro, who were worried about him, with a relieved expression on their faces. In the end, with the passage of life little by little, there is no sound at last. "Gaara," the two cried out in grief. Baki on the side shouted with a livid face, "The plan has changed, quickly retreat." However, at this time, Kakashi, Might Guy and others quickly surrounded him. "Konoha is not a place where you can come whenever you want." Naruto came to Temari's side in an instant. Temari waved the iron fan angrily and threw it at Naruto. However, although he has not completed all the Saitama training methods at this time, his physical strength has reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. With a flick of his hand, Temari's iron fan was instantly blown away. Then, under Temari's horrified eyes, he pinched her chin with his hand and laughed. "You are also a ninja, shouldn't you not be affected by this kind of life and death?" Temari didn't speak, just stared at Naruto. Seeing this scene in front of them, Kakashi and others were a little silent. The definition given by their ninjas since childhood is a killing machine that focuses on war and should not have any emotional fluctuations. Many people have made difficult choices between companions and tasks. Everyone knows that this is against the order but still can't help making mistakes. Naruto looked at Temari, who was full of hatred, and smiled. He activated his telekinetic ability and pulled Gaara down to his side. At this time, Gaara only has the vitality like a candle. But in the next second, a golden divine light emanated from Naruto's body and instantly enveloped Gaara's body. Cure. It belongs to one of the superpowers possessed by the Leo Gold Saint Seiya. Healing injuries and diseases from the atomic level, with the strength of the Golden Saint's ability, as long as it doesn't die instantly, it can basically be saved. The tailed beast Jinchuriki died, but the tailed beast took away a large amount of Jinchuriki's physical energy at one time, so that the cells of the body did not even have the energy to divide, so they entered death. Relying on the atomic level dimensionality reduction healing of Saint Seiya, Gaara's body instantly regained its strength. #Gaara. Temari looked at Gaara, who slowly opened his eyes in shock. Gaara also looked around blankly. "Aren't I dead?" Naruto looked at the three siblings and laughed. "San Shinobi Village doesn't want you, we Konoha want you, now you are my captives. One of the surrender conditions for your San Shinobi Village's defeat is to exile the three of you to Konoha." Kankuro on the side shouted angrily, "Who said we don't want San Shinobi Village anymore?" Naruto looked at Kankuro like an idiot and said, "You don't think the three of you can escape from Konoha after casting the Do's technique, do you? Wang Haojiao, to put it bluntly, you are just abandoned children who attract firepower. If Baki didn't protect you with all his might, you would have died long ago." Saying that, Naruto glanced at the ugly Baki. It stands to reason that he, Jonin, should have retreated immediately after confirming that Gaara released Shukaku. Compared to the three genin who are not even chunin, his life as an elite Jonin is more important. Kankuro looked at Baki in disbelief. Not knowing how to explain it, he turned his head to the side unconsciously. This made Kankuro sit down on the ground in a state of desperation. At this moment, Sasuke frowned and came forward to Naruto and asked, "What is going on?" Naruto glanced at Hyuga, Hizashi and others who slowly gathered from a distance and showed a sneer. Obviously, now is the stage of a coup d'état, and completing the unfinished business of your Uchiha clan is only in accordance with the way that Lord Third Hokage is used to. Chapter 133. Your structure is too small to be a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely shocked when he saw the toy-like Shukuru in Naruto's hand. That's a tail beast. It was sealed so easily. Nine Tails Night. The deaths of the fourth generation couple seem like child's play. Naruto was playing with the Fenfu teapot in his hand. He looked to a corner and threw it away. A pitcher plant rose slowly from the ground to catch the crane thrown by Naruto. And this time even Orochimaru was not calm. He looked at Black Zetsu in shock and lost his voice. Shao organization. Half of White Zetsu looked at Naruto strangely and said to Black Zetsu. The employer this time is so straightforward, isn't he afraid that we will run away with the crane? Black Zetsu kept silent and just stared nervously at Naruto. This guy is the monster who defeated Tiandao Pain and snatched Zero Gia back then. Naruto smiled and took out the ring and put it on his hand. Don't call me so ruthless. Anyway, I am also the leader of your Shao organization. One place of this remark. Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi and others looked shocked. Only Black Zetsu rolled his eyes. You leader, our leader doesn't admit that Pain didn't lose his fighting power in that battle. Naruto smiled and didn't refute. At the beginning, his own chakra was flawed. If he was driven by Nagato's body, he might really consume so much energy that he ran out of chakra and lost the battle. 833. After all, Nagato fought against Eight Tails, Jinming and Uchiha Itachi with his own strength in the case of lameness without losing the wind. In the end, Uchiha Itachi, who opened the infinite chakra plugin, found a weakness and sealed it. Without Uchiha Itachi's betrayal, 10 Tails would have been revived without the need for Madara in the fourth battle. But that was Naruto many years ago. The horror of Naruto's strength at this time is beyond the imagination of Black Zetsu. If it weren't for the qualitative gap between Six Paths and Super Shadow, Naruto was worried that his body would not be able to withstand the bombardment of the truth-seeking ball. Now he wants to directly release Kagaya for a wave of anger. But it's only been 2 years. By the time Naruto has completely completed the Saitama training method, there will be no threat to the entire Hokage world. Naruto's intuition told him, when Saitama's body is combined with a Six Paths level soul, it's time for him to open the seventh sense small universe and put on the Leo golden cloth. Once he becomes a real golden saint, even if the so-called Otsutsuki god comes, Naruto can easily press him to death. So at this time, Naruto is not worried about Akatsuki's betrayal at all. At most, I will bother myself to finish the coup in person. The consequence CFEA of doing this may be to be secretly accused by those stupid civilians in Konoha village. But as long as the public opinion is manipulated properly, they will be grateful to themselves in a few years. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been doing this all these years. He does not have strong strength, and public opinion is the most powerful weapon in his hands. Naruto shrugged at Black Zetsu pretending to be sad. I really want to join your Shao organization to create nuclear peace in the world. Looking at Naruto's appearance, Black Zetsu muttered to himself. But Laozi's purpose is not for world peace, but for the destruction of the world. This world is mother's nursery, and sooner or later, you will all return to your mother's embrace. Black Zetsu didn't want to entangle with him anymore. He watched the Fufuti cauldron slowly sinking towards the ground. Now that the payment has been received, this employment is fully established. The Konoha executives, the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan will all be history. Hey, to be honest, I still like the infighting in your big ninja village very much. I believe this news will be very valuable in other ninja villages, right? On hearing this, Orochimaru flung out an arm. Shulker's snake hand. Bang! The giant python hit the place where Black Zetsu was but missed. His Konoha collapse plan this time is to eliminate the self-styled Sarutobi Hiruzen, so that Konoha will not slack off in the next arms race and be destroyed. But at this time, the discovery direction of the matter is obviously far beyond his current expectations. At the beginning, Shisui chose to control the Uchiha clan because he was worried that the enemy village would be spied on because of Konoha's coup. Now Naruto directly wiped out Konoha's top 2 famous families without hesitation. Once this information is inquired by other ninja villages, they will definitely send ninjas to take advantage of the fire. This completely defeats the purpose of Orochimaru hitting the Sand Shinobi village, waking up the leaves, and pushing the windmill. Naruto looked at Orochimaru, who made the shot a little funny, and said with a smile. What, shouldn't you be happy? Shouldn't your Konoha collapse plan be to destroy Konoha? Now it seems that you just want to send off your teacher decently. After Naruto finished speaking, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said lightly. The will of fire, you have forgotten all. Do you know why Konoha village was founded? That's because Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara don't want future generations of children to go to war. Look at the years of your rule, how many minors have been thrown away on the battlefield by you. Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, and Chunin went to the battlefield at the age of 6. Is it an honor? This kind of thing abounded in the Sengoku period, and Senju Hashirama established Konoha village precisely because he did not want the cruelty of war to affect children. And look at the Konoha you rule now. The Senju clan has disappeared, and the Uchiha clan has also disappeared. I don't think there is anything wrong with you doing this for your own people. You may be a good head of the Sarutobi clan, but it's clear you haven't figured out what Hokage's job is. You have forgotten that your position was bought by Senju Tobirama with his life. With Senju Tobirama's flying thunder god, and all that trash from Cloud Shinobi village, if it wasn't for you trash. Your structure is too small to be a Hokage. It's just that you are lucky, you have a good apprentice. After Naruto finished speaking, he looked at Orochimaru and smiled. This guy understands your future ending, so he wants you to die in the most honorable position. Naruto, Sasuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The relationship between this person is exactly the same as that of Nifeng, Bu Jingyan and Shonga in his previous life. If Orochimaru hadn't stepped in. So what is waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen must be to know that the extermination enemy is Sasuke of the third generation in Naruto, who was isolated, suppressed, and excluded since childhood, has hidden dark character outbreaks and liquidates him. After all, if Orochimaru didn't come, Jiraiya wouldn't go back to the village to meet Naruto, and Tsunade wouldn't go back to the village to be Hokage. Without these fetters, it is absolutely impossible to prevent Naruto from blackening with just one Iruka. Even with so many fetters, when controlling the power of 9 tails, the blackened Naruto born from the negative emotions on Naruto is so strong. Without these fetters, Naruto will be blackened sooner or later. After all, Naruto has a teacher Kakashi with a crooked A, and a little Sakura who licks Sasuke and beats Naruto all day long. It can be said that without Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, sooner or later Naruto broke out because he couldn't suppress the darkness in his heart. In the end, Naruto and Sasuke teamed up to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and destroy Konoha. It is exactly the same as Fungyun Shongba Tianja. Fungyun joined forces to kill Shongba and break up the world. And Orochimaru just understood this, so he decided to give his teacher a ride in person, so that he would not be late. Chapter 134. The real behind-the-scenes boss in the ninja world. After listening to Naruto's words, Orochimaru fell silent, because what Naruto said was right. He was not the kind of person who would destroy Konoha for such a boring reason as revenge. This is his last sympathy for his teacher. There are 3 purposes this time. One is to remind Konoha that the war is about to begin. The second is to let Konoha see the face of Sand Shinobi village clearly, and by the way, remove the hidden dangers in advance, and send a tailed beast to Konoha by the way, completely dispelling the possibility of Sand Shinobi village fighting against Konoha. The third is to rob Sasuke. It's just that the main purpose of robbing Sasuke is not to use it as a container for his own body, but for that restless factor wandering outside Konoha, Uchiha Itachi. Ever since he fought against him in the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru concluded that this guy's threat was even far greater than Sand Shinobi village. Sasuke is a ticking time bomb in Konoha. Once he is exploited by someone with a heart, Uchiha Itachi will definitely vent his anger on Konoha. Sasuke is his younger brother who is reluctant to kill everyone. Helping Itachi Heart Commander is more important than the entire Konoha and Uchiha clan. Getting Sharingan, getting Sasuke's body, that's just an excuse. Orochimaru, who cooperates with Danzo and holds a large amount of Konoha's confidential research materials, naturally knows how poor the talent of Sasuke, who has the death-light effect of the whole family, is to open a hook jade. What's more, Uchiha Letter alone has easily cloned a large number of Mangekyo Sharingan by virtue of Orochimaru's discarded research materials. Orochimaru looked down on a mere waste of 2 hooks. So Orochimaru's purpose is just to take Sasuke away from Konoha, and to pull the hatred of Uchiha Itachi, the out-of-control spy, onto himself. Naturally, Tsunade also understood the plan of his teammates, so after knowing that Sasuke had defected, he only sent a bunch of genin symbolically. You must know that before Naruto was dispatched, the first Ninja 4 had just laid down 2 elite jonin. Tsunade didn't even think Naruto they could catch them. After receiving the engagement information, she hurriedly sent Kakashi and Guy to the rescue. Today's Naruto crossed the bar, completely disrupting Orochimaru's plan. Even he was thinking at this time whether to withdraw now or continue the plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Naruto firmly and persuaded. Now Sand Ninja and Yin Ninja are invading Konoha, you actually launch a coup now. This will cause a lot of civilian casualties. We should leave the internal problems of Konoha to solve after the matter is over. Naruto, however, was unmoved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. To fight against the outside world, you must first secure the inside, and the purpose of Sand Shinobi village this time is purely to frighten its own idiot daimyo. The entire Konoha has at best 100 shinobi. There is no doubt that these are all abandoned sons. Using hundreds of lives in exchange for daimyo's economic support for me, you guys are really bad at playing politics. After Naruto finished speaking, he shook his head, looked at Orochimaru and said, will you still fight? If you do, I guarantee that no one will bother you. If you don't, my people should come. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed. Your people. The man looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a half smile. These years you have put all your energy on those idiots and civilians. You don't even know what the real rules of this world are. Do you think that after the Senju and Uchiha clans are wiped out, no one will threaten your status? Naively, all of this is just a civil war between the Otsutsuki clan. You self-righteous idiots think that after the 2 clans are wiped out, there will be no such strong as Senju Hashirama. Ashura never dies, Indra never dies, and this world will never escape the cycle. If there is no invasion of the Otsutsuki clan, even Naruto and Sasuke will still enter the next cycle after their death. The reincarnations of the next generation Ashura and Indra will not live in peace just because of the passion of Naruto and Sasuke. And Naruto has an extremely bold guess. The so-called Pure Land is actually Otsutsuki Hagoromo imitating Kagaya to create the ultimate weapon against the Otsutsuki clan. Even Black Zetsu, a makeshift cripple, can survive for thousands of years unscathed. How could Otsutsuki Hamura and Yuya, 2 guys who inherited nearly half of Kagaya's power, die of old age? And the truth-seeking ball behind the Sage of 6 Paths bought and hung during World War II proves this point. You must know that truth-seeking ball is something produced by Chakra condensed into ultimate. Sage of 6 Paths even told Mingzuo that he has no power, which is pure nonsense. And at the end, Sage of Six Paths summoned the successive Hokages from the Pure Land to summon them from the first ball space summoning, which can also be seen. Ask for flowers. For Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the Pure Land is completely a tool that can be controlled at will. So Naruto sorted out the stories of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Hamura based on the plot and clues of the anime he watched in his previous life. Kagaya descended to earth, not reconciled to being reduced to a form of nourishment, he sneaked into a form and ate the fruit of the sacred tree. In order to fear the revenge of the Otsutsuki clan, Kagaya used his nationals to create White Zetsu to resist the Otsutsuki clan. Since the existence of the sacred tree will continue to absorb the life force of the planet. As one of the three holy places of the planet's natives, Hamawan couldn't sit still anymore. Because the strength is very different from Kagaya who ate the fruit of the sacred tree. He decided to use magic to defeat magic. So they used tricks to separate Kagaya's mother and son, and hand over the local fairy art to Yuya to make him fight against Kagaya. And after successfully sealing Kagaya, pulling out the sacred tree and dividing it into 9 big-tailed beasts. Sage of Six Paths also finally knew that what mother was afraid of was the Otsutsuki clan. After evaluating his mother's strength, he felt that it was impossible for White Zetsu to defeat the powerful Otsutsuki clan. Then he teamed up with his younger brother Hamura to create a Pure Land covering the entire ninja world. Let Hamura's soul attach to Chakra to manage the Pure Land, and he created Ashura and Indra in this world, and let the two reincarnate to fight, create wars, thereby create strong people, collect souls to strengthen the Pure Land. It can be seen from the current situation of the Minato couple in Naruto's body. All ninjas who practice Chakra have their souls bound to Chakra. Once dead, the soul will return to the Pure Land together with Chakra. With the death of more and more ninjas, the size of the Pure Land will become larger and larger, and the Chakra contained in the Pure Jade will also increase. Waiting for the Otsutsuki clan to attack, Sage of Six Paths can draw the soul of the strong from the Pure Land at any time to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. Senju Tobarama's Impure World reincarnation is classified as summoning, and it is undoubtedly a time-space ninjutsu that unintentionally connects the present world with the Pure Land world through human genes. If Naruto's guess is correct, then the boss behind Ninja World is not Black Zetsu or Kagaya at all. It's the Otsutsuki Hagoromo Hiroshi who exists in the ninja world in the form of Chakra. Chapter 135 Konoha Daiichi Fire Style Family. Who knows what the size of the Pure Land is now? Thousands of years of fighting, the amount of chakra contained in it, Naruto suspects that it is more than the chakra fruit of the sacred tree planted by Kagaya. Just when the Otsutsuki family was still working hard to fight against the natives of various planets, and sacrifice themselves to plunder and develop and plant trees everywhere. Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Hamura have found a sustainable way to harvest chakra. It's just that this is based on the fact that there is no theory of reincarnation in the ninja world. But in fact, many strong souls in the Jonin world have ascended to heaven, which shows that the ninja world obviously also belongs to a small planet in a big world. After death, it should be managed by a special god like Yama, just like the Dragon Ball world. But Yuya and Yumura directly cut off the souls of all the ninjas for chakra. This approach is more cruel than the destruction that the Otsutsuki family gave the ninja world from the material level, 320. Naruto didn't know how powerful the Sage of Six Paths was at this time. However, it can be seen from Sijin's purchase of hangings for Mingzuo and the other two. He gave a little chakra so that the two could face off against Six Paths Madara, who he said was the closest to Kagaya. This is enough to show that Kagaya is not a threat at all in the eyes of Sage of Six Paths at this time, and there is no need for him to take action himself. Therefore, a large reason why Naruto did not completely overturn the poker table is because he was afraid of this old Yinbi who was hiding in secret. Although it is just a guess, if it is true, before Saitama's physique is fully awakened, with his existing abilities, he is definitely not that guy's opponent. After all, his chakra can only see less than 20,000 now. For the thousands of years of chakra accumulated by countless souls in the Pure Land, it is estimated that even a fraction is not a fraction. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Naruto in a daze. Ashura, Indra, what are those things? Naruto looked at the ignorant third generation and laughed. That's right, it's impossible for a native like you to know these ancient secrets. What I want to tell you is that this ninja world is ultimately based on strength. Of course the strength I'm talking about is naturally not the full strength of a village as you think. There are powerful forces in this world that make numbers meaningless, such as Naruto said, green fluorescent light suddenly radiated from his whole body. Truth-seeking balls emerged from his back and slowly floated behind him. Tenseigan chakra mode, he reached out and aimed at the huge summoning snake that was sweeping towards the east gate. In Orochimaru's frantic eyes and Sarutobi Hiruzen's horrified eyes, the giant snake, which was more than 10 miles away from them, was instantly pulled into the sky by it. What kind of blood inheritance boundary is this? Orochimaru excitedly asked Naruto. Inspired to pursue the truth of the ninja world, he was completely not calm after seeing Naruto's appearance at the moment. Naruto's palm clenched slowly. The giant snake in midair also began to howl in pain and was gradually shrunk into a snake ball. Next moment, bang, the 1,000-meter-long three-headed giant snake was directly crushed by Naruto on the spot. The power of the psychic power that belongs to the Saint Fighter is fully displayed at this moment. Blood inheritance limit. Naruto gave Orochimaru a disdainful glance. This is a blood trap. To be precise, it is the power of a god who can truly create the world. And Naruto has nothing wrong with saying that. Because Kagai's initial ball space is created based on the full attribute chakra of truth-seeking ball. It can be said that the truth-seeking ball is the basis for creating space. At this time, Orochimaru has completely forgotten about Konoha's collapse. God, truth, the truth of the world. This is his lifelong dream. At this time, he used a sentence from Naruto's previous life, that is, although he has a little filial piety, but not much. One's own life and love of ninjutsu and the study of truth are definitely higher than Konoha's collapse plan. The three siblings Baki and Gaara below looked at Naruto dumbfounded. What kind of horrible monster is he fighting against? Now he has become a victim of Konoha's replacement regime. The tailed beast that I had been afraid of for many years was sent away in front of this man like a pet. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at such a powerful Naruto with despair in his eyes. Although he knew that Naruto was strong, he never thought he could be so strong. I surrender, Yuan Fei Hiruzen said to Naruto coldly. The sweet dream that I have planned for decades was accidentally punctured by a mere 13-year-old child. I will hand over the position of Hokage. I hope you can stop this war, otherwise it will only make other villages take advantage of it for Konoha. Naruto said with an extremely strange expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen. When did you become so naive? Where did the brutality of exterminating the Senju and Uchiha clan go? This is a political struggle, either you die or I die. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically after hearing this. He looked at Naruto with a ferocious expression, his eyes full of disbelief. And as soon as Naruto's voice fell, there was a violent explosion sound near the center of Konoha. That's where the Sarutobi clan resides. At this time, a big white clay bird is hovering in the air above the station. Strange birds fell from the sky and landed precisely on every house of the Sarutobi family. Art is an explosion, Deidara shouted excitedly into the sky. Summoning technique. Ape devil, I said I shouldn't have let him go. Monkey, why did you summon me at this time? In front of two cage-level powerhouses who are good at one-to-many, this so-called Konoha's top famous family is completely reduced to fish. Unexpectedly, the first big mission was to directly attack Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared from the roof with his eyes wide open. The ape demon asked with a strange face. He pointed the pillar at Naruto and snapped. He bit his finger and pressed it hard on the ground. The Senju family and the Uchiha family have nothing to do with me. They were all done by Danzo. I regret it afterwards. What you are doing now is weakening Konoha's strength. Today's Sarutobi family is the #1 fire-style family in Konoha village. What he hates the most now is Uzumaki Naruto. However, the third generation at this time does not intend to entangle these things at all. The white monkey instantly turned into a huge pillar and appeared in the arms of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A white old ape appeared in front of ape 0.7 Tobi Hiruzen. I saw him yelling. Then he saw the figure of Orochimaru and suddenly realized, he said solemnly. Hundreds of puppets below are like locusts harvesting the survivors of the Sarutobi family who survived the explosion. Chapter 136. The Meeting of the Hokages of the Past Dynasties. Naruto looked at the distraught Sarutobi Hiruzen indifferently and said, this title once belonged to the Uchiha clan. Then he shook his head and went on. It's useless, this is a coup, not a joke. Sarutobi Hiruzen completely gave up the last hope. Ape devil, the golden cudgel in his hand suddenly grew longer and stabbed towards Naruto. Naruto calmly stretched out his palm and directly blocked the golden cudgel. Impossible, that's the Vajra body of the ape demon. At this time, the face of the ape demon on the other side appeared on the golden cudgel and said in shock. This guy's body actually makes me feel pain. At this time, Orochimaru on the other side suddenly stabbed Naruto with his sword. Naruto raised his eyebrows and retreated to dodge Amazono's attack. He looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was silent for a while and then said sullenly, he's my target. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled and decisively jumped a certain distance backward. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look like Orochimaru with an ugly face. On Orochimaru's face, 25 once again showed the iconic evil smile. It just so happens that we have almost tried it, and we have played enough. After all, it is not a course in the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the direction of the family and his face became calm again. He knew that if he didn't solve the two people in front of him, he couldn't support the Sarutobi family at all. Besides, his son Asuma was also there outside the court. After so many years of training, Asuma is already a qualified elite jonin, and he can always resist for a while under his leadership. That's right, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took off the imperial robe on his body, revealing the battle suit he had prepared in advance. Have you predicted your own death? Orochimaru chuckled as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen in full armor. The eyes of the two became sharper. All the chakra on his body was mobilized, even the ruins under his feet began to crack, and the whole earth seemed to be shaking. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and sneered. I won't show mercy just because you are stupid. It's exactly what I want. After the end, I will decide whether to take you back to the ninja school to relearn according to the degree of completion of your ninjutsu. Don't let me down too much. Anbu, who was watching the battle all around, looked at the two in shock. Amazing. Such an incredible chakra. It seems that even the air is oppressed on the body. Naruto looked at the two people who were gaining momentum and threw a stone casually. With a soft sound, the two rushed towards each other suddenly. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen throws a shuriken. The shuriken suddenly split into numerous shadow clones in the air and shot towards Orochimaru. And Orochimaru directly formed the handprint of summoning technique and sneered. Summoning technique. Reanimation jutsu. A wooden coffin suddenly appeared from the ground, forming a shield in front of Orochimaru. Using summoning technique for defense, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the wooden coffin in front of him with a serious expression, frowning. Then he looked at the numbers on the coffin with incredible expressions in his eyes. And this coffin is. Seeing that the third coffin was about to be raised, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted anxiously. Must stop the third one. As he said that, he manipulated the shuriken and walked towards the coffin, and then changed his handprints repeatedly in an attempt to press down the coffin with the words "you see." But Orochimaru's chakra is obviously stronger than third generation. In a tug of war, the last coffin was slowly raised from the ground. Naruto on the side showed such an expression. He felt the very familiar chakra inside the coffin. Fourth generation, Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Many people speculate that the coffin with 4 on it is 4th Kage Luasha, who was murdered by Orochimaru not long ago. But at this time Yinin village is a nominal ally with Sand Shinobi village. If the corpse of the boss of the ally is directly summoned, then Sand Shinobi village will be damned if it doesn't turn back immediately. So Orochimaru's last coffin can only be 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. It's just that Orochimaru's summoning failed because the soul of the 4th generation was sealed in Shinigami's stomach at this time in the original book. But now it's different. Namikaze Minato was released from Shinigami's belly by Naruto. So this time Orochimaru easily summoned all 3 of them. Teacher, what do you think they will think of Konoha you are managing now? Orochimaru opened the 3 coffins with a smile. The ominous premonition in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart became more and more obvious. After a puff of smoke, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato appeared in front of the crowd. How are you going to deal with it, Sarutobi-sensei? No, 3rd Hokage-sama. The previous generations of Hokage took 2 steps forward, with a slightly dull expression on his face. Naruto looked at the 2 of them carefully. He wanted to try to figure out the relationship between the Pure Land and the souls of these 3 people. Long time no see, monkey. Senju Hashirama spoke first, and Senju Tobirama followed with a joke. Oh, it's you, you're getting old too, Sarutobi. Namikaze Minato on the side looked around in a daze. What's going on here? How come I'm back again? He just got 110 out of Shinigami's stomach for a few days. As you can see, I am in a coup d'etat, preparing to overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen's brutal rule. Senju Hashirama on the side frowned. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the opposite side looked ugly. Although he had expected it, he still panicked when he saw the 3 of them. Impure World Reincarnation. Is it this young man who summoned us with the forbidden technique? Great guy. That's a lot. Long time no see. What's going on now? Ha, shut up bro. There is no good or bad ninjutsu, it's just that different people use it. Senju Tobirama turned to look at Orochimaru who was behind him and praised. But at this time Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer cares about his hypocritical image. He greeted Naruto with joy. Under Tobirama's scolding, Senju Hashirama suddenly became apologetic. He said unceremoniously to the Senju brothers, I really didn't expect to meet you 2 brothers again in this situation. I am really sorry. Originally, they should have died with a beautiful longing for Konoha. At this time, Namikaze Minato noticed Naruto beside him. Naruto rolled his eyes at Namikaze Minato who was naturally dumbfounded. Why does it feel like he's just playing around? Tobirama, I told you to destroy all these things. Chapter 137 The Senju family is gone. That's the end of the daily life of the elderly, it's almost time to start. At this time, Orochimaru interrupted the chat of several people. He slowly took out the kunai with the spell from his arms and put it into the back of the heads of the 3. Do you have to fight no matter what era you are in? At this time, Senju Hashirama's tone revealed endless helplessness. But because the body is not connected to the Pure Land, I can't control my expression flexibly. As suffering sinks into the body, bursts of white mist emanated from the bodies of the 3 of them. The originally stiff body began to turn rosy, and it was almost no different from a living person except for the eyes and the cracks on the body. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the opposite side yelled angrily. You fooled the dead, no good will come of playing with time. Do not make jokes. Suddenly a black shadow suddenly appeared in the chaotic scene. I saw him holding a stack of documents with a cold snort. For the deceased, isn't it more disgusting that you treat children and villagers as test subjects? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to look, and his expression changed drastically. I saw Hyuga Hizashi holding a stack of top secret new seals. And next to the top secret is a big family of the Senju clan. Are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the document in his hand in surprise. Hyuga Hizashi looked at the contempt on 3rd generation's face coldly. I didn't expect you to do such a heartless thing for the mere position of Hokage. The other 3 Hokages all turned their heads to look over. The sharp-eyed Senju Tobirama immediately noticed Senju Zuhui on the document. Senju Tobirama frowned and asked, what is this? Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and a strong feeling of discomfort appeared in his heart. Back then Orochimaru was a qualified ninja. Together with Tsunade and Jiraiya, he fights outside to protect Konoha. That year Tsunade entrusted his only younger brother to himself. Also in that year, Naoki was inexplicably killed by the enemy's detonating talisman even though he was at the rear of the battlefield, and even his internal organs were emptied. Until a few years later, Danzo asked himself to carry out the research on wood-style blood succession limit. The experimental subjects used were the bodies of children of various races. Because the corresponding experiments have been carried out before, basically all ended in failure. Until Danzo pulled out the guts he didn't know where he got. At this time, facing Senju Tobirama's inquiry, Naruto nodded to Hyuga Hizashi. This is the information he asked them to send to the venue by name. Hyuga Hizashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and gritted his teeth angrily after receiving the instruction. This is the last direct descendant of the Senju family. Naoki was secreted as a secret agent for experiments after his death. The two Senju brothers were taken aback. The last direct descendant, Naoki. When Senju Hashirama died, Naoki was not yet born, and Senju Tobirama knew that his eldest brother was the grandson, but how did he become the last direct descendant? My Senju family is one of the true founders of Konoha, and it should be the third largest family. Looking at the two people full of doubts, Naruto said with a smile regardless of the sweaty third generation. The Senju clan is gone. What? The faces of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama changed drastically. Regardless of the Fourth World War, after Senju Hashirama was resurrected, he just lamented the occurrence of the war. That's because he didn't know that the Senju clan had been wiped out at the time. And my granddaughter became a Hokage, no matter how I think the Senju clan is doing well. But now Naruto told them on the spot that the Senju clan was wiped out. Both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama turned livid. They are all people who came back from the Sengoku period. Senju Hashirama's biggest motivation for founding Konoha is to protect the children of his clan from the harm of war, and not to die on the battlefield at a young age like his younger brothers Itama and Wajian. In the final analysis, he established Konoha for his people. If he knew that peace would come after the establishment of Konoha, but his own people would die, I am afraid that the first thing he would do would be to destroy Konoha. After all, Senju Hashirama's black belly far surpasses that of Uchiha Madara. Whether it was playing games when he was a child, or inserting Madara's waist behind the Valley of the End, what Senju Hashirama showed was not at all the kind of open-mindedness he showed in the Fourth World War. Uchiha Madara regards Senju Hashirama as the worst brother, and only against him will he be defenseless against his own back. As a result, he was stabbed in the final battle because of his trust in him. In terms of black hearts, Uchiha Madara, who has been played around, is definitely not as good as Senju Hashirama. Now I hear that the Senju clan has been exterminated. Senju Hashirama showed even more anger than Senju Tobirama. Because when he was in power, the ninja clans were only in the integration stage. There is no Senju Tobirama period past his fusion to form the true Will of Fire. In his opinion, the existence of Konoha should protect the children of the Senju clan from the flames of war. Treat the other ninjas participating in the peace plan equally while maintaining the peace of the Senju clan. Hyuga Hizashi said and glanced at first generation and second generation. There was only one successful case in the end, a child who had the internal organs of first generation's grandson Naoki transplanted. However, Hyuga Hizashi held up the document in his hand and said, "Since the death of second Hokage, the Senju family has been sent to the forefront of the ninja war. After fighting in World War II and World War III for decades, Lita's Senju family was wiped out. There should always be old and weak women and children. Even so, the Senju clan can't be exterminated, right? Even in the Sengoku period, there has never been such a cruel war. The children should always be left behind." The anger in Senju Hashirama's eyes was extraordinarily strong. This is the remaining old and weak women and children. Hyuga Hizashi held the documents in his hand and said, "So when Naruto said that the Senju clan was extinct, what is going on?" Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama turned livid when they heard that. One place of this remark. Two courses of chakra explode with a bang. This is Konoha in Senju Hashirama's dream. If there is no Konoha of the Senju family, it has a feather relationship with Senju Hashirama. Because there is no wood-style suppression, the third generation has launched a plan to study the wood-style blood inheritance limit, to say which family is most likely to awaken wood-style. Even if all ninjas with combat effectiveness are sent to the battlefield, the Senju clan should not be wiped out. Chapter 138. The Real Function of Impure World Reincarnation. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and looked at third generation. The geese were pecked by geese all day long, and I had been on guard against Uchiha all my life, but the Senju family was wiped out by the small family I supported. Fire style, baked oil marinated eggs. A sudden fire dragon burst out from third generation's mouth. He knew that at this moment, no matter what excuses he made, his only hope was to defeat the enemy in front of him and escape from the sky, leading the Sarutobi clan to start again. When he let Orochimaru live, he would bet Orochimaru would give himself a chance. But he underestimated the angry Senju brothers too much. Facing the sneak attack of the cage-level powerhouse, Senju Tobirama instantly formed 3 seals and spewed out a large amount of water-style chakra from his mouth. Water-style, water barrier technique. Even without the addition of natural water, Senju Tobirama turned the site into a lake. Although it is not as wide as Kisami's water style, it still easily extinguishes Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire dragon flame bullet. And Senju Hashirama on the side didn't hesitate at all. With a clap of both hands, a large number of vines suddenly drilled out of the ground and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth-style birth of the Sea of Trees. This time there is no need for Orochimaru to wipe the consciousness of both of them. The two furiously went straight to Sarutobi Hiruzen and killed 923. Facts have proved that computers are fundamentally different from Babel. Even if the strength of the two of them is not even 1/10 because of the sacrifice, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen is not even 1/100th. But with a strong sense of fighting, he could easily lift the suppressed head of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, the two who have been fighting in Sengoku for a long time have completely crushed Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old Yinbi who has been behind the scenes for a long time, in terms of physical skills. After a few rounds, Sarutobi Hiruzen had received more than a dozen big feet on the face one after another, and his mouth was almost crooked by the furious Senju Hashirama. Naruto on the side watched with gusto. This is the true combat effectiveness of first generation and second generation. When watching anime, the two were replaced by two shadow clones by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was outrageous to die. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. A dodging third generation with a bruised nose and swollen face from the beating hurriedly spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm, turning into a cliff more than 10 meters high to separate himself from the two. However, what he didn't pay attention to was that a stalk of Kanagi was pierced on his raised wall at some point. Flying Thunder God Technique. Swish. A figure with yellow hair appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a sudden kick, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just gained a firm footing, was kicked down from the cliff with a dazed expression on his face. Namikaze Minato. By this time his eyes had lost their luster and turned into a ruthless robot controlled by Orochimaru. After all, he had been watching the show for a long time, and the fourth generation, who had been brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, would never take the initiative to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. So Orochimaru directly turned on the manual hang-up mode. And Naruto also noticed, after Orochimaru controlled Namikaze Minato's consciousness, a strange force controlled Namikaze Minato's soul through the spell on the seal. This kind of power is very similar to the Shinigami he encountered when Naruto used the dead ghost before. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, more convinced that Impure World Reincarnation is not as simple as a simple summoning technique at all. Combined with the White Zetsu Legion created by Kagaya, Impure World Reincarnation is a perfect match with White Zetsu. Even Senju Tobirama, who is known as the master of the Forbidden Technique, wants to develop this forbidden technique of summoning the dead for no reason. Because this is obviously beyond the reach of Cage level, it is obvious that someone deliberately linked the coordinates of the Pure Land to the present world, and then recreated the Impure World Reincarnation with the help of Senju Tobirama. As for the purpose, the kind of White Zetsu who only knows to rely on physical skills to move forward is not even as powerful as a chunin. If they are used as sacrifices to revive the spirit CFDH souls in the Pure Land and transform them into biological weapons, the strength will be improved by more than one level. Coupled with the infinite chakra accumulated in the Pure Land for thousands of years. Immortality plus infinite chakra are enough to make White Zetsu a powerful war troop. Perhaps there are many ninjas who will not work for the caster, so this technique of controlling the soul and using instinct to fight becomes the key to creating an undead army. There is absolutely no comparison between 100,000 White Zetsu and 100,000 Jonin. Regardless of the limited strength of the ninjas produced by Yakushi Kabuto summoning, the genes he can find are only nearly 100 years old. The Sage of Six Paths holds the souls of all the powerful for thousands of years. If he wanted to, he could instantly make all of these 100,000 White Zetsu into Jonin level or even Cage level powerhouses. And his purpose is naturally to deal with the Otsutsuki family that may come in the future. Interesting. Naruto looked at the desperate Sarutobi Hiruzen with a playful expression on his face. At this time, the vines under his feet instantly bulged and tied Sarutobi Hiruzen tightly. Ape Devil, Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled again. The old ape looked at the previous generations of Hokage below with an ugly expression. Not to mention him, even the immortals of the three holy places would not be willing to easily become enemies with these three people. But after all, I have been with Sarutobi Hiruzen all my life. It's just pathetic. Sarutobi, it's all your fault for not killing him in the first place. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried hard to break free from the vine but couldn't. He dressed rough and said to the ape demon, "Don't you want to do it next?" The ape demon sighed. "It's too late. Please ape demon, at least don't let the Sarutobi clan disappear." The ape demon took a deep look below, and turned into a Rui golden cudgel again to break the tree on Yuanfei's body. And the Senju brothers below just watched coldly and did not interrupt. They also didn't want to let Sarutobi Hiruzen die so easily. The two were not like Uchiha Madara who was betrayed by the tribe, they both loved their tribe deeply. Senju Tobirama waited until Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely ready and asked coldly, "Do you still want to resist? Maybe it would be more comfortable to just wait for death." Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a golden cudgel, his face was livid, and he suddenly made a handprint. "At least let you no longer appear in this world. Ninjas don't need to appear as gods anymore." Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 139. Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the appearance of several white mist, the fourth generation Shadow Clone appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto on the side frowned. 4. Orochimaru plus successive generations of Hokage are only 4 people. Adding the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen is already superhuman. However, Naruto laughed when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen glance at him inadvertently. This guy still didn't give up, thinking that the controlled Shinigami could threaten his own existence. He has no idea that Naruto is Zanpakuto who owns the real Shinigami. For this kind of spiritual body, the lethality is simply destructive. When Namikaze Minato was liberated last time, Naruto had some guesses. He suspects that this guy has something to do with Otsutsuki Hamura. The two brothers made a mess of Pure Land gods, and no one knew what their plans were. But Naruto knows that the two at the Six Paths level will never simply die of old age like in the original animation. Even Sasuke at the end of the Fourth World War can use resurrection, reincarnation, and immortality as his routine means of carrying the darkness of the ninja world. The two who inherited the power of Kagaya could not easily die of old age like ordinary people. Even Black Zetsu, a product of yin and yang escape, can get immortality, let alone them. But at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually hit his own head again, which was unexpected by Naruto. He thought that with his now exposed strength, he could make Sarutobi Hiruzen realize the reality. But now it seems that this guy has jumped the wall. Brother Senju Hashirama frowned seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's seal. The ghouls are completely sealed. As distant relatives and allies of the Uzumaki clan, the two of them naturally knew the forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan. How did you have this sealing technique? Orochimaru behind him took off the mask on his face with a slight sarcasm and said with a smile. That's because the country of Uzumaki has also been destroyed by Kurigakure, and all the sealing techniques are now sealed in Konoha's seal. Senju Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an ugly expression. In the Vortex country destroyed by Kurigakure, the sealing technique appeared in Konoha's sealed book. The reasons this represents are naturally shuddering. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to hide anything anymore. He looked at Orochimaru and the others coldly and said with a sneer. I just want Konoha village to be able to control the tailed beast forever. Not everyone has the power to suppress the tailed beast like you, first Hokage. Senju Hashirama was furious. A-hole, the Uzumaki clan are our allies, and the Jinchuriki will naturally select them to join Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen just sneered. How can this kind of terrifying power be reassured in other villages? Uzumaki country has its own Uzumaki village. At this time, the phantom of Shinigami has slowly appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and his shadow clone. Orochimaru, once you were my most proud disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crowd and said fiercely, I want to bury the mistakes I made together with you guys who shouldn't exist. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell, Shinigami's arms penetrated his body directly through his soul. The black sealing technique appeared on his exposed abdomen. Orochimaru couldn't see the Shinigami yet, and even he hadn't been exposed to the ghoul sealing technique. Frivolous remarks. In the history of the Konoha organization, you are only a temporary leader. Even if what is left is a stone statue, it will weather and rot soon. Only by unraveling all ninjutsu in the world can we find the truth of this world and truly obtain eternal life. Orochimaru said loudly with crazy eyes. Naruto looked at Orochimaru with emotion. I have to say this guy is really a genius. Although he does not know the source of chakra. But just by intuition, he found the right direction of eternal life. Because chakra practiced to ultimate and reach the 6 paths level can indeed live forever. And Orochimaru has completed the reverse growth during the Boruto Pass, and he is the only one who does not cut but strengthens in the Boruto Pass. Illusion. Darkness technique. At this time, Senju Tobirama decisively performed this ninjutsu that limits the field of vision. He knew that ghoul sealing required the caster to grasp the target before casting it. So he hurriedly restricted Sarutobi Hiruzen's perception. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is a cage-level powerhouse after all, and he had already planted his own chakra mark in the previous battle. The arm belonging to the Shinigami pierced directly into the bodies of Orochimaru and successive Hokages through the shadow clone with precision. And Shinigami began to murmur an unknown spell. The sting from the soul made Sarutobi Hiruzen howl in pain. The souls belonging to the 3 Hokages were forcibly pulled from the bodies of the impure world reincarnation by the arms of the Shinigami. Dark Road technique is released due to Senju Tobirama being controlled. Idiot. Because what appeared in front of him was the Zanpakuto that looked like a kitchen knife. New. Even if they can't, I will hold you back. At this moment, Naruto watched Sarutobi Hiruzen sneeringly and spit out 2 words. At this time, Naruto kindly explained with a speechless face. Shinigami's arm stopped. However, a powerful backlash suddenly came from Shadow Clone. Its ghostly eyes revealed fear. Although it is only a low-quality product, the ghouls are sealed for the soul. He couldn't even seal Orochimaru, let alone Senju Hashirama, a pervert-level super shadow. Impossible. This is a forbidden technique that can seal 9 tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into sharp pain, and with a bang, the 2 shadow clones controlling Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama exploded. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by the Senju brothers who looked at him with a sneer. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, and the arm on the main body suddenly rushed towards Naruto. If Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama don't resist, you may be able to seal them easily. However, at the moment when it was about to be grabbed into Naruto's body. If Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama are resisting, it would be foolish for Sarutobi Hiruzen to seal the souls of these 2 people. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's main body hurriedly manipulated the soul arm on his body and grabbed Naruto. Speaking of this, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen sympathetically, and even the last whole card was completely invalidated. Chapter 140 Spike Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto's Ambition. Impossible. This is Shinigami. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The powerful Shinigami enshrined by the dignified Uzumaki family stopped their arms in fear. Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. Naruto sneered. The Black Death Tyrant outfit instantly appeared all over his body. I should have warned you last time. Crescent Sky Rushes. A terrifying slash instantly issued from the slender blade. It gradually enlarged in midair and finally smashed fiercely on Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Even Shinigami behind him let out a wail from the depths of his soul. The mighty Ryutsu's ever-expanding hack fell directly on Hokage Rock on the edge of Konoha village. The shadow rock belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen was directly cut in two from the middle by the slash. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at Naruto in surprise. This, 150, looks extremely young ninja has such a powerful strength. Not quite as powerful as controlling Nine Tails' moderate difficulty of the beast though. But no matter how you look at it, this is just a random blow by Naruto. Congratulations to host for successfully killing Konoha village Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and gaining 1 million destiny points. Naruto put it away slowly. Zangetsu said to him, I gave you a chance, Orochimaru, I'm getting impatient. Orochimaru looked ugly and stared at Naruto. Naruto stretched out 2 fingers to Orochimaru and said lightly, now I give you 2 options. One is to rejoin Konoha, or wait for Konoha to kill you. Orochimaru asked with a mocking expression on his face. You think you can kill me? Naruto said to him with a look of disdain. It's nothing more than troublesome, secretly looking at the soul fragments you left on the bodies of those subordinates. You can try. Orochimaru's heart trembled. He is the only one who knows this secret, but the other party actually directly revealed his biggest secret. This made Orochimaru's vigilance towards Naruto more and more heightened. I'm a traitor, aren't you afraid that it will cause dissatisfaction with Konoha's senior management? Naruto looked at Orochimaru with a strange face. High level, who do you think will be Konoha's high level after today? Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then remembered, this guy is in a coup d'état. Judging from the chakra fluctuations in Konoha's battle, it is estimated that Danzo's situation is also more or less ominous. Konoha F4 directly removes the 2 real powers, so the whole Konoha is probably in his hands. But Orochimaru said with a smile, don't underestimate the remaining 2, Udatain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura have a very good relationship with Daimyo. If they prevent you from becoming a Hokage, it may not be so easy for you to gain power. Hearing Orochimaru mention those 2 veterans and Daimyo, Naruto laughed out loud. Even Orochimaru couldn't avoid the shackles from this feudal society's thinking. Naruto said with a sneer, Daimyo, what kind of thing is that? Is it strong? Is it hard to kill? This kind of waste holds the power of the Fire Nation, don't you find it strange? The law of the jungle is the eternal truth of the world. Why is Ninja Village just a tool used by these countries for war? Why should ninjas protect those wastes who only know how to eat, drink and have fun behind the battlefield? Because of money. There are many ways to get money, the fastest of which is to control the country by yourself. Why are there constant wars and frictions in the ninja world? It's all because every country is ruled by a bunch of good-for-nothings who only know how to enjoy themselves. When they get bored, they just need to move their fingers and send ninjas to die for them. This is unreasonable. The king dies in the country, and the emperor guards the country. If you want peace, you don't need these wastes that eat dry food. Senju Hashirama established the ninja village and changed the structure of the ninja world. Then new changes should come. Have you heard of the integration of military and government? Government grows out of the barrel of a gun. Orochimaru looked at Naruto in astonishment. It was as if a corner of his mind had been slammed open. About the ninja world, peace, war, ninja, and the balance between power are constantly reversing in my mind. Yes, why should our group of powerful ninjas obey those who have no strength and only know how to eat and drink? After leaving Konoha, didn't he easily take over the country of Tianji? Even a businessman like Kaido can control the land of waves at will, why can't Konoha control the land of fire? Orochimaru's eyes grew brighter, as if a new world opened from his heart. Interesting. This proposal is so much fun. Hey, it's not good for you to do this, it will make other countries afraid of causing a siege. At this time, a voice came from the side, interrupting Orochimaru's train of thought. Several people turned their heads and found that it was Senju Hashirama who had lost his target. Little ghost, I admit that you are very strong, but your strength is not strong enough to ignore the entire ninja world. I can feel the 9 tails in your body, but your amount of chakra may not even be comparable to that of Uchiha Madara back then. If the daimyo is moved, the daimyos of the other 4 major countries will definitely use their power to persuade Ninja Village to attack Yi. With Konoha's strength, it is impossible to withstand the siege of the 4 major villages. Even with you, when your chakra is exhausted, Konoha will still be destroyed. Naruto smiled slightly when he heard the words, and the amount of chakra in his body is more than 7,000 calories. You must know that once you attack the daimyo, the war that will start must not be as simple as it ends. The death of any ninja can create a bond with himself to obtain destiny points. Not to mention that at this time, I am already 1 step away from the 6 paths level. But Senju Hashirama overlooked a problem. Human sea tactics will be useless in front of Konoha. Perhaps firearms have limited damage to ninjas above chunin. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening to them, the other daimyos will spare no effort to kill Konoha, and they cannot let this precedent start. That is, Naruto has a huge modern 5.7 weapon to support it. Once the 4 wars are set off by oneself, the ninjas in the entire ninja world will inevitably be involved. But it was a disaster for Genin. This also means that as long as the ammunition is sufficient, this is the trump card that Naruto dared to ignore the entire ninja world. I am the destiny system. If you add 9 tails, it may have reached nearly 20,000 cards, which is already stronger than Naruto's 9 tails chakra mode in the 4th battle. But it is extremely difficult to unify the ninja world with this kind of strength. There are nearly 80,000 ninja coalition forces, at least 70,000 are genin. The quickest way to get more destiny points, perform A and lottery prizes beyond the 6 paths level rewards, and completely get rid of the threat of the Otsutsuki clan. This is the real purpose of Naruto. Chapter 141 The terrifying rate of fire of 1,000 bullets. If you want to achieve your goals, you need to have strong capital. Now that Naruto has conquered Orochimaru, he can fully use Orochimaru's ability. I said Orochimaru, shouldn't you also make good use of your strengths? Orochimaru rolled his eyes. Apparently he had other understandings of this sentence, but how could Orochimaru, who is as smart as he is, not understand? Haha, just say it, you want my science and technology, don't you? Or want to use my forbidden technique? Naruto nodded in satisfaction. You old loach is indeed much smarter than some people. I just want to borrow your technological ability, it would be great if I could improve my weapons. While saying these words again, Naruto deliberately pulled Orochimaru to a quiet place aside. After all, there are some things that Senju Hashirama should not know. What exactly is the 25 weapon you're talking about? I have to check it out. Besides, my technology is powerful, but my forbidden technique is the most powerful. Why don't you want my forbidden technique? Naruto explained. The risk of the forbidden technique is too great. The reason why it is called the forbidden technique is because once it is cast, it will cause serious consequences. Not only is it harmful to the practitioner, but it will also cause other irreversible effects, which is not the first choice. The current expert duels are all completed in the blink of an eye, and the probability of using the forbidden technique is too small. It doesn't work for me at all. What I want to do is to create a strong army in the future. Do you get me? Orochimaru nodded in understanding, but there was still a hint of doubt on his face. Didn't you say that the military and the government should be integrated? But how can it be achieved? Now the undercurrent of various forces in the village is moving, it seems that it is not so easy to complete your plan. Naruto waved his hand and said, don't worry. I have thought of everything you can think of, as long as you do it with me, I will never treat you badly. Orochimaru, you are a genius, but you have gone on the wrong path before. Now is a good opportunity to reform yourself. Whether you want to seize it or not is entirely up to you. You should think it through. Orochimaru immediately showed a smile. Of course, I have already thought about it, as long as it allows me to continue to do experiments, I don't care about anything else. I'm looking forward to your dream, it would be great if I could see you sooner. But how could someone like Orochimaru change so quickly? Naruto naturally had his own ideas in mind. He reached out and patted Orochimaru's body lightly. I'll take you to see my army weapons, and then you'll understand what to do. Orochimaru did not expect to gain Naruto's trust so quickly. After going through the passage all the way, I finally came to the secret base, where rows of machine guns and various weapons were neatly arranged together. There is no problem if the number is large enough to start the Ninja World War. Orochimaru's eyes lit up when he saw it. I couldn't put it down for this novel thing, and immediately picked up a machine gun and looked at it carefully. What is this thing? It's really interesting to look at. As he said that, Orochimaru also made a shooting motion. Fortunately, there were no bullets in it, otherwise it would be really easy to go off. Naruto took the machine gun from Orochimaru's hand and weighed it in his hand. This is a good thing. The rate of fire of the machine gun can reach a terrifying rate of fire of 1,000 rounds per minute. This thing is not a threat to chunin and above, but it is a big killer to genin. Naruto looked into Orochimaru's eyes and asked a question. How long do you think it would take to raise a chunin? Orochimaru paused before saying, it takes about 5 or 6 years to train a chunin, and the pass rate is not very high. Why are you asking such a question all of a sudden? Naruto nodded. That's right, it takes several years to cultivate a chunin, and the number of genin eliminated is even greater. But I only need to train a normal person for a week in front of this weapon to kill all genin. The ninja composition of a village today requires most of the genin to perform the trivial tasks. Although they are not threatening, I have a large number of them, and our Konoha village genin alone cannot fight against them. But if equipped with these guns after training, they will be invincible, more than enough for a large number of genin. Besides, I'm also preparing other weapons. It's really good as an auxiliary tool. Orochimaru showed a look of disbelief. Having said so much, I want to show it. I want 343 to see how powerful this thing called a machine gun is. Quote, I can't just listen to what you say. Naruto didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out a puppet for practice and placed it not far away. After installing the ammunition chain, raise your hand and pull the trigger directly. In an instant, a flame burst out in the narrow space, and the huge sound drowned the two of them. The huge sound and fire seemed to become the symphony of the whole world. After a chain of ammunition was fired, the doll in front of him had long since disappeared, replaced by eggshells and debris all over the floor. Even a pervert like Orochimaru was stunned when he saw this scene. This thing is too scary. Orochimaru's face turned pale, and his voice trembled a little. He wasn't afraid of the firepower of the machine gun, but that Naruto actually possessed such an invention. It seems that Naruto is not just talking. It seems that the scariest person in Konoha village is not Senju Hashirama, but you Naruto. Why didn't I find out before? Naruto snorted softly. HMPH. I didn't expect your handsome Orochimaru to be flattering. It's really rare. Chapter 142 Hokage's successor. That must be Tsunade. Orochimaru smiled wryly. Ha ha ha. How can people not bow their heads under the eaves? In fact, our purpose is the same, isn't it just cooperation? But I do have some suggestions, I don't know if you want to hear them or not. But it's okay to say. Naruto was very curious about the suggestion made by someone like Orochimaru. About your suggestions on firearms, didn't you say that you want to use my technology to strengthen them? I can do this, but I also have my own requirements, that is, I must erase my previous black history. Naruto nodded. It's natural, but you can't come out so blatantly in the future, it won't affect anyone well. At least you have to wear a cloak to cover your face when you go out in the future. Orochimaru also didn't refute, sometimes it's better to be low-key in this kind of friendship. If his enemies came after him, Orochimaru would have to deal with those troublesome things himself, so he might as well keep a low profile. It's all right, but Naruto. The last thing is very important, that is, you must provide me with a safe place. I need to move the lab near our Konoha village, where I can modify weapons in large quantities. At the same time, it can also strengthen the cooperation between us, don't you think? Naruto nodded. I have thought about this a long time ago. Compared with the underground mouse laboratory you hid before, it is simply too shabby. I will draw a piece of land in the forest behind Konoha village as your territory, where you can do experiments with peace of mind. I'll tell you, Orochimaru, though, that you can't have contact with other people in the village. Orochimaru froze for a moment. Why, is it okay for me to come to the village once in a while? No, the appearance of your image in the village is a kind of panic for the villagers. If there is a problem, I don't have the time and energy to wipe your A. I still have a lot of work to do. Naruto's goal is to accumulate enough mandate points to complete his goal. How could Orochimaru understand that? Even if he said it, he wouldn't understand it. The big snake king smiled awkwardly. It seems that the image of my Dashiwan among the villagers of Konoha village is really too hip. Pipe. Well, as long as I can complete my research goals, as for the cooperation between us, it is also a pleasure. Naruto waved his hand. Go back and do your business first, I will contact you when the time comes. Now Konoha village still has a mess to clean up, and I have a very important task for you after a while. After the incident subsided this time, less than half a month later, the village once again regained its former vitality. The previous days are still the same, how to live. But Naruto's heart really can't calm down, because there are too many things to do for him. The most important one is that the Hokage of Konoha village is gone now, and the next Hokage heir must be selected. For this matter, the senior leaders of Konoha village have been arguing endlessly, but there is still no correct result. In Konoha village, there are a total of senior consultants. They are Udatain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, both of whom are very old men and women. And Hokage's full-time consultant Nara Shirju is in the prime of life. In Hokage's office, when several senior leaders were discussing, the door was suddenly pushed open. Naruto walked in leisurely and sat down on the stool. I said you old fools have been arguing here for so long, and there is still no clear result. In my opinion, there is only one person who can be a Hokage candidate today. Nara Shirju asked. Naruto, don't play charades now, the work up and down in our village can't be carried out normally. If you have any good suggestions, please come forward. Think about the 3 legendary ninjas in our village, have you forgotten all of them? As soon as these words came out, everyone present suddenly realized. The 3 legendary ninjas in Konoha village are Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade. It's just that Orochimaru's identity is quite special now, so it is naturally impossible to become Hokage. The remaining 2 are Jiraiya and Tsunade. Udatain Kaharu suddenly realized. How can you be an old fool? We have forgotten these 2 people now. But where are the 2 of them now? We don't even know, especially since Jiraiya started to travel around the world, he hasn't been back to the village much. As for that Tsunade, he knows how to eat, drink, play and gamble all day long, but he still doesn't know where to hide his debts. Naruto didn't think so, he explained. It's really one-sided when you say that, although Jiraiya's whereabouts are uncertain, he will contact us regularly. If you want to find him, you only need to send him a letter from the bird to get him back. As for Tsunade, although he has a little problem, but his ability is fully qualified for Hokage's position. As for where she is now, you can look for it slowly. Mitokado Homura suddenly slapped the table, which shocked everyone present. Bang. It's a waste of time for us to argue about such a simple matter here. Jiraiya doesn't have the intention to be Hokage at all, he can't be locked up, and only Tsunade can do it. Hearing this, Naruto immediately stated to them. Then leave this task to me. I will definitely bring Tsunade back and let him do Hokage obediently. What do you think? Before anyone could react, Naruto had already slipped out of the door. In fact, this is completely in Naruto's control. The reason he wants Tsunade back is because he wants to get the legendary Sannin together. After all, these 3 people can be said to be the strongest fighting force in Konoha village at present. If I can get the help of the 3 of them in my future career, it will be even more powerful for me. But as for where Tsunade is, you can guess without even thinking about it, it must be in the casino. 30 kilometers south of Konoha village, Lijiao has a small town where casinos are almost everywhere. Because of the location of Konoha village, the traffic is very developed geographically. Therefore, there are a lot of merchants coming and going from all walks of life, and they have gathered here to form a small town with a very large flow of people. And in this small town, there are all kinds of taverns, casinos and entertainment facilities. It provides maximum convenience for passengers passing by. Naruto originally thought that he would slowly find Tsunade in this small town with more than a dozen casinos. I didn't expect to hear a noisy sound just after arriving in the town. When I got closer, I didn't expect Tsunade to be in the middle of the crowd, playing drunk with a group of people. It doesn't make sense for me to be a good boy. It's such a coincidence that I found Tsunade at a glance. God treats me really well. But it saved me a lot of time. Tsunade is still dizzy now, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and he is drinking crazy. Chapter 143. What did you say? I don't mind being a Hokage. And Shizune on the side is fighting, and it seems to be a fight. After Naruto watched for a while, he understood what was going on. It turned out that Tsunade came to this restaurant to eat and drink after just gambling. I didn't give the boss any money, so I kicked Tsunade out this time. Naruto immediately stepped forward to make a rescue, and after a good talk, he paid for the drink and pulled the dazed Tsunade aside. I said, Shizune, what's the matter with you? You and Tsunade got mixed up in this field. She didn't even recognize Naruto because the people were too confused just now. So it's you, Naruto. I didn't expect you to grow up so big. But then again, why did you appear in such a place? Naruto waved his hand and said, now is not the time to talk about these things. I have something important to tell Tsunade about how he is drinking like this now. Master Tsunade is always like this, but if I want a hangover, I have a way. Speaking of this, Shizune directly lifted Tsunade up, and then punched him hard in the stomach. Tsunade vomited straight away, throwing up all the wine in his stomach. After vomiting, Tsunade was indeed sober 207, but his speech was still a little dazed. Ah, Shizune, what's the matter? We haven't played enough gambling today. Shizune helped the master to the side bench and sat down. Master Tsunade, I have something important to ask you now. Tsunade immediately laughed when he saw it was Naruto. Haha, I thought who it was. It turned out to be Naruto. You little brat, you actually found this place, so just tell me what's going on. Naruto stopped talking nonsense, so he told everything about what happened in Konoha village recently. Finally, the purpose of coming here is summarized. Now we have no Hokage in Konoha village, so I came to you this time to be a Hokage. I thought Tsunade would immediately agree, but unexpectedly he became drunk. Hokage, I don't care about this position, I will go to whoever I like. My old lady is spending time here now, is she happy? Why is Tien going to sit there? I won't go back. Naruto has known Tsunade's toughness for a long time, but he didn't expect that it has exceeded his expected range CFDB. This girl is not a good person. I said Tsunade, now is not the time for us to be willful, but Konoha village needs you to get back on its feet. Don't you want Konoha village to be touched by other forces now? If our Konoha village has no leader now, other forces such as big customers will definitely take advantage of it in the future. At that time, our Konoha village will really become a daimyo village. I think you don't want this kind of thing to happen to him. Although Tsunade has a tough personality, she does things very delicately, so she can naturally take this into consideration. What you little devil said really makes sense, but I can't just go back with you for nothing. Isn't that old lady too shameless? Tsunade took advantage of the alcohol, but unexpectedly made a request. Naruto was very helpless, so he asked, tell me, what are the conditions, as long as I can agree? As long as you take me to the casino tonight and you can win, then I'll go back with you as a Hokage tomorrow. How about it? I, Tsunade, always mean what I say, and I am an existence that is what I say. Naruto is completely speechless. Others wanting to fight for this position are already bloody. Unexpectedly, Tsunade detested the hot position. You have to bargain with yourself. But for his future goals, Naruto can only agree to her small request. Isn't it just gambling? It's a piece of cake for me, come with me. So these three people swaggered to the entrance of the casino again. As soon as he arrived at the door, he was surrounded by a crowd of people. At this time, some people in the crowd kept muttering, look, the fat sheep is coming again. That's right, I lost so much money just now, I didn't expect him to abduct another little brat from somewhere. Hurry up and follow him back to live. We will definitely make a lot of money. You must not let this fat sheep run away. The fat sheep that these onlookers are talking about refers to Tsunade. Because Tsunade always loses every bet, and the accuracy rate is as high as 100%. As long as you follow Tsunade to win against your opponent, you can make a lot of money. As long as a master has participated in the game, he will definitely lose, so it is like pulling wool, and is called a fat sheep. Naruto gave Tsunade a blank look. Other people call you a fat sheep, but you are not angry at all. Tsunade said nothing. I've been used to it for a long time, anyway, I have this kind of physique. Then today we are going to forcibly break your physique over, let's see mine tonight. So the three of them came to the casino in such a swaggering manner. Wherever they went, there was a large group of people behind them, trying to take advantage of them. At the biggest gaming table, three people entered the state after taking their seats. Tsunade looked at Naruto suspiciously. Originally, I liked the throwing and small pressure gun technique, but immediately replaced it with large pressure. It's not real, I'm not dreaming. Seeing Tsunade, who finally won once, his eyes widened, he couldn't believe himself, all this was real. Tsunade then thought about the new theory, so he decided. This kind of technique is called negative, and your original luck is very bad. What are you doing? I'll teach you a trick. If you want to win, you have to listen to me. At the gaming table, it was the underdog. Just when Tsunade was about to overweight, Naruto stopped her. I said, Tsunade, you should give it a try. Success or failure depends on this round. Anyway, you have nothing to lose. When you subconsciously want to press a size, put the money in your hand directly on the opposite goal. Tsunade didn't care, but if you do that, then your 100% chance of losing becomes 100% of winning. What everyone didn't expect was that this time the so-called fat sheep in other people's mouths actually made a comeback. How can this method win? I told you that I will lose 100% of my luck. The whole person stood there dumbly, and began to wonder if he was actually dreaming. Tsunade pinched his cheek hard and found that he was not dreaming. Chapter 144. Not much money owed. Only 30 million. Then Tsunade looked suspiciously at Naruto, who was beside him. I said, Naruto boy, you are the one who made trouble, right? The matchmaker spread his hands to indicate that he had done nothing. I said, what's the matter with you? Let you find a way to win money and still blame me. What's more, I didn't do anything. It's just that you followed my advice. It's as simple as that. You win this one. It's all about Tsunade. Your own luck has changed. If you don't believe me, it will be clear at a glance if you continue to throw chips according to this idea in the next hand. Tsunade still didn't believe in evil, so he made another bet. This time, according to Naruto's method, he deliberately cast the die-casting chips on the point that he didn't like. Wow, another win. My god, it looks like Tsunade is going to be lucky today, and our legendary fat sheep actually has a turnaround against the wind. The people around also exploded, and began to spread word of mouth, talking about it one after another. But Tsunade didn't believe it, so he continued betting hand after hand. After playing like this for the whole night, in the early morning of the second day, the money around the two of them had already piled up into a hill. Tsunade finally let out a long sigh and spoke in one breath. Hey, it seems that all of this is God's will. It's all God's arrangement. I have to go back to be a Hokage. If that's the case, let's go back and ship all the money back by the way. In fact, Naruto has always had a question in his heart, and at this moment he finally couldn't help asking. I said, how much money do you owe to the outside world? I've always wanted to know. Tsunade opened it, fingers began to count, and it took a while to speak. Not much, probably only about 30 million. That's just 6 times the money we're making now. The black lines on Naruto's face. If you calculate this based on your salary as a Hokage, it may take 300 years to fully pay it off. By the way, how did you get into gambling? Tsunade thought carefully before saying. I have to ask my grandpa about holding Hashirama for this kind of thing. Actually, my grandfather, who made Hashirama himself, also had a bad habit before, that is, he likes to gamble. I have learned from him since I was a child. It turned out that nothing can be changed. It turned out that the so-called god of ninja, Senju Hashirama, did not expect to have such a dark history of revelations. Haha, you two are really interesting. The money was fully loaded into a carriage before it was all loaded. When Naruto returned to Hokage's office with Tsunade, Narashikaku was taken aback. I said that your efficiency is too fast. You just went out yesterday, and you got him back today. Naruto patted his chest and said, this kind of thing is a piece of cake for me, you see if it is so. Tsunade swaggered and sat directly on Hokage's seat, and said to Nara. I said, Nara Lugiu, you are an old man in our village anyway, why is your efficiency so poor? Don't you just want to find someone from Hokage? Am I coming back? From today onwards, I will officially become a Hokage, and I will handle everything about the village. As for the other 2 high-ranking Konohas, there is no need to let them participate in this matter. When you get old, you should take good care of yourselves. What do you do with our affairs every day? When Tsunade speaks, he has a kind of haki, which makes people around him feel irrefutable. He is obviously a natural leader. Now that Hokage's position has finally been taken over, it means that Konoha village already has a backbone. Narashikahisa is naturally very happy. Master Tsunade, what you said is absolutely right, then in a few days we will be preparing for Hokage's enthronement ceremony. I'm starting to prepare to announce this now. Nara then left Hokage's office, leaving only Naruto and Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly changed his tone and said to Naruto. I said, Naruto, although I don't go back to the village all the year round, I have heard about you more or less. Why? Even I, Tsunade, are in admiration for being able to possess such great strength at such a young age. However, it's better for us to be clear about some things. After all, you and I are smart people, so there's no need for us to beat around the bush. Ask for flowers. Naruto smiled knowingly. As expected of being one of the legendary Sannin, he really has a style. Since we are all our own here now, I have also made it clear. Now Orochimaru is in my possession, it has become my subordinate. You must know how much trouble Ambassador when brought to our Konoha village before, you are also very clear. Tsunade nodded, he naturally knew how dangerous the embassy guy was. Among other things, Orochimaru alone is enough to destroy a small country and an ordinary ninja village. If Orochimaru is allowed to continue to maintain the cockpit and develop its strength, then Konoha village will always be exposed to the conspiracy of the Big Snake. It can be said that the previous Orochimaru was an untimely bomb, which may cause a fatal blow to Konoha village at any time. The incident that happened not long ago almost killed Konoha village. If Naruto hadn't made a timely move, the situation would be much more dangerous now than before. Orochimaru and I have known his character since we were young, but I just didn't expect him to be subdued by you. But I think you must value something in him that can be used. Otherwise, with your strength, I'm afraid you would have wiped him out long ago. There are no other outsiders here who have any plans. Naruto, you can tell me. I'm standing with you. Looking at Tsunade's appearance, Naruto already had his own plan in mind. His original plan was to put the legendary three on his side. In the future, we will be able to establish a country with military and political integration, and have reliable people to provide support for ourselves. I just didn't expect things to develop so smoothly now. Orochimaru has taken refuge in himself, but now Tsunade actually wants to seek cooperation with himself, and is on his side. It couldn't have been better. Then let me tell you the truth, I am not satisfied with the current ninja world structure. Why can those big names sit on most of the resources and enjoy all these things? Chapter 145. If you want to learn ninjutsu from Orochimaru, you must pass this level. And the ninjas who work hard can only get a small change. Don't you think all this is fair? You must know that the absolute combat power here is the ninja, not those ordinary daimyo. As long as they exist, we will never be able to move forward. So my goal is to build a country that integrates the military and the government, and that is the direction in which ninjas will develop in the future. Hearing this, Tsunade burst out laughing. Haha, I really didn't expect you to have such great ambitions, but this is also in line with your ability. Only a powerful person can say such a thing. To tell you the truth, I actually don't care what the future of Naruto's country will be like. As long as Konoha village can prosper and develop, that is my greatest wish. So in fact, the goals of the two of us, 687, are the same. As long as you have my Hokage as your background, you can easily do whatever you want. If you have anything to do in the future, just ask, as long as I can do it, I will help you. Naruto replied immediately, no need, I have something to tell you now. That's the forest behind our village. I need to requisition it for Orochimaru to use as a research base. Tsunade was taken aback. What did you say? You want Orochimaru to set up an experimental base here? What if he's trying to wreak havoc? Naruto explained calmly. About this matter, you can rest assured that Orochimaru will definitely listen to me, because I put a spell on him. If he is disobedient, I just need to move my finger, and he can die without a burial. What's more, you also know Orochimaru, he is purely the kind of bully. As long as you meet a master who is stronger than him, you will definitely be able to subdue him. And my ability can completely control Orochimaru, and he can't make any fools. You can rest assured about this. Tsunade nodded, then asked. Then just tell me how big an area you need. It is enough to enclose a forest area of about 100 mu from me 5 kilometers behind Konoha village. I won't build these bases on the ground, but hide them deep underground, so that people in the village can avoid panic. Then we've reached a consensus. After Naruto settled with Tsunade, he left Hokage's office. There is still a lot to do for Naruto. Unexpectedly, I saw Sasuke just outside the door, and he also appeared outside the door. Sasuke, what are you doing here? Sasuke glanced inside through the crack of the door, and then said. There is one thing I have to tell you, Naruto, that is, I also want to become stronger. I used to think that you were the tail of a crane, but now I finally see clearly that your strength is far above mine. So I want to practice with you, how about it? For Naruto, Sasuke is an indispensable right-hand man. Although he is not very old now, it is not difficult to become stronger. Sasuke, if you want to become stronger, there are many ways. But in the end how to choose, still depends on yourself. Sasuke seemed to have considered this issue a long time ago, and expressed his thoughts firmly. I want to practice with Orochimaru, I have seen his strength. Orochimaru is completely different from the other ninjas in our village, only he has that kind of ambition. I will definitely grow up quickly under his training. Naruto suddenly remembered that Sasuke followed Orochimaru to practice. But that just saves some hassle. Now Orochimaru has belonged to himself, so as long as he is obedient, it can be said that the more the better for Sasuke's practice. So Naruto immediately agreed to Sasuke's request. Isn't it just Orochimaru? Just let me tell him, you get your luggage ready now, let's go now. Sasuke was a little different, and didn't realize it for a while. What did you say we're leaving now? Yeah, what do you think? We have to go to Orochimaru to teach you how to become stronger now. But wouldn't this be too hasty? I still have some things to do. Naruto stopped talking nonsense. What do you want to do now? Hurry up. I only give you 1 hour, let's gather at the gate. So Sasuke disappeared at the door in a flash, and hurried home to prepare. An hour later, Sasuke showed up at the gate of Konoha village on time. I thought he would prepare a lot of luggage, but I didn't expect that he was just carrying a small backpack. There doesn't seem to be anything heavy inside. I'm all set, now where are we going to find Orochimaru? But our guy can be said to be erratic at ordinary times, but he has a very important secret base. The location is in Yinin village in Tianji country. Sasuke is very curious about this matter. How many secret bases does Orochimaru have? Naruto spread his fingers and made some calculations before speaking. According to my estimation, there are about 6 in total, but the largest base of them is Yinin village. As for other questions, why don't you just ask him face to face? If we go at our current speed, it will take about 2 days, so we need to speed up. I was speechless all the way, but after arriving at Yinin village, I saw that there was no one there at first sight, not only felt a little strange. Sasuke is also wondering about 5.3. Naruto, do you think Orochimaru escaped? Absolutely impossible. Although Orochimaru is not a good guy, he is still good at keeping promises. Besides, it's not that there are no people here, there are a few people hiding in the village. It seems that he wants to try the skills of the people who come here, and only qualified people can see him. Then this mission is up to you. Sasuke. Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder. If you want to learn ninjutsu from Orochimaru, you must pass this level. Sasuke said nonchalantly. It's just a test. If there's anything else, you can take care of it. So the two swaggered to the entrance of Yinrin village. Chapter 146. Don't worry, Sasuke won't suffer from following me, I will give him all my abilities. Sasuke wanted to see where the people were hiding in the village, but after looking for a long time, there was no sign. Then directly opened Sharingan. With the blessing of Sharingan, the two people hiding behind a big tree were instantly locked. The kunai in his hand flew out towards the big tree in an instant and nailed it firmly. Then two familiar figures appeared, none other than Orochimaru's Shigego and Suigetsu. Like Xiangling, these two are the products of Orochimaru's science, and there are many transformation experiments on them. It was also Orochimaru's transformation that made them very powerful, surpassing their peers by a few blocks. Sasuke, you're really safe and sound. Sasuke stared at the two with narrowed eyes and said coldly, if you are sensible, leave quickly, I don't want you two to lose too badly. Shueyu and Chongwu looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. You know, Master Orochimaru wants us to come here to guard, not to listen to your big talk. If you really want to meet our Master Orochimaru, then show some real skills instead of talking about it here. As soon as Shueyu's words fell into his hands, seals began to form. The speed was so fast that even the Sharingan couldn't see clearly. Water style, water spout. In Yinrin village, where there was no drop of water, a huge stream of water suddenly emerged from the ground. A water dragon hovers straight into the sky, and this momentum is impossible without a large number of chakra. It can be seen that the strength of Shueyu in front of him absolutely surpassed that of an ordinary Jonin. Sasuke knows how powerful Suigetsu is, after all, he grew up with Orochimaru, so he must not relax in the slightest. He held the short sword tightly in his hand, and with the other hand he took out a detonator from his pocket and threw it out. Boom! An explosion cut off the waterspout, but what Sasuke didn't expect was that the waterspout healed again. A larger current flooded the entire village in an instant. Naruto immediately stepped back to the top of a tree to observe all this. Sasuke was not afraid, and the short sword in his hand flew out suddenly and directly pierced Suigetsu's eyebrows. It's just that the moment the short sword touched Shueyu's body turned into a puddle of water and disappeared. Huh, water body, where is the main body? Sasuke's thinking speed is extremely fast, and he has a countermeasure in an instant. Lightning style, Reikiri. A large number of chakra gathered in the hand burst out a dazzling lightning. The current spreads rapidly through the water, and all living things in its path will be affected. In an instant, the whole village was passed by a powerful electric current, and Shueyu was forced to reveal her real body. It's just that Shueyu's body is already very weak now. Naruto sees it all, and Sasuke's main chakra attribute is lightning style. And Suigetsu's is water style. It can be said that Sasuke is born to be able to restrain Suigetsu. If he doesn't win, he will be a ghost. Enough, you have passed the test. Shigego jumped out and stopped Sasuke. If she doesn't come out, I'm afraid Shueyu will be seriously injured again this time. Sasuke put away lightning style and nodded in satisfaction. I thought you guys were so good, but the result really disappointed me. Naruto also came to Sasuke and said, Sasuke, don't be too complacent, it's just that your lightning style just restrains water style. If you encounter an opponent's ability to restrain you in the future, then it's not necessarily true. 1. But anyway, let's get down to business, let's go. Chongo shouted from behind. Wait a minute, I'll show you the way. Naruto ignored him, and just let Sasuke walk to the back of the village. Orochimaru's base is located in a dense forest behind the village. After the two arrived, they went directly into the cave. When I came inside, I realized that the space here is much bigger than I imagined. The roads extending in all directions and the densely packed rooms are simply too numerous to count. Fortunately, there is a rough map between the corridors on each floor marking the functions of many rooms. This Orochimaru really has the money to do so many things. Where did he get the money? Naruto explained. People like Orochimaru have a lot of ways to make money, and with his strength, he can just have a few small countries. Other people's warehouse is your own, it's that simple. Over the years, Orochimaru has done countless things like this, and it can be said that he has accumulated a lot of money. Otherwise, where do you think his money came from? Did it fall from the sky? Sasuke also understood. I see, I've heard before how bad Orochimaru is, and now it's even worse than I thought. That's not bad, that's called cunning. Only people like him can survive in adversity. Are you surprised? Naruto went all the way down the stairs, and he walked up 10 flights of stairs before reaching the bottom. I'll go. The scale of this place is too big, and this guy Orochimaru has researched a lot. With this scale, it is several times larger than the research laboratory in Konoha village. Naruto saw that there are rooms on both sides of the corridor on each floor, and many scientific instruments are placed in these rooms. Not even Naruto himself has seen it. Suddenly, in one of the laboratories, a person was soaked in a huge glass jar. The man had a large number of tubes on his body and was obviously still a living person. What kind of research is that? It's too scary. Don't worry, Sasuke won't suffer from following me, I will give him all my abilities. Orochimaru promises again and again. I want to reveal the secret of the longevity of the Senju clan, and also the key information to unlock wood-style ninjutsu, all of which are here. Fortunately, his research has not been successful, and these are only semi-finished products. Just then Orochimaru came out from the nearby laboratory. Orochimaru suddenly noticed Sasuke, not only puzzled, because there are several small pots next to this pot, which are filled with dense tree roots. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'm here to explain two things. The experimental body in this jar is the product of wood-style cell research. Naruto understood what was going on with just one glance. Naruto poked his finger. Sasuke asked, frowning at 403. This is the research of wood-style cells. It seems that Orochimaru has never given up. I'm ready here, just wait for your order and I can leave. The first thing is that I hand over Sasuke to you and train him well. He was wearing a white coat all over his body, and he looked a little unaccustomed to it. Oh, Naruto-sama, I have waited for you. When are we going to move? This is Sasuke. Why are you here too? Chapter 147. I promise that in a short period of time, your strength will definitely reach the top of the entire ninja world. What's the second thing? The second thing is that I want to know where your wood-style research project has reached. Orochimaru paused, thinking he had heard it wrong, but he realized it immediately. It seems that you already know, but it's not a secret. Right now I've been stuck on the final practical phase of research and wood-style cells getting out of hand. Although there was a successful case before, there was no way to bring out the strongest strength of wood-style. The success story that Orochimaru mentioned is Yamato of Konoha village, whose wood-style ability is the result of Orochimaru's research. It's just that Yamato can only display a little wood-style ability, which is far behind Senju Hashirama. It can be said that Yamato is also a semi-finished product. Why don't you try cell activation? Orochimaru froze for a moment when he said that. Cell activation? Where did you hear that? HMPH. Of course I know these things. Have you ever heard of a country that has disappeared called Sky Country? Sky Country. Of course I've heard of it, but that country disappeared many years ago. What's the connection between the two? Of course there is a connection. The master of the activation of the cells I said is in the kingdom of the sky. Orochimaru still couldn't believe it. This is absolutely impossible. Since that country disappeared, it has never shown up again. Besides, the people of Sky Country have long since died, so how could medical ninjutsu be handed down? Naruto didn't care. He looked into Orochimaru's eyes and said word by word. Well then, how about the snake hitting one for the two of us? What bet you say? I, Orochimaru, have never lost. This is what Naruto was waiting for. If I can find the evidence of the kingdom of the sky and bring back the ability to activate cells, then it means I have won. If I win, then you have to promise me one thing, that is to give all your abilities and skills to Sasuke. How about it? Orochimaru nodded. So what if you lose? If I lose, you can also make a request that is not too excessive, and I can guarantee to satisfy you. Naruto, you are really kind, but I, Orochimaru, am not the greedy type. I only need one small request, that is, you must guarantee my funding requirements for all experimental purposes. Naruto didn't care. Let's talk about it after you win the bet. But now Sasuke has to stay with you, you can start teaching him from now on, and after a while, I will give you what you want when the country of the sky is dedicated. In addition to the research on wood-style cells, I still advise you not to study too deeply. That thing is not something you can control, and the risks it brings are too great. Because there are some things that you can't research with superb scientific instruments. Your next task is to train Sasuke well. I will inform you separately about the plans for some gun modification later on. Although Orochimaru felt a little upset, he had no choice. So when will I be able to move into that base in Konoha village? Naruto waved his hand. This matter is not in a hurry for the time being, because I have to get that thing in my hand before I can set up the next game. There are so many things happening in Konoha village recently, Naruto decided to use this free time to take a good rest. But after thinking about it for a while, he decided that it would be better to find a few more helpers after all to do things alone. Nowadays, if you want to develop and strengthen your own power, you must make more people for your own use. If you want to say who is the most reliable person with yourself, there is only one person in the whole village who is more suitable, and that is Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata is not only the future princess, but also an indispensable existence for Naruto. It's just that Hyuga Hinata's strength is too weak now, and it is necessary to find a way to quickly improve Hyuga Hinata's ability. After thinking about it, Naruto immediately had a general direction in his mind. I can directly take him to practice together. Doesn't this mean that I have a helper and someone talking by my side? I'm such a genius. Going ahead, Naruto immediately found Hinata. When Hinata saw Naruto appearing in front of her eyes, her face turned red all of a sudden. Naruto, why didn't you say hello to me in advance when you came? Didn't I come here to say hello to you? I came here to tell you if you want to become stronger and protect the village. Of course I want to be able to become stronger, this is the way of ninja that I have always followed. Quote, as long as there are your words, it is enough for you to stay with me from now on, and I can make you stronger. However, this matter still needs to be done step by step. When Hinata heard that she was going to stay by Naruto's side all the time, she blushed even more. After all, Even if ninjutsu is very powerful in the ninja world, weapons are also a symbol of strength. Naruto was speechless at once. Wouldn't it be better to simply customize a set of the best equipment for her whole body? There are several weapon shops in Konoha village, and the two went to the largest one together. Do you want to stay by Naruto's side all the time? Hinata, what kind of weapon do you want to buy? Before that, I will first choose a weapon for you according to your ability. Don't you want to be with me? After a long time, he hesitated and said something. Haha, I have already made arrangements for school and home, so you don't have to worry about this getting Wang Zhao. Naruto began to choose among the full arsenal. Hinata chose carefully before speaking. Hinata suddenly felt that the brain was congested and almost fainted, but Naruto helped her up in time. As long as it's Naruto, I like whatever you pick for me. But I still have to go to school, what can I do? But no matter how you distinguish it, you feel that these things are all ordinary goods. I promise that in a short period of time, your strength will definitely reach the top few in the entire ninja world. Naruto leaned directly in front of Hinata and whispered to her. Okay, everything is up to your arrangement. Chapter 148 Special Materials for Custom Weapons. It's just that ordinary weapons are still a bit too ordinary, and it is impossible to improve Hinata's strength in a short time. It would be great if we could get those weapons from 6 paths. It's just that those artifacts of 6 paths need to consume a lot of chakra, and ordinary people can't control them at all. Once the chakra is depleted, it's left to be slaughtered, so it's not for Hinata. So Naruto pondered for a long time before asking the shop owner. Boss, do you know what special materials can be used to create custom weapons? The boss who sells weapons just blurted out without thinking. Does it need to be said? The kunai of 4th Hokage was specially customized for me. At that time, he used a kind of meteorite alloy to make it, and a total of 100 pieces were made. The craftsmanship of this kind of meteorite is very difficult, but the toughness and flexibility of the formed weapons are indeed unmatched by ordinary weapons. Naruto asked again, then where can this kind of meteorite be obtained? The boss shook his head like a rattle. I don't know about this kind of thing. I just remember that 4th Hokage sent those materials to me. As for where he found them, I don't know 407 at all. All of a sudden, Naruto was troubled again, but he didn't expect Hinata who was beside him to speak up. Naruto, I do know something that can make special weapons. Our Hyuga family has always circulated a saying that it is a magical weapon made of a special meteorite. But I only heard this kind of thing from adults once, but I have never seen it. However, there are indeed detailed records of the book collection place in our family, but I am not qualified to enter it in my current capacity. And I heard that only half of the records are recorded in our family, and the other half is no longer known. Naruto thought to himself, is there really such a special weapon-making material in the world of Hokage? Why have I never heard of it before? If it weren't for this occasional inquiry, I am afraid that this secret will never be known to others. But when I think about it carefully, if there is such a material to make weapons, then there must be only those artifacts made by Lu Dao. Otherwise, how to explain the special attributes contained in those artifacts? Thinking of this, Naruto has a new idea. Since there are records of this special meteorite in the family of the Hyuga family, there should be records of the Uchiha family as well. After all, in terms of blood, the Sharingan of the Uchiha family is closer to the 6 paths reincarnation ability. There must be other secrets hidden in them, but Sasuke has never heard of these things. By the way, it's hidden on top of that stele in the basement of the Uchiha clan. How did I forget all about it? Hinata, I thought of a very good plan. If I guessed right, the Uchiha clan should hide the other half of the records about the special material. Hinata stared at Naruto with wide eyes. Naruto, do you want to go in and find these 2 books about records? Of course it is, what else? But in our family, there are heavy soldiers. Even I am not qualified to go in case someone gets caught. Naruto comforted, you can rest assured about this, I will be fine and will never reveal my whereabouts. But you can go with me too, so as to help me make a cover. The Hyuga family is the largest family in Konoha village. They occupy a very large area and are heavily guarded. It can be said to be very difficult to find what you want in hundreds of houses. Fortunately, Hinata is very aware of these. Under the leadership of Hinata, the two avoided the patrolling guards, and finally climbed into the wall and came to the place specially used to hide books CFCI. Before entering, Naruto carefully checks for any barriers or other traps. After careful inspection, but did not find any such things, cannot help but feel puzzled. Don't you people of the Hyuga clan be afraid of someone going in and stealing? Why didn't you even set up the most basic formation protection? Hinata explained. Inside Konoha village, we have people patrolling everywhere. Besides, with the ability of Bayan, no one can hide. But the study area is an exception. People here must never roll their eyes. It is a special place for our Hyuga family because we are afraid that other people will directly use their eyes to search for various valuables in the room. As for why there are no traps, I don't know much about it. The elders in the family have never told me about this. Although Naruto didn't know much about it, he sneaked into the room with Hinata while the patrolling guards didn't arrive. After entering, I found out that there is a hole in the sky. Although the study room is not very big from the outside of the house, when you enter the inside, you will find that the bookshelves here go straight to the ground. Rows of bookshelves are densely arranged here like stairs. As for the part under the feet, it was completely hollowed out. If outsiders don't know, they may fall directly into the endless abyss below. Fortunately, no one stretched out their hands very well. The moment they sensed something was wrong, they grabbed the bookshelf on the side with one hand and hugged Hinata in his arms with the other. Hinata's face turned red again instantly. She just looked at Naruto silently and didn't say anything. I said, "Why isn't your place an institution? It turns out that all the institutions are placed here. If anyone just falls down without paying attention, the ghost knows what kind of trap is hidden below. But the bookshelves here are too high. According to my estimation, they must be at least 100 meters deep." Joked yesterday. According to what I know about my family, the more important things will definitely be placed at the bottom of the bookshelf. We can only go down and look. As for the above things, there's no need to look them up again. Of course, Naruto also thought so, but he couldn't see his fingers below, so he had to find some light source. Just when Naruto was about to take out the fire pocket on his body, Hinata stopped him. "You can't use any light energy here, otherwise it will trigger the guards outside. This place is intentionally designed for us Hyuga people, because only people with white eyes can walk here freely." Chapter 149. Looking back now, it was actually just an attitude towards myself. Once any light is found here, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of others. There are many photosensitive devices in it. Naruto nodded, thinking that the anti-theft measures here are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. You Hyuga clan, you don't usually seem to be so scheming, but you didn't expect to be so vicious in your actions. It seems that sometimes we can't just look at the surface. Hinata, you must hold me tight, now I will slowly lower down, from now on you are my eyes. 17. Let me know as soon as you find anything down below, and I'll help you block some of the other mechanisms. Hinata nodded, then rolled her eyes. Naruto grabbed the solid bookshelf with one hand, and slid straight down, not knowing what was underneath. Fortunately, there is a reminder from Hinata. I'm now able to see what's going on below, at a depth of 300 meters. Naruto must be careful, there are 20 silk threads staggered at a distance of 100 meters from us. Never touch these lines of sight, or the alarm will be triggered. Naruto nodded, and then at Hinata's request, the two of them crossed the silk threads in a tacit understanding and successfully reached the second floor. As the depth increases, the ambient temperature here also decreases. By the time we reached a depth of 150 meters, the temperature had dropped to 0 degrees. How can it be so cold here? It's too unreasonable. Do you still have a refrigerator? Hinata said helplessly. What's a refrigerator? I've never heard of it. Then Naruto remembered that there is no such thing as a refrigerator in the current ninja world. A refrigerator is a machine that can cool down, and it will become popular in a few years. But what is the use of this refrigerator? Do you want to cool the summer? Naruto was amused by Hinata's question. Ha ha ha, Hinata, you are so humorous, the refrigerator can preserve food at low temperature. In the future, fresh vegetables can be stored in the refrigerator every day, and they will still be very fresh after a few days. That's the basic purpose of a refrigerator. But what Hinata said next almost left Naruto speechless. But Naruto, our family always buys fresh vegetables first, and never keeps them for a few days. Why do you have to leave it for a few days? The Hyuga family can be said to be a wealthy and powerful family in Konoha village. Of course, the daily necessities of life cannot be compared with that of ordinary people. In today's living conditions, where ordinary people have so much fresh food in their homes, only Hinatas can do it. After all, Hinata has lived in a comfortable environment since she was a child, so she naturally doesn't know the usefulness of such things as refrigerators. It seems that you still have a lot to learn from me in the future, don't worry. Let's just take our time. Hinata nodded, and then said, down carefully, there is another mechanism 20 meters away from us. What does that organ look like? It's some moving knives, what should I do? Sharp knives that move, but why can't you hear a little bit of sound? Is there any pattern to them? Hinata looked at it for a while before saying, there are no rules, what should we do now? Now Naruto is not only difficult to appear, but now he can't see anything at all in this dark environment. It is impossible to make a judgment at all, how to get past the organs on the next level, and they cannot be triggered yet. Naruto, I seem to have discovered a strange place. Where? There seems to be a row of buttons a meter above those blades, let's go and see. Naruto understood and immediately descended to the prescribed place. At this time, dozens of sharp knives are flying non-stop 1 meter below the feet, and it will be difficult to handle if they accidentally fall. But at this distance, Naruto could actually hear the movement sound tracks of these sharp blades. As long as you can hear the sound, it's fine, but the sound is too small. Hinata, let's see what's going on. Hinata grabbed Naruto's hand with one hand, carefully hung his body in midair to check carefully, and found some good things. In the position I saw just now, there was a row of densely packed password buttons. How can there be some keys here? There are some numbers in addition to some letters that are used every day. What the hell is this for? Asking for flowers. Hearing the word button, Naruto immediately had an idea in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, this shouldn't be the password disk that stops the mechanism blades under my feet. Hinata, think about it, is there any strange password combination that you have heard from the family? Hinata thought about it carefully and still had no clue. Not at all, my family won't let me come here, how could they tell me such an important password? Well, if the password is unknown, I have a way, and I don't know if it will work. Any solution, that is to try your birthday, maybe it will work. Stop kidding Naruto, how could it be my birthday? Isn't it normal for a father to use his daughter's birthday as a password? At the same time, other people will never think of this. The simpler the password, the more responsible it looks to outsiders. The sharp blade that was originally spinning was suddenly guided by some mechanism at this time, and began to gradually shrink, completely retracting into the wall. That's right, the more impossible things are, the more likely they are, try it. I didn't expect it to be true. Although they train you very hard on weekdays, they actually love you. When she pressed the last button again, she was very scared. Hinata nodded, and then entered his birthday. Looking back now, it's actually just an attitude towards myself hating iron but not steel. There's nothing to lose anyway, is there? 1. Fortunately, Naruto by her side kept encouraging her, so she finally pressed that button. Hinata nodded, recalling the injuries she had suffered from her father's rigorous training. Then the two quietly waited for something else to happen. But how did you know these passwords, Naruto? It's impossible for me to get a birthday password at home, and it's such an important place. I'm just guessing, but in fact, your status in the family is very high. No one explained. After a full 3 seconds, a series of mechanism sounds finally began to occur. Chapter 150, Meteorite from Outer Space really exists. And after each training session, she would arrange for her mother to take good care of herself, but she didn't show up. Hinata, your Hyuga clan is divided into 2 parts, the main family and the branch house. As the sole heir of the clan, you should shoulder the responsibility. Being able to use your birthday as a password here also represents your future status in the family, which can be said to be very high. At this moment, Hinata finally understands how important she is to the Hyuga clan. The temperature at this time has been as low as minus, which can be said to be very cold. Fortunately, the ninja's physique is very special, able to resist the severe cold. When the two wanted to move down again, they found that the temperature at the position below 200 meters dropped sharply. Even a layer of frost has formed on the eyebrows. September 13th, Naruto couldn't help feeling a little confused. The temperature here is too low, it's so high. If you go down rashly, I'm afraid you will really be frozen into ice cubes. Then what to do, Naruto? Naruto thought about all the key factors here, and then figured everything out. Since the organization here is completely built according to the system and ability requirements of the Hyuga clan, then Hinata, you must be able to solve it. Think carefully about the unique ability of the Hyuga clan. I see, it must have something to do with controlling chakra. The Hyuga family has the ability to control chakra very delicately, which is very similar to the medical number. In the past, Hinata used chakra to wrap herself in front of those who possessed the crystal shield ability, so as to avoid being assimilated. And that ninja's name is Gurren. Ordinary people absolutely cannot guarantee to protect their bodies with chakra. Only the Hyuga clan can do it. Is this the key point? Thinking of this, Naruto said to Hinata, now you try to push the chakra in the body and form a chakra shield on the surface of the body. At the same time, Naruto also began to control the chakra on the body, completely enveloping himself. Under normal circumstances, this chakra protection is completely imperceptible to the outside world. And it is also an existence that cannot be seen, but its protective ability can indeed play a role. Especially for temperature, it has extremely strong insulation properties. Sure enough, after covering the surface of the body with chakra, I no longer feel a trace of cold. It really works, Naruto, you are a genius. I always feel extra safe with you by my side. No one is also a little proud, but now in the dark, he can't show it. Now that we have found a way to crack it, let's go down and have a look, what good things are there. Then he grabbed the bookshelf all the way, and slowly slid to the bottom, his feet finally stood firmly on the ground. Although Naruto still couldn't see any items, he still came to a special bookshelf under Hinata's instructions. Naruto, the books on the bookshelf in front of you are all forbidden books with very obvious marks on them. Let me first look for other records about our family legend. Then Hinata used his supercilious ability to flip through them one by one. I thought I would have to wait for a while, but I didn't expect that after only 3 minutes, Hinata found the book. I found it, it's this book. It's so fast, hurry up and tell me what's going on. Hinata then read the passage in full. It is recorded in the book that a meteorite fell in the ninja world a long time ago. After the meteorite fell, a huge deep pit with a diameter of 600 meters was smashed in an open space. When the meteorite fell, it had already melted due to friction with the high temperature of the atmosphere. Later, when the power of the ninjas gradually expanded, they began to forge weapons. Later, someone gradually thought of using the inner meteorite iron to make artifacts. And it is recorded that the person who first used that weapon was the Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths divided the cloud iron into 19 parts. Among them, 9 copies were forged by him, each with 9 different artifacts, and the remaining 10 copies have never been found until now. Some people have tried to find these legendary meteorites, but so far they have not seen any results. No one knows that in the world of ninjas, there is no more powerful artifact than the one previously created by the Sage of Six Paths. It's just that I didn't expect that those artifacts were actually made of meteorite. If he could find the remaining meteorite iron raw materials, he might be able to create an invincible artifact. Just thinking of this, Hinata stopped reading. And then, what happened next? Hinata replied, without this book, there are only these things recorded in it. What I told you just now is just a general idea. It would be too much to read it all out. But this book only records this legend, and the records about those meteorites have never given an answer. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help laughing. Haha, so that's it. This book only records some values and origins of meteorites. It seems that the second half of the book must be in the hands of the Uchiha clan, but they also hid it. As for why the people of the Uchiha clan didn't announce this matter, or they went to find the meteorite alone, it is unknown. Naruto, what are we going to do now? There is simply no way to find the second half of the volume. And the Uchiha clan no longer exists, not to mention how to find the secrets they hide. Naruto explained, you don't have to worry about this 5.0. In fact, the Uchiha clan has their own ancestral hall, and there is a big secret hidden in it. If I'm not wrong, there must be something we want in it. What's more, there may not be more than 3 people who know this secret. Hinata felt very strange, so he asked, does the Uchiha family still have a shrine? Why have I never heard of it? Of course you don't know, because since the Uchiha family was wiped out, there have been very few things about them. And you were too young at the time, how could you know these things? But now we have a plan for the next step, so let's go there to see if it's really what I expected. Chapter 151, The Secret of the Uchiha Family Ancestral Hall. The two carefully retreated to the outside of the study, and at the same time restarted the original mechanism. It's really exciting, I have never dared to break into this kind of place. Hinata was overwhelmed with excitement, and at the same time her heart was pounding. Apparently Hinata has never done this kind of thing before. Sometimes, don't follow the rules, you can try something you dare not do, then you will have different discoveries. I will take you to more interesting places in the future, but for now, let's go to the gathering place of the Uchiha clan. Or maybe it's where the Uchiha clan used to gather. The gathering place of the Uchiha clan was very large, and the place of the ancestral hall is the southwest corner of their gathering place. If this place is on weekdays, it can be said to be very strict, with people from the Uchiha clan guarding it. Ordinary people have absolutely no chance to enter. And every time there are some major festivals or the death anniversary of the elders, only people from the Uchiha clan will be allowed to enter. 25 It's just that now there is no such bustling scene as it used to be. It was also the first time for Naruto to come to this kind of place, so he couldn't help being curious. After Naruto pushed open the very large door, he came to the corridor in the side hall. The first thing that catches the eye are the spirit tablets and other miscellaneous items left by the people of the Uchiha clan. After the Uchiha family was exterminated, it seems that no one came here to clean up. After bypassing the ancestral hall, walking to the back is a narrow passage. This passage was very dark, even Naruto could feel a cold air emanating from it. Chushien was a little afraid of this road, and hugged Naruto's arm tightly. It looks really scary here. Naturally, many people from the Uchiha clan died here. But there is nothing to be afraid of. Can the dead crawl out of the ground? After Naruto lit a torch, the two walked directly through the long and narrow tunnel. This corridor is not narrow, and after lighting the lights on both sides one by one, it has begun to get a little bright. It's just that the sounds coming from around are all the footsteps of 2 people. It came to the end in less than 2 minutes. It was a closed stone gate, and above the she gate was the unique symbol of the Tezebo clan's palm leaf fan. After pushing open the heavy stone door, the two came inside arm in arm. The first thing that catches the eye is the rows of numerous bookshelves. These bookshelves are densely packed with all the books about the Uchiha family. Hinata pointed to the books on these shelves and said to Naruto, I think those things should be on these bookshelves. Naruto shook his head. If the things we want to find are placed in this kind of place, I'm afraid they have already been taken away by others. Although it seems that there are no traces of being cleaned here, do you really think that the high-level management of the property will not send people to search here? So the things that can stay here are all rags to us, and have no value at all. The two held hands and continued to search here. After walking around, no other entrances were found, which is a bit strange. If I remember correctly, that place must be here, and there must be other secret passages. Hinata, use your white eyes to see if there are any other passages or mechanisms under the house. Hinata nodded, so he opened his white eyes directly, and instantly everything was clear under his eyes. I found it. There is a secret passage behind the wall over there, and there is also a mechanism next to it that can be activated. It's the one on the wall, and there's a button behind the picture. Naruto directly reached out and tore off a painting, and then saw a red brick hidden behind. After pressing down heavily, a secret door opened directly behind a wall again. Looking down the secret door, it is a deep corridor leading to the ground. Going down the aisle, sure enough, I finally came to the shrine of the Uchiha clan. The first thing that catches the eye is the inscription on the inscription full of dense spells standing in the middle of the ancestral hall. These inscriptions can only be read by those who use the Sharingan. And after using Rinnegan, you will be able to see some other special hidden information. It's just that the text on these inscriptions has been completely tampered with by Black Zetsu. The members of the Akatsuki organization haven't fully shown up yet, and for Naruto now, the Akatsuki organization is still a huge security risk. And the plan that Heiju concocted was also the biggest threat to him. So now we must find a way to erase the things in this set of inscriptions. Hinata continued to use his white eyes to observe everything here. When he glanced at the inscription, he suddenly found that there was the information he wanted. I found the location of the meteorite record and recorded it on this inscription. How is this possible? Naruto was a little surprised, because this inscription was completely designed for the Uchiha clan to use supercilious eyes. How could it be possible to see some unique information on it? What do you see on it? Read it all out for me. Hinata also began to tell Naruto word by word according to the words above. It says that within the range marked by the fish and the cloud iron, there are a total of 10 pieces of meteorite. These cloud iron are exactly what the artifact is made of. Sage of Six Paths put these 10 meteorites in 10 different locations. Naruto asked immediately, where did you put it? The first piece of meteorite was placed on Mount Myoboku. Mount Myoboku didn't expect to be there. What about the rest? Unexpectedly, Hinata shook her head. Only such a place is recorded, but the following sentence says that only when the first block is found, can other information be found. That is to say, meteorites like this can only be found piece by piece, and they are placed in different positions. This matter is true. Naruto did not expect Sage of Six Paths to be so cunning. Only the Uchiha clan can see this stele placed here. But some of the inscription information recorded on it, but only people with supercilious eyes can perceive the difference in it. It's clear that they don't want this information to be discovered by the Uchiha family. Because under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for people from the Hyuga clan to come to this kind of place, so this secret will never be discovered. Chapter 152, A country with military and political integration. How to do. This Sage of Six Paths is really a cunning fox. He divided the information into 2 volumes. The purpose is to prevent others from discovering it. If we hadn't stumbled into this clue and started looking for this clue this time, I'm afraid no one will find it again in this life. Hinata seems to be doing the right thing by having you here this time. I'm afraid only the 2 of us know this secret. If we find all those meteorites, wouldn't it be great to create an artifact that is exclusive to you? Hinata asked. Naruto, why do you have to be so nice to me? Because I want to treat you well. Why do you need a reason for this? At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the village, and many people started running. Then there was an explosion, and the smoke rose instantly. Not good. Someone has invaded Konoha. Go and have a look. The 2 came to the place where the explosion happened just now at the fastest speed and saw that they were 2 people from the Shao organization. Kisame and Uchiha Itachi are fighting against Kakashi and Might Guy. I was thinking about the people from the Shao organization, but I didn't expect that I would come to my door. Since you're here, don't leave. Naruto immediately landed firmly between the 4 with 1 step. Kisame looked at Naruto in front of him and couldn't help smiling. The row of shark-like teeth looked disgusting. Are you that little devil named Naruto? I've heard of your name. I didn't expect to see you today. It's really interesting. Naruto looked at Hoshigaki Kisame coldly. It's really hard to find nowhere to find it. It doesn't take much effort to get it. The Shao organization is where fugitives like you gather, and I will definitely not show mercy. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Kakashi said behind him. Naruto, be careful, these 2 guys are not so powerful. Kakashi, don't worry, the 2 of you will just watch the battle from the sidelines, and I will take care of them. Dried persimmon Kisame said boldly. Just because you are a little devil, today I will let you know how powerful our Akatsuki organization is. As soon as the words fell, the dried persimmon ghost rushed up directly. The shark muscle sword in his hand suddenly slashed. Naruto knows how powerful the guy in front of him is, but he still has no proof in front of him. After easily dodging away, he flashed directly behind Kianshi Guishie. The speed was so fast that no one present saw it. Then a hard kick kicked Hoshigaki Kisame in the back. The strength is simply terrifying. Kianshi Gisame never thought that he would be so careless. Kicked out by Naruto, the whole person flew into the air and turned into an arc to eliminate the cure. Everyone present was stunned. The master of Akatsuki organization was so vulnerable in front of Naruto. This, Naruto, how did you do it? Kakashi's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Naruto ignored Kakashi, because there is Uchiha Itachi in front of him who is the most difficult to deal with. But Naruto has no intention of fighting Uchiha Itachi, because he knew that Uchiha Itachi was originally undercover in the Akatsuki organization. After seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi was also slightly surprised, and then fell into a calm state again. I didn't expect Naruto to have such a skill at such a young age. I don't know how my move will work. Uchiha Itachi instantly opened the Sharingan, and Naruto's eyes met it. In the blink of an eye, he entered the illusion world of Uchiha Itachi. But this is completely in Naruto's plan. He just wants to enter the illusion world on purpose. Only in this way can we have a good talk with Uchiha Itachi. It's just that Naruto in the illusion world is tied up by a lot of flowers, and a large group of crows are constantly flying in front of him. Then Uchiha's shadow appeared in front of him and looked at Naruto coldly. A smile appeared on the corner of Naruto's mouth, and then he broke free directly without any effort and returned to his free body. This scene shocked even Uchiha Itachi, who considers himself a master illusionist. This is impossible. How can you still move freely in my illusion world? Uchiha Itachi, don't be surprised, I came here on purpose to let you drag me into the illusion world. I know your true identity and purpose. I came to you to talk about some things. Uchiha Itachi clearly didn't quite believe it. Oh, you said you know my real identity. Then tell me. In order to gain Uchiha Itachi's trust, Naruto said, what you did before was only for the safety of the whole village, and it was not your fault that you massacred the Uchiha clan. That's just an order from that incompetent old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. You're just a man at the mercy of others. None of this is your fault. As soon as the words came out, Uchiha Itachi believed half of them, but he still asked blankly. Go on, tell me something that makes me believe you. Those people are the stumbling block for our ninjas. As long as we have them, we can't move forward. Isn't that enough to explain anything? Because you are also an indispensable part of Zhao Qian in the next plan. How about we reach a cooperation together? The future of the ninja world is like this. If you don't follow my path, I'm afraid there will be a catastrophe in a short time. Since you already know everything, just say it if you have anything to say. Now I want to completely reform the entire ninja world and turn Konoha village into a military political country. You could have had a better future and a brighter future. You shouldn't have gone down this path. However, since you have reached this point, your undercover operation must continue. The method is very simple, that is to overthrow those big names who are lazy and have real power first. And it's a superpower, but I need your help here. But now, no one believes these words, except me. You were also assigned to be an undercover agent when you entered Xiao's organization, and I know that too. It will be difficult for us to deal with it at that time. You are a smart person, think about whether you want to cooperate. Uchiha Itachi, you are a smart man, and you are a smarter master than anyone else. A country with military and political integration. What to do? Naruto stopped talking nonsense. Uchiha Itachi thought for a while before saying, Third Hokage is gone, and the only person you can trust in the village is me. Chapter 153 Uchiha Itachi. Cooperating with me is the most correct choice. You must know that we are the world of ninjas, not the world of daimyo, so why should we be led by those scumbags? Uchiha Itachi fell into deep thought. Naruto's statement and goal were very clear to him. Seeing that Uchiha Itachi hadn't moved for a long time, Naruto continued to add. You are a rare talent, and I know you care most about your brother Uchiha Sasuke. I have arranged for Sasuke to start practicing, and his destiny will follow me to success. At that time, we only need to establish a country with military and political integration, and your Uchiha clan will prosper in this world again. Uchiha Itachi shook his head helplessly. Your idea is very good, but I have an incurable disease, and I'm afraid I won't see that day. But I'd love to see that day come. No, I can cure you. As soon as the words came out, Uchiha Itachi stared at Naruto with wide eyes. He never believed that his illness could be cured. It would be great if it was true. Really, we can make a deal. As long as I can cure your disease, we will cooperate with 693. How? Make a deal? What I, Uchiha Itachi, was forced to do. If I hadn't lived in this family, maybe I would have started a family already. Already living with the one I love, but nothing can be changed. If there is a chance to make up for these regrets in the future, I am willing to cooperate. But as for Sasuke, I want to know where he is now. I gave him to Orochimaru, because the snake can give Sasuke all the skills. Orochimaru, aren't you pushing him into the fire pit? Naruto shook his head. You don't know. Although Orochimaru was not a good guy before, of course he is not a good guy now. But I have tamed him as my own, and he will never do anything against Sasuke. You can rest assured about that. If Orochimaru has any bad intentions, I will know immediately. With my abilities, I can fully guarantee Sasuke's safety. Uchiha Itachi nodded. He had seen Naruto's powerful CFCG strength. Naruto, I didn't expect you to be so powerful at such a young age. It seems that I will be able to achieve something by following you from now on. However, there is another question, that is, how do you plan to deal with the dried persimmon ghost shark? Except for you, I will get rid of the members of the small organization one by one. As for this Hoshigaki Kisame, I will take it away today. You should also know how big of a problem this guy, Officer Kisame, has been. Until now, he is still a heavily wanted criminal, so I have to get rid of him. Uchiha Itachi let out a long sigh. Hey, is it finally possible to make it to this day? If that's the case, I won't stop you anymore. We will keep in touch after I go back. As for Kisame, you can do whatever you want with it. Then Uchiha Itachi directly removed the world of illusion. The two returned to the real world again, only in the eyes of others. The time between the two of them staring at each other was only a second. But in fact, the two of them have already spent more than 10 minutes in the fantasy world. This is just a difference in the speed of time in the illusion world. If Uchiha Itachi is willing, he can even create a continuous passage of time for more than 10 days in the illusion world. And for the real world, only 1 second can pass. When dealing with those ordinary ninjas, only this move is needed to break the opponent's mind. If Naruto hadn't made a timely move this time, Kakashi would have been the one who got caught. Although Kakashi is also very powerful, he has no advantage in front of the Sharingan illusion. Naruto, be careful, the other side's eyes. Kakashi was late at this time and said to Naruto, Kakashi, it was too late for you to say that. What follows is just a scene between Naruto and Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi looked at Cassie and the others then said, Our Shao organization will never let you go. Now you are just relying on your numbers. I will definitely be back. After speaking, he jumped and fled directly to the outside of the village. Kakashi and Might Guy wanted to catch up, but were stopped by Naruto. Stop chasing him. Even if we catch up, we won't get any advantage. We'd better get rid of the other guy first. Are you talking about the dried persimmon ghost that you just sent flying? Where is he now? He'll be here in a minute. Just at this moment, a huge water dragon suddenly appeared above the sky and rushed down towards the few people. Water style, rampage water dragon bomb technique. After all, any skill is vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. After being drained of chakra, Kakashi's body immediately went limp, but he still stood up strong. At this time, the dry silica gel was completely red-eyed, and he would never forget the humiliation just now. Therefore, every time he attacked, he dodged perfectly, and did not fight with interfering Kisame at all. It can be said that people like Kianshi Gisame are very perverted in their hearts, especially in this kind of situation, they have suffered such a big loss. The secretary Kisame watched with arrogance as the social sword in Kakashi's hand was about to be chopped off. Looking at each other in disbelief. After just 2 encounters, the little chakra left in Kakashi's body was directly absorbed. As long as there is hatred, he will solve it on the spot, but this time he picked the wrong person. A ninja chakra, after losing it, can be said to be no different from an ordinary samurai. How is it possible that my chakra was absorbed in an instant? After encountering dry silica gel, which has the ability to absorb enemy chakra, it becomes completely useless. The speed is several times faster than before. On the contrary, Kakashi and Might Guy didn't even know that he had such a trading sword attribute. The communicative sword in the hand of the officer Gisame directly slashed towards Naruto in the air. Every time the shark muscle broadsword hits the opponent, it will absorb a large amount of chakra, and Naruto naturally knows this move. Although Kakashi is a jonin, the amount of chakra in his body is very small, so all his battles basically rely on brains and tactics to win. Chapter 154. That's it. I thought how great it was. You ninjas in Konoha village are nothing more than that, they are all ants in my opinion. Today, I will let you experience the true horror of my dried persimmon ghost shark. Naruto suddenly appeared between the two at the moment when the shark muscle sword fell. The fist in his hand was as fast as lightning, and he hit Kianshi Guishie's abdomen heavily, and his whole body flew into the air again. However, this time, the dry and wet ghost glue stabilized in midair, still arrogantly shouting at the two of them. I've been waiting for this opportunity to let you try another big move of mine. Water style, waterfall technique. In an instant, centering on the dry silica gel, it began to rapidly expand and release a large amount of water. It completely enveloped him, forming a huge water ball with a diameter of 1 kilometer. This water polo can actually be suspended in midair, and every movement of the dry silica gel can drive the water polo, and at the same time it is moving. Absorb all objects in this huge water sphere. At the same time, the shape of dry silica gel has completely changed. From the originally unhuman appearance, the body began to twist slowly at this time, turning into a complete half-human half-shark form. Sharks can be said to be the overlord of the ocean in the water. They have a strong underwater survival ability in attack mode, and the ghost shark is the representative of this. He is absolutely invincible in the water. Only this time he chose the wrong person. Naruto quietly looked at the huge water ball floating in midair, and smiled coldly. I thought it was something, isn't it just this water polo? Kakashi and the Might Guy beside him were extremely surprised. How is this possible? Once we are wrapped in this water polo, we will not survive for 3 minutes. Even if we are not killed, we will suffocate to death. Evacuate everyone in Konoha village and get out of this place. Don't be wrapped up by this water polo, otherwise it will be all over. Naruto said to Kakashi. Kakashi Might Guy, don't panic both of you, let's witness the miracle. Kakashi and Might Guy froze in place suddenly, not knowing what Naruto was trying to do, but they weren't acting either. Naruto finally pulled out his zanjetsu slowly at this moment. The invisible energy that erupted instantly enveloped the surroundings, but ordinary people couldn't detect it. Mummy Kisame, then let me see if you can take my trick. As soon as the words fell, the zanjetsu in Naruto's hand instantly condensed a powerful sword energy and howled. Like a steel needle, zanjetsu directly pierced a huge round shield, and no one could stop it. Genshi Kisame thought he was completely invincible within his water polo. But when I saw the zanjetsu, I was so surprised that I couldn't move. By the time he regained consciousness again, the corpse had already been separated. The entire huge blister immediately disintegrated after losing its body and died, turning into raindrops and falling down one after another. The whole Konoha village is like being hit by a torrential rain. After being poured, it is wet everywhere, even Naruto is no exception. But Naruto didn't care at all. His eyes were fixed on Hoshigaki Kisame, who fell from the sky and had already been separated from his body, and his big shark muscle sword. Dried persimmon ghost shark's regenerative ability is also very powerful, in the face of desperation. You can even hide your body in the shark muscle sword and wait for the chance to be reborn again. Congratulations to host for successfully killing Hoshigaki Kisame and gaining 1.5 million destiny points. I didn't expect to have 1.5 million destiny points, which is even more valuable than that Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that other people in the Shao organization are also a big piece of fat. Others already knew that Hoshigaki Kisame was completely cool, and this time Naruto didn't give him another chance. Naruto Zanjetsu's blow just now was so powerful that before the opponent could react, he had completely lost consciousness. And there is no possibility of hiding anything in the fallen shark muscle sword. How on earth did you do it, Naruto? You were able to win with one blow. And why didn't he suck your chakra attributes? Kakashi on the side was very puzzled. Naruto explained. Actually, when I touched him just now, part of chakra was already sucked away. It's just that the amount of chakra that the other party sucks from my body is very limited every time, and it's not a big loss for me. Ask for flowers. For me, such a young man is vulnerable and poses no threat at all. The next time you meet such an opponent, you too must be more careful. It doesn't happen every time. I will help you. At this time, Hinata has also followed. Just now, Hinata was deliberately hidden in a safe corner to avoid him being injured. Now that the battle is over, he came to Naruto's side again. How are you, Naruto? Are you healthy? Naruto nodded and said to Hinata. Don't worry, I'm very safe. How could something happen? What you should worry about is whether the enemy can escape from me, haha. 0. Naruto, you really know how to joke. Although you are very powerful, I worry about you every time I fight. So Hinata, you have to become stronger, and you may be able to reach my strength in the future and become stronger with me. You can do your part to protect the village. Naruto carefully calculated the days, and now there is not much time before Sky Country will show up again. But now I have more important things to do, if the village needs someone to guard it at that time. Defensive measures must be taken. Kakashi, I have something very important to tell you. Kakashi came to Naruto wearily and asked. What's going on? Kakashi, have you heard of Sky Country? Sky Country doesn't seem to have heard of this thing. Is that a country? Yes, it is indeed a country, but a country that has long since disappeared. 117. If you don't know, you can look up our historical materials, and you will naturally understand when the time comes. What I want to tell you is that the country of the sky is about to recover, and it can be said that there is a huge hidden danger for the ninja world. And his first target is our Konoha village, so you have to get Tsunade fully prepared. Kakashi asked back, aren't you in the village? That's right, I'm going to go out to Mount Myoboku for a while, and I may not be back in a short time. Chapter 155. I thought that since immortality is so powerful, why not let many people learn it? If the kingdom of the sky really shows up, then it will depend on you. If you can come back in time, I will also help you eliminate the threat of this empty kingdom. Tell Tsunade to get into action now, to prepare the defense, if there is a quick counterattack. For Naruto now, helping Hinata build a piece of equipment is the top priority, so the operation to Mount Myoboku must be done. After settling things in the village, he took Hinata directly to Mount Myoboku. It's just that this Mount Myoboku, as one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world, can be said to be very difficult to find. But for Naruto, he knows exactly where this Mount Myoboku is hidden. Of course Hinata has also heard about the existence of Mount Myoboku, but she is very puzzled by some questions. Naruto, 150, how do you know where Mount Myoboku is? Can you tell me? There's nothing wrong with that. Let me tell you, he's just on an isolated island above the sea. If you want to get there, you have to go through heavy waves, and the ancestors can reach it. It can be said that not everyone can find it. But of course I have my own way. I also know that Mount Myoboku has powerful senjutsu, and Jiraiya among the 3 of us is learning senjutsu. I don't know what this fairy art is like, and why it is so powerful. Naruto also has other thoughts in his heart at this time, because there are still many unsolved mysteries about the fairy art. The first unsolved mystery is that Wetbone Forest is the only place that doesn't show up. Although the location of Ruchi Cave has appeared in the subsequent biography of Boruto, it is still full of mysteries. The second point is that these spells existed long before Otsutsuki Kagaya came here. So who created and used this kind of fairy art is also an unsolved mystery. However, although there are very few people who practice Shanshu, even in the ninja world, they can be counted on one finger. But the strength of Shanshu is very powerful. If you can master Shanshu, wouldn't you be able to deal with future enemies? Because the Otsutsuki family has a special ability, they can be immune to all attacks of chakra skills. But there is no defense against Shanshu, which is the key to defeating the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan in the future. I have to learn fairy art. In this way, only fairy art is the key to victory. And I can also use the magic to absorb natural energy, so my chakra reserves can reach the point of infinity. Hinata looked at Naruto talking to himself, and asked involuntarily, Naruto, what are you mumbling about? Why do you look so excited? I just thought of something. Hinata leaned towards Naruto and looked at him curiously. What's the matter? I want to know too. Naruto looked at Hinata's cute look, and told her something. However, there are some key information that can't be told to her all. After all, it is not good to know some things in advance. What I want to tell you is about the use of the ability of Shanshu. Do you know what special ability Shanshu has? Hinata shook her head. I don't know. Isn't it just chakra? What difference does it make? You don't know that, even chakra has many differences. For example, the size of our ninja's own chakra is different now, and the chakra attribute can be used as a subtle distinction. It's like everyone's ID card is different, but the only thing that is the same is the chakra produced by the human body itself. And senjutsu is chakra that can be transformed into energy from nature. That is to say, as long as you learn the fairy art, you can get inexhaustible natural energy anytime and anywhere. Hinata naturally understood what was going on when she heard this. Are you saying that as long as you learn the art of immortality, you can have endless chakra? I heard that Jiraiya-sama also learned fairy art. No wonder Jiraiya-sama is so powerful. Actually, Jiraiya only used part of the power of Shanshu, and it would be even stronger if all of it was played out. Hinata looked puzzled. Why only use a part of the magic power? Isn't Master Jiraiya not good at studying? Naruto shook his head. Of course it's not like this, but it's determined by the characteristics of fairy arts. Every practitioner of Shanshu is different, and there will be some subtle changes according to the physique of the practitioner. Therefore, every ninja who practices fairy art will have different degrees of exclusive strengthening directions and abilities. And there is another feature, that is, the higher the combination degree of the big toad's fairy art, the smaller the toad's characteristics. Hinata couldn't understand what this meant for a moment. Naruto laughed. Haha, you'll know about it when you reach Mount Myoboku, but don't tell anyone else about it. Why? This matter is very important, and it must be kept secret. If the location of Mount Myoboku is revealed, people with bad intentions may find it. For the ninja world, once the power is mastered by bad guys, you know the consequences. Hinata nodded. I see. However, I think since the magic of immortality is so powerful, why don't many people learn it? In this way, wouldn't our Konoha village be stronger? Naruto was almost amused by Hinata's naive idea, but he just shook his head helplessly. You will know some things when the time comes. It's getting late, let's hurry up. We have to walk on the sea for a while to reach our destination. In Naruto's heart, in fact, 5.0 already has its own plans. The goal of the main march this time is very simple. The first point is to create a full-body equipment for Hinata. It can be said that it is very critical to quickly improve Hinata's strength and become his right-hand man. The second point is that two people must fully learn the art of immortality at Mount Myoboku. In this way, potential threats to the future will have a greater chance of winning. Although there are not many people who use special weapons in the ninja world, their role should not be underestimated. If you look at Naruto's current ability, just physical skills have completely surpassed most ninjas, and can even achieve the advantage of crushing. But as the saying goes, a single thread does not make a thread, and a single tree does not make a forest, if we can have more helpers. For yourself, you can also share less pressure. Chapter 156 Create a new move. Gentle Fist Rasengan. However, the distance to reach Mount Myoboku is a bit far. Naruto roughly calculated that it took more than 800 kilometers to reach Mount Myoboku. After knowing the distance, Hinata was a little worried. Are we going to drift 800 kilometers above the sea? This is too far. You don't have to worry about this, we can build a better ship and go slowly. By the way, you can enjoy the happiness of the two-person world, can't you? Nobody else bothers us above the ocean, don't you? Hinata's face turned red again. She really had nothing to say about such words. But it takes a lot of money to get a boat. At this time, Naruto suddenly thought of the money he won with Tsunade before. I already have my own plan in mind. So Naruto found Tsunade directly, and asked him for a sum of money, which was specially used to purchase a large ship. Tsunade also donated part of the money directly to Naruto without hesitation. For Naruto, the money is completely enough. No matter which world you are in, having money is always better than not having money. And there are many things that cannot be settled by force alone. After all, Naruto is not a robber. To do things, you still have to be a gentleman. After coming to the beach, I easily bought a second-hand boat. Although this boat has been around for a few years, it still looks very strong. After raising the sail, Naruto suddenly felt like he had become the One Piece, Luffy. But then he shook his head and smiled helplessly. Now in the world of Hokage, how can I become the One Piece? Let's go to the One Piece slowly later. In this way, Naruto and Hinata sailed together on a ship for up to a month. During this period, Naruto also imparted a lot of knowledge to Hinata. At the same time, he also began to assist her in practicing together. The first is about the gentle fist of the Hyuga family. Naruto has made some improvements based on the chakra characteristics and ancestral abilities of the Hyuga family. For example, the moves of gentle fist can be said to be invincible in melee combat, but it is somewhat unsatisfactory for long-range aspects. And it just so happens that Hinata's subtle control over chakra has reached a very high peak. So Naruto began to teach Hinata, gathered chakra in the palm of his hand, and directly transformed into the form of Rasengan. Different from ordinary Rasengan, only relying on the power of Rasengan itself, it can still only be used at close range. But after merging the gentle fist moves of the Hyuga family, chakra directly evolved into Gentle Fist Rasengan. Gentle Fist Rasengan. Shuriken, this is a move you created alone, now we can formally test how powerful it is. Hinata is actually a genius in practice, and he has fully mastered this trick in just 10 days. Moreover, Hinata was able to knead with one hand, and after Rasengan played out and aimed at the target, he threw it hard. At the moment of throwing, a very high wave was directly stirred up on the sea surface. It can be seen that the speed of this move Rasengan has approached supersonic speed. Then there was a violent explosion above the sea surface, and the power of the explosion directly rolled up a monstrous sea wave. Naruto watched the waves with a height of several 10 meters sweeping towards him, and almost toppled the entire hull of the ship. Seeing this scene, both of them couldn't help but get excited. Hinata, you are really a genius. I didn't expect to master such an efficient long-range attack method so quickly. And it's a move you created yourself. Hinata blushed a little, she said to Naruto. These are all thanks to you, if it's just me, it's impossible. I didn't expect Rasengan to be able to integrate other chakra attributes into a stronger move. Naruto is very satisfied with the results of his current practice. Hinata's progress has far exceeded Naruto's expectations. Now that you have mastered the long-range and short-range attack capabilities, now we need to create 10 pieces of equipment for you. At that time, I'm afraid even the members of the Shao organization will no longer be your opponents. In this way, in the process of continuous practice on board, Hinata has fully advanced to the peak state of Jonin. After a full month like this, Naruto finally came to the legendary island of Mount Myoboku. From a distance, it is a circular volcanic island. Seeking flowers 0. The climate here is very hot, and all the trees here are large, leafy trees that only grow in that tropical climate. I have never seen the birds flying in the sky and the many strange trees here. What a great place. This is Mount Myoboku, we're finally here. Mount Myoboku. Finally here. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the huge island in front of him. He was in a daze for a while. At a certain moment, I thought I was in the world of One Piece. Huge banana leaves and many plants that have never been seen almost cover the entire island. It looks like it's a vibrant island. As soon as the two stepped onto the island, they saw a black figure appearing in the woods. Naruto protected Hinata behind him, and shouted loudly, "Who's sneaking around in there?" The figure came out unhurriedly, and after getting closer, it turned out to be a toad. The appearance of the toad looked a little weird, and he actually spit out human words. But it is relatively unfamiliar to others, but Naruto confirmed that he is the high-ranking figure on this island, Fukasaku-sama. Above Mount Myoboku, the highest-ranking person is Myoki Senjin, and his two high-ranking protectors are Fukasaku-sama and another one. Sitting and looking at Naruto and Hinata, he spoke. "You are Naruto, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. The immortal Miyamu said that you will come here in a few days, so he asked me to wait for you here." Immortal Miyamu, I didn't expect him to be able to realize such a prophecy. It seems that there is indeed a bit of skill. So it's Shanzuo, how long have you been waiting here? It didn't take long, I just waited here for a while every morning, I didn't expect you to come here today. Fukasaku-sama's status is second only to Great Toad Sage, so it can be said that his status is very high. If I want to learn fairy art in the future, I have to learn from him. After looking Naruto up and down, he nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, I didn't expect you, Naruto, to be more talented than Jiraiya. Chapter 157 Arriving at Mount Myoboku. Naruto blinked, looking at Fukasaku-sama very curiously. "Fukasaku-sama, do you know why I came to you today?" He made a deep smile. "Of course I know, if I'm not mistaken, you should come here for the fairy art. To be honest, there are indeed many people who want to practice immortal arts, but you are the second one who can come here alone. Under normal circumstances, in this island, it is impossible to come here without the guidance of others." Naruto smiled, and finally touched his head with his hand. "As expected of you, Fukasaku-sama, your budget is really accurate. However, this time, there is really one thing I want your help with. It's not that I want to learn fairy art alone. You also saw, 743, Hinata and I are together. I can't learn fairy art alone. I don't care about her, right? So, do you think it is possible to make him give up learning the fairy bed together?" On Hinata's face, there was a trace of blushing, and he looked awkward, as if because this kind of thing would make him feel a little bit embarrassed. He pondered deeply for a moment. It's not a big problem. However, the most important thing about this thing is to look at one's potential. If your potential is sufficient, then you can definitely learn it. If your potential is not enough, no one can help you. It's not that anyone can learn fairy arts casually, otherwise, wouldn't fairy arts be like filling the streets? However, if you let Hinata try it, there's no big problem, at least I am willing to perish. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, but Hinata beside him looked at Fukasaku curiously. "Master Fukasaku, I still don't quite understand what is a fairy art. What's the effect? Could it make me stronger? And, how should I learn it? Is there any difference between this thing and ninjutsu?" Before Fukasaku could speak, Naruto who was standing beside him laughed. "Hinata, you don't actually need to ask him this question, just ask me on the way here. Because, I know this matter very well, and I can explain it clearly to you almost without saying anything. There is a big difference between immortal jutsu and ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, this itself is to use the energy in the body, and then, you can quickly release the skills you want to release. However, if this thing is used for a long time, it will lead to insufficient chakra energy in your body, and then you will be defeated by others. As for fairy art, it must be completely different, because this thing can directly absorb the external chakra nungwang." Hinata frowned. "I still don't quite understand it. I feel that this word is too profound. It is really difficult for me to understand it. Could it be because I'm really too stupid, and it's also because I'm too stupid that I didn't even understand what you said so clearly?" Naruto smiled wryly. "Let me explain it to you like this. Ordinary ninjutsu generally requires physical energy, plus your spiritual power gathers together, and then exudes a huge craft. However, if you use fairy art, then you will add the energy of the body to the energy of the mind, and you can also add an additional natural energy. This is the convergence of the three, so wouldn't it be possible to directly burst out a very large chakra energy? In this way, your previous strength can be greatly enhanced. After all, chakra created by 2 energies and chakra created by 3 energies, you should know which energy is stronger." Hinata in front of him, after hearing this sentence, suddenly realized the color on his face. "So that's what happened, I finally understand now. If this is the case, then I must learn, but what is this external energy?" Naruto blinked his eyes. "Of course it's in the earth and the sky. Oh, there's no need to keep talking about it now. After all, it's useless to say more. After Naruto finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Fukasaku next to him. Master Fukasaku, I feel that even if you try to explain it, it may be difficult to understand, so I suggest that you best give Hinata a direct test. Fukasaku at this moment, after hearing these words, instantly rolled his eyes at Naruto, with a wry smile on his face. Naruto, aren't you just kidding me on purpose? I'm already old, and you still insist on asking me to do the trial again. Hey, okay, you just continue to squeeze me, this old stubborn. Seeing this scene, Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. There was a strong exhaustion in his eyes, as if this kind of thing had made him feel a little exhausted all over his body. At most, I just saw Fukasaku-sama and made a gesture of seal. As soon as this sentence was finished, it was thrown out in an instant. Directly use the magic to absorb the chakra energy from the outside world crazily. Just lift this thing directly, as long as you can lift this huge rock directly, I must have great confidence in your personal ability. Fukasaku took a deep breath, and slowly walked directly to the side of the stone, and then quickly gathered the energy of his body. At the same time, it gathered together with the energy of Cha scheme in his body, creating a very terrifying aura. Because I didn't see other energies appearing. How about it? This is the fairy power I used after absorbing 1.3 natural energy. In an instant, he lifted up the huge toadstone in front of him with both hands. There was a trace of cold sweat on his face, and his gaze gradually became more and more difficult. Then he lifted up the huge stone directly, which seems to have nothing to do with fairy art. Naruto blinked his eyes, pointed to a huge stone next to him, and this huge stone was at least 50 times the size of Fukasaku-sama. As for Hinata next to him, a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. In the end, the whole person sat slumped on the ground, panting heavily in his mouth. Then how do you think I should test you? Do you feel very powerful? Want to study hard? Chapter 158, The Journey of Learning Immortal Arts. Naruto shook his head. No, Hinata, you don't see other energies appearing, it's because our strength is lacking. It's precisely because our strength is not strong, and we haven't learned fairy art yet, so we can't sense the natural energy around us. Just now, Fukasaku-sama must have absorbed the natural energy around him, so he was able to lift the stone. Hinata nodded obediently, with a strong look of excitement in her eyes. Wow, if this is the case, if I learn fairy art, then my eyesight will increase exponentially, so I can directly help Naruto. It won't be a vase in the future, so what should I do next? Naruto also looked at Fukasaku curiously. The purpose of his visit this time is to learn the art of immortality. So until now, he is still a little unclear about how to learn fairy art. As for the current Fukasaku, after hearing these words, his eyes instantly became very heavy. The most important thing for you now is to be one with nature first. To put it simply, you have to die first. Now Naruto has thick black lines in his eyes. Master Fukasaku, if you say this, you will be talking too deeply about the topic. Can you explain it to me a little bit simpler, not too complicated? Besides, Hinata and I don't understand very well. If you can explain everything in a simple way now, maybe we can be simpler and clearer. However, if you make things too complicated, the more we listen, the more our scalps will feel numb, and we won't understand what you mean at all. Hinata nodded. Compared to these things, you just tell me what we should do next. He made a deep smile. In fact, compared to these, the most important thing for you is not to move. As long as you can insist on not moving, and then slowly feel the nature with your own heart. In this way, you can flow and harmonize with nature, feel the breath of nature, and gradually you will become stronger. As long as you can calm your mind, then slowly let yourself not move, and then feel the nature. In this way, as long as you can persist, you can feel the existence of natural energy in a short time. Naruto sneered in disdain for an instant. Cut, I thought it would be difficult, but it's just a matter of not moving. This kind of thing doesn't bother me at all. After all, I feel that this is clearly a very normal phenomenon. Immediately after he finished speaking, he sneered very disdainfully, and his eyes were filled with strong calmness. But in front of Fukasaku, his eyes instantly became very dignified. No, if you really think this way, you are very wrong. After all, the difficulty of this kind of cultivation can be said to be quite high. Also, you have to remember that the most difficult thing for an animal is to sit still. Naruto's eyes became very complicated in an instant. After all, for an animal like a frog, even if he is kept still for countless days, I am afraid that others can do it. Because this kind of animal itself belongs to this, and he almost understands this clearly in his heart. So until now, he would feel very uneasy in his heart when he suddenly said such words. Hinata beside him, when he heard this sentence, also blinked his eyes. Master Fukasaku, you have always been very smart, and you have a certain ability to judge almost everything you do. As long as it is something you want to do, there is almost nothing that cannot be done, so, you can see if you can find a way to help us this time. At least if you want to sit still, you really need patience. If you don't have 3 or 5 years, it feels like you can't succeed at all. My own words are a little better, because I have enough patience, so this little thing doesn't bother me. But you should also be clear that what Naruto lacks the most is patience, and no matter what he does, he is almost careless. Is there any shortcut to choose? If there is a shortcut to choose, of course it would be great. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he looked at Fukasaku with unusual eagerness. That's right, come up with a shortcut for me. If there is no shortcut, it will be too difficult. He made a wry smile, and pointed to a big toadstone statue behind him with his finger, and in the mouth of the big toadstone statue, there were traces of yellow objects flowing down continuously. There is a toad oil behind this, which is the exclusive energy of our clan. Apply this thing on the arm, and the natural energy will be directly felt by you. Because as long as you smear this thing on it, the natural energy should be able to enter your body through this toad oil. That way you can feel these natural energies. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly, but there was a trace of worry in his eyes. By the way, I shouldn't have too many side effects after I use this thing. I don't want to completely rely on toad oil, so if there is no toad oil in the future, if I can't sense natural energy, then I am dumbfounded. As for Fukasaku in front of him, after hearing these words, he immediately smiled confidently. You can rest assured about this issue as soon as possible. If Jongbyo 33 hadn't guessed, this kind of thing would definitely not have happened. However, if you smear this thing, it is very likely that you will turn yourself into a frog. As for the current Naruto, he quickly retreated back in an instant. I don't want to be a frog, but you've put this stuff on me, so what do I do next? He made a deep smile. Don't worry, the reason why you are turning into a frog now is because you have too much natural energy in your own body. You have to learn to adjust the energy in your body slowly. As long as you calm down the energy in your body a little, then you won't become a frog. Naruto frowned, but still chose to be obedient. Forget it, in order to be able to learn fairy art, I will fight this time. In the end, he quickly adjusted the energy in his body, and the form of the frog disappeared instantly. Wow, this is really good, it seems that this is not difficult at all. Fukasaku shook his head. If it's natural energy that goes through your body thoroughly and covers all the other energies in your body, then you'll just keep turning into a frog. After turning into a frog for a while, it will directly turn into these huge evolutionary stone statues. The reason why there are so many frog stone statues here is because they are all losers. Chapter 159 Immortal Fusion 100%. How can this be? Although Hinata is a girl and doesn't look fat at all, she has an unusually large appetite. You must know that Naruto was once the king of Ichiraku Ramen, the champion, and he ate dozens of bowls. It's just that most people don't know this secret. With the blessing of fresh meat, Hinata's appetite was greatly increased, and more than half of the fish were eaten by Hinata. Several people chatted while eating. I have another question to ask you, and that is about meteorites, you should also know about it. Fukasaku-sama nodded. Of course I know this, is there any other things or doubts? Of course I have doubts. I just want to know what is so special about this meteorite. Could it be that the Six Paths Immortal artifact was made of these things? Of course, those artifacts were created with the special techniques of Lu Dao. But at the beginning, he didn't join the magic power used by immortals. So the artifact he built can be said to absorb too much chakra from the user. Those who can use Six Paths weapons can only be used by those very rare masters. It can be said that the weapons he built cannot be promoted and are not suitable for ordinary ninjas. But if it is built with the power of Shanshu, then its nature will be completely different. Naruto asked curiously, how could it be different? You can understand it is the change of fairy art for everyone's physique. The chakra properties injected into the weapons made by different people will also have special changes in the metal with different systems. So if you want to build a weapon that suits you, you can only make it yourself. Only then will it be able to fully match the attributes of the chakra infused into it and the creator. If the chakra of its own body is too small, the amount of chakra consumed will be correspondingly smaller when the artifact is used. Although the power attribute will be weakened, other attributes will be greatly improved. Quote, Naruto nodded. I see, it seems that the plan to build weapons for Hinata can only be done by Hinata herself. Hinata shook her head after hearing this from the side. How is this possible? I have never been exposed to such things as making weapons. If the construction is not good at that time, I am afraid that these precious materials will be wasted. But Fukasaku-sama said, on this point, you can rest assured that I will give you some operational tips before building the weapon. As long as you have mastered some key points of making weapons, then when it is formally built in the future, naturally there will be no problems. Still hesitating, Hinata looked to Naruto for his opinion. Naruto encouraged her, don't worry, Hinata has me by your side, nothing is impossible. The next thing we need to do is to practice the fairy art first, and then we will naturally know what to do. However, we can only create one piece of equipment here, and we still need to find more metal materials. As for other materials, we can look for them step by step. Over the next few days Naruto and Hinata started to make great strides. Even Fukasaku-sama was amazed by the speed of progress of the two of them. Originally, it took several years of practice, but the two of them only used it for less than 2 weeks, and they have fully mastered the law of using the fairy art. After Naruto inhaled the surrounding magic chakra into his body, 2 orange marks appeared in his eyes. This is a manifestation of opening a new number mode. And his body didn't have any abnormalities, it turned into any frog-like state. This shows that the degree of integration of Naruto and Shanshu is very high. But Hinata is a little different. Hinata's double eyelids turned red after turning on Sage mode. When Fukasaku-sama saw this scene, he couldn't help being a little surprised. It's really unbelievable, I didn't expect someone to be able to integrate Sage mode to 100%. Hinata's ability to integrate Sage mode is so high, I really didn't expect it. Naruto asked curiously, why is there such a change? What if it reaches 100%? This change in color depth can intuitively reflect the content of Shanju chakra stored in Sage Mode's body. If Naruto, you can absorb 10,000 natural chakra energy each time. Then Hinata's body contains 7 times as much 1000 Tree T cubes as yours, and this crimson color changes that. In the ensuing battles, with the continuous consumption of the magic chakra, the color on the eyelids will gradually fade until it turns orange. In this way, I can also observe the remaining amount of my chakra at any time, which can be said to be very amazing. This is of course no problem in normal times, but it will become a shortcoming in battle. Really replenish at any time, use the ability of the novice chakra at any time. Of course Naruto is very happy about this, after all Hinata can become stronger. Under normal practice conditions, if you want to obtain natural energy absorption as chakra, you need to remain motionless and still. Fukasaku-sama suddenly became serious. It seems that what he said is very important. But people like Ms. Hinata who can achieve a degree of fit, 100%, don't have such worries. Naruto and Hinata looked at Fukasaku-sama very curiously. But Naruto, don't be discouraged. With your ability, you only need a little practice to reach this state. This is also the peak state of the celestial arts created by the great Toad Sage. According to, originally thought that the piece of meteorite would be placed in a very secret place. It can be said that it has achieved the real 100% endless magic chakra. In other words, Ms. Hinata can move freely without no macho staying still. You can absorb the natural energy chakra in its natural state anytime, anywhere. There is also the most critical point, which is also very important. Since you have come to this point, then I should take you to see the legendary meteorite. Once the timing is not good, it is very likely that the opponent will notice it. As for the ability to build, I will naturally teach you one by one. It's a good thing for myself. Chapter 160. By the way, the place where the meteorite is placed is too casual, right? Unexpectedly, Fukasaku-sama led the two of them directly to the top of the highest mountain of Mount Myoboku. The height of this mountain is about 1 kilometer above sea level. Standing here you can see all the surrounding scenery. Beyond a small island, there is an endless dark ocean. And the small mountain peaks here have become so outstanding, there are indeed some scenery that are hard to forget. And just above the top of the mountain was a stone table, on which was placed a piece of meteorite. This piece of meteorite has an irregular shape and contains a lot of impurities on the front. Naruto carefully held him in the palm of his hand, and it actually weighed about 20 kilograms. Fukasaku-sama explained, don't look at the size of this piece of meteorite, but it can absorb all the metal after it melts. After the metal inside melted, it was only about 2 kilograms. Miss Hinata, what kind of weapon do you want to build? Tell me first. Hinata thought for a moment before speaking. I haven't figured out what weapon I want. I think let Naruto choose with me. Naruto said it without hesitation. Then build a long sword. This weapon can be said to be the best. Unexpectedly, Fusaku shook his head when he heard it. No, from my point of view, according to Ms. Hinata 713's own abilities and characteristics, common is not suitable for him. Because he majored in Jujutsu and his meticulous control over chakra. It would be even better if you could make a pair of bracelets. Master Shenzuo explained why he chose to create a pair of bracelets. The bracelet can hide itself very well, and as long as it is injected with chakra, it can form a protective ability and a long-distance offensive ability after being thrown out. This is similar to the Jujutsu 8 trigrams palms practiced by Ms. Hinata. Not only can it have a very good fit, but it can also achieve the unity of offense and defense. Not only can it reach its peak state in the short-range output, but also the long-range support attack is not at a disadvantage. And here we have a pair of blueprints about making a diamond bracelet. There are also some special inscriptions and spells on the blueprints. If they are integrated into one, they will be able to exert the greatest power. Naruto asked, who drew this drawing? Why have I never heard of such a thing? Does it need to be said? CFFA appeared in our Mount Myoboku. It must have been drawn by the great Toad Sage himself. Even the weapons created by the original Sage of Six Paths were designed by our great Toad Sage. So Naruto directly took this piece of cloud, and iron rushed to the place where it was going to be forged. In a dilapidated thatched hut on Mount Myoboku, there are some tools for forging. These tools have long been tattered and rusted. It looks like it's been a very long time and no one has moved. Fukasaku-sama pointed to these tools and said, these things were used once when the artifacts of Sage of Six Paths were created thousands of years ago, and they have never been touched until now. I didn't expect him to be ignited again today. Fukasaku-sama directly found the blueprint of the pair of Vajra bracelets from a pile of miscellaneous boxes and handed it to Hinata. Take a closer look at the diamond bracelet on the drawing. It is very delicately made. The style is not only small and exquisite, but also shiny and golden, which looks very beautiful. This is not a bracelet, it is simply a handicraft and a work of art. Hinata seems to really like this pair of bracelets. I decided to make this pair of bracelets, and they look very beautiful. No one nodded. As long as Hinata liked something, of course he agreed and supported it 100%. Miss Hinata, before that, I have to tell you about the process of building. When crafting, you must use the power of fairy art to fuse with the chakra in your body. Of course, this furnace will be extinguished. There is no fuel in the fire here, so you need to burn your chakra as a source of heat. During forging, your chakra attributes will naturally be integrated into this piece of metal, making it the most suitable weapon for you. Then, under Fukasaku-sama's instructions, Hinata began the process of forging this weapon. The first thing is to completely melt this piece of meteorite and completely remove the impurities inside. After the metals are left behind, they are the raw materials used to make weapons. Although Hinata has never used these things, it is very easy to learn, and it has mastered these various building tools in just one day. And Naruto is also watching and guiding, and learning these things. Hinata in the thatched hut is sweating profusely. Although the process of building is very hard, it is also very happy. Because this is not just as simple as building weapons, but also a recognition of one's own ability. And you can make your favorite weapon, who can refuse such a temptation? In the final stage of weapon formation, Hinata infused a pair of bracelets with magic. Chakra activated the attribute of meteorite. After finally finishing the work, Hinata looked very excited to see the pair of bracelets he had made by himself. This pair of bracelets was not only made by Hinata himself, but also added some chakra attribute prohibitions and formations. Can maximize the power of this bracelet. After seeing this scene, Fukasaku-sama nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Miss Hinata is not only kind and beautiful, but also has a pair of skillful hands. It turned out to be able to create a magic weapon exactly like the blueprint. Hinata's face turned red from the praise. But before that, I would like to explain to you some usage methods and techniques of this bracelet. I can get started quickly when I use it later. Hinata nodded, and listened carefully to Mr. Kamaku's explanation. A weapon that can be made of meteorite can be said to be invincible, so it can use two attack modes. The first one is to inject ordinary self-chakra, which will use ordinary attack mode, which is completely enough for some ninjas with low strength. If you encounter a powerful opponent, you need to inject chakra. At this time, the bracelet will open the strongest form. The amount of chakra it absorbs will be huge, but fortunately you can replenish it in time. Chapter 161. The Vajra bracelet artifact is completed. This is too badass. Miss Hinata, in terms of your perfect fit, you can directly replenish the consumed mental chakra from natural energy at any time to achieve a perfect fit. Even the cage-level powerhouses in your ninja world can't withstand this blow at their peak. It can be said that this pair of bracelets is specially made for you. Hinata nodded. Thank you very much, Fukasaku-sama. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't believe it, because at this time Hinata's strength was comparable to his own. But when he got here, Naruto remembered another thing. Didn't it mean that you only need to get a piece of meteorite to know where the next piece of meteorite is hidden? Hinata blurted out. The place where the next piece of meteorite is hidden is in the vast expanse of desert outside Tsunade. What is hidden there? How can I find it? How did you know, Hinata? There doesn't seem to be any note-like information left. Hinata explained. When this bracelet was fully formed, the hiding place of the next meteorite naturally appeared in my mind. It seems that the hidden location of the next meteorite will be revealed only after forging it by hand. However, the information given this time is really too vague, it just marked a general place in the desert. Now we don't need to look for that thing, there are still other tasks to do. When we need it in the future, it's not too late for us to go look for it in that desert. Naruto nodded. There's nothing wrong with that. Then let's test it now, what kind of strength this bracelet can exert. It must not be possible at Mount Myoboku, otherwise the whole island would be destroyed. Let's go to the beach and try. After the three came to the beach, Hinata did not turn on sage mode, but directly used her own chakra in normal form. Put the bracelet on both wrists and immediately chakra will be injected into it automatically. Gather 8 trigrams palms, then gently pinch a palm towards the front of the sea. All of a sudden, a huge wave rose from the surface of the sea. Immediately afterwards, this wave began to move towards the distance, moving rapidly, and getting higher and higher as the distance went. The highest wave reached 100 meters. It's really unbelievable, I didn't expect that such a light palm can exert such great power. Then let's try how powerful the bracelet in sage mode can explode. So Hinata directly turned on sage mode, and instantly her eyelids turned into a pair of crimson. At this time, a large amount of mind skills chakra gathered in a pair of bracelets instantly, bursting out in astonishing energy instantly. With Hinata as the center, a huge chakra breath that is clearly visible to the naked eye begins to spread around. Then I saw Hinata started to use 8 trigrams, and slammed a piece towards the sea with his empty palm. In an instant, the entire sea surface was directly divided into 2, and a huge gap directly raised the entire sea surface. Wherever it passed, the seabed of the entire sea surface was exposed. A huge power, even the clouds in the sky were instantly scattered, and the power formed could be comparable to a nuclear bomb. If there was a big mountain standing in front of it, it would probably be razed to the ground immediately. This is too exaggerated, I didn't expect this kind of artifact to have such a powerful power. Hinata retracted the strength of the bracelet, and then also turned off sage mode. He was also very unbelievable about this, and happily said to Naruto. Naruto, I really didn't expect to be able to improve so much in a short period of time, and I can really accompany you to do tasks by your side in the future. Naruto nodded, although Hinata's strength is completely different from before, but now he also wants to test how much power he can exert when he turns on the fairy art mode. So he himself directly turned on sage mode, and directly grabbed his Zangetsu with one hand. The moment he touched Zangetsu, a picture of heaven and earth falling apart appeared in his mind. He immediately knew in his heart that if the knife was pulled out, the power it would cause would be enough to destroy Fang Yuan. All things living things, I didn't expect that Zangetsu, which is infused with Senjutsu Chakra, can be so terrifying. Originally thought that Hinata's strength was comparable to his own, but now it seems that Hinata has also opened the Sage mode and there is still a big gap with himself. ... Seeking flowers 0. Of course, these words cannot be said directly to Hinata, and he can only hide them in his heart. Naruto knew that the power of his blow was too terrifying, so he simply gave up this test. Hinata and Fukasaku-sama looked at Naruto with some puzzlement. Naruto had to make up a lie. It's just that after turning on Sage mode, the physical fitness has improved, but I still don't feel much about the moves. I'll test it next time. That's all for today. It's not too early now. We have been here for more than a month, and it's time to go back. Fukasaku-sama still wants to keep Naruto, but Naruto does have very important things to do. According to the calculation of the days, the Kingdom of Space may have recovered again, and it is about to attack our Konoha village. I thought I wouldn't be able to go back in time, but now it seems that I still have a chance to fight against the people of Sky Kingdom. You can just test how the results of this practice are. After taking care of everything, Hinata and Naruto went back by boat again. Having nothing to say for a day, after finally returning to Konoha village, the two came to Hokage's office immediately. Tsunade was frowning at this time, not knowing what problem he had encountered. Very happy to see Naruto back. Naruto, you are finally back. What's wrong? Did something happen to Tsunade? I've been investigating the Sky Country matter you mentioned before, but I didn't expect them to actually resurrect and reappear. Now that you've found them, you can just uproot them. Unexpectedly, Tsunade shook his head. If only it were that simple. Every time they are found they are thousands of meters above the sky. And each time there are only 1 or 2 ninjas flying at high altitude for reconnaissance. What's the use of killing those 2 scouts? Fortunately, I have now begun to evacuate all residents of Konoha village. Naruto nodded. You did a very good job. Now we have to gather all our forces, and once they launch an air strike, we have to respond immediately. Chapter 162 Hinata, I have something to say to you. When Naruto came back, Tsunade had confidence in his heart. But now that you're back, I feel somewhat at ease. By the way, where have you two been these days? Hinata said from the side. We went to Mount Myoboku to learn Senjutsu, it's as simple as that. Mount Myoboku, Senjutsu, how about now? We're done. Naruto and I have already learned. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? You've only been out for a few months. It is indeed true, Hinata and I have fully mastered the ability of Great Toad Sage Immortal Art. I came back this time to test against the Kingdom of the Sky and see what step I can do. Tsunade then pulled out a scroll. 367. This is some information detected by Shikamaru, which records the base of Sky Country. There are detailed information on the location of the controlling country and the deployment of troops. Since you're back, Naruto, let's set off immediately today to get rid of this potential safety hazard. Naruto nodded. For him, the land of space is a very huge threat now. After all, once the country of the sky is dedicated, it means that Shenong has also prepared the super weapons of the country of the sky. Especially the monster with power comparable to that of a tailed beast in the controlling country. But Naruto has other plans of his own. For this operation, as long as I go with Hinata, the rest of you will protect the village. Of course Tsunade disagreed. Tien asked. Why do you have to do this? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for me to send some people to you? Naruto shook his head. This time, I have other things to do when I go to Sky Country, and you will know it when the time comes. If there are many people sent, it is very easy to be discovered by the other party, which is not conducive to my actions. But, there's nothing wrong with Tsunade, just trust me this time. Tsunade looked at Naruto's firm eyes, and finally agreed to his request reluctantly. If you need any help, please feel free to contact me, and I will send someone to convey it to you at any time. Now Tsunade, you just need to make room for me in the village lab. After I come back this time, I will bring you something very useful. It will also be a huge change for us at Konoha village. After speaking, Naruto left Konoha village with Hinata directly. According to the reminder in the scroll, the land of the sky is located at the border between the land of fire and the land of birds. It was a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, but because it was at the junction, the population of that place was not large. The two arrived at their destination in just half a day. Naruto and Hinata had just landed on a huge canopy, and began to observe the surrounding environment. Naruto, why do we have to take such a big risk this time? The two of us are tempted. Naruto said to Hinata, aren't you still worried about your current strength? Hinata hesitated for a while before finally ordering. Although I also know that the ability of Shanju is very powerful, but we should be careful when facing unknown enemies. It seems that you still don't have much confidence in fairy art. But you can't blame you for this matter, because there are some things I haven't told you yet. Hinata looked into my eyes. Naruto looked at Hinata seriously and said every word. From now on, I will only tell you a secret that belongs to the two of us, and you must keep it secret for me. Hinata nodded solemnly. As long as it's Naruto, I'll definitely listen to what you say. With Hinata's words, Naruto's heart is naturally very relieved. Because Naruto will hand over part of his affairs to Hinata next, so that the two talents can have a greater tacit understanding. Although this thing will take some risks, but it is worth the money. Once Hinata accepts who he really is or something, then he will definitely do everything in his power to help him. Instead of becoming an outsider like now. However, Naruto will not tell Hinata 100% of his information, but only part of it. What I'm going to tell you is that I can see what's going to happen in the future. Do you believe it? Hinata nodded without any doubts. I trust you, Naruto. All the opponents we are facing now are actually just young people. In the future, we will encounter powerful life forms from other planets. Their name is the Otsutsuki clan, and the Otsutsuki clan is also the ancestor of your Hyuga clan. Ancestors. How is this possible? Naruto knew that it was impossible for Hinata to accept this matter for a while. So he explained patiently, I think you've also heard the legend about the Sage of Six Paths. Of course I know, I grew up listening to this story, but he is just a legend after all. Actually, what I want to tell you is that this is not a legend, but something that actually happened. The mother of the Sage of Six Paths was from the Otsutsuki clan thousands of years ago, and her name was Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya gave birth to two sons, the ancestor of the current Hyuga clan and the ancestor of the Uchiha clan who owns the Sharingan. During the subsequent historical process, the two families have gradually lost their blood relationship and began to become independent. The reason why your two families have such special eyes is because you have the bloodline boundary of the eyes unique to the Otsutsuki family. Sage of Six Paths is the originator of the entire ninja world, and he also created nine-tailed beasts. Now the nine tails in me are only one of the nine powers. 27. You know how powerful the Sage of Six Paths is. Hearing this, Hinata's face was full of disbelief, but it really came out of Naruto's mouth. In Hinata's eyes, whatever Naruto said, he would be very convinced. Still, she had some questions to ask. Since Sage of Six Paths is real, why doesn't he come out to help when the ninja world encounters difficulties? Naruto shook his head helplessly. Although Sage of Six Paths is the ancestor of ninjas, its lifespan is still not very long. Until now, he has been gone for thousands of years. Chapter 163 Sage Mode actually has another use. And the most important point is that if you want to prolong your life, you must use human blood sacrifices to prolong your life. These people would never do that, and the Otsutsuki people are the complete opposite. A family of big animals can wander among the planets to plunder, burn and kill them, and can use life as a panacea to prolong life. Sooner or later, they will come to our world again, and then it will be the real end of the world. Everything I'm doing now is about confrontation, and it's going to happen in the future. Now do you understand what I'm doing? Although Hinata didn't fully understand it yet, he already felt the huge pressure on Naruto's shoulders at this moment. If you put it that way, this empty country we are facing is indeed vulnerable. That's what I mean. What we're doing these days, it's just small things. But all the 25 things we are facing need to be resolved, otherwise we will not be able to persist until then. Quote, in particular, my ultimate goal is to establish an entire country that integrates the military and the government, which is closely related to the strong strength we want to develop in the future. As for the fairy art we practice now, it is the magic weapon that can deal with the Otsutsuki family. Hinata nodded solemnly, her eyes on Naruto. From now on I will listen to your Naruto for everything. That's good, now we directly turn on Sage Mode and transform into the form of perception. Sage Mode actually has two forms, namely combat form and perception form. Even ninjas without perception ability can perceive everything around them with a simple switch. It took the two of them less than a minute to completely absorb the natural energy around them and activate Sage Mode. In an instant, everything around them can be seen at a glance, and they are completely perceived by the two of them. The originally beautiful place can be seen through as if seen by the eyes. And in a huge mountain range next to the two of them, there is actually hidden the legendary land of Sky. It was a huge building, extremely large in scale. Naruto sensed the shape of this building carefully and immediately understood what it was. I didn't expect him to hide in such a place. He was a little surprised yesterday, because he didn't expect that the fortress of the Kingdom of the Sky would be so huge. This is the size of the controlling country. I didn't expect this castle to have a huge width of several kilometers. That's natural. The former controlling country is also a very powerful country. Originally his village was called Kongyun Village. If he just developed the economy honestly, it would be nothing. It's just that as the village became more and more powerful, it began to declare war on the surrounding countries and villages. Of course the other countries at that time couldn't bear it anymore, so they united with the 9 most powerful villages at that time to wipe him out. And our Konoha village is also on the list, and this time he is out to avenge us. And the name of the huge fortress hidden in the body in front of him is called Angkor Fortress. It is a huge fortress that can use internal energy to fly into the sky. Once defeated by Konoha village in the Second Ninja World War, the village disappeared. Naruto knew in his heart the horror of this Angkor Fortress. Just the power of a condensed cannonball is enough to produce a country. The energy contained in it can gather huge energy outside the fortress to form a huge energy cannon. Its power is comparable to that of a tailed beast bomb. At the same time, the two have already sensed that there are several ninjas hidden in the nearby ravine. Those ninjas all carried some signs of the country of birds. This is actually the territory of the bird country. It seems that the hiding place here has a very huge relationship with the bird country. The kingdom of birds has no sense of existence, and now they have joined forces with the kingdom of the sky. It seems that in this bird country, they also want to use the power of the 5 fortresses to dominate the entire ninja world. Then what to do, Naruto? Let's sneak in quietly and just completely destroy these 5 fortresses. Follow me and move slowly, don't make any noise. Afterwards, the two followed quietly, having sensed a cave, and directly entered the interior of this huge mountain. There are two guards just inside the cave, guarding them strictly. After Naruto dealt with them silently, he continued to go deep inside. After walking a distance of less than 200 meters, I have already seen the arrogant hole hidden in the entire body. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Naruto made a hole quietly. Although they are well hidden, under Naruto's powerful perception ability, all personnel activities inside can be seen at a glance. After Naruto and Hinata entered the interior, they quietly settled some heads all the way without making any sound. After going through several bends, I finally came to the very center of the entire fortress, which is a huge inner auditorium. There are many intricate pipes above the hall, and the 433 are quietly lurking in it. Naruto, look, there are a few people down there, as if discussing something. No one looked carefully. Just over 60 meters below his feet, there was an old man and another young man in a black robe. And that old man was Shenong. That old man is what we are looking for this time, and he is Shenong. Who is Shenong? Why have I never heard of it? It is a descendant of the entire Sky Kingdom, and now it has become a powerful ninja, and it belongs to the category of medical ninjas. It was he who was able to repair the entire fortress of Sky Kingdom and mobilized so many soldiers. If we're a few days late, I'm afraid he's going to actually attack Konoha village. Instead of letting them attack us, it's better for us to attack directly ourselves. In Shenong's hands, there is a special medical treatment called cell activation. I promised Orochimaru before, to get him, now is a good opportunity. Hinata was a little puzzled, so he asked, what do you want cell activation for? Why give Orochimaru the bad guy again? Using cell activation can directly transform a person's body to reach its peak state, which can be said to be very powerful. Chapter 164, Battle in the Fog. Naruto smiled. Orochimaru, to put it bluntly, is a two-sword, although it makes people feel that he is a very smart person, and he has done all kinds of bad things. However, if you think about it carefully, you will find that some of the things he did are actually related to his experiments. And our Konoha village itself lacks some very powerful masters, and Orochimaru is a master among masters. Plus, I have a way to control him, so since he wants cells this time, I will give them to him directly. Hinata blinked. This Shenong. In fact, if we take a closer look, we feel that he is quite good. It even saved a lot of good people. Could this kind of people really be bad people? Is he really going to attack Konoha village? It doesn't look like it no matter how you look at it. Naruto shook his head. All of this is an illusion, to put it bluntly, it is all his deliberate pretense. If you are deceived by his hometown, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died in the future, so don't trust a person blindly. No matter when it is, you must calm down. If you can't calm down, it may become very troublesome in the end. After finishing speaking, his eyes became very serious in an instant, and he knew that this kind of thing was almost very important to them. But at this moment, the current Hinata looked at the front very puzzled. Look quickly, there is a fog in front, is there anything in this fog? Naruto frowned, and after thinking for a while, he raised his head and looked at Hinata curiously. Hinata, you should be able to sense that there's really a big crisis hidden below. Are you going? If you choose to go, then I can accompany you directly now, but it is very likely that crises and opportunities coexist. This should be the ruins. In this ruins, you will generally encounter some more powerful opponents, so whether you want to go or not is all up to you. But you can rest assured that no matter what kind of danger you encounter, there is still me here, and I will definitely protect you. I'm still very confident in my own strength. At least to protect you, there shouldn't be any big problems. As long as I'm here, I will definitely not hurt you. The current Hinata, after hearing these words, fell into intense contemplation for an instant. Go, it's strange to be in this neighborhood, and we don't have any clues here, why don't we go to the village below to see first? It's not normal to have so much fog in this village. After the two reached an agreement, they immediately ran down quickly. But in this surrounding, it seems that it has always been relatively calm, and in this fog, there is no great danger. Hinata frowned, looking at Naruto beside him very curiously. Naruto, have you noticed that something is wrong? After all, how could there be fog in this surrounding? Naruto thought for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, it's all because of Shenong. This is very likely the situation created by Shenong, and it should not be the case under normal circumstances. However, this Shenong itself controls some cells, and these cells are enough for people to evolve or enter the illusion. So I suspect that Shenong's injection of cells into the human body turns people into a terrifying monster, and some fog will be produced around the monster. But all of this is guesswork at best, but this Shenong is really bad. On Hinata's face, there was a strong shock. She never thought that this kind of situation would happen. If it were like this, then it would be too terrifying. At this time, the two searched back and forth, but they saw an entrance in front of them. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then said softly, let's go, let's take a look inside the cave, maybe there will be something we need now. But just after entering it, I found that the room was completely pitch black. Hinata smiled wryly. Naruto, is such a big place, how should we find it? I'm afraid even if it is abolished, our brains can't find it at all, because the opponent itself is a bit powerful. At this moment Naruto immediately used the magic chakra. Quote. I will now use my mental state to check the surrounding situation. Quote. After using the mental state, I saw Shenong not far away. And this Shenlong has been sitting in the middle of the hall, and there is a very strange formation in front of him. Below this strange formation, there is a huge circle, and some supernatural light is exuding from this circle. Naruto saw everything in it, and there was a sudden realization on his face. Come on, follow me. After all, I already know where Shenlong is, but I saw some boxes in a room next to him. Don't we have too many things to do now? Let's get these boxes first. No one knows what these boxes are. As long as we can get these boxes first, we will know what their next goal is, and the most important thing is to see what's inside the boxes. Dejao, Hinata nodded obediently. Naruto, since you have checked the place clearly, you can lead the way. At this time, the two of them also reached a mutual agreement, and then they moved forward very slowly for a few minutes. It didn't take long to enter a room. And in this room, I saw a lot of boxes, but these boxes looked very weird. Naruto frowned. This shouldn't be the key point, it's just in the outer space, and it's also an outer box, the real boxes are still inside. The most important thing for us now is to go inside first, and only after reaching the inside can we possibly get what we need. Hinata nodded, and the two of them moved forward slowly. Chapter 165 Hinata. I didn't expect you to have the potential to steal. There is a very strong safe in that place, so you don't need to guess, there must be something you want to find there. Along the way, the two carefully passed through various channels, and finally came to the outside of the room. Inside the entire fortress, each passage is very narrow, while other places are various giant gear mechanical structures. In other words, the internal structure of the entire fortress, in addition to stones, also has a large number of metal parts. And in front of the door in front of it is a very thick and huge metal door. Naruto stepped forward and knocked lightly with his hand, but did not find any sound. Obviously this metal door is very thick. Damn, this thing must be at least half a meter thick, it's too thick. It seems that if you want to destroy it, you have to use some huge sounds and movements. In this way, we will have very little time left, otherwise you will be found by other pursuers. At this moment, Hinata suddenly said, perhaps I have a way of making no noise. Let me try it out. Naruto looked at Hinata in surprise, and Hinata rolled his eyes instantly. All the mechanical structures inside the entire metal door can be seen at a glance. The next thing to see is Hinata placing her finger directly in the keyhole light. A mortal chakra penetrated directly into the internal mechanical structure along Hinata's fingers, like some solid matter. Naruto was very surprised, he had never seen Hinata before, and he would do this trick. Hinata, you are amazing, how did you do it? Hinata explained, this is a special way of cultivation of our Hyuga clan, dedicated to the control method for delicate chakra. It's just that when we practice, we can only see the flow of chakra, but we can't materialize it. Now with the blessing of Shanju chakra, I can precisely control these chakra to make them into reality. That is to say, I can directly disturb the internal mechanical structure to achieve the purpose of unlocking. For this trick, Naruto really never thought of it. Your trick is really powerful. Wouldn't it be very good if you used it to steal things? Hinata rolled her eyes helplessly. Looking at what you said, it seems that the two of us are like thieves. But having said that, the two of us seem to be thieves now. Ha ha ha, but even if you are a thief, you are still being a good thief. Who says you can't be a good thief? While talking, I only heard the internal mechanical structure start to operate, and it was fully opened in less than a minute. During the whole process, there was only a slight friction sound of the internal mechanical structure, other than that, there was no other movement. When the two pushed open the heavy metal door, the guest saw that it was full of things inside. The biggest thing that catches the eye is a huge metal safe. This metal safe is too big, it's as tall as a person. But there are so many scrolls and books on both sides, what are they for? On both sides of the safe, there are 2 rows of huge bookshelves that are densely packed with various scrolls and books. I left the task of opening this safe to you yesterday. Let me see what good things are on these shelves. Leave everything to me, Naruto. So Hinata began to delve into the huge safe in front of him. And Naruto carefully looked up what are these scrolls. When one of the scroll pages was opened, a forbidden technique exclusive sign was written on it. It turned out to be some scrolls of forbidden technique. There are at least hundreds of such scrolls in this warehouse CFFA, and each one is different. I really don't know when this Sky Country got so many things. But now these things will be destroyed sooner or later anyway, so it's better to take advantage of me. So Naruto began to search carefully, stuffing all the useful things into his backpack. At this moment, Naruto suddenly sensed that Shenlong in the whole hall started to make some movements. Hinata moved fast, we're going to other things now. Opened. As soon as the words fell, Hinata had already opened the huge safe. Sure enough, there was a very delicate dense scroll inside the safe. Naruto stuffed the scroll into his arms without saying a word, and then took Hinata directly to the hall of the entire fortress. At this time, Shenlong was about to leave the hall, as if he was about to do something. Naruto took Hinata and quietly came behind Shenlong. Shenlong seemed to have noticed that someone was there in the shadows, so he immediately scolded. Naruto was immediately visible and came out of the corner. You are Shenlong, right? The master of this empty country. Shenlong was very surprised when he saw Naruto. Who are you? How did you sneak in? I'm the one to end all of this. You really don't think you can destroy our Konoha village with just your fortress? Shenlong widened his eyes. Are you a ninja from Konoha village? How did you find this place? Naruto looked at Shenlong in front of him coldly and said, You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. I came here today to get rid of you. HMPH. Where did you come from, the brat? You're talking so shamelessly in front of me. Since you can come here, it means that you are quite capable. But now that you are in my territory, it's not your turn to come here to decide what to say. After speaking, Shenlong stepped forward to catch Naruto. Naruto stood where he was and didn't make a move. Instead, Hinata at the side directly hit 8 trigrams palms and sent the opponent flying out and fell heavily on the wall. Why didn't Shenlong expect that he would be blown away by a little girl in front of him? At this moment, a heart-piercing roar came from the huge hall above the head. Huge stones fell directly from above. Naruto and Hinata dodged immediately, only to see a large amount of dust splashing up directly after the stone fell. At the same time, a black thing also drilled out of the hole above. Naruto saw it very clearly. This guy is the secret weapon of the Sky Kingdom, Zero-Tailed Beast. It is impossible to verify the origin of this thing called Zero-Tailed Beast. Chapter 166, Battle with Shenlong. After walking for about 4 or 5 minutes, I suddenly saw a man appearing in front of me. The man's eyes were red, and Naruto quickly pulled Hinata behind him. He looked at the man in front of him very seriously. Who are you? But the man said very slowly, you should be Uzumaki Naruto. I have to say, you are unlucky to meet me. After my birth this time, I will grow infinitely, and at the same time, I also plan to make this world be swallowed up by darkness. Everything here belongs to my dark territory, so you can appoint now. No matter how you run, it is absolutely impossible to run. Naruto's complexion became extremely ugly in an instant, and some of them couldn't figure out who the other party was. At this time, Hinata felt very irritable in an instant. Naruto, this guy can be seen as belonging to the enemy at a glance. I'll go test his strength now. As soon as the voice fell, he could rush up immediately, but just as he rushed up, he suddenly saw the man in front of him and waved his hand gently. Hinata was knocked back in an instant, fell directly to the ground, and fainted. Naruto's face instantly became very ugly. Damn it, UBD, how dare you do anything to Hinata? The man in front of him suddenly had bursts of mist, and after the mist cleared, his whole body directly turned into a huge red snake. There are also 4 feathers in the head of the red snake, and even the face belongs to the snake head. No matter how you look at him now, he looks very powerful, and the 4 feathers turned into 4 hands in a blink of an eye, wrapping around Naruto's body directly. Naruto's face instantly became very ugly. At this moment, the red in front of her eyes suddenly began to smile sinisterly, with a trace of pimples showing from the corners of her mouth. Oh, I didn't expect that there is such a terrifying guy hidden in your body. It seems that I really underestimated you before. I thought you were very powerful before, but now it seems that you are more powerful than I thought. The one among them is stronger. After saying this, there was a trace of sneer in an instant. After all, this guy was nothing special to them at all. Since you have such terrifying energy in your body, why don't you directly release the terrifying existence in your body? If you release it, then you will become stronger, but since you don't want to release it now, then just leave it to me. I like these energies. Naruto's face became very ugly. He didn't expect this huge red snake to be so strong. This made his face instantly full of strong unwillingness, and he has always belonged to the spirit of not admitting defeat. If this is the case, then I will naturally let you know what strength is, and let you see what real power is. After saying this sentence, he quickly grabbed his fist in an instant. Rasengan. I only saw this huge Rasengan hit Red Snake in the blink of an eye, and found that the opponent had become fragmented in an instant. The surrounding fog also disappeared in a blink of an eye. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Hoo, I've already felt that there is something wrong with this powerful energy. Sure enough, my guess is right. At this time, Hinata also woke up in a daze. Naruto, sorry, this is your burden, and it doesn't help you. Quote, Naruto smiled. No matter what, you have actually helped me this time. If it weren't for the striker you played, I wouldn't be able to detect the opponent's strength. Okay, let's stop worrying so much now, and find Shenlong quickly. This guy is hiding deep enough, and his current form may be stronger than we imagined. When you see Shenlong, you must pay attention to keeping a distance from him. This guy is a bit scary. And, do you think I don't know? You didn't use all your strength, you just hid your own strength. If you really want to make a move, I will let you wait for the next chance to fight. After Naruto finished speaking to Hinata, he quickly ran into a room, which was exactly where he knew Shenlong was before. Shenlong smiled when he saw the two of them. Asking for flowers. I didn't expect you two little fellows to run quite fast, and to be able to find out where I am so quickly. But even if you two attack me together, you won't be able to defeat me at all. You have always hidden a very powerful force in your body, you can give this force to me. Naruto smiled coldly. After saying this, he turned his head and looked at Hinata beside him. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Don't use that power unless you have to. It's our trump card, and then attack after identifying his weakness. You're daydreaming. Naruto's complexion became very ugly in an instant, and he couldn't accept the other party at all. He would say such a thing, which made him feel that there was an extreme anger in his heart. But the current Naruto, at best, is in an ordinary form. This ordinary form, hitting Shenlong, seems to be unable to cause the slightest damage to Shenlong. Okay, since you have already said so, then this time I will leave it to you. I believe in your strength too. Naruto, Let me do it this time, I almost already know the opponent's weakness. He even felt that his strength belonged to some invincible, and if he was hit in the face, it would only take 2 seconds for him to recover directly and quickly. But at this moment, Hinata came out. In an instant, he saw his right hand stretching out slowly, wanting to directly use a very terrifying energy to directly defeat the opponent. Now Shenong couldn't help but sneered. After saying this, he punched Naruto directly in the chest, and Naruto was sent flying in an instant. All your attacks don't have much effect on me, but mine is a bit cruel to you. Hinata nodded. Of course he understands that what this sentence is talking about belongs to Sage Mode. 0. If this trick is not a last resort, it will definitely not be used. Your Konoha village will be destroyed sooner or later. After I finish you off completely, your Konoha village will be next. Chapter 167. Shenong, I only blame myself for wanting to fight against me. Hinata, come on, you can do it. As soon as the words fell, the tailed beast bomb and the fairy art gentle fist big ball Rasengan were also thrown out at the same time. In an instant, the two moves that gathered huge energy collided, and almost in an instant, Hinata's Rasengan directly devoured the tailed beast bomb. Then Vice Admiral wrapped it up with the astonishment of the zero-tailed beast. Almost in an instant, the zero-tailed beast was also involved by Rasengan, and the whole person was directly taken away. The gentle fist Rasengan flew close to the ground for several kilometers like an intercontinental missile, and then changed its flight direction instantly. Draw a beautiful arc towards the sky and go straight to the sky. 10 seconds later, it exploded at the edge of the atmosphere. A huge ball of fire instantly dyed the entire sky red, and the wind force brought by the shock wave of the explosion blew the sand and stones on the ground into the air. After a while, the whole world finally calmed down at 2:30. Naruto immediately came to Hinata's side and looked at her excitedly. Hinata, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Hinata also nodded. I didn't expect it either. But it seems that there are too many chakra gathered just now. The explosion just now won't affect other people. It's okay. No one lives around here at all. Look there. Naruto looked at a figure lying on the ground in the smoke not far away. That turned out to be Shenong. But he was already in a half-dead state. Naruto came to Shenong and looked at him coldly. I didn't expect you to escape under such circumstances. The moment the zero-tailed beast was hit, you got out of that shell and ran for your life. It seems that the so-called zero-tailed beast is just your puppet. Shenong was covered in blood, and his mouth kept bleeding. He also wants to use the ability of cell activation to restore his body, but now his body has already reached its limit. There is simply no way to get back to health again. But he was still not reconciled, his eyes fixed on Naruto. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by a little girl. I really can't be reconciled. Shenong, you do have some skills, but it's a pity that you took the wrong path. It would be great if you could cooperate with me obediently, and you wouldn't end up like this. Is there anything else you want to say? Shenong looked at Naruto in disbelief. How is this possible? How did you defeat the zero-tailed beast? It is impossible for ordinary chakra to harm it. Naruto looked at the dying Shenong coldly, without the slightest pity in his eyes. That's because you don't know that there is something called fairy art. Shenong was dumbfounded when he heard the word Shanshu and murmured. Immortal art, but isn't this something only in legends? How could it be true? Ha ha ha, I thought you were so powerful, Shenong, but I didn't expect that you didn't even know the magic of immortality. I really think highly of you. Shenong spat out a mouthful of bloodline again because of his excitement, but he still murmured. I can't believe that I was defeated by this kind of thing. Shenong screamed crazily, extremely excited. But no matter how he struggles, his fate has long been doomed. I'm just curious that people like you, Shenong, want to challenge the authority of our Konoha village. The fate you recorded today is entirely your own fault, and you can't blame others at all. After speaking, Naruto directly stabbed Shenong's heart and ended Shenong's life. After Shenong was dealt with, it was the underground fortress. After all, that was the most important secret weapon experiment base. This kind of thing stays in the world forever, just a scourge. If you want to keep this thing in this world, then the people of Bird Country will definitely find a way to use it again. Instead of letting them take advantage of it later, it is better to completely kill this sign now. The next thing to do is very simple, just one Rasengan is enough to completely destroy the entire fortress. After doing all this, Naruto took Hinata directly back to the village. But this time Naruto did not go directly to the Hokage office, but returned to his home with Hinata. Hinata asked a little puzzled. Naruto, why don't we go to the Hokage office? Naruto said to Hinata mysteriously. Of course it's to show you something good, you'll know when you come with me. Hinata's face was a little red, he didn't know what kind of medicine Naruto's gourd was selling. After entering the room, Naruto directly took out those special scrolls from his body. These scrolls were obtained from the fortress before, and every scroll is carefully selected by Naruto. Although the outside is a little whitish, the inside is still like new after opening it. Driven by curiosity, Naruto saw the 5 flowers 8 gate, which was recorded in it. There are a lot of ninjutsu practice methods and spells to seal formations. Hinata asked in surprise, where did you get these things? These were all found in that fortress, and they are top-level core secrets. It records some powerful forbidden techniques and some magic circles in this world. I think it can come in handy, but I don't know if it can play a role at critical moments. What pleased Naruto the most is that there are actually many secret arts that have been lost in ancient times. But what makes others the happiest is that they have got something about activated cells. Naruto, since you want to build a country that integrates the military and the government, the direction is very good, but we are still too young now. What's more, we haven't graduated yet. Naruto disagreed. He said to Hinata, age is just one of the constraints, but it doesn't represent all. 1.3. With the strength of the two of us, there is no need for such things as schools. Schools are only for the purpose of selecting outstanding people among ordinary people. It is just a screening measure. How can your life be wasted time and life in a place like school? Now I have obtained the research scroll on cell activation. If this research can be carried forward, then maybe we can build our entire Konoha village army. I've been wondering whether to give this research to Tsunade. Hinata asked suspiciously. Why do you think so? Wouldn't it be better to leave it to Master Tsunade? Because there is only one copy of this scroll. If it is given to Tsunade, Orochimaru will not be able to use it. Chapter 168 Orochimaru. Give you a task. Compared to Tsunade and Orochimaru, I believe Orochimaru is more advanced in science and technology. Only the embassy can put this research into practice on a large scale as quickly as possible. Hinata didn't quite understand. She said to Naruto. But this Orochimaru is out of his mind, if it is left to him. If it is used for research in other directions, wouldn't it be a huge threat to us? Just relocate all of Orochimaru's bases so that he can be under my surveillance. Instead of giving each of them a piece of research, it is better to let the two of them cooperate directly. As long as Tsunade looks at Orochimaru, there will be nothing wrong with this guy. Yes, that's it. But this time, Naruto can't beat this time of action. Naruto didn't intend to take Hinata with him, but gave her a mission. What mission? You go and find 25 Shao Sakura and Kaorin. I have something to arrange for the two of them. Without any hesitation, Hinata immediately agreed to my request and left directly. Then Naruto found Orochimaru's base as quickly as possible, where he saw Orochimaru moving something. After seeing Naruto coming, the embassy immediately greeted him with a smile. I guessed that you would come back so soon, so I packed and equipped these things in advance. Sure enough, right next to Orochimaru's base, rows of horse-drawn carriages had already started to set off. And Sasuke was standing aside, watching them quietly. I said you, Orochimaru, thought too soon. Are you following me secretly, or are you a roundworm in my stomach? How did you know I was coming? Orochimaru said, it's just a special feeling. I don't know what's going on, but how could I follow you? Even if I want to follow, I don't have the strength, right? Stop kidding me, Orochimaru. This time, the purpose of my coming to you is very clear. The transaction between the two of us has been completed, and I have brought you what you want. After the masters heard it, their eyes lit up. It can't be true. Could it be that you really brought the activated cell? That's natural. Of course what Naruto said, means what I say. Hearing this sentence, Dashiwen suddenly seemed to think of something, so he asked. If I'm not mistaken, the violent explosion that happened in the sky not long ago was caused by you. Naruto did not refute, but told Orochimaru truthfully. That's natural. That battle was specifically aimed at Shenong of the Kingdom of the Sky. Now the Valley of the Sky is completely destroyed, and I got this thing from them. After collecting it, Naruto threw the scroll in his hand directly in front of Orochimaru. After Orochimaru passed the scroll, he carefully held it in his palm as if he had found a treasure. Orochimaru, it's too early for you to be happy. If you want to research what's inside, I'm afraid you'll have to spend some time. However, I have one request for you, that is, you must move to the base provided by Konoha village as soon as possible. And you have to find a way to upgrade the weapons in my arsenal for me. Orochimaru readily agreed. That's natural. As long as I can master the ability to activate cells, then my research will be greatly improved. As for the weapon upgrades you mentioned, it's just a piece of cake for me. Naruto still agrees with this point very much. After all, Orochimaru's technical strength is not comparable to that of ordinary people. In addition, I have another point to tell you, that is to find a way to gather all the genin in the village. Do you want to gradually make them familiar with these upgraded firearms? However, this matter must be carried out in secret, and it must not be noticed by other people in the village outside. Orochimaru assured, patting his chest. As for this matter, it is enough for you to leave it to me. At this time, Naruto told Orochimaru about his other arrangement. For this cell activation study, you have to work with Tsunade. Hearing this sentence, Orochimaru froze on the spot. Why does it have to be like this? Don't you know that Tsunade and I have always been at odds? If Tsunade is allowed to cooperate with me, I'm afraid there will definitely be disagreements on this matter. And Tsunade's violent temper is beyond my control. If he wants to do something, I can't stop him at all. Naruto couldn't help feeling a little amused. If she catches me offending him, he will have to beat me to death. It's a long time to talk about it. When Tsunade and I were in the same team, he always bullied me in Jiraiya. Naruto said to Orochimaru, as long as I have your words, I will definitely work harder to study and strive to fully promote the ability in this area. If the ability to activate cells can be fully promoted, then the strength of each of us will be greatly improved. Once the research is successful, I will officially launch the launch plan for my military political integration country. And on weekdays, I don't take the initiative to provoke Tsunade, but Tsunade usually doesn't like me. And some things that happened before did offend Tsunade. And I think it's for the two of you to use your best skills to study cell activation. But before that, Naruto still has some things to tell Orochimaru. The big snake king resignedly vomited bitterness to Naruto. You don't have to worry about that at all, I'll speak to Tsunade alone. Don't you wish that day would come sooner? Of course, when I usually bully Jiraiya, I am indifferent. 560 inches. Now you put the two of us together to do research, doesn't that make us deliberately conflict? Tell me about you, Orochimaru, who usually looks very majestic, why are you afraid of Tsunade? Is this true? I didn't expect you to be ready to take action so soon. I'm really looking forward to this day. Hearing this, Orochimaru was immediately interested. Chapter 169 about where is Ruchi Cave. It would be best if the cells could be activated and this thing could be applied to every ninja. But there must be enough experiments before the actual promotion, and there must be no side effects, understand? Orochimaru guarantees. Although you don't trust me in Orochimaru's character, you must trust me in Orochimaru's sense of responsibility for the technical aspects of scientific research. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Your words are enough, but are all these people who are with you going? Naruto looked around and found that Orochimaru's men numbered at least a few hundred. If they all reach Konoha village, it will definitely cause panic in some villagers. You can only bring a few people who are close to you, as for the others, you can dismiss them all. Of course, Orochimaru also understands the truth very well. I have already thought about this point, I just need to bring a few personal people around me. One of them is that Yakushi Kabuto has to be by my side, he can be said to be my apprentice. He has learned almost all my skills, and he is a rare assistant by my side. In addition, Changwu and Shueyu must be brought with me. As for the others, they are optional, but they are just handymen. After arranging everything, Naruto came directly to Sasuke. Sasuke still has that aloof look, but now he has an extra long knife by his side. This accessory knife is the long knife that Sasuke has been using ever since. Although I don't know what material it is made of, but this long knife is sharp on the first level. For Sasuke, this long knife can be said to be very handy. It's been a long time. Sasuke, how are you studying with Orochimaru now? Just like that, I thought Orochimaru would teach me something good, but he just gave me a knife. Until now, I have only taught some basic ways of using swords. This is actually expected by Naruto, because with Sasuke's current physique, it is impossible to learn too fast. Otherwise, his physique will not be able to keep up, and it will only make him overworked. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to grow up quickly, unless Gat has the magic of immortality. There is nothing actually wrong with Orochimaru's arrangement. It's just that if you really want to cultivate at this speed, I'm afraid Sasuke's strength is far behind his own. So Naruto said to Sasuke, Sasuke, do you want to grow up faster? Of course I want to. This has always been the goal I've been pursuing. What can you do, Naruto? Naruto approached Sasuke's ear mysteriously, and whispered to him. Of course there is a way, but the process is a bit difficult. Because you need to tell Orochimaru personally. After all, the place you want to go is Ruchi Cave, where the legendary White Snake Immortal is located. Sasuke looked at Naruto with some surprise. Do you mean to let me learn fairy arts? Yes, that's what I mean, and you have to go with Orochimaru, because only Orochimaru can find that place. The description of Ruchi Cave in the ninja world is actually very vague. And even in the Boruto legend, it was a mistake to enter the place about Ruchi Cave. So Naruto really doesn't know where that place is. But judging from the current situation, the only place where he can be found is Orochimaru. So Naruto immediately called Orochimaru over. When I heard about the location of Ruchi Cave, the embassy was also very confused. Then it turned into a helpless smile. Ha 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 Naruto, you think too highly of me, I've been looking for places like Ruchi Cave, but so far I haven't found any clues. If my god tier player had really found it long ago, my current strength would not be what it is now. I'm afraid the snake's skin has already degenerated into a dragon. Of course Naruto knew that Orochimaru was not lying, the purpose of his calling Orochimaru was to guide it out of all the possible locations. I trust you, Orochimaru, on this point, but can you mark the location of the Ruchi Cave you were looking for? Or where it's likely to be? At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly became hesitant. Naruto saw right through what Orochimaru was thinking. Because places like Ruchi Cave can be said to be very hidden, and many people want to go to that place to learn fairy arts. And if Orochimaru handed over the previously collected information to others for nothing, then he would definitely not be happy. Especially in the case that he has not yet learned the art of immortality. So Naruto said patiently after seeing through his mind, Orochimaru, I know what you're thinking, but what you were worrying about before is completely unnecessary. You Orochimaru don't even think about flattering, let's go. You actually learned the Great Toad Immortal technique in just 1 or 2 months, it's simply incredible. You're the greatest genius I've ever met. Otherwise, it will definitely cause panic. Naruto shook his head. Because these goods were too much and too heavy, they walked for several days before finally arriving in the forest behind Konoha village. Naruto, when did you, leaders, learn the Great Toad Immortal art? As long as you sort out all the information you collected before, you will definitely be able to find that place. It's just that this time Naruto chose a direction to go directly towards the back mountain. Don't you want to practice immortality? Orochimaru looked at Naruto suspiciously. Orochimaru's large army took all the scientific instruments and equipment, and set off towards Konoha village. And this time only the two of you are going, I will definitely not follow. My purpose this time is very simple, it is to let Sasuke learn the art of immortality. I have learned the great Toad Sage's fairy art now, and I am not interested in other fairy arts. The purpose is to prevent other people in the village from seeing this scene. It seems that I, Orochimaru, followed you on the right path. Just in the past 2 months. What's wrong? 5pj. Chapter 170 Brainwash Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at Naruto very curiously. What about Hinata? If I remember correctly, that little girl has always been by your side. I'm very worried that you will be in danger, so he usually chooses to follow you. Naruto gave Orochimaru a blank look. This matter doesn't seem to have much to do with you, so don't mess around. But your voice is indeed quite eerie, no wonder so many people are afraid. Orochimaru also felt very speechless. What can I do about it? This kind of voice is natural. Even if I want to change my voice, I can't do it at all. However, you are considered a genius. It's fine to learn the fairy art in a short period of time, but you can actually let Hinata learn the fairy art. It seems that I did not make any mistakes in choosing to follow you. After all, it can almost be judged from your current operations that you are a person of great luck. Naruto gave Orochimaru a blank look. You still believe this? Orochimaru smiled. Of course, he didn't just believe in this, but because as long as he was with Naruto, he found that many people would improve greatly. And this guy has always belonged to the great luck. Many times, it is obviously a situation where 847 must die, but he can always survive directly. After a while, finally arrived at the destination, Naruto pointed to the cave in front of him. This is where you live from now on. Orochimaru's eyes widened in an instant, and he looked around carefully. You mean to let me live here? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a barren mountain, right? And it has always been so empty. Under such an empty situation, there are no professionals around, but you choose to let me live here, isn't it a bit inappropriate? Naruto looked directly at the other party with helpless eyes. There's nothing you can do about it. After all, if you appear in Konoha village, I'm afraid it will cause a lot of panic. Have you forgotten what you did? To put it bluntly, you are still to blame. And now you are within the scope of Konoha village. If there is anything, you can let your subordinates come to me quickly. As for the outside, it does look rather desolate, but the interior is very spacious, and how CFEJ should be designed is entirely up to you. No matter how you say it, it's just that you have been involved in some laboratories. At that time, you can make it more advanced. Orochimaru gave Naruto a blank look. Forget it, as long as it's a place. Anyway, I'm just a street mouse now. No matter where I am, everyone will shout and beat me, and only you are willing to take me in. At this time, I suddenly saw Hinata and ran over in a hurry. Fufu, Naruto, I've already notified a few of them, and it shouldn't take long for them to come over. Orochimaru looked at Hinata with very strange eyes. Others are either very surprised or frightened when they see me. Don't you get scared when you see me? Hinata blinked. Naruto has told me before that you have to follow him, so I must have made some mental preparations in advance, and naturally I won't be afraid. Welcome Uncle Orochimaru to Konoha village. Orochimaru smiled awkwardly. At the same time he lost his self-confidence a little bit. Didn't he feel that his appearance was not scary anymore? Can't even scare girls. This is too exaggerated. This made him gradually, slightly disappointed in his heart. Hey, okay, if that's the case, then I'll design my laboratory well. Afterwards, if you have anything to do, you can come to me directly. Anyway, my laboratory itself is relatively close. It will be very convenient for us to communicate with each other, and we can quickly get in touch almost in the blink of an eye. Naruto suddenly looked at Hinata with curious eyes. Hinata, when are they coming? Hinata thought for a moment, maybe a few minutes. But, Naruto, why did you call them all of a sudden? Can you be a little bit more secret? After all, I am also very curious about this kind of thing. Naruto smiled. For some reason, he always felt that Naruto was giving the other party a ecstasy soup. You should understand this in your heart, and the more people you help, the better they will remember you. This piece of news itself is very important to me, and it was only after a long time of research that I managed to come up with it. But why haven't those guys come here? Don't they know? My patience itself is limited. The current Orochimaru also shook his head helplessly. Of course, there is no way to teach them the fairy art we have learned. We have no ability to teach this thing. Let's just have a few people. Anyway, the end result will be the same, and because there is no need to be stubborn with you, it will only appear more boring. In the future, it will become easier and easier for you to integrate into the big family of Konoha village, so in general, I am doing this for your own good. Hey, anyway, I have already promised you this matter. Since it is something that has been promised to you, it is definitely impossible for me to go back on my word now. According to your personality, it is absolutely impossible for me to go back on my word. Oh. Naruto smiled. Naruto, you are clearly planning to squeeze me out. But Orochimaru can, because he has some news. If he is willing to announce the news, I believe that we will all be able to reach our destination soon. Of course I am preparing to greatly increase the capabilities of our team, so I am going to let them learn to get out of bed. Helping Sasuke alone is helping, but helping 4 or 5 people is also helping. Orochimaru's eyes instantly became very complicated. But he didn't have any evidence at all, so he didn't dare to talk nonsense at all. He could only stay by the side honestly, pretending that he didn't understand anything. I originally wanted to study by myself, but if you announce it, how many places will I be in? Hinata stood by, blinking her eyes cutely. Chapter 171 Little Sakura asked you to practice with Sasuke, aren't you happy? Now that I am Hokage, I can give you enough protection, as long as you don't do anything wrong in the future. Cooperate well with me, and when the time is right, I will give you a legal identity. In the future, you can do whatever you like, but remember that you must never break the law again. Isn't that too much of an offer? That's exactly what my master Maru wants. Next, Naruto gave some plans of his own to Orochimaru and Tsunade. The first step is to fully develop the technology of cell activation. The second step is about the transformation of firearms in your arsenal. It would be the best if the firepower of these firearms could be raised to another level. Another point is that no one wants to make ninja tools invented by Borutoden at that time. As long as there are enough ideas, with Orochimaru's ability, those things can be created in advance. For example, among those functional ninja tools, Naruto is most obsessed with outdoor ninja tools and miniature scrolls. After all, there will be many types of scrolls that you can carry on your body without you drawing them. Compared with before, each scroll will take up a lot of space on the body. After miniaturizing the scroll, it will be able to increase the space storage rate by dozens of times. When Naruto told Orochimaru what he thought, Rinnegan felt a little unbelievable at the time. How come I didn't think of miniaturizing the scroll before? Naruto, you are a genius. After the construction of my base is completed, I will make the first scroll of this kind, and everyone in our village will be able to distribute it. But I'm a little puzzled, what are these mini scrolls for? Will it have a smaller storage capacity? In fact, it is normal for Orochimaru to have doubts about this. After all, these things are too advanced for Orochimaru and Tsunade. And not only that, but it was too advanced. So Naruto had to explain to them. Then let me give you a popular science, and you must listen clearly. Although this mini scroll is 10 times smaller in size, it still has quite a bit of capacity. It can be 100% the same as the capacity of ordinary scrolls. As for the capacity problem you think about, it's not a problem at all. Orochimaru nodded. But what materials do we need to make this scroll? The current scroll material can't do it at all. After all, if chakra is injected into the scroll, it can't bear it at all. Naruto has already thought about this. After all, if the volume is reduced, the material needs to be stronger. Judging from the material tolerance range of ordinary scrolls today, it is simply unbearable. Orochimaru, you're on the right track. You are indeed a scientist, so I asked you to come here this time to ask you to solve this material problem by yourself. If I can do everything myself, what will you do? Orochimaru laughed helplessly. Haha, Naruto, you are really an expert at employing people, and even this has been calculated by you. You Orochimaru, I don't know if you're praising me or putting me down. Of course it's a compliment Naruto. I, Orochimaru, don't have the guts to go against you. Just because of your advanced thinking ability, it can be said that there's no one before or after. Why is my big snake following the right person? Naruto couldn't be bothered to listen to Orochimaru giving himself a high hat, so he set his sights on Tsunade. Tsunade, then I will leave things here to you. Keep an eye on this Orochimaru. Don't worry, with me here in Orochimaru, I will never dare to make trouble. At this time, Hinata rushed over with little Sakura and Karen. Naruto, I rushed over as soon as you came back, how is it going? Everything is fine. At this time, little Sakura saw that Orochimaru was also here, and felt a little scared in her heart. After all, what happened before is still unforgettable. Orochimaru didn't have a good image in everyone's mind. Naruto, why is Orochimaru here? What are you doing here? Little Sakura was very puzzled when she saw that Orochimaru was carrying some things with his large troops. Naruto pointed to those who were loading and unloading and said, a base is going to be built here, dedicated to researching things. Ask for flowers. Sakura, this time I brought you and Karen so that you can practice with Sasuke here. Little Sakura and Karen immediately became energetic when they heard Sasuke's name. Where is Sasuke? Where is it? Kakino at the side immediately began to perceive, and instantly locked onto Sasuke who was dozing off at the side. Because Sasuke was right behind a big tree, the two didn't notice it just now. Karen's obsession with Sasuke is very strong, and immediately after she found Sasuke, she joined her. Little Sakura looked on and was jealous, but she couldn't do it in front of everyone. I said, why are you two so obsessed with Sasuke? I really don't understand, but this time, I have fulfilled your dreams for both of you, and I can always stay by Sasuke's side in the future. Little Sakura not only rolled her eyes. Pull it down, what kind of practice is this? Isn't it just to bring the two of us here to serve as Sasuke's subordinates? Naruto, can you be so kind? Naruto also knows little Sakura's temper, she is the kind of person who doesn't know how to win. As long as you follow little Sakura's interests and hobbies, she will definitely be compliant. Especially Sasuke is still her biggest weakness, that is simply irresistible. Little Sakura, I didn't bring you two here to be Sasuke's subordinates, but to practice together. Have you ever heard of magic? Senjutsu, of course I've heard of it. Master Hinata once went to Mount Myoboku to practice Shanjutsu. But what are you talking about? Naruto said mysteriously, I came to you this time to let you learn fairy arts. Little Sakura looked at Naruto in disbelief, but she definitely didn't look like she was joking when she looked at Naruto with a serious face. Should we go to Mount Myoboku to learn Senjutsu? Who knows? Naruto shook his head. Of course not to Mount Myoboku, but to another place called Ruchi Cave. Have you heard of it? Of course I know. Ruchi Cave is the place where the White Snake Immortal lives. Should we go there to practice? But I'm not ready yet. The time is enough for you to prepare, it's not that you haven't found it yet. When I find you, go with Sasuke and Karen. Chapter 172. Now the guards here have to check their IDs when they come in and out. Have you brought Hinata? Damn, let me be happy for nothing, you dare to call us here even if you haven't found it. Although I haven't found it yet, it's almost here. All the clues are concentrated on Orochimaru. Your task is to find a way to collect information about Ruchi Cave on Orochimaru. As long as the three of you work together, you will definitely be able to find them quickly. As soon as I heard Orochimaru little Sakura, I felt chills all over my body, and my voice became much lower. I said, Naruto, why do you have to contact Orochimaru on your toes? You have to know that this guy was. Of course I know, it's just that Orochimaru is harmless now. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to appear here. He is now one of us just like us. One of our own, but what if he is against us? Little Sakura's, 577, questions were asked one after another, Naruto concluded at the end. Here you can definitely follow Sasuke with confidence, as it is not a threat at all. It's so close to our Konoha village, and there's Tsunade here, what are you afraid of? Don't you want to be stronger? Don't you want to be with Sasuke all the time? These 2 points are the goals that little Sakura has been pursuing. Of course, she will not let go of this good opportunity. I know Naruto, you can rest assured that I'm here. I will never let Karen take away my Sasuke. After arranging things here, Naruto actually has his own next move. That is to arrange actions on the military-political integration country as soon as possible. After all, the sooner the better. And the biggest obstacle now is the group of people from the Akatsuki organization. Hinata approached Naruto and asked softly, Naruto, what are we going to do now? Naruto asked back, Hinata, what do you think is the biggest obstacle to establishing a new country? Hinata said without hesitation, of course it is to make more allies. This sentence made Naruto understand the predicament that he has been unable to break through. That's right, allies are not only those around you, but also those in other villages. If reforms are made on the road to building a country with an integrated military and government, other villages will definitely disagree under the pressure of the daimyo. 17. Then put pressure on our Konoha village. If we just rely on physical solutions blindly, then we will not take advantage of it. The people who bleed will always be our ninjas, and those big customers can still sit back and relax in the rear. It's better to let us ninjas unite together, this is the best weapon against daimyo. Naruto, then where is the first ally we will make? Have you figured it out? Well, Tsunade, there are 2 goals in this trip, the first one is to make allies. The second is to find the meteorite hidden in the desert by the way. If you can find the meteorite, I can build you a second weapon. Hinata thought so too, that's it, let's go now. So in the next few days, after arranging things in the village, Naruto took Hinata to Tsunade. The location of Tsunade is very special. It is a village located in a large desert. Although it is surrounded by an endless desert, it is also very prosperous there. The village that can be called the number 1 in the Kingdom of Wind can be said to have powerful ninjas. It's just that now Tsunade can be said to have no leader. Because Orochimaru had already wiped out 3rd Kazekage before. That's exactly what worries Naruto today. Because no matter what you want to form an alliance, you must have Feng Ying as the person who presides over the overall situation. But now, Tsunade has no leader, it is impossible to do it. Facing this feature, Hinata gave a good idea. Although they don't have Feng Ying now, we can help them accomplish this goal, isn't that all right? As long as we help a trusted person become Kazekage, then he must be grateful to our Konoha village. As for the matter of forming an alliance, it is naturally a matter of course. Naruto nodded, but the question is who should we let run for the position of Kazekage now? Does Gaara need to go? But he is too young now. It is absolutely impossible for the senior officials in the village to agree. Although no one knows, Kazekage will still belong to Gaara in a few years, but now he is still immature. After much deliberation, there was still no other suitable candidate. In the end, I decided to take a step forward. Along the way, it took the 2 of them 3 days to reach this desert. Traveling in this desert can be said to be very difficult. Fortunately, Hinata and Naruto are very fast, and they have crossed most of the desert in less than 2 days. By the time the 2 came to Tsunade, it was already the 5th day. Naruto, don't you have anything with you? The height of this earth wall is about 100 meters, which can protect the interior of Tsunade from the wind and sand outside. Hinata, take a look, those huge bows and crossbows on those earth walls are specially used to deal with the invading ninjas. Looking at the door, you can see the huge earthen wall directly surrounding Tsunade. Although it is very difficult for ordinary people to get in, there is no pressure for the 2 of us. Sure enough, after passing the so-called interrogation, I saw the sign of Konoha village, so I let it go directly. It seems that the internal environment of Tsunade is still not clear. It depends on whether these guards have this ability. Although the internal situation in Tsunade is not clear now, it has not completely cut off contact with the outside village. Now the guards here have to check their ID when they come in and out. Hinata, have you brought it? It is also a means of defense against foreign enemies. They are still very cautious about outsiders, so it seems that there are still many people who are still preparing for external defense. It's very difficult for an ordinary person to get in, unless he has a special ability to get through at 1.5. The relationship between Konoha village and Tsunade is relatively good. After taking a closer look at the earthen wall yesterday, the reason why Tsunade was able to become one of the 5 major villages is precisely because of this geographical advantage to defend against foreign enemies. Of course I brought it, isn't it the forehead protector of our Konoha village logo? Each village has a specific forehead protector logo, which is used to prove which camp it belongs to. Chapter 173. Gaara didn't expect you to be such a miserable person. After coming in, the first goal of the two is to find Gaara first. After all, Gaara, Cage of the future, although I don't know what other circumstances you have, but it is necessary to meet up. At this time, the sky has gradually dimmed and entered the evening. After the two waited until it was completely dark, they directly activated their perception ability and found Gaara's residence. It was originally thought that Gaara, as the son of third Cage, would have some other special treatment. But I didn't expect him to live in an inconspicuous basement, and there were no Anbu people around to protect him. I really didn't expect Luo to be in such a miserable situation. There is no one around to protect me. Naruto shook his head helplessly, and then brought Hinata to Gaara's door. Just when he was about to knock on the door, he saw that the door was not closed, but was ajar. Then he gently opened the door and saw Gaara sitting on a chair beside him. At the moment when Naruto let down his vigilance, a cloud of sand directly attacked Naruto. Naruto dodged it without any effort. Looking back, Gaara was already standing at the door, raising one hand and staring at him. Who are you? How dare you break into Tsunade? Naruto immediately opened his hands to show that he was not malicious. Gaara, I'm your friend and I'm here to help you. Don't you remember me? I'm Naruto. Unexpectedly, Gaara didn't appreciate it at all. Another cloud of sand came directly at Naruto. This time Naruto was not at Poison God, but reached out and waved directly in front of him. A strong wind directly blows all the sand onto the wall. This powerful force immediately shocked Luo. At this time, Naruto looked into my ear and said to him word by word. I keep looking for you today, just to talk about some things. I don't want to fight with you. Obviously Naruto has to show his strength, otherwise Gaara probably won't listen to him. Gaara, I'm here to prove to you that I mean no harm to you. I'm here to help you. At this moment, Gaara still looked at Naruto blankly. Today's Gaara is still in a semi-black state. Now it is absolutely impossible to do anything outrageous to irritate him, otherwise, the atrophy in his body may riot again. This time Naruto didn't intend to alarm other people, so if it was a riot, it is very likely that this trip will be disrupted. It can only be done step by step. Originally thought that Gaara was stunned by Naruto's blow just now, but he didn't expect him to attack again. Then see if you can accept my move. If you are still alive, come talk to me again. Sand waterfall funeral. I saw Gaara's one-handed palm slowly closing, followed by the sand surrounding Naruto's body began to slowly gather. Hinata on the side was a little worried and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Naruto. Don't do anything this time, follow my command. Luo manipulated the sand in his hands, directly entangled one of Naruto's arms, and then squeezed it tightly. The power of the sand waterfall funeral is extremely powerful. Once it exerts force, it can directly crush a person's bones. But for celebrities, this kind of pressure is simply pediatrics, and it will not cause any harm at all. When Gaara clenched one hand into a fist, he found that Naruto on the opposite side looked like a normal person. How is it possible? Then Gaara stepped up again. Naruto was finally about to make a move, he only moved the muscles of his body, and all the sand on his body instantly disintegrated. Uncontrollably fell to the ground and never moved again. This scene directly made Gaara stare at all this with wide eyes. Gaara, can I sit down with you now and have a good chat? Or should I try again? Gaara's strongest killer move actually didn't have any advantage in front of him, and at this moment he also completely fell into despair. Then he sat down on the stool and collapsed. Naruto, what are you doing here looking for me? I've done so much before, I'm sorry about the Konoha village thing. Then Naruto and Hinata strode directly into the dark and narrow room. After entering, I realized that the basement was extremely small. The total area is only 50 square meters. And the furniture in this room is even more pitiful, except for a bed and a chair, there is nothing else. Seeing this scene on the first day, I couldn't help feeling a little distressed. It's really pitiful, to live in such a shabby place. Anyway, other people in the village should help. At this point Gaara finally spoke again. It's useless. The high-level people in the village are in a mess now. How could anyone care about a smart person like me? Gaara nodded. These things Gaara heard when Grandma Chio was chatting with other people. You Tsunade must also have someone who can be the master of the house, and I think this candidate is only Chio Granny. I don't care about this, I just want to know what you want from me. Naruto nodded. Foreign countries, I believe you should have heard about the existence of the Akatsuki organization. I know all of this. I heard that they mainly hunt tailed beasts to make something. The purpose of my coming this time is to find you, not Hokage sent me. Nowadays, in the entire village, the person who has the most right to be spoken is only Chio-pama. Luo still looked at the two of them coldly. And her puppetry is also very powerful. I believe that in the entire village, only Grandma Chio can be the closest person to you. The two of you are probably sent by Konoha village Hokage, so just tell me what's going on. So I want to use your relationship to make Chio grandmother the current Cage. But what does all this have to do with me? I know you are very depressed right now, but I can help you complete your inner path of redemption. It's a miracle that I've survived till now. If it wasn't for the tailed beast in my body, they would have buried me long ago. Some people know that some things cannot be told the truth, but they can use the 847 language skills to achieve their goals. Gaara said dismissively. Chapter 174. I knew that no matter what I did, I couldn't hide it from you. Gaara frowned, and looked around again. You should have seen it yourself. I am now imprisoned in a cell. The person imprisoned in the cell has no right to speak at all. Even if I really have this kind of idea, it is impossible to realize it at all. With so many people outside looking at me non-stop, it would be strange if I could go out. After he finished speaking, he shook his head helplessly, and a bitter smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Hinata stood beside him and nodded lightly. In fact, he also had the same thought in his heart. That's right, Naruto, you can't take him away. This time, your attitude of imprisoning him will be very tough, so no matter who you are, it is actually completely impossible to take him away. If you choose, 853 inches take people away, they will get angry directly, and they will directly attack you. Naruto shook his head decisively when he heard this sentence. This kind of thing doesn't matter, as long as he can be rescued. Gaara, are you willing to help me? As long as you are willing to help me, then the next situation can be handed over to me directly. Gaara looked at Naruto seriously. Why are you willing to help me? After all, you should also know what kind of person I belong to. If you help me, it will have some influence on yourself in the end. Naruto smiled. It's normal to help you, and if I choose not to help you, I'm afraid I will regret it in the end. Whether you want or not, you just give me a hearty word. As long as you want, then I can choose to help you. If you don't want to, forget it. Gaara thought for a moment, then finally raised her head and smiled at Naruto. You've already said that. If there's anything I don't want to do, I'll trouble you and I'll wait for your good news. Naruto nodded, feeling very relaxed in his heart instantly. At the same time, he also feels that his mentality has become very friendly in an instant, and he likes such a state. In the end, I pulled Hinata and left decisively. Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. Why did you choose to help him? Isn't it a bit redundant for you to help him at this critical moment? Also, if you use this method to help him now, it is very likely that you will put yourself in danger. Naruto smiled. No way, I need allies. In this new era, the most important thing is to have allies, and everyone's strength is useless. No matter how strong your personal strength is, you will still encounter some opponents, so at this critical moment, as long as you have enough allies, then you can gain a foothold here. If you don't have any friends, you have no way standing in this era. The most important thing now is to release him from the pledge. After finishing speaking, the two of them walked out directly, and they all returned directly to Konoha village. After returning to Konoha village, Naruto took Hinata and found Sasuke first. Sasuke frowned. This time, why did you come to me all of a sudden? After all, I have always been very clear that you should always belong to the Three Treasures Palace. Since you chose to find me suddenly this time, it must be because of your personal reasons, let's just talk about it. Naruto blinked his eyes. Sasuke, you still know me better. In fact, I came to you this time because I need your help with something. I want to save Gaara. You should be very aware of this guy's strength, and this guy has always been a real potential stock for us. So I don't want him to be held in the cell in Yansha village. If you really have the opportunity, can you find a way to release him? Sasuke frowned, looking at Naruto with weird eyes. Naruto, tell me, what exactly do you want me to do this time? Naruto smiled. I knew that no matter what I did, I couldn't hide it from you. Actually, to put it bluntly, I just hope this time, you can contact the people from Tsunade, and tell them that after I told them my purpose, I will release them directly. Now I need some of their strength, and I also need their strength to become very strong. At this moment, Sasuke nodded very calmly after hearing these words. Okay, don't worry, now that you have opened your mouth, I will definitely help you. If you haven't spoken, I don't know how to help you, but since you have spoken now, then I know exactly what I should do. Wait for my good news. Then, he straightened up and walked out very slowly. Hinata looked at Naruto curiously. Obviously you can do this kind of thing by yourself, and it's just time to go out for a run, why don't you like it? If you go out for a run by yourself, this problem can be easily solved, and it doesn't seem to be troublesome. His eyes were full of strong curiosity, and at the same time, he couldn't understand the situation at all. He even felt that there seemed to be some weirdness everywhere in the surroundings, and this kind of weirdness made him always feel that something was slightly wrong. Naruto smiled, his mentality became very peaceful in an instant, and he also felt that his mood improved a lot in this instant. Don't worry, 3.7 I already know this kind of thing very well, and it's because I know a lot, so I don't need to pay too much attention to it. The most important thing is that this guy Sasuke can't be idle, and he will be busy with more things in the future, and this aspect of things is in his charge. It's good to let him show up more now and show off the limelight. As long as he shows up more now, it will become stronger and stronger in the future. After saying this sentence, I couldn't help laughing, and my mentality seemed to be very stable. Everyone feels very weird, and also feels that this kind of thing is almost relatively important to them. Such a thing is also considered a good thing for them, and it happens to make them stronger and stronger in a short period of time. Chapter 175. No matter how evil this guy is, I can catch him back as soon as I let him go. Hinata looked at Naruto strangely. Then aren't you afraid that he will be completely blackened after he comes out? In fact, he is being detained now, and he is just worried that he will be completely out of control after being blackened, and troubles will inevitably arise at that time. So generally speaking, everyone is doing this for his own good. Naruto nodded. I understand this, and I also know that they are indeed doing it for his own good, but although it is for his good, this matter is not as easy as imagined. Hinata, keeping him imprisoned has no effect at all. After all, even if he has been imprisoned crazily, he is still a talent in the future. So there are some things that are predestined in themselves, and it's not that you can directly control them if you just say you don't close your teeth. Around the early morning of the third day, Sasuke had rushed over. Okay, you have obtained special permission. This is their envelope. With this envelope, you can directly take people away from the prison. Naruto's very weird 25 eyes glanced at Sasuke. To be honest, I didn't expect you to do things so fast. You really surprised me. At first, I felt that you were indeed a talent, but judging from the current situation, I'm afraid you are much more witty than I imagined. There was a trace of strangeness in the eyes. Even thinking about this kind of thing makes him feel very incredible, and it is difficult to have this kind of patience under normal circumstances. Moreover, it can be judged that one can reach such a level, and one must be very tough. They also know that such an opportunity is completely more serious for them. As long as they can seize the opportunity in front of them, they will naturally become stronger and stronger. I even feel that my mentality has become much calmer, as if I already know the situation in front of me well at this time. Sasuke, are you going next? I am also very curious about this point. If you want to go, just tell me directly, and then we will go together. Sasuke shook his head. I won't go, you go. Naruto nodded, and left decisively. But not long after leaving, I suddenly saw Kakashi rushing over. Very weird eyes glanced at Sasuke. What is Naruto doing? How do you look at it? You seem to be talking strangely now. Did something happen? If there is anything, you can tell me directly. I want to see what's going on. When Sasuke heard this sentence, he shook his head helplessly, and told the whole story. Kakashi frowned. Naruto is like playing with fire. His approach is simply very irrational, and if he says something wrong, he may play himself into it. I still don't support his approach. The eyes also look very serious at this time. They even feel that this kind of thing is particularly abnormal for them. It is even very likely that there will be a lot of accidents in this incident, and this kind of unexpected phenomenon will make them feel very wrong no matter how they think about it. But as long as they can seize the good opportunity in front of them, other things are more reasonable for them. Forget it, I'll keep an eye on it. After all, I'm really worried that Naruto will have an accident. He almost doesn't consider any consequences when he does anything. If you are used by thieves, the consequences are almost unimaginable. Then he walked away quickly, but his eyes did become very sharp. As for the other side now, Naruto took the letter, and Hinata came into the cell. Gaara looked at Naruto with a wicked smile on his face. Naruto, is it possible that you got the envelope so quickly? Didn't you expect your speed to be quite fast? It's actually more exaggerated than I imagined. After hearing this sentence, Naruto couldn't help laughing for a moment. That is necessary, and, if it is really necessary to calculate, Grandma Chi and I should already be on the way. I've already notified him before, so I have to say that almost all of this is within my budget. Gaara's complexion instantly became very ugly. You actually informed Grandma Chio. Why did you inform him of such a thing? Hinata looked at Naruto strangely. He never saw Naruto make a shot, and he never saw Naruto call. What's going on? But he didn't take these things too seriously. Naruto smiled. Gaara couldn't help but smile directly, and felt very calm in an instant. After saying this, he glanced at the two people who were used to seeing the prison cell with very sharp eyes. Let's go, it's time for us to leave, and we can let you have a good time. The sun feels great. It took a lot of effort to catch him, because this guy is really strong, so ordinary people really can't suppress him. It doesn't matter, no matter how evil this guy is, I can catch him back anyway I let him go. The most important thing is that our current Konoha village itself is particularly unstable, so it is naturally good to be a partner. Naruto looked at Gaara calmly. After finishing speaking, he walked directly and slowly towards the front. There are some moments when I advise you that it is better not to act rashly. If you dare to act rashly, the consequences will become unimaginable. TCH, it doesn't matter in itself, and it's just two guys, let them go if you let them go. Naruto, are you sure you want to let him go? If you let this guy go, it will be difficult if you want to get him back. 377 inches. I advise you not to be arrogant, to suppress the evil spirit in your heart, otherwise if you dare to hurt these two people, I will send you to the cell again. At this moment, Naruto looked at Gaara very calmly. Gaara smiled, but stood up resolutely and walked out. After walking out, the moment she was exposed to the sun, a wicked smile appeared on her face. At this moment, Kakashi hastily caught up. The three of them walked for a while and came to the depths of the forest. Chapter 176. It is only now that I suddenly realize that it is too simple for all of us to think. Kakashi smiled wryly. Forget it, since you have already said so, let's just listen to you this time. I hope you are doing the right thing this time. At this moment, Grandma Chio came out from the front, the corners of her mouth raised, and she looked at Naruto with gratified eyes. Naruto, thank you very much this time. After all, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid I might not be able to see Gaara again. This child is quite stubborn, so this time I came here to take him away, and I will definitely discipline him after I go back. Naruto nodded, indicating that the other party can take the person away directly, which is exactly what he thought in his heart. And he has always felt very indifferent to this point. After all, the most important thing is to take people away first. Anyway, staying here all the time is indeed a bit unsafe. Okay, after you bring him back, you must discipline him carefully. After all, he always feels that his aura is not stable. This time, as long as she brought him back, then Grandma Chio would be indebted to him indirectly. And once the favor is owed, sooner or later he will still have to pay it back, and at that time it will be equivalent to tying the other party's promise with himself. Coupled with the fact that the opponent's strength itself is strong, it is much easier to gain a foothold here in an instant. This is exactly what he thinks now, and only in this way can they become stronger and stronger, so that they will not be in danger. Mother-in-law Chio smiled, and in her heart, she felt very relieved in an instant. After all, as long as the problem can be solved, then he can feel very indifferent to other things. At this time, Gaara, who was walking in front, suddenly twisted her neck. I said, where do you keep being mother-in-law and mother-in-law? What's the matter? Since you said you were going to leave, can you hurry up? Don't you know that my time is precious? Naruto frowned, and immediately found that there was something wrong with the other party's way of speaking, and always felt that the other party's way of speaking seemed a little weird. This feeling caused a strong uneasiness in his heart, and he even felt very weird. Grandma Chio's complexion also changed slightly. Not good, it should be going black again. Kakashi was ready to fight immediately, turned his head and looked at Naruto with very helpless eyes. See, I've already told you that this guy can't let go. But you just don't believe me all the time. No matter what I say, you seem to have some distrust of me. This makes me feel physically and mentally exhausted in my heart. Naruto smiled wryly. No, it's not that I don't believe you, it's because this matter itself is really helpless, and it's not something that I can solve casually by myself. Since this has already happened, at most it can only be regarded as fate, so this is also a no-brainer. Kakashi shook his head helplessly, his eyes became very serious at this moment. At the same time, they also looked at the front seriously, as if no matter what troubles would happen in the front, they would try their best to solve some things. Naruto turned his head helplessly and looked at Granny Chio beside him. Grandma Chio, what should we do next? I'm afraid we need to do it. The current mother-in-law Chio nodded slightly after hearing this sentence. You guys do it. After all, in his current state, I'm afraid he has lost himself, and in this state, the only way to do it is to do it. Only then nodded, feeling relieved in his heart, and what worried him most was that Grandma Chio never wanted to do anything. If the other party has been unwilling to let go, then it has to be said that this matter will be troublesome. Fortunately, the other party still agreed. As long as the other party is willing to let go, then there is some room for negotiation on this matter. He only saw Gaara in front of him, and suddenly opened his mouth. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The attack hit Kakashi, who was closest to him, in an instant. Kakashi's complexion changed slightly, seeing the giant great fireball rushing towards it, he also quickly dodged for a moment. In the end, a trace of lightning appeared on his body, and these lightnings quickly hindered the fireball's attack before the blink of an eye. In the end, the body was seen rushing towards Gaara in an instant. Lightning style. Reikiri. I also know that this battle will become very difficult, and judging by the current situation, it will definitely be a hard battle. However, it was found that it had no effect at all. This time the cooperation between each other is considered perfect, but is it really successful this time? As for the current Grandma Chio, her eyes narrowed slightly. A spiral shot from the right up and down towards the bottom, and I saw real smoke rising from the ground, which completely affected the sight of everyone present, and there was no way to see clearly what was going on ahead. Something happened. After finishing speaking, I couldn't help but smiled softly, and I had a very strong self-confidence in my heart. At first, I thought that this trick was almost seamless, but now I suddenly realized that it belongs to all of us. It's too simple. Although the attack power looks good, if it is successful like this, it seems to belong to some unlikely goals. As for Naruto's eyes, there is also a trace of weirdness, and at the same time, the eyes are also full of some shocking colors. Look at me, Rasengan. After all, he knew that Naruto hadn't shown his true strength this time. If he had used immortal skills, the opponent would have been completely dealt with already, but he was unwilling to use them all the time. However, I found that the other party has always seemed very heavy at this time. To be honest, the trick just now was to use Kakashi as a bait, and then I was responsible for attacking from the side. Naruto seized this opportunity and quickly rushed to the top in an instant, and at the same time, he was attacking directly with spiritual power. This attack also looks the same, very smart and powerful, you may know that it is a mistake, and directly hit the opponent in the blink of an eye. Hinata stood by, always with a deadpan face. Chapter 177, The Solution. In Naruto's eyes, there was a hint of contemplation, and his face was full of hesitant unwillingness. This guy's current strength is still slightly strong. Since this guy's strength is so strong, I must find some way to solve it this time. Is it really necessary to use fairy art? But it is absolutely not allowed to use fairy art when it is absolutely necessary. After all, the lethality of fairy art has always been very powerful, and its power is infinite. If he really used the fairy technique, it might have a great impact, so he doesn't want to use this trick now. Compared with these, he hopes to stay here quietly. At least the Gaara in front of him is blackened, but his heart is not bad. Therefore, he doesn't seem to attack too hard. If he attacks too hard, then it is very likely that some more bad phenomena will occur. At this moment, Grandma Chio, standing beside her, looked at Hinata in front of her with smiling eyes. There seems to be a lot of fog around, and the situation seems to be a little bit bad, but you don't have to worry too much about this situation. Because I have already identified 780 points. If this thing is not wrong, it should belong to Kakashi's technique. After a while, the fog will become thicker and thicker. You have to focus all your attention on that guy, only in this way is it correct. Why? Hinata nodded, and looked at Gaara very seriously for an instant. Gaara's eyes are very calm now, and at the same time he has already discovered these strange features at the first time. However, he didn't pay too much attention to this peculiar phenomenon at all. After all, these things were all things he had discovered in the early days. There is indeed some genius in using this trick, and using this trick can indeed effectively reduce the chance of being caught in an illusion. But the opponent is me, so it's completely useless, so don't play this kind of hide-and-seek played by children at all. The current Kakashi stood up very slowly in an instant, with a strong seriousness on his face. He never thought that the opponent's speed would be so fast, and at that moment, he quickly threw 3 darts. CFBD. However, seeing Gaara in front of him, he easily avoided the attack by twisting his body. At the same time, a flame spewed out from the mouth. Fire style, great fireball technique. This huge flame rushed to the front in a blink of an eye, and the surrounding fog disappeared in a blink of an eye. This time the opponent's attacks also appeared to be very swift and fierce, and they didn't give too many ways to survive at all, and they felt very heartless just watching them. However, at this critical moment, he still rushed to the front directly and quickly, and finally launched an attack directly. Standing in the dark, Naruto couldn't help but frown when he saw the fight between the two getting more and more intense. After all, if the normal situation is followed, this is clearly his battle. Why does it seem that there is no relationship with him at all now? This is because he feels helpless in his heart. Why does it seem that there is no relationship with him at all now, even if he feels helpless in his heart? But this is still looking at each other very sharply, and at the same time, it can be clearly felt that the aura of the two people has become completely different, and they both seem to have a slight sense of strength. This kind of strong sense of strength has already been felt, and his strength is almost all extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, it should be very difficult to have such a strong strength. From this, it can be seen that the strength is very good. The strength can be seen from here, the strength is very good. Only in this way can they easily defeat each other in the next period of time, and make their mentality a little more peaceful. There is no need to be too anxious about this kind of problem, otherwise the problem will become bigger and bigger. As for the scene, Hinata's face became very ugly, and it seemed that the two had entered a stalemate. After finishing speaking, I couldn't help laughing instantly, as if thinking of such things would feel very excited. These flames also look very stiff, and they are constantly burning back and forth. Gaara smiled. It never occurred to me that the way of fighting this time would be so special, and it still belonged to such an ultimate, and the shortcomings and advantages of it could be discovered so quickly. This kind of burning situation made them all feel a little scared when they looked at it, and they never thought that such a weird situation would appear. If this is the case, then the situation is too strange. Not bad, it seems that before, I belonged to this guy who was slightly underestimated. After all, the strength of this person is much stronger than usual. Could it be that Mr. Kakashi was under the illusion, that's why the two people were in a stalemate with each other at this critical moment, and no one launched an attack? As for the current Kakashi and Gaara, they belong to a large stake. At this moment, Naruto saw this, and his eyes were full of strong shock. However, your strength seems to be much stronger than theirs. I have to say that you can clearly feel a very unique power that you always exude from here. The eyes are full of seriousness at this moment. I have to say, judging from the current situation, you seem to be a little bit better than Naruto. However, you used the Earth-style technique to hide your whereabouts, so I found out very late. I have to say that you are indeed relatively powerful, but if you only have such a little strength, I am afraid it will be more or less powerful. Some are not enough. After saying this sentence, he grabbed the opponent with his hands in an instant, and finally hit him hard. Naruto, this guy is really stupid, he doesn't think about things like eyes at all. But it was discovered that they all belong to Shadow Clone, and Kakashi also drilled out of the ground again. At Kakashi's feet, some flames were burning from bottom to top. Chapter 178. New Ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes became very serious at this moment. Hoo, it's almost time for me to start. It's a good thing I learned a new technique recently. It's just that this new technology has not had time to conduct some experiments. I thought that there would be no chance this time, but I didn't expect this opportunity to be very fast. It just allows me to seize such an opportunity to test whether my new technology is strong or not. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but a slight smile emerged from the corner of his mouth, as if thinking of such a thing would make his heart feel very excited. Thinking of this kind of thing will make him feel very shocked, and at the same time, he also knows that this kind of thing happens to be their top priority, and he must not be sloppy. At this moment, his eyes became very serious in an instant. Look at my big ball Rasengan. After this sentence was finished, I saw a huge spiral in an instant. I shot it down fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the ground turned into bursts of dust, which erupted in an instant, a very terrifying aura. However, at the moment of the final attack, it was clearly seen that the opponent was not at all nervous at the last critical moment. Naruto frowned, completely confused about what the other party meant. After all, no matter who encounters such a strange situation, according to the normal situation, they will feel a little nervous, or their mood will become very complicated. But why is the other party still laughing at this critical moment? Come out, what is going on here, and why does the other party have this kind of mentality? This made Naruto's eyes reveal strong curiosity, and he was a little confused about the state at the first time. After all, if he were a little more normal, he would not feel that the current weird situation should be. These 10 points made him feel a kind of extreme disobedience in his heart. On the contrary, I still feel that there may be some dangers in this surrounding at any time. This is completely a dangerous situation, and the situation has become very dangerous. The eyes of everyone standing in the distance are full of strong shock. It even belongs to such a too-fast situation that some are completely unacceptable. This is the first time they have seen this phenomenon before. Even more, they never thought that the current situation could be produced, which was very shocking to them. After all, if it were a little more normal, it would be completely impossible to become what it is now, but judging from the current situation, it seems that it can be directly successful. Generally speaking, this is a good thing for them, and it can also greatly increase their strength. Grandma Kianmian smiled. Hinata, I have to say, you really followed a good character this time, at least if you just judge from the situation in front of you, this guy is really strong. It is indeed a very rare talent to be able to be strong to the point where it is now. If you are in a normal state, it is generally difficult to reach such a level, so I have to say that you are still very good. After saying this, he blinked his eyes directly and resolutely, and his eyes seemed to be full of strong smiles. Hinata smiled wryly. Naruto told me before that he has developed a new skill, but he kept it as a concealment and didn't tell me directly. This is also the first time I saw it today. So strong. To be honest, I still feel quite shocked until now. After all, it would be better if he could tell me earlier, but he has always been too good at hiding. Well, all along, I didn't have too many other ideas, but I have always hated other people's concealment. The more I found out that someone concealed me, the more I felt that my little heart was a little bit resistant. Can't live. After all, it can almost be confirmed from the battle in front of them that the level of this battle is likely to become very complicated for them. Naruto frowned. There is a strong shock in the eyes, and there is even a deep surprise. Even because of this, I still feel that my heart is deeply hit, which is completely in this state now. Naruto, at least no matter how he fights, he must have nothing to do, because he is very strong. But at this time, after everyone slowly approached, they suddenly found that the other party had become completely different. At the same time, this slowly woke up. This made everyone present feel very surprised instantly. The face of the other party has long been compared with before, it has changed into another state, and it is not the guy they know at all. I hope he can make himself stronger in the next period of time. Only by getting stronger can he have an outstanding performance. I only saw that at the last moment, a spiral hit the opponent's body, and it actually knocked the opponent to the ground. What's going on here? It's obvious that I was fighting with another person, why did he suddenly change his appearance? Only after a complete victory can there be an answer. If there is no way, the consequences of victory will be unimaginable for them. However, judging from the situation in front of them, they always feel that there are some weird situations everywhere, which makes them feel slightly suspicious when they look at it. Life feels like no matter what they do the same thing is wrong. I also feel a little bit suspicious. After all, if life is according to the normal situation, it should be a completely different posture now. At the same time, his heart was full of strong worries, as if thinking of such a scene made him feel particularly uncomfortable in his heart. Ask for flowers. This is so strange, it seems a bit too strange. After all, if it is a little bit normal, I feel that it should be in a different state. Chapter 179. Why did they take Gaara away? Would it do them any good to take him away? This point made them feel very shocked in their hearts, and they couldn't understand the state at the first time. After all, if you figure out the state, it must be a different look, and it is completely impossible to be the current look. At this moment, Hinata's complexion instantly became very ugly. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that someone has been cheating, and it's still in front of us? How could such a good-looking person disappear directly in front of us? This is really incredible. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for such an outrageous thing to happen. There is deep curiosity in the eyes, and even a little doubt about life. Naruto is puzzled by the thousand-faced mother-in-law. Grandma Kianmian, if it were someone else, I might not believe in 707. But among so many people, I only believe in you. Can you give me a very suitable answer? After all, I know that among so many people, the most important thing is to trust. As long as you trust you, it is completely enough. Other things have no time and department is completely irrelevant. Kianmi and Granny smiled wryly. Well, I know this person, but I'm afraid that after I tell you that I know you, you will all feel very incredible, and I'm even a little worried that you will get hurt because of this. However, I am also very clear in my heart that there are many things that you must know sooner or later, and they must not be hidden. Since you want to know so much, then I will tell you directly. This guy, you may not believe it, he is a character in our village. His name is Yuliang, and he also belongs to Jonin in our village, but to be honest, I don't know why he appears here, even I feel very puzzled. There was a bit of a wry smile on his face, and he looked very depressed. After all, this kind of thing naturally felt a little unscientific, but everything he said was true. For such a long time, it was also the first time he encountered such a weird situation, and he never thought that such a weird thing would suddenly appear on him. When Naruto heard this sentence, his eyes widened in disbelief, never thinking that it actually happened before his eyes. And it is still such an unreliable thing, the eyes are full of shock in this instant. What about Gaara? He was obviously still with us, and he came out with us, why did he suddenly disappear? His face became very ugly, after all, this belongs to their territory. If it just disappeared like this, he would have no way to explain it. Hinata frowned. Grandma Kianmian, what is going on here? Grandma Kianmian shook her head. I'm not too sure about that because I know this guy was missing around the time Gaara was taken. So I almost remember this incident very clearly, but I didn't expect that such a thing would happen. And he's been gone for so long that I don't really care. At this moment, Kakashi has a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Could it be that he was able to transform into Gaara because he used the transformation technique? Naruto shook his head. Absolutely impossible. This should not be that level of ninjutsu. If it is transformed into a technique, I will definitely be able to judge it directly. This guy uses the Great Fireball technique, almost all of which are released directly, and they are still genuine. As for the current mountain, the two ninjas were sitting together, and they couldn't help laughing at the same time. It should be over on your side, although we only use 30% chakra on puppets, and although this ninjutsu really belongs to people who can easily create exactly the same. But the amount of chakra that can be inherited is a bit small. If Naruto were here, it would be obvious at a glance. This guy is exactly the guy he is fighting against, but he never thought that the opponent would become so powerful directly. And if this is the case, then the consequences will be unimaginable for them. There was a strong seriousness in Naruto's eyes. Then if this is the case, what is the other party's purpose? We increase our strength because we think that it belongs to fairy art, so that we can greatly increase our strength and make us stronger. Until now, I still don't know at all what the other party's purpose is. And they were able to produce this guy, so their purpose must be very serious. Hinata frowned. I've almost figured it out now. If I didn't guess wrong, the real Gaara should have been captured by some people. Grandma Kianmian nodded. No, Hinata, if you think this way, you are very wrong. After all, since they did this, it means that this matter is of great benefit to them. Then why did they take Gaara away? Would it do them any good to take him away? After all, his willpower is relatively good. After Naruto heard this sentence, his expression became very ugly in an instant. After all, if this is really the case, then the opponent's strength will be greatly improved. Naruto shook his head. The purpose of them is to separate the tailed beasts from each other's body, and this situation is almost the same, our time is running out. 3.8. What I'm most worried about now is actually Gaara's safety, because until now I still don't know what's going on, but I also know that this matter feels related to Gaara. Grandma Kianmian shook her head. You should not surrender, and it is even more unlikely that you will be used by them. Isn't it a bit redundant for them to do this? His eyes became very serious. And this time, if it weren't for Naruto, you went to the prison to bring this Gaara out, we wouldn't be able to tell that this guy is a fake at all. Why are they doing this? If they do this, it doesn't seem to do them much good. Naruto also felt very curious after hearing this sentence. But on the other side, they just want to use the tail beast, so that they can gradually become stronger. Chapter 180. No matter who the other party is, I will always have the spirit of fighting unremittingly. On Hinata's face, there was a look of sudden realization. No wonder this time Gaara was a fake. It turned out that the real Gaara had already been found by the other party. No wonder the other party's actions are so fast this time. It turns out that there is a reason for everything. Naruto, the reason why you are so powerful is because there are tailed beasts on your body, and these tailed beasts are directly sealed in your body. Naruto couldn't help but nodded. I know this, but it is precisely because I know it little by little that I know that my strength is very strong. So in the next period of time, no matter what opponent I encounter, I am not afraid at all. Because no matter what kind of opponent I encounter, I will have a way to solve the opponent. After killing the opponent, I can quickly increase my own strength. Isn't that the best of both worlds? Hinata smiled wryly. 25 inches Naruto, I'm afraid there are so many people, only you can become very peaceful, and only you can laugh when encountering this kind of thing. Because Gaara has already been used as a sacrifice, think about the tailed beast in your body, then you may become the next sacrifice. Naruto blinked his eyes. It's not bad that they have such an idea, but you must not forget my personal strength. If you make some judgments based on my current personal strength, do you think if they really fight me, would they really be able to fight? If you can't beat me, how can you separate the tailed beast? Isn't this just daydreaming? The present Kianmi and Granny also stood beside her and nodded. I also agree with this point. As long as your strength is strong enough, in fact, no one can do anything to you. If your strength is not strong enough, then in the end, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. However, next I'm really special and I hope you can help me save Gaara. At this moment, Naruto, after hearing this sentence, kept blinking his eyes. Don't worry, Grandma Thousand Faces, this is what we should do. It doesn't matter whether Gaara will be demonized or not. The most important thing is that we find ways to enhance his strength. As long as his strength can have a substantial increase, we will naturally not be afraid, and this itself is our task. Absolutely will not let him be wronged by half a silk and half rich. The eyes are full of strong sincerity, as if here, everything belongs to them. Hinata frowned. After knowing what happened this time, he actually regretted it in his heart. Because he always felt that this time, even if they had immortal skills, they might not be able to beat the opponent. Because the power of the tailed beasts is probably more powerful than the immortal arts they have mastered. And the strength has also become stronger. If it really fights, it will appear to be slightly disadvantaged. It was precisely because of this that he felt that if he really fought this time, he might not be able to beat it. At that time, if you can't even fight this most basic situation, how will you fight next? I'm afraid no matter how much they fight, there won't be the slightest result in the end, and it will make them feel even more depressed in their hearts. This point makes them know a little bit in their hearts. Naruto stood by and blinked his own eyes. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get on the road. The more we delay here for a minute, the more dangerous the other party will be. Gaara, in itself, should be within our control. No matter whether his strength is strong or not, or what kind of character he belongs to, we should have the final say. As for other people who are not qualified to control at all, if other people come to control, wouldn't it mean destroying our majesty? Hinata smiled wryly, and at the same time gave Naruto a blank look. Naruto, I have to say that this time I really worried about you for nothing. After all, I am so worried about you, but you can live such a chic life. And the mentality is still so good. To be honest, I really feel very speechless towards you. After all, it's impossible for someone else's mentality to be like yours this time. I also felt very helpless in my heart, and even a trace of wry smile emerged from the corner of my mouth. It seems that thinking of such a thing will make him feel very difficult to deal with, and even the next difficulty will present some endless dangers. Naruto's eyes were full of earnestness. He actually wanted to increase his strength this time. But if you really want to increase your own strength, then the following tutorials are almost all very painful, and it is definitely not as simple as imagined. These bad guys must be killed, and then they will be rewarded by the system. As long as he is rewarded by the system, his strength will become stronger and stronger. This is exactly his plan, so he becomes so urgent. After all, he doesn't have any other ideas at all right now, he just hopes to quickly increase their power emperors in a short period of time. Only by greatly increasing their strength can they become stronger and stronger in the future. Generally speaking, this is not a big mistake, and it will increase their strength rapidly in a short period of time, making their strength stronger and stronger. There is even no need to worry too much about this kind of issue at all. Hinata, are you sure you want to follow this time? If you are sure to follow, there will inevitably be some dangers at that time. If there are dangers, I am afraid that we will not be able to control this situation at all. Because once the opponent's strength becomes stronger, we really may not necessarily be the opponent's opponent, and it is even very likely that we will not be able to beat the opponent completely in the future. Hinata's gaze instantly became very serious. I don't have any other thoughts this time. The only thought is to fight crazily. No matter who the opponent is, I will have a spirit of persistent fighting. Chapter 181. You must not be in a hurry now. After all, we will arrive at the front of the battle in a short time. And no matter who it is, I will completely defeat the opponent. This is my latest belief all the time, and there will be absolutely no hesitation. Afterwards, a group of people quickly moved forward without the slightest hesitation. However, at the moment of the evening, Kakashi actually stopped. Naruto looked at Kakashi curiously. Mr. Kakashi, why did you stop so suddenly? We all have to hurry now. After all, it is the most correct way for us to hurry. Kakashi yawned nonchalantly after hearing this sentence. We are going to take a temporary rest here now. We have been on the road for so long, and we will definitely be a little tired, so it is the best choice to take a rest here. Naruto's eyes widened, looking at Kakashi in disbelief. Didn't we all agree that we should rush on the road? Since we all said that we should hurry on the road, how can we stop and rest again? Isn't this a bit of a violation of our previous agreement? Kakashi shook his head helplessly. Because you participated in the battle before and consumed too much chakra energy base in your body. So, you didn't notice it at all, because your speed is actually much slower than before. This time, no matter how anxious we are to rush forward, the speed will not be fast, and even because the chakra energy in the body is insufficient, it will only make our speed slower. Naruto turned his head and looked at Hinata in disbelief. I really want to ask the other party if this is the case. After all, he really didn't sense his own speed problem. Hinata smiled wryly. Naruto, what Mr. Kakashi said is indeed right, your speed is indeed much slower. Why don't you listen to them? Restore the chakra energy in your body here first, wait until the chakra energy in your body is almost recovered, and then we will move forward together, and it will definitely be much better than now. After all, what we are pursuing now is speed. If this happens, the consequences will be unimaginable, so we must calm down this time no matter what, and don't be too anxious and reckless. If we are too anxious and reckless, we will only go the opposite way. Let's recover first. When Naruto heard this sentence, he lowered his head in an instant, and at the same time there was a trace of wry smile in his eyes. This time I was indeed in a hurry, and I really felt very sorry. I just wanted to go faster. I almost forgot the reason for my physical condition. Alas, in fact, I just hope that our speed can be faster. As long as we speed up, we can catch up in a short time, and then there will be no complicated situations. So I forgot to consider other issues, maybe I might meet the enemy tomorrow. So, you should really take good care of your physical condition today. Only after you have regulated your physical condition can you win the next battle. This time I was indeed a little reckless, sorry. Hinata couldn't help but nodded in relief. After all, Naruto's character has always been stubborn with a score of 10, and he almost doesn't listen to anyone's words, but this time he can actually listen to others' words, which makes Naruto he felt very relieved. Naruto, you really are slowly developing in a good direction. As for a man at this time, he had already walked in front of the fake Gaara at the moment of unemployment. At the same time, there was an evil smile in the corner of his mouth. It looks like it's worth eating, but it's useless to stay here, so it's better to let me eat it. Immediately after he finished speaking, he laughed sinisterly, as if this kind of thing in front of him made him feel very excited personally. On the other side, Hinata's gaze gradually became more and more serious. Naruto, if you really encounter the enemy tomorrow, remember not to worry about me. Solving the enemy first is the most important thing. Only when the enemy is eliminated can we be safer. If there is no, it's dangerous to solve it in the end. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but nodded lightly. After all, this kind of thing happened, he had no way to refuse. They have the final say on everything, and it would be immoral if they refused at such a critical moment. As for the thousand-faced mother-in-law at this time, she kept her head down all the time, a trace of gloom appeared in her eyes, and she even seemed to have something on her mind. Naruto walked over gently, with a wry smile in his eyes. At the same time, his complexion also looked a little complicated at this time. Grandmother with 1,000 faces, if I'm not mistaken, looking at your current situation, you should also be worried about Gaara. After all, most of the time eyes are not deceiving. I can clearly sense you because I am really worried about him. At this moment, the thousand-faced mother-in-law nodded lightly, and there was a strong look of unbearable in her eyes. I am really worried about him. Now I am always worried that he will suddenly encounter some danger this time. Furthermore, just from this situation, it can almost be distinguished that his current situation is already very bad. The answer is already obvious. No matter what, it is impossible to change the answer this time. After all, he should be in danger now. A strong wry smile from Zhao Qian appeared on his face, as if he knew all the answers immediately and knew how to deal with it. This situation itself is very unfavorable to them, so he will take serious actions next. Only in this way, the situation may be more friendly to them, and it will not be in danger. At the same time, they also feel that everything in front of them is slightly more suitable for them. As for the current Naruto, he nodded lightly and patted Grandma Kamian on the shoulder. Grandma Kianmian, don't be in a hurry right now, after all, it won't be long before we arrive at the front of the battle. When the time comes, no matter what kind of troubles we have, we will definitely solve them, and no matter what kind of enemy we encounter, we will not be afraid, so the most important thing is to muster courage at this critical moment. Chapter 182. He also hopes that Gaara can successfully take this step, showing that they are not sacrifices. Even, I believe Gaara, he will definitely be able to carry it, so the most important thing now is that we have to give him enough trust. If we don't believe him now, who will believe him next? We are now his last spiritual pillar, so no matter what happens next, the most important thing is to give him enough trust. Kianmi and Granny nodded lightly, a wry smile emerged from the corner of her mouth. You are right. On the second day, after the rest, everyone set foot on the journey again. At this time, everyone was rushing forward with solemn expressions. They all hope that at the last moment, they can rush to the scene quickly. As long as they can rush to the scene at the last critical moment, their situation will not be too complicated. And things will become a little bit more favorable for them, which is also a good thing for them. Naruto frowned, his face became very ugly in an instant, and there was even more anxiety in his heart. Damn it, this time we are already on our way, and 013 hasn't seen a single enemy appear in such a long time, it's really disgusting. This is completely abnormal. After all, if it is a little bit normal, it is impossible to not see any enemies for such a long time. This is really weird, it's completely not playing cards according to the normal situation. It even makes people feel a strong sense of uneasiness in their hearts. Hinata's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. We haven't encountered the enemy all this time. Generally speaking, shouldn't it be regarded as a good thing? After all, we have not encountered the enemy, which means that our current situation is relatively safe. According to the normal situation, we should feel happy about this kind of thing. Why do we need to look sad and sad, but it is slightly not good? Naruto shook his head decisively. If you really think this way, then you are totally wrong. After all, the more it is like this, the more it means that this time things are not so simple. Moreover, the more we have no enemies to stop us along the way, it means that they will succeed soon, and it means that there is no need to stop them at all. So, if this is the case, I am afraid that the consequences will only become more unimaginable, so it is best not because of this situation. Hinata's complexion became very pale in an instant, and then she quickly shook her little head, her eyes full of seriousness. No, it's absolutely impossible because of this situation. He has always been very friendly, and he has his own plans no matter what happens. How could something happen to him? Here, even if everyone has an accident, I don't believe that he will have an accident, so I feel that it must be a very safe stage now. No matter when it is, the most important thing is to trust him. Your own personal safety is certain. Only trusting his personal safety is the most correct thing. His eyes were full of earnestness at this moment, as if thinking of such a thing would remind him of something incredible. At this time, everyone felt that the situation had become very urgent, and they couldn't help but speed up their pace at this critical moment. They are very worried about the other party, and they will encounter danger in the next period of time. If they encounter danger, the consequences will become unimaginable for them. Hinata looked at Naruto worriedly. Naruto, it's okay, the most important thing first CFBE is to trust them, don't you? You have to trust Gaara, he can definitely handle it, no matter how you say it's just some trivial things, that's it, small difficulties can't trouble him. He himself is a very responsible man, and once he encounters something, he will usually try his best to solve it. Naruto used to be treated the same way when he was a child. In this state of winning, there is nothing that cannot be solved. It suddenly made me feel like I was very unqualified. This Naruto seems to have a stronger desire to save Gaara than me. This guy, what the hell is he doing? Why did he suddenly change his mind so fast? So he also hopes that Gaara can successfully take this step to show that they are not sacrifices. At this moment, Naruto speeded up in an instant, and rushed forward quickly. His eyes were full of seriousness. No matter what happened, he should at least be faster. No matter what kind of moment it is, the most important thing is speed. As long as the speed is fast enough, then there is nothing to worry about in the future. So, for the time being, he reveals some charm all the time, and he will never give up on his partners. Whenever he encounters any problems, he will usually be the first to walk in the forefront. HMPH, no matter who it is this time, it's impossible for me to stop me, and my speed has always been so fast, there is nothing I can't solve. There was a trace of weirdness in the eyes, and at the same time, he was a little confused about the situation at the first time. Could it be that I'm a little confused about the situation? Why does it feel like this little guy is more nervous than me? So, Naruto's heart has always wanted to make himself a Hokage existence, and now he has finally succeeded. Hinata stood beside, and after hearing this sentence, she also smiled slightly, and at the same time blinked her eyes very cutely. His eyes became very serious in an instant, and at the same time, some very terrifying aura would emerge from his body. So, personally, he feels sorry for Gaara, because they belong to the same person. It was as if this phenomenon, for them, was already a sure thing. Besides, Gaara has never received any welcome at all. Even when she was a child, she was probably abandoned by many people. The present Kiyomian granny, seeing Naruto encounter this kind of thing, unexpectedly became so extremely fast, and there was a trace of weirdness in her eyes. Chapter 183. You were right, maybe I, an old woman, will do something again. Grandma Kiyomian looked at Naruto with a very complicated expression, her eyes seemed a little helpless. Naruto, this guy is also a hard-working child, but I have to say, I can always feel a very incredible power from him. 1. So if I'm not mistaken, he is indeed a very strong potential stock. Hinata stood beside her, and suddenly blinked her own eyes. No, Grandma Kiyomian, if you think so, you're wrong. After all, his charm is not just that, the most important thing is that as long as you stay with him, you can't help but want to believe him. This is where his real charm lies, and people can't help but have a huge sense of trust in him. This feeling cannot be directly expressed in words at all, but this sense of trust will become stronger and stronger. As long as you stay with him, you will feel particularly comfortable in your heart. Quote, Naruto stood aside, thick black lines appeared in his eyes instantly. Okay, Hinata, don't praise me anymore, if you praise me again, I will keep my head down, and I will go straight to the seam. You made me feel very embarrassed. After all, I have seen compliments, but I have never seen you in such a way. Now quote, a wry smile appeared on his face, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel some preliminary despair in his heart. It seems that this is the first time they see this weird situation, and they also feel a little suspicious of life, as if such a thing, they themselves belong to the first time they see it. They have never seen such a thing happen before, and it seems very fatal to them. But as long as they can grasp the situation in front of them to the best of their ability, then for them, there are always only advantages and no disadvantages. Hinata smiled, and stayed aside obediently, unable to continue speaking. Naruto asked while hurrying, Grandma Kiyomian, I still feel very curious about who put the guy in Gaara's body. This has actually always made me feel very puzzled, and I was a little unclear about the situation, so I couldn't help but ask curiously. Grandma Kiyomian's complexion became very complicated in an instant, and at the same time, she also knew that she was busy with some things and couldn't get through, so he didn't intend to hide it, but directly and decisively pointed at himself. Hey, I actually did what happened this time, because I just wanted to make him stronger. With a tailed beast in his body, his strength will be greatly improved. So the tailed beast in his body was actually put by me, so this child actually suffered a lot when he was young. All of this is because of me, if it weren't for me, this child wouldn't have suffered so much. A wry smile emerged from the corner of his mouth, and there was even a deep sense of helplessness on his face. After all, when this kind of thing happened, he would feel some guilt in his heart, and even you would feel very uncomfortable in your heart. Actually, this is what I decided after discussing with his father. However, it was precisely because I didn't believe in alliances that I left the village, but I never thought that one day I would still need to help. Quote, well, it seems that all the things I have done in my life may be wrong, or it may be because I am getting older, so some things have changed more or less differently. It is precisely because I am getting older that I feel that my actions may become more wrong, and I even feel some guilt in my heart. At this time in my heart, I also feel very uncomfortable. 0. Ha ha ha, Kiami and Granny, you are just too sad. After all, judging from the situation in front of you, you are actually still very young. A wry smile appeared in his eyes, as if thinking about it, such a thing would make him feel extremely depressed in his heart. I don't know why after hearing such words, he instantly felt something was wrong. This made him feel a strong sense of uneasiness, as if he really wanted to find a breakthrough point, but he couldn't find it all the time. I still feel that such a thing, the blow to them is a little bit huge. Grandma Kiamian was stunned for a moment, and then she laughed very happily. Although he knew that this kind of praise was more or less inappropriate, but he really felt very comfortable in his heart when he heard it. The attitudes also seemed to be very casual, just like the things here are very important to them. Grandma Kiamian, you are like a little girl in front of me. As for the current Naruto, after hearing what the old woman said, his expression became slightly anxious in an instant. Ask for flowers. It is enough to believe that you are still young. In fact, there is no need to worry about the rest of the things, and there is no need to think so much. The more you think about it, the more you will feel it in your heart, very bored. Ha ha ha, to be honest, you are right. Maybe I, an old woman, will do something. After all, I will definitely be too weak. At this moment, Kakashi slowly drifted over from a distance, with a hint of a smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. After hearing what the old woman said, her face became slightly anxious in an instant. Since you already know that you are still young, why should you be so sad? The most important thing is to relax your mind. You can also let them become stronger and stronger in the next period of time. As long as you can become stronger and stronger, you will naturally have a more prominent performance at that time. Naruto, young people have unlimited possibilities, so I have to say that I really envy you now, and I also envy you at your current age. Chapter 184. I have no way to clearly see through this hole. Naruto looked at Hinata, his eyes became very serious in an instant. Hinata, when the time comes, you must remember to pay more attention to this mother-in-law with thousands of faces. Grandma Kiamian's situation seems to be more or less wrong. If my guess is correct, I am particularly worried that he will think too much. His mental state is not very good. If he thinks too much, the consequences will be absolutely unimaginable, so no matter what kind of moment it is, he must be more cautious. Hinata nodded, and immediately patted himself on the chest very resolutely, eyes full of seriousness. Don't worry, I have always been relatively good at this kind of thing, and I also know what to do and what not to do. So, 313, this kind of thing is generally within my budget. I will definitely do well in the future, do everything I should do, and I will not even let you disappointment. At this time, his eyes were full of seriousness, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel a deep sense of uneasiness in his heart, and it would also come from his heart. Don't worry Naruto, I will definitely take a good look at her in the future, and I promise not to cause problems to Grandma Thousand Faces. After all, I still know him very well, so if he is really in danger, I will definitely be there. Help out in the shortest possible time. At this moment, the eyes become extremely serious, and the heart is also very clear about what I should do, and I know even more about how I should do it. Naruto took a deep breath for a moment. Hinata, if I'm not mistaken, the timing should be almost the same. As for a dark place, the people in Xiao's organization suddenly laughed deeply. After all, in their opinion, their plan this time is considered to be completely completed. Even in their view, their great plan this time can be regarded as a complete end. Hoo, to be honest, my shoulders are already stiff, and I never thought that the speed of completion this time would be so fast. That's right, everyone has worked hard this time. All I saw was Gaara's corpse on the ground, and his body looked like a mummy at this moment. The appearance of this kind of mummy looks very miserable, and people will feel that the whole body is covered up and down when looking at it, which is a special discomfort. Even, you will feel a strong uneasiness in your heart. As if the existence of this kind of mummy is simply outrageous to them, a strong feeling of badness will arise in their hearts. Hey, it's finally a success. I didn't expect that after such a long time, all the efforts we made were finally not in vain, and we really did the right thing this time. After finishing speaking, he couldn't help laughing happily, as if the things here made him feel very happy in his heart. As for Kakashi and others, after a period of time, they finally arrived at the scene. However, it was discovered that in this scene, there were already other people waiting quietly here. One can tell at a glance that it belongs to the person who came in advance. The opponent's speed seems to be faster than theirs, which makes them look very weird. It was originally thought that their speed should be the fastest of all, but now it seems that this is not the case. Some people are even faster than them, which makes him feel extraordinarily incredible in his heart, and he never thought that the speed of the other party can reach such a terrifying level. This made the corner of his mouth a little bit relieved. After all, it was not easy for them to be able to speed up. Kakashi suddenly smiled. This time, we are a little slower on the road, but your speed is not slow. This time we finally arrived at the scene, and we didn't delay too long. The man standing next to him looked at Kakashi strangely for a moment. Then are we going to do it? There is a barrier on the big rock in front of us. Just open this thing up. I think Gaara should be in there. As long as we can open this thing, I believe we should be able to find him. Once we can find him, our mission this time is half completed. As for the rest of the rescue mission, it should be much simpler. As long as he can be found, then the rest of the rescue will be much more convenient. After finishing speaking, he blinked his eyes directly, but there was also a deep doubt in the depths of his eyes. It seems that what happened here made him feel very shocked, even completely unbelievable. It was as if the situation in front of them made them feel a little outrageous. If it were a little bit normal, I would have never thought that such troubles would happen, but judging from the situation of picking up money, it is considered a good point. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes became very serious at this moment, and he nodded slightly, indicating that he could indeed do it. After all, everyone has been waiting for this moment, hoping to save each other at this critical moment. Naruto took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at Hinata with a very serious face. Hinata, wait a moment, your distance should be a little further. After all, you don't know what kind of danger will appear in the 3.8 square meters behind this big rock, so the most important thing now is to increase your distance. So as not to let myself have some crises. The attitude at this time also seems to be very serious, and they know that such a thing is almost very important to them. At this moment, a man's face also seemed to have some eager eyes, and it was full of strong seriousness. With his hands on the rock, he was feeling the state of everything inside the rock, and it didn't take long for him to feel the situation inside the rock clearly. His face instantly became very ugly. There is a very huge space inside, but I have no way to clearly see through the situation inside this void. Chapter 185. This thing seems to me to know a little bit. This nodule is a spell with forbidden characters. It seems that there are a few people here. At this moment, Naruto, after hearing these words, instantly showed a trace of anxiety in his eyes and face. Neji, what about Gaara? What's going on with his current situation, and has he been in any danger until now? Specifically, what is his current situation? Neji frowned, and didn't give an immediate reply. After all, he was completely confused about the situation, and there were crises everywhere in the vicinity. This kind of strong crisis feeling very bad in his heart. It was precisely because of this bad feeling that he couldn't give a very suitable answer at all. Instead, he felt that everything in it was weird. About a moment in the past, he saw that there was an eye inside. This made his face very ugly, and at the same time his hands were put down from the stone. Naruto looked at Neji suspiciously. Did you find something? I think there is something wrong with your face. Do you want to take a rest? After all, your face seems to be very pale, as if you have encountered some very bad things. What your relationship needs most now is nothing else but rest. Neji's face became slightly anxious in an instant, and at the same time, he didn't answer such words immediately. Instead, he kept his head down. What I just saw is a little bit, and I don't know how to describe it in words. Although I know that what I said seems to be unreasonable and unfounded, and I always feel like I'm fooling around, but everything I just said is the truth, and what I saw is completely unreasonable in words. There is no way to describe it clearly. There was a strong look of pain on his face, as if thinking of such a thing would easily make his face full of thick entanglements. It was as if thinking of such a thing would cause his mood to collapse a little bit, and he couldn't hold on to it at all, and even felt that his face became very anxious and uneasy at this time. Just like this kind of thing in front of them, no matter how they think about it, they will feel very abnormal. However, I also know that everything is generally considered to be a little more serious. After all, the matter in front of me is indeed full of something wrong everywhere. Naruto at this moment, his eyes became very serious at this moment. If it's true, it means that we can't sense what's inside right now. The only way is to open it directly and see what's going on inside. This is also the most realistic way. As for other things in the market, it's a bit inappropriate. A man smiled. If that's the case, then it's much simpler, and then leave it to me. As soon as the words fell, a fist hit directly on the stone wall. However, he found that the stone wall in front of him actually had some ripples at this moment, and these ripples seemed to be very large. Then it disappeared in the blink of an eye at this time, as if it had never appeared before. It made everyone present feel very weird. After all, if they were a little normal, such a strange scene would not happen. This makes them feel very evil no matter how they look at it, and they also feel very inappropriate. But it was recognized almost immediately. This is precisely because of the existence of formations. At this moment, Naruto's gaze instantly became very serious. If we want to break the enchantment, the only way is to see through it first. If we can't see through the barrier, then there is no way to crack it. As for Neji in front of him, after hearing these words, his eyes fell into deep thought. If you make some judgments carefully, then you can really judge directly. Why? First of all, the type of enchantment. Kakashi, this thing should be what you were best at, so I'm afraid you need to do it this time. Kakashi nodded, and then looked at the enchantment in front of him very seriously, wanting to distinguish this thing in a short time. After watching for a while, there was a trace of heavy color in his eyes. Just judging from the appearance in front of me, it should be the 5 seals barrier. At this moment, the thousand-faced mother-in-law stood beside her and nodded, with a heavy look in her eyes. Actually, this time, not only you have such a feeling, but I also have the same feeling. Hinata looked over curiously. What is the 5 seal barrier? This is the first time I've heard of it, so can you explain it in more detail? Naruto thought for a moment. This thing seems to me to know a little bit that this kind of nodules are spells with forbidden words. The enchantment formed by pasting the 5 nearby places, except for the spell in front of us, will also be pasted in other places. This matter is almost confirmed. This thing belongs to the spells in 5 places that were all torn off at the same point in time. That way it can be cracked directly, so I have to say whether this thing is difficult or not, and it is not easy to say. And each of their formations, plus what they did before, to put it bluntly, they are frantically delaying time, they just don't want us to get close quickly. Their behavior is really a little shameful. In order to prevent us from approaching, they use almost any means. It seems that we have always looked down on them before. Neji, the most important thing to look at next is you should be able to find out where these things are. Neji nodded, and became very dignified within 10 minutes. Blind eyes. After saying this, his eyes widened in an instant. In the end, I started looking for this kind of thing everywhere, which was very exhausting. It didn't take long to find all of them. One rock was attached to the river, another was attached directly to the wall, and the other 2 were attached to trees. Naruto thought for a moment. Chapter 186. The only way is to speed up our steps. Now the place belongs to find, but how do we agree on the signal? It's a very difficult question because we have absolutely no way of reacting to each other. The bald man walked over slowly, holding an instrument in his hand. Hey, there is no need to worry about this problem. If it is within this distance, I feel that we can use the radio to communicate directly. Our radio is still fine, and this distance allows us to communicate with each other successfully. Naruto couldn't help giving his thumbs up. You were really good. As for the current inside of the enchantment, a voice that was neither male nor female came out. The battles outside are becoming more and more quarrelsome, it's really annoying, we should almost leave. And I have to live up to my standards. As for the few people next to him, curiosity appeared in their eyes. Then how do we deal with the few people outside? Should we get rid of them all? Another man shook his head. Until now, we still don't know if they can break in here, but we can't underestimate them. The other man laughed grimly. That's right, I admit that a few of them do have incredible powers. Shie, Totoro, you 2 go clean up the guys outside. However, this Naruto cannot be beheaded, as for the others to dissolve. In an instant, most of the troops disappeared, leaving only Shie and Deidoluo. The 2 guys also looked very weird at this time, and at the same time, it was obvious that they were a little lazy. It's as if for them personally, this kind of battle doesn't require them to go out in person. They even feel that their own strength is very strong, so they will all have a kind of arrogance. In the distance, Naruto looked at Hinata with a very complicated expression. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid Gaara's life is in danger. At this moment, Neji and others smiled. Tear off the talisman, this task can be directly handed over to our team, because our team is faster. It has always been earlier than you, so we will definitely solve the problem next. Naruto nodded. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll leave it to you directly, then I'll leave it to you all, and you must pay attention to your own safety. As long as you pay proper attention to your own safety, that's enough, and you don't need to worry too much about the rest. After a group of people made their decision, they immediately chose to set off very decisively. As for Hinata, who was standing in the distance, there was a trace of strangeness in his eyes. Naruto, why do you say that? After all, the current Gaara may still be very recovered, and maybe he is still alive and kicking. No matter what it is, shouldn't the most important thing first be to think about the good? Why are you directly attacking people's self-confidence when you come up now? This is more or less unlike your personality. After all, you are usually very good at comforting people, but this time it directly hit people's self-confidence. To be honest, I seriously doubt that there is a ghost. Naruto smiled wryly. I don't want to knock people's confidence down, but I saw this spell and I almost understood everything. Just now, Neji's slap hit the wall, causing ripples to flood in the wall. If there is no guess, I'm afraid the inside has already felt everything outside. But they didn't make any movement at all, which is very likely to indicate that they have almost completed their mission and are now preparing to leave. Even if they didn't complete the task, they should complete the task quickly, after all, they already know that we are outside. Hinata's face became very pale in an instant. If it is really based on this situation, then their current situation is indeed very bad. It is even very likely that they will be in danger, and if one of them is not good, I am afraid that my life will be gone. Naruto, what should we do now? I'm afraid there are not many ways to do it. The only way is to speed up our steps. Even if I'm not wrong, they will definitely want to come out and solve it no matter whether the mission is successful or not this time. If we plan to solve this, the consequences of this matter will become unimaginable. Naruto nodded. There is no need to worry about this kind of thing. After all, I already know the answer. I can even confirm that the opponent's strength is indeed very strong. If I guess correctly, they should have already made a decision. Don't worry, if I'm not wrong, they shouldn't be too fast, because they like to move slowly rather than quickly, so there is no need to worry. Even if this continues, I feel that the other party is really likely to launch a sneak attack on you quickly. Kakashi also looked at Naruto very seriously. Just after everyone is ready. We are still ready to meet the enemy at any time now, you will not be long, the first person will definitely come out from inside. 1 inch. Okay, since you've already said that, let's just listen to you this time. As for Naruto, after hearing these words, he shook his head decisively. Wait a while, if the rock breaks, remember that we all must rush in quickly, and then no matter what method we use, we must quickly take Gaara back. However, it's rather troublesome to dismantle this spell. After a while, all of us will be faster, just in time to get rid of the opponent quickly. Quote. Their next preparations are almost all very detailed, and they probably want to directly attack us. I believe that there should be nothing wrong with entrusting this kind of matter to you. At that time, we must grab the other party quickly no matter what. Naruto, no matter whether you can succeed or not this time, I can clearly feel that you are a crow's mouth. Naruto smiled, good money. Hinata wrinkled her little nose. Chapter 187. We all like your cute appearance, this guy is indeed dead. And as for now in the cave, Dodoro yawned. Well, if they really come, I really hope they can come sooner. Otherwise, it would be too boring, don't you know that waiting for others will feel very boring. Also, Brother Scorpion, haven't you told me before that what you hate the most is waiting for others? Why did this kind of thing happen this time? You can endure it, and it seems that you are still waiting. It's been so long that I haven't said a word at all. Scorpion smiled. Yes, I hate it the most, but this time I must have felt something different. As for the present outside world, at this moment, the thousand-faced mother-in-law looked at the seal in front of her with a very complicated expression. Scorpion, I never imagined that one day it would really happen to me. It seems that I was a little too naive before, and it was too simple to think about things. Naruto looked over curiously. Grandma Kianmian, do you feel something? I feel that your emotions are not quite right. Just from your current emotions, I can almost tell the difference come out, you seem to have something on your mind. Kianmian Granny smiled wryly. I just feel like an old friend is staying in it, but I don't know if my feeling is wrong. However, I can still clearly feel that my old friend is quite strong. If you really let me fight this guy, I may not be able to beat him. At this time, his attitude also seemed very casual, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel a little awkward in his heart. Naruto frowned. Grandma Kianmian, don't forget what you said, in the next period of time, you must do everything to protect your own safety. You must not get hurt. You can't let yourself get hurt because you are too anxious. If this is the case, I feel very inappropriate. Kianmian Granny smiled, and didn't need to speak, because after he came here this time, he already felt a very strong danger in his body. This strong sense of crisis made him feel that the situation was a little bit not good, CFBD, but he was not too anxious. It made him feel that the situation was slightly not good, but he was not too anxious. And even if it was really dangerous, he wouldn't care at all. After everyone was ready, they worked together to tear off the spell. At this time, Hinata hit the rock hard with a punch for the first time, and the rock in front of him broke apart in an instant. It has to be said that judging from the situation in front of them, their operation went relatively smoothly this time. However, they found that where they unlocked the barrier, one after another small mountain peaks appeared, which looked very weird. When Naruto and the others came inside, Grandma Kianmian's face turned pale instantly, and she stared fiercely at Chie. Naruto looked at Gaara lying on the ground in the distance, his body was also bloodless, and as for the two men sitting directly on him. Damn it, how could these guys be so shameless and disrespect the dead so much? In an instant, there was a strong anger in his eyes, and he felt that this time he had to defeat him no matter what, otherwise the opponent would appear to be too tough. It seems that before, it seemed that some underestimated the other party. After all, the other party's strength is much stronger than ours. Moreover, no matter what stage it is at, it is absolutely impossible to underestimate the other party too much. If this is the other party who underestimates, the consequences will be disastrous. As for the outside, each of the little bumblebees actually condensed a character directly at this time, and this time the characters condensed all belong to themselves. This is exactly a method of delay, and they can also be used to test the strength of each person. This kind of situation also seems very weird, but when it is not said a lot, it can really directly play a certain effect. This same situation made them feel more cautious, and knew that this kind of challenge was almost 1 in a million for them. The current Kianmian mother-in-law appeared very calm in an instant. Naruto, control your temper, don't be fooled, the other party's doing this is plain, and they want to anger you directly. Naruto looked even angrier at this moment. Smelly guy, do you know where you are sitting? Dodoro sneered disdainfully. HMPH, it seems that this time we can't go wrong. This person should be the person we are looking for. Okay, Hinata, there's no need to lie to yourself, you should know at this moment. But Kakashi stood in front of Naruto with a light dodge at this moment. But I just like his strong strength, such a strong strength, which happens to belong to my opponent. The opponent's attitude this time is so tough, then you should act decisively. Look at Grandma Kianmian, he is able to control his temper very quickly, and so should you. Naruto frowned, and slowly took a step forward. A wry smile appeared on Naruto's face. As for the current Hinata, she also has a serious expression on her face. Naruto, the more you are at such a critical moment, the more you must remain calm. You must not give the opponent any chance, otherwise the entire army will be wiped out. But now there is no way for us to have any use at all, and to put it bluntly, it is just a waste. Gaara, no matter whether you will go crazy or not, at this critical moment, you must stand up decisively, instead of continuing to sleep leisurely here. But I have to tell you that this experiment can be said to be very successful, so generally speaking, your efforts this time are not in vain. Stand up, You must completely defeat the opponent, absolutely not let the opponent continue to be arrogant at this time. I didn't expect that Naruto is quite sensible. He already knows what he should do without us reminding him. I can also see how strong he is. As for the current Didoro smiled. I just want to rush forward decisively and defeat the opponent directly. Not bad, we all like your cute appearance, this guy is indeed dead. Chapter 188 I'm afraid that he will be in danger if he goes alone, so I want to protect him first. Naruto's face was full of strong resentment. After all, these two guys in front of him were too arrogant. If the two of them weren't so arrogant, he might be able to bear it, but now he feels that he can't bear the attitude of the other party at all. Damn it, this guy is indeed slightly stronger, but even if he is stronger, I can beat him. Hinata frowned. Naruto, don't forget that these two guys are nothing more than young people, and there are stronger existences behind them. If you exposed all your whole cards at this time, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the people behind them. If the people behind them turn their attention to you, the danger will become very serious. Naruto gritted his teeth, and a strong helpless look appeared on his face instantly, because now he found out that at this critical moment, he was completely unable to make a decisive move. The most important thing is still not being able to use fairy arts here, in this case his strength will lose at least half of it. If you use fairy art, it is very likely that the opponent will find a flaw. Once the opponent finds a flaw, then, the problem will be a bit big. And once his strength is exposed and the other party notices, come out and run away. At that time, I am afraid that the opponent will have prepared in advance. Once they have prepared in advance, it will be a bit difficult for them to defeat the opponent by themselves. As for the moment when the other side, the people outside, are fighting with their avatars. However, they found that the other party's equipment, even their strength, as well as their habits, were all exactly the same. If he wants to defeat the opponent in this state, then the only way is to strengthen his own strength. Or it is necessary to break through themselves. If there is no way to break through themselves, there is no way for their strength to increase significantly. At this moment, as for the people in front of them, they already felt that there was some weird aura in it, and this kind of weird aura was a little bit wrong. At this time, Shia's gaze was always on Grandma Kianmian, and he didn't speak, but with his eyes, he felt that something was wrong. It was as if he was in danger, which made him completely inactive at this time. Didoro looked at the Scorpion curiously. What's wrong with you, Brother Scorpion? There seems to be something wrong with your situation. This is the first time I've seen you in such a confused state. Scorpion said calmly. Leave Gaara to me for safekeeping, because I can see that Naruto should want Gaara. But as long as I'm here, it's definitely impossible to let the other party reach Junga, so you can fight with peace of mind now. As for this guy, just leave it to me, so there is no need to worry too much about it. As for the current Kakashi, he looked at Didoro very solemnly. If he didn't leave again, this guy should be a very powerful existence, and he should be the output of the main force. Naruto looked at Grandma Thousand Faces very curiously. Why do you look at Scorpion and always feel that something is not right? What is going on? Grandma Kianmian's complexion became very complicated in an instant. Because Shie is my grandson, I never thought that he would actually do such a thing. After Naruto heard this sentence, he immediately widened his eyes decisively. It never occurred to him that such a thing would happen, which made him feel very helpless in his heart. But there is absolutely no way at all. Are you joking on purpose? It's too outrageous for this guy to become like this. At this moment, the eyes were filled with strong inconceivability, and he never thought that the other party had such an identity. This Scorpion is your grandson. Your grandson actually took Gaara away, no wonder he was able to hide without anyone noticing. And it's no wonder so many people haven't discovered it at all. It turns out that there is a reason for all of this. As expected, the people closest to us will attack without anyone noticing, and as long as they attack relatives, almost everyone will definitely succeed. Asking for flowers. At this time, his face also looked very weak, and at the same time, he never thought that the other party would have such an identity at all. This made his eyes even more full of intense anger. At the same time, he quickly took out the weapon in his hand, and directly attacked the Scorpion, but found that the opponent's tail appeared, and directly broke this attack easily. There is no worry at all, and it seems that such an attack is dispensable to him. Naruto frowned, never thought that this guy would be so shameless. At this moment, Didoro in front of him suddenly summoned the existence of 1,000 paper cranes, and directly swallowed Gaara in his stomach. He himself also stood directly at the top, and at the same time looked at the Scorpion below with a smile on his face. Brother, I will leave this place to you, goodbye. Naruto, haven't you always wanted to fight me? If that's the case, then you must attack well. Hurry up and catch up with me, after all, this place is not suitable for us to fight. Then he ran out very decisively. As for the current Naruto, he ran out quickly without even thinking about it. As for the scene that Kakashi saw, his complexion became very ugly in an instant, and at the same time, he never thought that such a scene would happen. This Naruto, isn't his brain brightened? From this look, he knows that the other party wants to separate the two people directly and decisively, and then separate them after they are separated. The other party's purpose this time is almost very obvious. Since the other party's purpose is so obvious, why should they still be deceived? Oh, forget it, Hinata, you and the thousand-faced mother-in-law deal with the Scorpion, as for me and Naruto, go deal with the guys outside. Naruto has been too anxious all this time, I'm afraid that he will be in danger if he goes alone, so I want to protect him first. Chapter 189 As long as I am alive, I will never let you do it. The current Hinata, after hearing this sentence, also nodded very obediently. You'd better hurry up, the most important thing now is to catch up with the guy outside, because this guy Naruto has always been too anxious. Kakashi nodded. Until the few members outside come back, you two guys must not be brave, because it is impossible for you to beat him. This scorpion is much stronger than ordinary people, so we must be careful at this critical moment, and don't get into danger out of nowhere. His eyes also looked very eager, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel extraordinarily incredible. Even such a thing is absolutely crucial to them, and, 707, must survive no matter what. Hinata nodded. Don't worry, I know about this. Only then did Kakashi feel relieved, and quickly ran to the top immediately. At the same time, they all looked at Didoro with very calm eyes, and their attitudes seemed to be very calm. Finally, he quickly took out his communicator. Guy, can you hear it now? The enemy has already divided into two groups. In the state of dividing into two groups, we are all in special need of support, so we must come back quickly. As for the current guy, he just took out his communicator. I can't get in quickly now. We've all been caught in the enemy's trap, and we're all dealing with our avatars now, and each avatar is almost exactly the same as our own. Now everyone should be caught in a hard fight. Kakashi, don't worry, give us a little time now, we are going to hang up. After saying these words, he fell into the battle again, and at the same time he found that the opponent's movements and strength were almost exactly the same as his. This made his face very ugly, and he didn't think about strength at all, and there were some angles, almost all of which were comparable. This kind of existence made him feel a little melancholy. After all, it shouldn't be like this under normal circumstances, but the opponent's strength this time seems to be very different. And the strength will almost always undergo some rapid changes at this time. It can be seen from such a rapid change that almost all of their strengths are very powerful. It's totally like I'm fighting with myself. What's the next fight? It's just extremely painful. At this time, the face also looked very melancholy, as if remembering a very incredible thing. Naruto looked at Kakashi beside him. Kakashi, in fact, you don't need to take action at all this time, because this matter is actually just taking care of myself. The guy in front of me is no big deal. It's much more convenient for me to deal with him. It's not necessarily true if I want to deal with other people, maybe, but if I deal with such an insignificant little guy. It's all about light and easy things. Quote. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help laughing, and he didn't have any worries at all in his heart. As for the current house, Chie looked at Kiyomi and Granny calmly. Actually, I've heard of it before. You quit the arena a long time ago, right? Since you have already withdrawn from the arena, why do you suddenly appear inexplicably? Don't you feel it is very inappropriate? There was no expression on Grandma Kiyomi's face. It's completely unavoidable. After all, during this period of time, I suddenly wanted to see my grandson. As for the current Hinata, she couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and her eyes showed deep helplessness at this moment. But even though he really wanted to participate in the battle this time, he could clearly feel that his combat experience this time was greatly lacking. It was precisely because of his lack of combat experience that if he participated in it, he would find that it would be impossible for him to defeat the opponent at all. The battle this time is obviously very different, and the situation also seems to be somewhat dangerous. Hinata, when you encounter such a thing, you must remember, don't be afraid. 17. Such a crisis situation is completely very bad for them. At the same time, it is very likely to cause a huge danger. Although I have indeed mastered immortal arts, the opponent's strength is actually not bad at all, and just from this kind of staring at each other, I can almost clearly feel the opponent's murderous intent. It made him feel a little bit confused in his heart, as if he would feel that the things in front of him were full of inconceivable. It can be seen from this that the actual combat experience is far from the opponent's. From this, it can be seen that the opponent is a very terrifying person. Operating blade, but I also know that such a situation is slightly normal for them. No matter how strong the opponent is, you must keep everything calm, and you must not forget that I am here at 3.8. Since I am there is no need for you to act. However, 2 daggers still cut his arm. As long as I'm still alive, it's absolutely impossible for me to let you do it. But when he rushed to the opponent's side immediately, he saw the scorpion in front of him, using his own tail to block all the daggers with ease. After finishing this sentence, I only saw countless darts rushing towards the opponent directly and quickly in an instant. However, the attitude of the thousand-faced mother-in-law at this time suddenly seemed very calm at this time. At this moment, his face was full of incredulity, as if he remembered a very unique phenomenon, which made him feel some deep doubts about life. As soon as this sentence was finished, he walked directly to the front, and at the same time quickly took out the weapon in his hand in an instant. After all, he has seen special ones all along, but he has never seen such special ones. You get behind me now, don't worry now, after all, the most important thing is to watch me quietly and quietly. Chapter 190. There was not such a big back shell before, it was specially strengthened. Scorpion's eyes instantly became very serious. Since you want to resist, there's nothing you can do. If you have been obediently not resisting, then it is okay, but since you are resisting, then don't blame me. After saying this sentence, I saw that the body was lying on the ground in an instant, and many parts of the body were exposed, all of which were mechanized. This mechanized state made them feel a strong dissatisfaction in their eyes. At this moment, the thousand-faced mother-in-law, after seeing her grandson, has turned into a person who was neither human nor ghost in a short period of time. He also widened his own eyes, with an inconceivable look in his eyes, and more of a strong heartache. I couldn't believe that my grandson would suddenly become like this at this time, which was a huge blow to him. In this way, in his heart, at this time, it seems to be very outrageous. As for the scorpion in front of him, he suddenly laughed sinisterly. Grandma Kianmian, you know that I have always liked to collect at 25, but do you know how I completed my collections? I believe you won't know in a short time, but I just dug out all their internal organs, waited for them to be cleaned up, and then directly bled them. Prepare the protective clothing, and then pretend to be a skeleton, so that it belongs to my puppet. My current appearance is one of the puppet's collections. Next, if I add you, my collection has almost reached 300. After you hear it now, don't you suddenly feel very happy? At this moment, Hinata, after hearing what the other party said, his expression became very ugly in an instant. It never occurred to him at all that the other party would be in such a person, which made him feel very incredible in his heart. Damn it, why is this person so evil, and why does he emit such a terrifying aura from time to time? It turns out that there is a reason for all of this. This guy is simply extremely hateful. I have seen the character of the client, but I have never seen it. This guy is as hateful as he is, which makes me feel very disgusted when I look at it. Although what he said was like this, his face still belonged to him, and from time to time he exuded a very frightened atmosphere, as if the things here were almost fatal to them. And as for the outside now Totoro couldn't help laughing. Kakashi, in fact, if you really say it according to my heart, I feel that you really shouldn't come to me specifically. Because that brother Scorpion, although I really don't want to admit it, I have to say that the opponent's strength is actually stronger than mine. And you guys actually choose to stop me now, which means that your actions this time are quite different, so I have to say that this is most likely your mistake. Kakashi couldn't help but sneer with disdain for an instant. If that's the case, then I'll deal with you first, wait until I've dealt with you, and then find a way to deal with the others. On the other side, Grandma Kianmian's expression became very complicated. Hey, Hinata, you don't need to be afraid at all, because this guy actually has the title of genius stylist on our side. Many superior puppets have been created, but later, he directly used some people as puppets, so he gradually became unwelcome, and then slowly became the current appearance of people who are neither human nor ghost. So I have to say that such an approach of his is completely excessive. After all, making people domestic is in itself a feeling of bad evil. That's why he was driven out of the village slowly, and the scorpion is a puppet that is both offensive and defensive. The most important thing first now is to force the scorpion out of his body, which is also the most important thing. And the most important thing now is actually an institutional issue. If the mechanism is not clarified, then the exact location of the puppet will not be known at all. At this time, the eyes look very serious in everything, as if thinking of such a thing, they will feel very bad. But now Hinata's eyes lit up instantly after hearing this sentence. There was not such a big back shell before, it was specially strengthened. This time he has strengthened his defense ability, and also strengthened his strength, otherwise, I can actually solve it this time. Hinata, the most important thing is to look at you. After all, I know very well that you are very strong. If it's about other things, it might be unrealistic, but if it's about agencies, I remember that you seem to be best at agencies. You are absolutely right in what you said, that's why I thought I could deal with him alone at first. The equipment on the left hand is also the first time I saw it, and it should all be his special improvement. Don't worry, Grandma Thousand Faces, I will never embarrass you in Naruto, since I already know their strength is very strong, then I will definitely increase my strength by a large margin. And it can be regarded as completing our task indirectly, and it is completely within our expected range. His face became very ugly in an instant, as if thinking of such a thing made him feel very depressed in his heart. I will never embarrass you at such a critical moment, and I will try my best to fully display their strength. But after I dealt with him, I realized that the situation was somewhat different from what I had imagined, because the appearance of that puppet was somewhat different from what I knew. As for the present Kianmi and Granny, after hearing these words, she nodded decisively at first. Kianmi and Granny smiled gratifiedly. Hinata opened his mouth, and there was a trace of hesitation in his eyes, feeling that what he said seemed to be correct. If this is the case, it will be very easy for us to find the location of the agency. So I feel that this thing should be modified by him. 920. After finishing speaking, I couldn't help laughing very excitedly. It's just that you have never thought that you are very strong, so you have some misunderstandings about yourself. If you can radiate your strong strength all the time, you will be able to impress them. Chapter 191. If it were me, I'm afraid I can't beat him, so I need you and me to join forces. Hinata's eyes became very serious in an instant. Grandma Kianmian, just tell me directly, what should I do next? I will directly assist you this time. I will listen to you for everything this time. Grandma Kianmian was expressionless. That is to use the attack you used when you broke the seal inside before, and you should be able to defeat him. But you must remember that you must have done all the attacks launched by the puppet before this. Remember, it belongs to everyone. There can't be a little mistake, or even a little scratch. There was a trace of curiosity in Hinata's eyes. Why is it like this? Could it be because it's poisonous? After all, he has already thought of it now, the main reason is that scorpions are generally poisonous. That itself is a deadly weapon for others, and it is a magic weapon for victory, so it is normal to have thunder. It was precisely because of this that he fell into deep contemplation, wondering whether it was such a problem. Only in this way can he make things clearer, and as long as things are clearer, then everything will naturally be considered a trivial matter. Grandma Kianmian nodded. You are really a very smart little girl. This is indeed poisonous, and it is still a very serious toxin, and if it is scratched, it is likely to be fatal. So, do you want to do it next? If you agree, then go ahead. If you don't need it, forget it. Hinata swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes looked very tired at this moment. For a moment, he actually didn't know how to answer. Because everything the other party did this time was actually the most correct choice, and overall there was nothing wrong. At least if it was him, he felt that such an approach would be relatively correct. Before Hinata could speak, Grandma Kianmian continued, if you want to avoid his attack, you must understand the puppeteer's habit of making puppets. And you also need the judgment ability to avoid the attack in an instant, so I have to say, this is already very difficult for you. Are you sure you want to do it? And are you sure you can really dodge the past? Hinata lowered his head, and there was a trace of depression in his eyes. Although he didn't want to tell the truth, he had to say that there were many moments when he still had to face some reality. All of what you said, I don't have the ability. Now I have obvious inexperience in combat, so I feel like I'm being dragged down. The eyes of the thousand-faced mother-in-law became very clever in an instant. I know that you don't have this kind of ability, because it doesn't mean that you have this kind of ability, and this kind of ability can only be cultivated by accumulating a lot of actual combat experience. Not as easy as imagined. There was a strong helplessness on Hinata's face. Then what should we do? Do we have to wait for Naruto to come back? His life experience is definitely very rich, and his combat experience is definitely the best. Kianmi Granny suddenly smiled, and finally put her headband directly on it. Little girl Hinata, what do you think of me? Could it be that you really think of me as a very useless old woman? Or, have you underestimated me all this time? I haven't done anything for a long time, so many people see me too clearly. Hinata frowned, eyes full of concern at this moment, and even a deep sense of ominousness. Why did you suddenly open your mouth like this? How do I feel that your visit this time is almost all purposeful? Grandma Kianmian smiled. So, overall, this time, it is only suitable for me to come in person, and it is not reasonable for others. Quote, I didn't expect you, a little girl, to find out very quickly. That's right, actually, I came here with a purpose this time, and the purpose this time is also very obvious, just for this kind of thing. Even if that guy's practical experience is not as good as mine, no matter how I say it, I am very strong. Don't forget that I belong to the elderly old woman. In such things as the elderly old woman isn't that normal for me. If he could hear clearly what was being discussed inside, he might feel a little more peaceful in his heart. But now he has no idea what plan the two of them have been plotting. Xie frowned, and his face became very ugly, because this distance was just beyond the distance that he couldn't hear from Zhao Wang. It is precisely because of this that the other party will not attack easily, because I understand him better than anyone else, even Naruto. It is impossible for me to understand him. If it's me, I'm afraid I can't beat him, so I need you to join forces with me next. Now the thousand-faced mother-in-law and Hinata launched an attack in an instant, and the two quickly rushed to the enemy in an instant. But if he is willing to let him make a move now, it is completely enough. After all, as long as he is willing to let him make a move, then in the next period of time, he will not fall into guilt. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had always been particularly afraid of not letting him make a move. This made his face become very tense in an instant. This made him look very helpless. After all, he couldn't hear what was said inside, which made him feel a little anxious. HMPH, you should know that the thing I dislike the most is waiting, and you actually made me wait for such a long time. And I also know that he is a person who hates wasting time and waiting, but this time he can develop into this way. I think it is getting more and more interesting. After saying this, he immediately looked at Hinata with serious eyes. Then I saw Grandma Kianmian, lying next to Hinata's ear, whispering non-stop. But the current scorpion sneered disdainfully when he saw the figures of the two rushing over, opened his mouth, and saw countless poisonous needles, showing them crazily. Chapter 192 Why can you still avoid attacks? Where did this come from? Those poisonous needles appeared like a drizzle all over the sky. As for the other side now, Didoro in the sky suddenly smiled slowly. Haha, it seems that the battle over there has already begun. Naruto, don't you really have any worries in your hearts? If only relying on Hinata and a mere old woman, would there be a way to defeat each other? I don't think it's possible. Because the scorpion itself is very powerful, and even stronger than me. As for Kakashi standing next to him, his face became very solemn in an instant, and he knew that this matter was almost crucial to them. Naruto, the other party belongs to the strong man who defeated Kazekage. Don't guess, you should know what kind of strength he belongs to. If you were alone, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to deal with him at all. At this moment, his face was filled with intense worry. Naruto turned his head and looked at Kakashi calmly, and suddenly smiled. Then I understand what you mean. Although it is true that 160 is a bit hateful, this Didoro, I have to say that what he said is indeed correct. If it's just Grandma Kianmian and Hinata, I'm afraid it's unlikely that they can beat Scorpion, because Scorpion's strength is indeed slightly stronger. They do need your help over there, so you can help them a lot in the next period of time. You can teach me directly here. You have always said that the guy in front of you is powerful, but I want to see how strong he can be. The eyes are full of strong disdain, and there is a deep dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, no matter how he looks at it, he feels that the opponent is not strong at all. If he really wants to make a move, it is completely easy to do it directly. There is no need to waste such time at all, and such a waste of time seems a bit redundant to them. In the end, he rushed towards the opponent quickly, and there was no pause at all on the way, and the speed seemed to be very fast. At this time, with a Rasengan in his hand, he directly hit the opponent fiercely. But I saw that Deidoluo suddenly went out as a bird. Kakashi hit Asuka with a dagger, and Asuka gradually disappeared in an instant, and exploded like a time bomb in an instant. Deidoluo smiled. I have already known that your strength is definitely not so weak. If your strength is only so small and easily defeated by me, it will be a bit too boring. And I don't need to think hard, but I hope that your strength can be a little stronger. If you are not strong, it will be very boring. The other side, Hinata and Grandma Kianmian, under each other's needles, frantically dodged back and forth and kept moving forward. This is also their only purpose now. After all, there are poisonous needles on these tops, so they must not be touched by the other party. In the past 5 minutes or so, the Scorpion's needle was finally released, but the two of them didn't seem to be injured at all. Scorpion smiled. All of you actually avoided it. If you really look at it according to this situation, you should have seen everything through this time. I have to say that you are quite powerful, but do you really think that I only have such a mere move? I'm not as weak and incompetent as you imagined, and it's even more impossible to use this trick to deal with you. If this is the case, wouldn't CFBE feel sorry for you? Since it is to deal with you, then you have to prepare some big moves. After saying this sentence, he only looked at the claws, and at this moment, one bamboo tube after another was thrown out in an instant. Countless poisonous needles appeared in the bamboo tube, and the poisonous needles sprayed irregularly at this moment. This is completely without any rules, so it is relatively difficult to avoid it. What's more important is that it is completely densely packed, so it is difficult to avoid quickly. But at this time, Hinata was able to handle it with ease. It took about a while before I finally avoided all such attacks. Standing in the distance, Shia's eyes were filled with intense shock. It never occurred to him that the opponent would dodge all of his attacks. As for the thousand-faced mother-in-law beside her, there is no need to talk about it. After all, the other party's ability to evade his attack was actually within his expected range, because the other party knew him very well, so they already knew his attack trajectory. But Hinata in front of him, according to the normal situation, his strength can only be regarded as mediocre at best. Since it is just an ordinary strength, why can it still avoid attacks? Where did this come from? Didn't the other party already say that combat experience is very bad? No matter how you look at it, combat experience is not too bad. This made his eyes full of doubts, and he even felt a little suspicious of life. It feels like I have been completely deceived at this time. At this moment, Hinata didn't give any chance at all, and rushed towards the scorpion instantly. Shie frowned, looked at Hinata, and then at Grandma Kianmian, only to find that Grandma Kianmian stayed where she was from the beginning to the end, without any movement at all. Scorpion's complexion became very ugly in an instant, and at the same time, there was a strong anger in his eyes. Okay, I didn't expect that at such a critical moment, I would dare to underestimate me so much. No wonder I felt a little weird before. It turned out that I was not taken seriously at all. You have already seen me, but you still dare to attack on the front of the cabinet. This is a situation that can only be caused by looking down on me. He stared at Hinata intently, feeling that no matter what happened this time, he had to teach the other party a little lesson, just to let the other party know why the flowers are so red, and also to let him know his own strength. How strong is it? Chapter 193. If it was usual means, I wouldn't be able to see you at all. Dare to provoke yourself from the front, this is completely reckless. Then I saw that at this moment, he immediately used his tail quickly, and rushed towards Hinata in an instant. Hinata stretched out his right hand, and slammed it directly on the tail, and it seemed very ruthless, without showing any mercy at all. In an instant, I saw the surroundings becoming earth-shattering. As for the outside now, Deidoluo smiled. Naruto, your strength is too weak. If your strength can be higher, maybe it can really arouse my interest a little bit. However, your current weak and incompetent strength makes me completely unable to arouse any interest. Even fighting with a person like you feels like wasting my time for no reason. I just feel more boring at best. Can't it be a little bit challenging? In other words, even if you attack me, it's just like scratching an itch. It's really quite boring. Kakashi looked at Naruto, and his eyes became very serious in an instant. Naruto, what this guy is doing right now is to irritate you on purpose. I just hope that you can do some impulsive things at the moment of anger. This is exactly what he is planning now. As for whether you want to be deceived or not, it depends on yourself. If you want to be deceived, you should know what the result will be. If you don't want to be deceived, you should be a little more vigilant, and others will not be able to deceive you at all. Naruto's right hand slammed into each other tightly. There was a strong unwillingness on his face. After all, he understood a lot of truths, but if he understood the truth, he would understand the truth. When he was really angry, he would not control so much at all. And at the moment of real anger, he will not talk about so many reasons at all. There is only one thought in his heart, and that is to quickly deal with the enemy. This is also the most real phenomenon in his heart, which is why he has felt very hesitant until now, and at the same time, he has not acted rashly. His attitude seemed very loose, as if the things here had nothing to do with him, and it was impossible for him to get involved for no reason, which was tantamount to wasting his time indirectly. In addition, his time has always been very precious, and it is even more impossible to waste it like this. Such an approach is a bit redundant. Naruto took a deep breath. At some point, he also knew that what he did would seem a little wrong, but the anger in his heart had already arisen, and he didn't care about it at all, only thinking about how to calm it down anger. As for the rest of the matter, it is completely out of the scope of consideration, and the temper has always been relatively irritable. In an instant, he rushed up again, and at the same time, he punched the opponent directly and quickly with a fist. If you want to directly teach the other party a lesson, it can be regarded as being able to vent your anger in a short period of time. For them, this situation may become a controllable situation. If this kind of thing cannot be achieved, the consequences will be unimaginable for them. So in the next period of time, no matter what, they must be thoroughly cautious. Only in this way can they have a certain answer. Dodoro smiled. Naruto, haven't you been frantically looking for Gaara all this time? I feel like you can give up now because the other party is dead. The tailed beast in his body has been removed. You should know better than anyone else in your heart. The removal of the tailed beast is a devastating blow to them personally, and whether they can survive it's all one thing, so it's completely impossible to survive now. It is already dead for him personally now, and there is no way to have any breath of life. I feel that you don't need to continue to make unnecessary struggles here. The more you struggle, the more you will suffer. The pain will only get worse. Naruto gritted his teeth, his face was full of strong dissatisfaction at this moment. Especially when he heard what the other party said, he felt a kind of extreme anger in his heart. This kind of extreme anger made him feel very uncomfortable. He even wished to act immediately and decisively, so that he had better be able to see his strength in a short time. Ask for flowers. On the contrary, they feel that this kind of thing in front of them is special and indifferent to them personally, so they don't care so much. If I want to see you with my own eyes, I don't know how much effort it will take. If I use ordinary means, I won't be able to see you at all. Sigh, in order to be able to see the face of my grandson, it really took a lot of trouble. I have to say, your face is too great now. As for Grandma Kianmian staying aside, she couldn't help but smile. Her attitude had always been very casual, as if the matter in front of them didn't create any pressure on them personally. HMPH, you arrogant and conceited guy, you've always talked a lot of nonsense. 0. After saying this, he couldn't help laughing, as if such a thing was very easy for him. Just after saying this sentence, he looked at the other party frantically, and there was even a trace of aura on his body. The situation seems to have become very complicated, and it can be clearly felt that the other party is completely like a real soul body. Your status is very different from before. It is difficult to see you now, but at least from the current situation, you can be seen. Hinata stood beside her, her eyes looked very serious at this moment. After Hinata's punch, he found that the puppet posture of the scorpion in front of him had already disappeared at this time, and the prototype was directly revealed. It can also be regarded as allowing the other party to see his strength. This time, after he came here, he found that his body had become a little different, as if he had directly become a dedicated thug here. In other words, this meeting is really important to us. After all, this is our reunion after 20 years. This made him more or less uncomfortable, but he could clearly feel the aura emanating from each other, almost all of which belonged to a very strong loss. That is now the inside of the cave. Since there is so much nonsense, then I will let you see what is called greatness and let you know what is called peak strength. Chapter 194. This is no reason to fall into the conspiracy of the other party. Don't you feel very comfortable in your heart? Hinata stared solemnly at the thousand-faced mother-in-law beside her. For some reason, it always felt like everything was arranged in advance. This made him feel a strong uneasiness in his heart. Grandma Kianmian, I heard Shia's name being mentioned all the time on the way. Could it be that you already knew that Shia would definitely come? Kianmian Granny suddenly smiled. It's true, because Gaara disappeared, it feels like he must have done it, and there should be no one else but him. At this moment, I suddenly saw the head falling from the ground, and at this moment, it suddenly jumped up. After jumping up, a series of needles crazily attacked Hinata and Grandma Thousand Faces. Hinata was taken aback for an instant, never thinking that this head would actually attack from 047. However, he easily dodged the attack. After a while, the scorpion in front of him suddenly laughed sinisterly. Sure enough, I didn't guess wrong. As expected of my grandma, you actually joined forces with an outsider to deal with me. You can dodge my attack, and I can approve of it, but it's not normal for Hinata to dodge my attack. I tried it just now and found that there are some bright lights on Hinata's back. If I guessed correctly, which bright lights should be your chakra lines? Specially link Hinata's back, and then use it to control her and avoid my attack. I have to say that your move is really amazing. I really didn't expect that you could think of such a wonderful move against me. I really underestimated you. However, the little girl is also very powerful, and she can actually let you control it. Generally, if you can do this, you are absolutely at ease. Kianmian Granny suddenly smiled. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be so fast, but you discovered it. You really are an amazing existence. Finding out everything is so fast. Scorpion smiled. Does this still need to be said? It is everything you taught me. If it weren't for you, how could I be where I am now? After finishing speaking, he threw away the cloak on his body in an instant, and his face was revealed in an instant. He looked like a 17 or 18-year-old boy. At this moment, Hinata and Grandma Kianmian immediately widened their eyes. Looking at the thousand-faced mother-in-law in front of her in disbelief, she seriously doubted her life, and couldn't understand why it was like this. Hinata turned her head and looked suspiciously at the thousand-faced mother-in-law beside her. Grandma, could it be that this guy is a scorpion? Why are you so young? The mother-in-law in front frowned, and she couldn't figure out what was going on, because more than 20 years had passed. The face of the other party has not changed at all, it has always been so young. The other side, Naruto looked at Didoro with serious eyes. UBD, bring Gaara here. Gaara smiled, and said nonchalantly, don't worry, I believe Scorpion will be able to quickly get rid of the two trash inside. After he successfully gets rid of the two trash inside, I can release him naturally, but I definitely can't do it before that. Naruto, if you really want to play well, then wait, now is not the time, and it's just a warm-up period, let's not rush. The real battle is still to come. If we are in such a hurry now, wouldn't the battle in the future be very boring? After saying this, he immediately laughed sinisterly, as if his decision-making seemed particularly wise. No matter what kind of moment it is, the most important thing is to muster your own courage. If you don't even have the last bit of courage, then what skills can you have? Regardless of whether this is a conspiracy or not, if the other party has Gaara in his hand, then we must follow up. If we don't follow up, then it is very likely that the other party will get rid of us directly. So, this matter itself is fixed, we should participate in the battle, it's just that this guy didn't dare to fight us from the beginning to the end. Naruto's complexion became very ugly in an instant, and he rushed towards the opponent in an instant. Moreover, it can be clearly felt that the attitude of the other party is completely different this time. If there are not too many, it seems to be deliberately guiding him. And there is nothing to worry about here at all, such a thing is considered to be within the expected range. However, he found that Didoro in front of him was actually slowly flying forward at this time. Naruto, this guy's force value should be high, but all this time, he never attacked us at all, instead he was always watching the show from the sidelines. Naruto frowned. Although he followed closely all the time, he always felt that the other party already had a certain premeditated plan. Or just seduce us away. Don't you feel that this is like a conspiracy? This 3.9 has fallen into the other party's conspiracy for no reason. Don't you feel very comfortable in your heart? Kakashi's face became very ugly. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart, and he couldn't figure out what the other party meant. After all, why Ping was always such a waste for no reason. The attitude also seemed to be very deserted, and it even felt like it belonged to his chassis. Bah, Didoro, don't you even have the courage of the team? You dare not fight in an open and above-board battle between us two, so what are you doing? You guys are really too cowardly. At this time, his attitude seemed to be very indifferent, as if he would feel that this kind of thing in front of him would make him feel bad and uncomfortable in his heart, but he didn't have any way to do it at all. Naruto shook his head, but it is also right now that the number of people is too small, so there is no way to fight in many ways at all. If it is a battle in many ways, then he still has this opportunity now. Kakashi followed behind, with a strong unwillingness on his face. After all, their number is too small now. If there were more people, they might be able to be more friendly now. Chapter 195 Strengthening Strength. I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you now, and I have also started to do it. And he already knew everything, so he will definitely take precautions next time. As long as he can take precautions, then they will naturally become very strong next. Even then, their energy can be greatly increased. HMPH, Kakashi, this guy is in the sky right now, and it is precisely because he is in the sky that we have no way to attack. He is waiting for the scorpion right now. He hopes that the other party can fight and win. After the battle is won, he should attack us, so I feel that the most important thing for you is to help them. Kakashi shook his head. If you think so, you're a little naive. The reason why the other party does this is to see where I am. If I go to help Grandma Kianmian, the other party will attack you. If I were here, he would use delaying tactics, so I have to say that no matter how you fight, it will look like a mistake in the end anyway, and people won't talk so much nonsense to you. 25 Therefore, I have to say that this kind of battle is very important to us, and it must not be half sloppy. The eyes seem to have become very sharp at this time, and at the same time, they already know the importance of such a battle for them. The other side. Both sides have entered a stalemate at this time. Scorpion smiled. What's the matter, Grandma Chi and I? Are you suddenly shocked now? But it's no wonder, after all, it's been such a long time, and I'm still so young. But since we've met each other now, I'll bring you some nice things. Don't worry, I won't let you down. After saying this sentence, he quickly took out a scroll in an instant, and 3 was clearly written on the scroll. Afterwards, a trace of mist emerged from the scroll. When Grandma Kianmian saw this scene, her eyes widened in an instant. At this moment, his gaze was full of incredulity. As this, Hinata frowned, especially when he saw Grandma Kianmian, he became even more nervous in a blink of an eye, which made him feel a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Grandma Kianmian, what's the matter, and is there anything special about this thing? How do I see that you seem to suddenly become very nervous now? Maybe it's because this thing is a bit special. Kianmi and Granny swallowed in fear. Just judging from the situation in front of me, if my guess is not wrong, this thing is very likely to be the third generation of Kazekage-sama. I only saw a figure appearing on Scorpion's body, and this figure was the first Kazekage. There was a deep doubt in the eyes of the thousand-faced mother-in-law, and it even belonged to some unclear situations. What the hell is going on? After all, the moment he disappeared was 10 years ago, and 10 years ago, we have exhausted countless ways to find him frantically, but we have been unable to find him at all. Besides, the other party belongs to the most powerful Kazekage in history, Scorpio. I didn't expect it to be you. Scorpion sneered disdainfully. That's right, even if it's me now, what can I do? You must not forget that no matter what you say now, you are just an old woman, and there is no way you are stronger than me. I want to defeat you, it's completely easy, even you must feel very angry in your heart right now, but even if it's angry, so what? Since I was able to succeed in the last battle, it means that my strength is actually stronger than Kazekage, so how can you defeat me? I have already said that you are not very strong at all. If you want to succeed, it is impossible to have any effect in the end. After finishing speaking, he couldn't help but smiled softly in an instant. HMPH, if it wasn't because of Orochimaru who suddenly chose to betray, how could there be so many things? If it wasn't for Orochimaru, we would have already solved the troubles by now. How could such a situation happen suddenly? This is very abnormal in itself. At this time, the attitude also seems to be very dignified. Scorpion waved his hand. Forget it, I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you now, and I have also started to do it. After saying this sentence, he directly and quickly controlled the third Kazekage in an instant, and immediately started to attack, and the claws were all extremely fierce. Even the speed is completely very fast, this kind of attack is completely using another method, and countless claws appear immediately. And this kind of countless claws directly attacked Hinata in an instant, which seemed to be very clever. Even completely belonged to the determination to win, as if in such a state are invincible. Soon it was like a prison cell, trapping Hinata directly in the claws. HMPH, I've already said that, you all have full strength. It's impossible to be as strong as 597, if you want to defeat me, I'm afraid you're still a little weak. At this moment, some poisonous gas was suddenly sprayed out from the claws. And these poisonous gases were emitted quickly in the blink of an eye, and at the same time, they began to diffuse in the surroundings without stopping. From such a battle, it is difficult to tell who can win and who can lose. And they can clearly feel that each other's abilities seem to be very good, but this kind of strong poisonous gas makes them feel a strong sense of badness. The other side, Naruto was chasing, but suddenly saw 3 huge birds rushing down. He quickly dodged the attack, but he clearly remembered that these things would directly explode when they flew down. This made his face very ugly, but he never thought that the other party would have such a fierce method, and each attack was so special. This filled his heart with a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Immediately and quickly attack and pursue again. The current Kakashi also has strong worries in his eyes, after all, he doesn't really want to pursue him in his heart. Chapter 196 The reason why he became the strongest Kazekage is because of this ninjutsu. Naruto, are you sure you still want to chase? Our speed is a bit too fast now, and we are already completely separated from each other. If we were chasing after her, I'm afraid that if any danger happened to Grandma Kianmian, we might not be able to rush to support in time. Because the distance is really too far now, it's entirely up to you whether you want to continue to pursue it or not. I believe you should already have an answer in your heart. Naruto's eyes became very serious in an instant. Since you have already said this, do you still need me to say it? No matter what happens, it must continue to pursue. This is an excellent opportunity. If you don't pursue it at this time, then all your efforts will be in vain. Besides, I also know that the other party did it on purpose, but even so, we have to catch up there, and I still trust Hinata very much. Just like they believe in us, if we don't even believe in our partners, then who else can we trust next? After saying this, he smiled lightly, expressing that he had a deep recognition for this kind of thing, and he didn't care too much about it. If you stay in such warm and caring things for too long, I am afraid that the sense of crisis will become more serious, and a very unnecessary status quo may arise at any time. This made him feel a strong uneasiness in his heart, as if he already knew everything, so he always felt very stable in his heart. It was as if the matter in front of them was nothing special to them at all, and as long as the problem could be solved, there would be no pressure whatsoever. After saying this sentence, I couldn't help but smile softly in an instant, and at the same time, I also had a strong self-confidence in my heart. It seems that this kind of thing in front of them makes them feel extra comments, and it is completely impossible to care about such issues. But as long as they can completely solve the problem, they should all be able to complete the task easily next time. Kakashi smiled wryly. I have to say that you are more powerful, and you can actually produce this kind of result. It seems that mine was slightly weaker before, and some of you underestimated you. Naruto, sure enough, many times, you can give me some surprises, and now these surprises are really getting bigger and bigger. As for the other side now, a very strong self-confidence emerged from Hinata's body, and at the same time, she seemed to have no worries at all. It was as if he had found these shortcomings in a flash, so no matter what happened to him, he would try his best to solve all the problems. HMPH, you are still a bit strong. Since your strength itself is somewhat strong, then I will see how strong you can be. Come on, this time I don't care how much strength you can radiate. I have always been a person who does not believe in evil, and I have never believed how powerful you can be. After saying this, he couldn't help but smile very confidently in an instant, and even thinking about this period of time would make him feel extra confident in his heart. Grandma Kianmian frowned. Hinata, don't worry, this guy has a lot of tricks. If you are too anxious, you may fall into the opponent's trap. Didn't you realize that most of the time he didn't directly choose to attack, he just waited for you to show your flaws, and once you showed your flaws, then he would directly attack. When Hinata heard this sentence, there was a strong solemnity in his eyes. I'm not afraid, after all, isn't this the time to improve my combat experience? I'm not afraid at all this time, and I believe this guy isn't that strong. After I finished saying this sentence, I only saw Grandma Kianmian. At this moment, two puppets were directly summoned. The hands of the two puppets came together directly, and finally turned into steel wires. Then he rushed up again, directly wanting to attack the guy in front of him. But in a very short moment, two people were seen crossing back and forth non-stop, and the mechanical hand in front of them was completely cut off by the steel wire in the hands of these two characters in an instant. They all look very special, even from the state in front of them, it can be seen that the attack is very fluent. Hinata's eyes widened in an instant. She really deserved to be a puppet master, and as long as she was a puppet master, it was really popular in this kind of fighting moment. Almost all of them need to control the puppets to attack with their hands, and there is no need to go up and fight in person at all. It's amazing. It's just dazzling fighting. Before I couldn't believe it at all. This is actually so powerful. This is really too strong. It is difficult to have such a strong momentum under normal circumstances. At this time, his face was full of intense shock. Rather than thinking of such a thing, it would make him feel extraordinarily incredible. The distance between the two parties has quickly opened up. Scorpion suddenly smiled very calmly. It seems that I underestimated you a little bit before, because I have already thought about it before. Your strength is indeed very strong, so I can't use this ordinary form to attack you. If this is the case, then I can only use some special means of money, and then I will use some wonderful means. After saying this, I only saw the third generation of Konon opened his mouth, and a series of black objects came out, after the black objects sprayed out. It filled his heart with a strong sense of uneasiness, and he always felt that this thing was full of evil spirits. Grandma Kianmian widened her eyes. Damn it, I guessed correctly, this puppet really can use the ninjutsu of the third generation of Kazekage. This was what I was most worried about before, but I didn't expect that what I was most worried about still happened. Scorpion laughed. Did you suddenly realize that you haven't seen it for a long time? In fact, this is normal, because you should be very familiar with this ninjutsu. The reason why he will become the strongest Kazekage is because of this ninjutsu rule. Chapter 197. Your ability is more outstanding than I imagined. How, when you see this move, do you suddenly feel a special fear in your heart, and even lose your resistance because of fear? Hey, actually, if you lose all your resistance because of fear, it doesn't really matter. After all, I've already gotten used to it, and it's even more impossible for me to laugh at you. There are countless strong people who want to become powerful existences, but don't they all fail in the end? You are all the same in fact. The attitude seems very casual, just like a kind of battle in Zhejiang. It seems to him that it belongs to the success, and it is a bit unacceptable for people to see such a face. At most, it will only make them feel more angry in their hearts, and it is impossible for them to feel better at all. As for the current Hinata, at this time, I also feel very curious. What the hell is this thing? Why does it feel like you're scared? Grandma Kianmian, this thing actually doesn't look like much. Do you need to be so afraid? Kianmian Granny smiled wryly. Don't underestimate him. This thing belongs to iron ore, and it is also the unique skill of the third generation Kazami. From here, we can see how strong these 697 things are. The opponents created them, almost all of them are very powerful, because he can use this thing to directly transform into all shapes. He can even transform into a weapon directly at some necessary moments. You should already understand the power of this thing by now. Once it can be transformed into a weapon, then no need. I said you should also know that the threat will increase greatly. And he can transform into whatever he wants, and the opponent's chakra has always been very special, that is, he can make chakra magnetic. Although this third generation chunin belongs to a puppet, if we make some judgments from the situation in front of us, I'm afraid he should have this ability as well. If this is really the case, I don't need to tell you, you should already know how serious the threat of this kind of thing is. Hinata frowned, feeling very puzzled on his face at this moment. Damn, this guy, White CFBF, is so powerful, and he actually used such a plan. Does he feel that such a method is worthy of his ancestors? Even his method is too evil, and it's completely outrageous. As for the present Kianmian Granny, she waved her hand decisively in an instant. Hinata, you should go out and find Naruto now. I thought we would compete with him according to our strengths. However, now, after I see his real strength, I no longer have such an idea. After all, when he shows his true strength, he is actually playing against us. He has fully told us about his methods, and the methods he has displayed now have clearly shown that they are simply not something we can defeat. Even at this time, if we really choose to fight him, it would be a bit self-defeating, so I don't think it's necessary at all. It's better for you to go out now. After all, this is no longer a battle you can participate in, and I can't harm you at this time. Hinata frowned. But This is a battle that I should participate in, and, at such a critical moment, I simply cannot keep wasting time like this. At this time, their attitudes are also very firm, as if such a thing is very important to them. The scorpion in front of him also sneered very disdainfully after hearing this sentence. If you wanted to escape before, maybe there was a little possibility, but up to now, you have not chosen to run away directly. I have to say that your personality is quite different. Stubbornness, that's pretty good, it happens to leave some room for me to operate. Let everyone pass through the eyes of their bigger self in an instant, and they simply can't believe that this kind of thing will happen to them. It seems that I really underestimated you a little bit, your ability is more outstanding than I imagined. After finishing speaking, he couldn't help laughing, feeling very stable in his heart, and at the same time, he didn't have too many worries at all. All the troubles can be solved quickly, as if nothing happened at all. It was as if everything in front of him was within his control. Just like this kind of thing in front of them, it doesn't feel too much to them, so they don't care too much about it. After saying these words, he blinked his eyes in an instant, and the light was filled with a strong sense of desperation. After this sentence was finished, his attitude seemed to become very casual in an instant. Then I saw a series of attacks appearing immediately, and the frequency of these attacks was getting bigger and bigger. A rain of iron ore. It's as if his role this time has been completely effective. HMPH, you are really amazing. You really underestimated you a little bit before, and sure enough, you can't underestimate people too much in many moments. Let his heart be filled with a strong calmness, and it seems as if everything is within his budget. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid you have moved some hands and feet. After all, if you only judge from this thing, it seems that there is an extra chakra shield. But at this time, after seeing bursts of gray smoke disappear suddenly, everyone present couldn't help but widen their eyes. The face is full of seriousness, but more of it is a kind of seriousness. Scorpion sneered disdainfully. It's as if this kind of thing in front of them allows them to find some breakthroughs, and then start from these breakthroughs. Chapter 198. If Naruto encountered the same situation as me, I believe he would definitely do the same. It seems that this kind of thing in front of him is already a little strange to him personally. It is even more impossible to care too much, as if everything in front of them is an insignificant matter to them. For such insignificant things, there is no need to pay too much attention to them. The more you pay attention, the longer the problems caused will become bigger and bigger. And it will make them more unhappy in their hearts. Overall, this is not a good thing in itself, so if there are some changes in the future, of course, it is best that some changes will happen. At least it should be much better than the current situation, so that they will not be too passive. It's as if everything is completely within their budget. Oh, there will be a shield of chakra. A puppet actually has this ability. It seems that I really underestimated you before. After all, you can say that you have put in a lot of hard work this time. Looking at this situation, everything is really interesting. I thought it would be a one-sided situation, but I didn't expect that there was still some room for resistance. For everyone now, I instantly feel that there is something different. Scorpion smiled. I just added some magnetism to Hinata, so if I'm not mistaken, he's not in a great state. Because of this magnetic force, my attack should be particularly easy to hit. And in order to solve you, I will let him appear in the form of cone, which can be regarded as directly solving you. After finishing these words, there was a series of attacks on the top of the head in an instant. Moreover, these attack powers belong to the attack view at a glance, so they have no way at all. A puppet, there is absolutely no way to help two people resist the attack. Who will die next? Anyway, this time you have an extra puppet by your side, so it will be much more convenient for me to attack you. This is simply a head given to your face for free. Don't want it for nothing. 11. After saying this, he couldn't help but grin sinisterly. At this moment, his face looked very sad. It was as if he had found a breakthrough at this time, and in this kind of breakthrough, there was no need to worry at all. In such a state, they themselves are comparatively invincible. Just after these attacks completely landed, all of a sudden, I saw that the old woman used her own hand to attack directly at this time, blocking the fatal injury this time. Seeing this scene, Xie suddenly laughed nonchalantly. Actually, we belong to the same, even what we think in our hearts is exactly the same. You actually changed your own body directly, which is why it became what it is now. Sure enough, our personalities are exactly the same, and there is no chance of rich accidents. At this time, Hinata also felt very inferior, and at the same time he felt that if Naruto was present. I'm afraid they can solve the trouble this time, but it is precisely because Naruto is not present, because the current situation is already very bad. And now there is some iron ore in the puppets, so the current puppets are almost useless, and the hands have been stuck all the time, and they can't get out at all. This made him feel extremely powerless in an instant. After all, judging from the situation in front of him, it was difficult to find a suitable breakthrough. And if it continues like this, the situation will become very critical. This made him feel a little sad in his heart. After all, he didn't want it to end so simply. It would be unreasonable if it ended. It made him feel very painful in his heart. At the same time, this was what he had always watched growing up, but now it suddenly became like this. I can only see the surrounding iron ore, which has been growing rapidly at this time. And it seems that the attacks are becoming more and more clever, which makes people feel a little frightened when they look at them. After all, under normal circumstances, it is completely impossible to become like this, but judging from the current situation, it seems a bit unsolvable. Ask for flowers. Kiyomi and Granny smiled wryly. Hinata, don't worry about it, and this guy is not something you can deal with at all, you should run now. Hinata smiled wryly. Let me run. Let me leave Grandma Chiyo behind. Then run away by myself. I am afraid that after Naruto finds out, he will feel even more disappointed in me, and in his heart, he will never allow himself to escape at any moment. It is simply impossible for me to escape, and this matter should not be that troublesome, and there are definitely some ways to deal with it. It's just that we haven't found it yet. As long as we find a way to deal with it, we can definitely solve this problem by then. 0. No matter how you say it, these are just some troubles in front of you, and as long as you find the other party's flaws, that can be solved. At this time, the eyes became very serious in an instant, and at the same time, there was a strong seriousness in the eyes. About a moment passed, and suddenly he couldn't help but smile, and his eyes showed strong confidence. Grandma Chi and I already know what to do, you can use me directly. If Naruto were in the same situation as me, I believe he would definitely make the same choice. So I don't feel that my choice is wrong, because I am a flesh body, so I will not be affected by the iron or sand. This is also an opportunity. As long as I can seize such an opportunity, then totally enough. Even, this itself is very important for us, and it is also a very beautiful turnaround. When Kiyomi and Granny heard these words, her eyes widened in an instant, she never thought that the other party would be able to say such words. After all, this is not a joke, and using the opponent is very likely to hold life in one's own hands. Hinata, I only have one hand left now. If you really want to do this, I'm afraid I won't be able to support you like before. Chapter 199. As long as you can give him enough trust, he will definitely be able to bring about earth-shaking changes. You should have thought of that. Hinata smiled and nodded. Yes, I have already thought about such a situation, but it has nothing to do with it, because as long as there is a little hope, we can't give up, can't we? Hasn't Naruto always belonged to this kind of personality? No matter what kind of thing he encounters, if you have a celebrity present, he will not give up, so I can't give up even more. Kiyomi and Granny nodded in satisfaction. It has to be said that the other party has such a strategy, which is really quite powerful. Then I saw that the two people started to fight each other directly at this time. And it can be regarded as choosing to fight with each other at this critical moment. Only in this way can their strength be greatly improved in a short period of 2-1-3, and their strength can also become more and more exaggerated in a short period of time. The only way they have now. If this is the only time when they can defeat each other, the other diners have no possibility of success. The other side, Kakashi at this time, is also Naruto. Naruto, did you hear it just now? There seems to be a loud explosion coming from over there, and if I'm not mistaken, it should be coming from Hinata. Have you thought about what to do next? Naruto's eyes became very serious in an instant. About this kind of problem, I have actually thought about it before. Mr. Kakashi, you are just looking forward and backward, so you are too slow. You are worried about Hinata and the others now, but you don't go, and now you say that you are worried about me, and you are almost moving back and forth. Then tell me what you are like. What is the point of some of the worries? With such worries, it is more reasonable to go directly to actual combat. You only have two choices now, either to quickly return to the original path, or to quickly enter the battlefield. There is no third way at all, so if you have been fighting like this, I am afraid that even if you give another chance, you will still have some unbeatable moments. I think you should understand this in your heart, and there is no need to remind you like this. At this moment, the attitude seems to have become very slow, and at the same time, it seems that all the weaknesses have been found in this instant. Kakashi suddenly smiled. Even if we rush up now, this guy won't stop. Because the moment when you should not be able to beat him is still completely unbeatable. Even if you charge forward, it is absolutely impossible for you to beat him. Naruto, you should be clear. This guy's plan has always been very obvious. He just wants to deal with you specifically. Your current speed must not be too fast. Once it is too fast, you will be fooled by the other party. There was a trace of disdain in Naruto's eyes. After all, he didn't want to think about it so much now, and he didn't care whether to talk about it first. His only thought now was to quickly catch up with the other party, and then in a short time then get rid of the other party. After all, seeing the other party running too fast, he would feel very bored in his heart. HMPH, no matter what you do this time, you won't be able to run away. Didero, if you have the ability, just stop for me as soon as you die, and I will see who is stronger among us when the time comes up. This feeling in his heart is very helpless. After all, the opponent has always belonged to the sky, and it is precisely because he has always belonged to the sky, so it is really difficult for him to defeat the opponent. In addition, the opponent still has some explosive items, which makes it difficult for him to directly exude his own rights. The other party silently stopped him, almost able to adapt to any means. This guy really is a bit outrageous. Didero, let's fight directly. After all, no matter who escapes like this, it's useless. Didero smiled. Wait until you catch up with me. On the other hand, the current Hinata is still a crazy attack, and almost every fist, how much full calendar is used. At this time, the entire ground has become upright and broken, and the cave is completely collapsed at this time. It seems that the battles between each other have reached a peak. And the entire cave, at this time, is already completely collapsed. On the face of the scorpion, there was a strong unwillingness. A mere Hinata, after all, is nothing more than a little girl, and he is nothing more than a piece of trash. However, this kind of dodgy was able to hit me back and forth all the time, and she was able to restrain herself. How did this guy do it? I'm afraid no one can do this in normal state. At this time, the faces also looked very angry, and some couldn't understand the situation at all. As for the thousand-faced mother-in-law, there was a strong shock in her eyes. Because he found that at this time, compared with before, Hinata felt like a completely different person, and his strength had already been greatly improved. He was able to adapt to Scorpion's attack habits in such a short period of time. It seems that even if I didn't control him behind his back this time, he would still be able to become very powerful. It seems that I really thought too much about all my problems before. With this kind of strength, the most important thing is to give him enough trust. As long as I can give him enough trust, I will definitely be able to play a world-shaking game. 3.9 Changes. Hinata, the improvement is really a bit powerful, and it's really not easy. However, if you compare it, it still belongs to Naruto, which is more powerful, but it's a pity that this Naruto was actually seduced and ran away. There was a strong look of pity on his face, as if such a thing sounded, he would feel a little unhappy in his heart. After all, if we had worked a little harder, we wouldn't be in the current scene. But judging from the current situation, scorpions are the most, and they just wave their hands lightly. Can launch an attack, but Hinata needs a lot of movement to avoid the attack. If a protracted war is launched, it may not be possible to win the opponent's protracted war in the end. For them, it is simply very fatal. Chapter 200. It seems that it can only consume some chakra, use that trick to beat him. Hinata's eyes were fixed on Scorpion, and she knew very well in her heart that if she really wanted to defeat the opponent, the only way was to find out the opponent's weakness in a short time. As long as you can find out the opponent's weakness in a short time, then launch a suitable attack at that time. Then they naturally have the absolute hope of defeating each other, but it may be relatively difficult to find out the weaknesses of each other. The eyes are fixed on each other, hoping to find a suitable weakness in a short time, and then attack from the weakness. About a moment later, his eyes lit up in an instant. Because he found that there seemed to be a trace of weakness in the opponent's body. If it weren't for the fact that his eyes had been staring at the other party all the time, I'm afraid it would be completely impossible to find that this made him feel very excited in an instant. If there is no wrong guess, the opponent's weakness should be in his hands, because after such a long period of observation, it feels that his only possibility is his hands. This guy almost uses his hands to control everything. As long as he can completely break his hands, then he will have no way to continue attacking in the next period of time. And it is necessary to use his hands to judge the direction of his attack. As long as he can judge the success, then the attack will be successful when the time comes. At this time, the eyes become sharp in an instant. After all, this can be regarded as the weakness of the other party that was discovered with great difficulty. If one is not careful, this weakness will be completely seen through. And this can be regarded as a characteristic that he has been searching for a long time, but if it is gone now, then all his efforts will be in vain. As for the current Scorpion, his eyes have been on Hinata almost immediately. He already felt the other party's attention, and his gaze became very complicated in an instant. I didn't expect that the other party's initiative is really amazing. They can see all the hard work I have done in such a short period of time, and they can also see my purpose this time in such a short period of time. What the hell is SX? It seems that I underestimated the other party before, and this guy is probably much stronger than I imagined. At this time, the eyes seemed to become very dignified, and at the same time, they knew that the things here were very important to them. So no matter what kind of critical moment it is, they must try their best to do all the things they should do well, only in this way can they become stronger and stronger in the future. At the same time, it can also make them feel a lot of shock in their hearts. If this goes on like this, it will be regarded as a waste of time here for no reason, absolutely can't go on like this recklessly even. Otherwise, it would be a bit too much to give opportunities if you continue to be a hooligan like this. It is absolutely impossible to give all kinds of opportunities like this all the time. The eyes became very sharp in an instant. It seemed that he had thought of some incredible things, which made him feel calm in his heart. They even feel that such a state is almost crucial to them, so they will definitely not mess around at such a critical moment. As a last resort, it seems that I can only consume some chakra, so I can defeat him with that move. After saying this sentence, I instantly saw that things were a little different at this time. Iron Sand's Law. After finishing speaking, a very strong aura erupted from his body in an instant. This kind of strong aura seemed a bit invincible at first glance, and it was difficult to find some weaknesses from it. Even, one can feel a very strong aura from it, and such a strong aura becomes more and more powerful. Grandma Kianmian hastily pulled the lines, so that the current Hinata escaped this attack very dangerously, otherwise she would not even know how she died this time. At this moment, Hinata saw this dense attack, and was dumbfounded for an instant. Under normal circumstances, such a situation cannot be reached at all. Then they can start from these weaknesses, so that suicide can make them more and more powerful. Judging from the situation in front of them, on the contrary, they all seem to be a little bit embarrassing to the other party, and they know that such a situation is very difficult for them personally to succeed. After thinking of this scene, a very strong light radiated from his body, as if he could pinpoint all the weaknesses in the first place. Seeing this scene, Kianmian Granny's expression became very ugly in an instant, and she also knew that at such a critical moment, she had to act by herself. After all, the other party had already lost all rationality because of fear. However, being able to achieve such a scene now has already proved how powerful the strength exuded this time is. Generally, it is difficult to achieve such a scene under the circumstances of 087. From here we can see come out, the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, they can also feel a very huge aura from it, and this kind of strong aura makes them feel a little strong in themselves. After all, if he were to fight back now, it would be completely unrealistic, and it would be completely impossible to have this level. At this critical moment, I am afraid that the heart has already become very absurd, and it is even more impossible to have any opportunity to fight back. It was completely covered in the sky quickly. In the end, I saw these iron ore sands, quickly filling the sky in the blink of an eye, and covering everything around. Such a characteristic is completely unresolved for them. It seems very incomprehensible, and from here, it can be clearly sensed how powerful their state is this time. This made them feel a little physically and mentally exhausted, but they felt that there were not many ways to do it, and the situation in front of them was almost fatal to them. Just as everything here is within their control, only in this way can their strength become stronger and stronger. And while the sky is constantly covered, the attacks are constantly falling towards the bottom. Chapter 201. Obviously your attacks were completely unsuccessful, so why did they suddenly become successful now? The situation will also become very bad, so it has to be said that this battle is almost all indirect and reached a peak. Countless iron ore, at this time, was completely knocked down towards the bottom. At this moment, Hinata happened to be trapped in it, and there were traces of scars on his right hand. Such a scar made him look like he was injured, and this injured state made him feel very immortal. But in his heart, he always felt very fatal, and at the same time he remembered that even scratches were fatal injuries. Grandma Kionian's complexion instantly became very ugly. Hinata, your current situation can be said to be very bad, you are poisoned now. The current Hinata fell directly to the ground. Scorpion laughed, and his face was full of strong sadness at this moment. Hey, the toxicity is onset, and the body will soon be paralyzed and unable to move. At that time, if you stay for a while, you may be able to delay for 3 days, but you should not have the opportunity to delay now. The eyes became very sharp in an instant, and at the same time they looked very serious at this time. That's all, little girl. Immediately afterwards, he controlled the third generation and launched an attack quickly, but at the moment before his eyes, he suddenly saw Hinata, who stood up immediately at the critical moment last year, and at the same time directly punched the person in front of him. The puppet was beaten to pieces directly. At this moment, the thousand-faced mother-in-law immediately widened her eyes when she saw this scene, completely unable to believe what she saw in front of her eyes. Hinata, how did you attack? Obviously your attack was not successful at all, why suddenly it became successful now? And, if I remember correctly, haven't you been poisoned before? Scorpion's eyes widened, and he stared at Hinata intently, because based on the situation in front of him, it seemed that the other party was not poisoned at all. At this moment, because of the fall of the puppet, the surrounding iron ore has also disappeared. Then why, how did it suddenly become like this? Hinata, it should be impossible to move, and, it is impossible to be 1,000 change mother-in-law. Because, generally speaking, the opponent's strength should not be so strong, and he should have been poisoned by me. How could he still move at such a moment? As for the thousand-faced mother-in-law, she also looked at Hinata with very puzzled eyes. Hinata, what the hell is going on here? I don't understand you at all until now, because no matter how you look at the scene in front of you, it's really too strange. Why is all this? That's why it was formed. This point is really too weird, and under normal circumstances, I have never seen such a scene. At this time, the eyes seem to be full of rich incredulity, and there is also a strong sense of anxiety rising in the heart. He even feels that such a thing is very bad for them, so in the next period of time, he will try his best to do what he should do well. Hinata smiled. Because you have already said before that there will be toxins, so for such a scene, I have actually thought about it before. After I thought of this, I have already prepared in advance. Quote, so at this moment, I first injected myself with the antidote. His attacks will naturally have no effect on me at all, so I have to say that all of this is actually within my budget, within the scope. It was as if such a thing made him feel very calm in his heart. Don't you guys know how to attack? Didero, if you want to be good and only know how to shop for treasures, to be honest, I really look down on you a little bit. And the last moment when the other side took it lightly was my chance, so that chance I have been waiting for all this time. At this time, Scorpion had already found such a state at this time, and his face became solemn in an instant. After finishing speaking, I couldn't help laughing, and I felt very happy in my heart. If there is no way to quickly determine the outcome, then the problem will become very troublesome. After all, you should understand this by now. If you continue to do this now, it's completely courting death. I advise you to die right now. But now Naruto has been chasing each other crazily, and at the same time, his expression is very serious at this moment. After finishing speaking, I couldn't help laughing. Naruto already knew the other party's situation before, so naturally there is no need to worry at all. Just like the things here, for them, they are very peaceful, but the current state is almost completely different for them, and they must quickly resolve the situation within the final time. Win or lose. At this time, his face was full of strong doubts, and his heart was completely confused for the first time, as if he had fallen into deep self-doubt. At this time, the scorpion also seemed to be very stable, and at the same time felt very calm at this time. Strange, according to the normal situation, such a strange situation shouldn't happen, but why it suddenly became like this now, it's really more or less not good. Could it be because some other crises will be caused in it? He also felt very stable in his heart, as if this kind of thing in front of him could not have any impact on him at all. In fact, to put it bluntly, Naruto has specially reminded me. If it wasn't because of him reminding me, I would never have become like this. At this time, his attitude seemed very cold, and Kakashi's eyes became very serious at this time. It seems that this kind of thing in front of them is completely within the scope of their understanding. Chapter 202. I also don't want to get involved in this war for no reason, it's all your own fault. They even feel that the situation in front of them will become very lofty for them. Dodoro smiled. Oh, Naruto, I didn't expect you to chase me for such a long time, but even if you really chased me for such a long time, I also feel that you may not be able to catch up with me. So if it were me, I'm afraid I would have given up long ago, so how could I keep chasing after him at this time? Your frenzied pursuit now is completely indistinguishable from action and courting death. I believe that it won't take long before you will give up naturally. It's just a matter of time. Come on, you have always been so crazy, then let me see how much you are up to, and how long you can last. I hope you won't let me down in the future. After finishing speaking, he couldn't help laughing, and his face looked very calm. So I saw countless bomb mud floating down quickly, but it was obvious that this thing was much smaller. It should be the opponent's bomb mud, which is already slightly insufficient, so the opponent's speed will change this time. In the eyes, the moment is also very cautious, and at the same time, Kakashi is also looking at Naruto at this time. Naruto, wait for me a little bit, these bomb muds are a little more complicated to deal with, so you should wait for me a little bit. As long as you wait for me for a while, we should be able to catch up to him. Naruto shook his head. Mr. Kakashi, your speed is really too slow, so don't wait, the most important thing first now is to speed up. I'm going to take a step first. You'd better hurry up, so that you won't waste time. I always feel that our speed is very fast, so no matter what kind of things will happen next, our speed must be faster. Only in this way is it more reasonable. After finishing these words, he quickly rushed to the front and left the doctor in an instant. The current Kakashi is also full of helplessness on his face. You guy, don't be brave. After all, you should already know by now. The current situation itself is not good. If you are too brave, it is very likely to cause some danger. Naruto nodded. Okay, you don't need to remind me about this situation, after all, I'm not a fool. I don't have any problems with this kind of thing, so next time I just let you see what it means to be powerful. As for the current Grandma Chio, after getting the antidote, deep thoughts appeared in her eyes. After all, she had heard it clearly just now, and the antidote only took 3 minutes at most. At this time, Kakashi looked at the explosive mud blocking the road in front of him, and his face was instantly full. At this time, he became very serious. After all, he doesn't have any time to waste time here. It seems that this time, no matter what, I can't waste too much time here. If I keep wasting time crazily here, doesn't it mean that at this time, all my efforts are in vain? Moreover, that guy Naruto, no matter what he does, he almost doesn't continue to think at all, and even that guy always behaves very abruptly. 1. So, no matter what kind of critical moment it is, you must not let the other party mess around casually. If you let that guy mess around at every turn, I'm afraid there will already be a mess here. So no matter what happens next, we must be cautious, and we must not let him directly hinder this action. The eyes also look very cautious at this time, and they know that such a state is almost CFBF fixed for them. If you want to avoid the attack of these explosive mud, the only way is to use speed to win. However, if you want to use speed to win in a short period of time, I'm afraid it's really a little bit. There will be some difficult things, which should be less than imagined. At this time, the eyes become very sharp. At the same time, they also know that the state in front of them is almost fixed for them, so they will definitely not mess around in the future. And no matter what happens, they will definitely take it seriously and try to solve the difficulty in front of them completely. Only in this way, for them, he may be more rational, otherwise in the end, it is very likely that all the efforts he has made will be a bit in vain. Regarding this situation, their hearts have always been a little clear, so whenever they think about this problem, they will feel their scalp go numb. But now that he knows the solution, after knowing the solution, then he will naturally have a way to deal with it in the future. In an instant, he was also running towards the front at this fast speed, and it seemed that some of them came and went without a trace. Even the speed at this time seems to be very fast, and they all want to quickly increase their strength in a short time. However, it was discovered that the bomb mud at this time, since it quickly caught up with the opponent's speed in a short period of time, and it can be clearly seen that the speed this time is also getting faster and faster. There is no doubt at all, but they can clearly feel that such a speed is simply very exaggerated for them. If it had never been thought of before, it would be possible to reach such a level. If you look at it from the current situation, it seems that everything is a little bit possible. At this moment of rapid running ahead, suddenly he saw a tree in front of him, which made him use the tree to rebound immediately. In the end, he easily dodged this attack, and at the same time, this time it was considered a direct rebound success. Hey, all of you explosive mud should be exposed by yourself now. I have to say that this order is really hard for you. You were able to follow me for such a long time. However, you can't blame me for such a thing. After all, I am also innocent, and I don't want to participate in this war for no reason. This is all your own fault. Chapter 203 Hinata, you don't have to be afraid when you encounter this kind of thing, because no matter what time it is, I will be there. Naruto looked at Didoro in front of him. Hey, let me ask you, can you stop running? It's so boring to run around and fight all the time. Can you choose to come down and fight with me in an open and honest manner? Didoro sneered disdainfully. Naruto, your speed can't even keep up with me, what face do you have to ask me to fight with you? If you really want to fight with me, then you can catch up with me first, and if you can't even catch up with me, how will you fight next? Naruto's face was full of thick black lines. After all, this was not the opponent's own speed, but riding on a paper bird. But no matter what he said, he still belonged to running all the time, which didn't belong to the same level at all. This made him feel very powerless in his heart. But at this moment, he suddenly stopped when he saw the other party, and then let the paper bird in front of him open his mouth. See, Gaara is right here, but can you get this thing? Naruto frowned, and was about to jump up to grab it, but found that Kakashi's catch was in front of him. Wait a moment, on Didoro's face, there was a strong expression of shock. Haven't you already been dealt with by me? How can you still appear here, and still be so stable? How on earth did you do it? You were too strong. Kakashi smiled. Just now, I wasn't the one you let explode, so I have to say, I'm really sorry. Just now, it was just my shadow clone technique. I didn't expect this thing to actually deceive you. I have to say that these plans of yours are useless. Next, you must think about whether it is a shadow clone, but I feel that you should have no chance. After saying these words, he suddenly saw Dedeluo flying up again at this moment. Naruto's complexion became very ugly in an instant. He didn't expect the other party to be so witty. Damn it, every time he catches up with the opponent, but when he finds that he can't beat us, he will choose to use flying skills. We are too passive like this, and if this continues, I am afraid that even if we are given more opportunities, we will not be able to catch up with him at all. Kakashi stroked his chin. Deep thought appeared in his eyes. I have almost learned about this situation, and I already know how to solve the problem next. For an opponent like an opponent, there are at most two methods, and these two methods are almost fixed. One of the methods is to directly engage in a hand-to-hand combat with Fang, and then actively defeat him directly. W. Another way is to surpass the enemy's long-range attack and then knock him down. Naruto frowned. Although these words are indeed relatively correct, and they are not wrong, but how to do it? Kakashi smiled. No matter which method is used, then you must have a partner who is good at long-range attacks. Or it's a partner who is good at long-distance assistance, but we don't have such a way at all, so this is really helpless. Naruto looked at Kakashi strangely. Isn't the kind of person you're talking about equal to yourself? Not only do you have brains, but you can also provide long-distance assistance. You can use it to assist me, and then I can actively attack. Isn't that all right? Get rid of the opponent quickly within the time limit. Kakashi shook his head. You think of the problem too simply. Even if we keep chasing him, we can't find any gaps at all. So, if this continues, the problem could become very serious. We can only use other methods to get rid of the other party. If there is no other way, I'm afraid that we will not be able to succeed in the end. At this time, his face also looked very serious. Naruto frowned. After all, if you just look at the situation in front of you, it is indeed a bit different. Asking for flowers. This guy, who was able to break into the village alone and then take Gaara away, this guy is indeed a bit different. And we must not underestimate each other. Now we must find a way to completely solve the other party. Press the other side now. Hinata and the other party have entered a stalemate. Grandma Kianmian smiled. Hinata, we're going to make a move. At this moment, Shie suddenly sneered very disdainfully, and slowly unbuttoned his body. I have to admit, Hinata, you are really not that simple. If you can smash the third-generation ninja with one punch, you can see that you are indeed very powerful. 0. If you continue to use other puppets, I'm afraid it won't have any effect at all. Therefore, it's time for you to see what it means to be powerful. After saying this sentence, he directly revealed his body in an instant, making everyone present feel terrified in an instant. Kianmian Granny has always felt very calm. From the moment this guy left until now, his body, age, and appearance are almost exactly the same as before. And the reason for all of this is precisely because of this. After saying this sentence, he immediately looked at the other party directly and quickly, and found that the other party was completely a puppet himself. There are one or two wings behind him, and these two wings belong to the propeller made of blades. And there is a very endless rope in the chest. This kind of endless rope makes them feel very shocked when they look at it. Hinata's eyes widened. This guy actually made himself into a humanoid puppet. This is indeed a ruthless person. If it weren't for a ruthless person, it would be impossible to do such a thing. It seems that this idea is much stronger than we imagined. This time I'm afraid we are really in trouble. Grandma Kianmian smiled. Hinata, if you encounter this kind of thing, you don't have to be afraid, because no matter what time it is, I will be by my side to protect you. Chapter 204 I want to see what you guys do next. Hinata's complexion became extremely ugly in an instant, and he never thought that the other party could reach such a state. Damn it, his propeller itself is poisonous, and the venom is particularly powerful. If you touch a single drop, you may die. Now there is less than 2 minutes left for the antidote. If these 2 minutes can last, then maybe the May 10th can still survive. If these 2 minutes can't last, then it will almost who will surely die. It is necessary to quickly shorten the distance in this short period of time. Only by shortening the distance can we make a final conclusion. The scorpion in front of him instantly showed a sneer from the corner of his mouth. This time, no matter how you run, you won't be able to run away at all, and even if you hide, you won't be able to avoid it. Since you have not taken the initiative to attack, then don't blame me for being rude. After finishing this sentence, he stretched out his hands in an instant, only to see 2 cannon barrels appearing directly in his hands. At the same time, when talking about flames, they sprayed out directly at this time, but now Hinata is also hastily dodging. Scorpion sneered disdainfully. Next, no matter what you do, it is absolutely impossible to have any effect. After saying this, the flames from both hands became more and more powerful, and in a blink of an eye, all the flames around them had been sprayed down. And they all seemed to be getting sharper and sharper, making them feel very incredible when they look at them. In such a state, I just want to completely burn the surroundings completely. This degree of complete burning also looks very terrifying, making them feel very incredible when they look at it. Next, I want to see what kind of moves you guys make next. Let me see how you should choose to deal with it. At this critical moment, Hinata directly and quickly stretched out the dagger. In an instant, the dagger quickly slammed towards the opponent. They all looked very violent, but before they got close, they found that they melted directly at this time. This melting state made him feel very incredible for an instant, and at the same time felt completely very evil. Damn it, with such a powerful flame, there is no way to approach it at all, and before it reaches the close point, it is directly burned by the opponent quickly. As for the present Kianmi Granny, at this moment, her complexion became very ugly. It was even more completely unexpected that there would be such a powerful strength at this time. What the hell is going on here? How could there be such a high temperature flame? This in itself is very unreasonable. 3.8. Hinata couldn't help but look at the people next to her. It seems that they are all very irritable at this time. I don't have anything to do next, so I can only see how good you are. W. However, everything in front of us is completely stable, so there is no pressure on us at all for the next thing like this. Chapter 205. Have you all seen it now? There is absolutely no way you will be my opponent. Kianmi and Granny quickly threw a stone, and at the same time felt very stable at this time. They seized such a good opportunity almost immediately, and at the same time, they all seemed to be very irritable at this time. But the current scorpion, after seeing such a scene, couldn't help but sneer with disdain for an instant. You really underestimated me with this move. In the end, flames were sprayed directly, breaking the mask in front of him in a blink of an eye. As I expected, the old lady was fighting on the Vice Admiral Chakra line, so she became what she is now. Sure enough, everything was within my expectations. Can you do it? If you really can't, you can let Naruto take the shot. After all, I'm already a little impatient. I don't even say it. The result is really a special regret. It is impossible for you to be my opponent. At this moment, Hinata's complexion also became very ugly at this time, and at the same time, he didn't know how to deal with it at all. After all, the opponent's strength has always been too strong. The effect of detoxification is only 1 minute now. If this continues, the consequences will become unimaginable. At this time, his face also looked very ugly. But at this critical moment, water was suddenly seen, and at this moment, it sprayed out directly and quickly. And it seems that they are getting stronger and stronger. The present Kianmi and Granny, after seeing the scene in front of her, instantly became very ugly. Even more, they never thought that such a phenomenon would occur at this time. For them, this phenomenon is almost outrageous. But everything in front of them is almost fatal to them. As long as they can seize this opportunity, the rest of the things are completely insignificant phenomena for them. Hinata, run now, and the current situation is almost all very complicated. We must leave quickly now. No matter what, we have to be cautious. If we can't be more cautious, then it will be a kind of trouble in the end. The other party wants to use water. Since the other party wants to use water, it is necessary to let them know what the real experience is. After saying this sentence, I felt very irritable in an instant. But at this critical moment, I saw that the water in front of me was getting stronger and stronger, and at this time, many walls in front of me had been completely broken. 880. Have you all seen it now? There is absolutely no way you will be my opponent. Quote. Scorpion sneered disdainfully. When are you going to escape? If you really choose to fight me like this, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this sentence, there was no hesitation at all, and they all started quickly in an instant. Moreover, they all seemed to be more irritable, as if this kind of thing in front of them is almost very powerful for them. In the blink of an eye, it hit Hinata directly, which made Grandma Kianmi's expression very ugly in an instant. Chapter 206. This time he was almost certain to die. Damn it, why did it suddenly become like this? If so, how can I explain to Naruto? No matter what kind of concept it is, it should protect you a little bit. If it doesn't protect you, then in the end, it will be a huge trouble. At this time, their expressions also seemed to be very embarrassed, and they knew that everything was a normal phenomenon for them. After finishing speaking, his face looked very calm, as if the state in front of him was relatively calm for them. As long as they can fully grasp this kind of thing in front of them, the rest of the things will naturally become very peaceful for them. What's more, there is no need to worry too much at all. If you keep worrying about it, the feeling of no pressure will become stronger and stronger. This point is also very clear in their hearts, but this move is almost always very fatal. At this time, Hinata's face instantly showed a strong expression of pain, but the current time is only 15 seconds left. Then he saw the scorpion in front of him, unexpectedly rushing forward at such a critical moment. This time it can be regarded as just defeating him within the effect of the detoxification medicine, and it also belongs to 10 points. It's not easy. I have always liked such a state, at least judging from the current state, it is completely reasonable. This time he is almost certain to die. This time, after I just finished speaking, I only saw Hinata at this time, without any hesitation at all. He quickly used the rope to directly hold the other party in an instant, and this did not allow the other party to succeed. For them, this is very reasonable in itself. This time, Shie didn't hesitate at all, and immediately started to attack the guy in front of him. The corner of Hinata's mouth, there is not a hint of a smile, and even looks slightly, well, happy. The last fist hit the opponent's chest in an instant, smashing the opponent to pieces in an instant. Want to start violent hands directly. The target of my attack this time is Grandma Kionmian, and Granny Kionmian's strength can only be considered average at best. Quote, all of this is completely normal for them, and it can be regarded as grasping the good opportunity in front of them in a short period of time. At the critical moment of the other party, he didn't let the other party succeed. This time, it can be regarded as making his heart feel very stable in an instant. Only then did he block the attack in front of him, and finally saw Hinata grab the opponent fiercely at this moment. But now the scorpion seems to have become very confident, as if everything is within his expected range. As for the current Hinata, the running speed is getting faster and faster at this time. Quote. I didn't feel sorry for Naruto, moreover, this time I was totally treating him well, even this time I was considered a normal phenomenon. Quote, Naruto, I won't say too much this time, at least it can be regarded as completely defeating the opponent, which is all very difficult. Chapter 207. Now it doesn't look like I'm in a hurry. As for the other side now, at this time, the yellow-haired men also seemed a little nervous. Why does Naruto seem to have changed a bit differently? If it was before, almost everyone would be very anxious, but now it seems that he is not anxious at all. What is the purpose of this guy? If there is no purpose, it should not be able to reach such a point. Why is this? After saying this sentence, his face was filled with strong 537 shock in an instant, and he couldn't figure out what was going on at all. After all, this was completely the first time I saw it, and I never thought that such a thing could happen before. However, as long as they can do a good job in the immediate thing, other things are completely insignificant to them, and they don't need to care at all. It even feels that everything is completely under their control, and they can just grasp it directly in a short time. Naruto looked helplessly at Kakashi beside him. CFAH Kakashi-sensei, it's been so long, aren't you ready yet? Didn't you notice it at all? Our speed has always been very fast, and this time things are also very important. So I feel that at this critical moment, we must not act recklessly, we must be faster, and only in this way can we be regarded as worthy of us. After Kakashi heard such words, he couldn't help but shook his head quickly, his face was full of helplessness at this moment. You guys, don't worry at all. After all, no matter what kind of thing it is, it can't be solved in a hurry. In any case, you must calm down. Only when you are calm enough can you be considered capable. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. If you are in a hurry to do anything, it is almost impossible to do it. Don't you even understand this? After saying this sentence, there was an attitude in an instant, and it seemed very casual. My current body is not as strong as your chakra, so in the next period of time, it will definitely take a certain amount of time. 17. After hearing this sentence, Naruto's eyes were full of deep thought. He always felt that things should be different this time, and they would gradually become more and more dangerous. If that's the case, then you must hurry up next time. As for the current Hinata, it has always been very slow, making some moves towards the front. However, he didn't take a few steps at all, and suddenly heard bursts of sounds, and these sounds also sounded very weird. At the same time, the bursts of sound made him feel the shock around him after hearing it now, and he couldn't believe his ears at all. After all, they had heard of these voices, but they never thought that the voices could reach such a level. They were all scorpions. They had already been beaten to pieces, but at this critical moment, they started to reorganize automatically. Chapter 208. You seem to be able to beat me at this critical moment. It even looks 10 points incredible. Under normal circumstances, he has never seen this thing, and it can be automatically reorganized, which is really incredible. This instantly filled their eyes with strong shock, and they all felt a little doubt about life. Then I saw that the direct reorganization was completed at this time. Scorpion said very flatly, you just said who you defeated, why can't I hear a little clearly, could it be that there are some problems with my hearing? As for this state, they felt very incredible in an instant. At this time, Grandma Mian also very slowly put the parts on her body directly into the assembly, and at the same time, a trace of a smile emerged from the corner of her mouth. What you said seems to be quite correct, because if it is really based on the overall situation, the current good mood can only be regarded as just beginning at best. After saying this sentence, he took out a scroll directly. This is a ninjutsu that I sealed myself. I always thought that I would never use it again, but looking at it now, it doesn't seem to be the case. And judging from the current situation, it seems that it still needs to be used. If that's the case, then use it to directly end this kind of battle. After saying this sentence, he opened the scroll in an instant, only to see handwriting appearing in the scroll in an instant. All of his handwritings were written with a door, and at the same time, one very terrifying existence after another appeared directly at this time. As for the current scorpion, a strong shock appeared on his face. It is said that no matter what kind of critical moment it is, you have to look at the number of puppets, and then you can guess where the puppet master's ability is. Old woman, you are really special, you can actually directly control the time, this should be your ultimate technique, 10 puppets. I've heard of this before. Originally, I thought that in the next period of time, I'm afraid that other than Naruto, it is impossible for anyone else to be my opponent at all, but I didn't expect that in this kind of situation at the critical moment, you can actually appear directly. Ask for flowers. It seems that what was mine before really belonged to me, and it's true that I underestimated the enemy a little bit. His eyes were full of strong shock at this time, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel full of strong inconceivable in his heart. Even, they still feel seriously that such a thing, for them, is a particularly unreasonable in normal situation. It is simply impossible to reach such a terrifying level. At first, I thought that if you want to defeat me, you must come to Naruto. I have always been very fond of Naruto, and let him do it himself. Maybe if the two of us fight, everything will become more interesting. And it can become even better. But if we make some judgments from the current situation, it seems that he is not needed at all. You seem to be able to beat me at this critical moment. Chapter 209. If something really happens to you, I have no way to explain it to Naruto. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smiled softly in an instant, as if such a thing was already considered very important to them. Finally, they can show their own abilities well in a short period of time, so that they can become stronger in the future. This should be the ninjutsu that allows you to conquer a city by yourself, and this kind of Kun's 080 is indeed very amazing, but it's just that. After saying this sentence, they also quickly took out a scroll in an instant, and then quickly slapped it out of their chests. It's just that at this time, countless needles and threads appeared in the chest. This kind of needlework is quickly made up in the blink of an eye, and the whole space looks very incredible to people. Then I saw that there were countless puppets in the sky, and these puppets were completely invisible, and it was impossible to tell the number of these puppets at all. Originally, I wanted to leave this move to Naruto directly, but from the current situation, if I want to make some judgments, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until that time. Now I can only fully unleash my strength ahead of time. Only in this way can I be worthy of you. After all, your strength itself is strong. If I don't fully use my strength, I feel that it is a slight. There's something sorry about you for what you've done now. At this moment, Kion and Granny's eyes were filled with shock, and she never thought that she could cause such a strong injury. You kid, you have always reached such a horrible point. Furthermore, it has only been so long, and it's really unbelievable that it can grow to such a terrifying level directly. At this moment, Shie couldn't help but patted himself on the head, with a wry smile showing from the corner of his mouth. I found that I really belonged to some who couldn't stand myself, and spent such a long time with a little girl and an old woman. My form is really too bad, and I have to use this ultimate technique in the end. I have to say, this is really too abrupt. After finishing this sentence, I saw that the state in front of me had become completely different. As for the current Hinata, she quickly stood in front of Grandma Thousand Faces almost immediately. I have already made sufficient preparations to block. After all, the situation this time has become impeccable, and in the next period of time, no matter what, I must block this attack. Only doing so is the most reasonable an approach. The present thousand-faced mother-in-law instantly shook her head. Hinata, don't do this at all, because the antidote on your 2.8 has completely failed, so if you continue to do this, it will be a waste of effort, and it will be impossible to get up in the end to achieve the effect. There is no need to make such unnecessary sacrifices. And, if something really happens to you, I have no way to explain it to Naruto. Chapter 210. Grandma Kionian, my personality is normal, you should understand it in your heart, right? This point, I believe you should be very clear in your heart, so I don't want to make things too clear, just understand it in your heart. The attitude seems to be very indifferent, and he has already made a certain awareness. After all, in this state, it is almost impossible to win a certain victory. Hinata in front of him, after hearing this sentence, was stunned for an instant, and his face was full of strong disbelief. Zeiss didn't expect to make such a determination this time. Hinata nodded. Grandma Kionian, according to the normal situation of my personality, you should understand it in your heart. The attitudes also seem to be very casual, and they already know that the matter in front of them is very important to them, so they must not mess around at this critical moment. At that time, there will be a strong sense of indebtedness in his heart, and this strong sense of indebtedness will easily overwhelm him directly, making him breathless. That's why he can't want the other party to participate. If the other party participates, it is very likely that he will die here. This time it's not a deliberate joke at all, and it is very likely that some lives will be in danger at any time. Okay, now you can either stay right next to 25, or you can go directly to Naruto. After all, no matter what kind of critical moment it is, I have to let you take care of yourself, and absolutely not it can cause you to be directly injured at this time, and you must protect yourself no matter what kind of moment it is. After saying this sentence, his body was filled with strong composure in an instant, as if everything was within his budget. This matter is almost fixed, so no matter what happens, I will definitely strengthen my beliefs. If you choose to let me run away at this critical moment, it will only become a problem at this time. Very bad. Kiyomi and Granny smiled wryly. Although what you said is indeed correct, this battle is about to come to an end. At this critical moment, are you sure you have made up your mind? 877. There is no need to talk about this kind of thing at all. If I choose to run away at this time and leave directly, I feel that Naruto knows, and I will definitely feel very unhappy in my heart. Yes, I have indeed made up my mind. No matter what kind of release it is, I will choose to fight with you. Although he knew that the thousand-faced mother-in-law this time was all for his own sake, but he didn't intend to give up just like this at all, and there was a trace of a smile on the corner of his mouth. I have always known him too well, so I will not talk about this kind of thing in the future. No matter what happens, I will never leave directly. After hearing these words, the present Kiyomi and Granny also nodded very flatly. If that's the case, it's almost time to officially start now. Chapter 211. I can't wait to rush to the scene to see. And this kind of fighting posture, he has already known it well, so there is no need to worry too much. As long as you can fully demonstrate your strength in the next period of time, then it will naturally become stronger and stronger. At this time, Naruto also looked at Kakashi. I suddenly discovered that their fighting postures seemed to be becoming more and more different, and even the smell of fighting seemed to be very strong. Now I can't wait to rush to the scene. Quickly go see. Kakashi smiled. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smiled softly, and his face looked very calm. After all, Naruto's mentality, no matter it is good or bad, but from the state in front of him, he already knows that it is already a very obvious growth. And as for the current scene, it's like the relationship between the things here and them is not too big at all, but everything is within their control. They all seem to want to completely exude their own strength in this battle, so that their strength will naturally become stronger and stronger. Good Wang Zhao, Naruto smiled. Didn't I see that you have been putting too much pressure on yourself? Since you are under so much pressure on yourself, I definitely want to help you relax, lest you put too much pressure on yourself. When the time comes you feel uncomfortable yourself. Being able to grow to such a level is actually not easy, and it made him feel very gratified in his heart. After saying these words, he couldn't help but smiled softly. He felt very relieved in his heart when he encountered such a thing, and he would also show a little bit in his heart, more happy. It can even be clearly felt that a very strong breath will erupt from everyone. The battles can also be regarded as a thorough start, and the battles that start are also relatively fierce. Now it is completely a kind of puppet battle, and such a puppet battle seems to be very powerful. After all, no matter what kind of situation you are in, when you encounter such a thing, you usually like to be honest. I have always known you too well. You can even clearly feel the difference in quality this time, almost all of which are very obvious. Kakashi gave Naruto a blank look. Since you have already said this, I must thank you a lot for your kindness. After all, if it weren't because you have been persuading me here, I am afraid that some accidents might really happen to me, so I have to say that I am very grateful to you in my heart. However, after seeing a puppet of Grandma Thousand Faces rushing up, although the number of puppets of the other party is large, there is still a certain gap in terms of quality. Don't be shy. After all, I don't know you yet. No matter what kind of critical moment, when you encounter such a thing, I'm afraid you prefer to stay here honestly. Chapter 212. The current strong aura makes them feel a little frightened when they look at it. This kind of fighting spirit is completely different from the same level, and it can be clearly felt that every loser is getting stronger and stronger, and this kind of fighting posture is completely different. At this time, Grandma Kiyomi also felt very irritable in an instant, and at the same time, she also saw that these puppets were superimposed directly. A very strong breath. The current strong aura makes them feel a little scared when they look at it, and they can't say anything at all at ordinary times. After all, they had never imagined before that they could still unleash such terrifying power, which is indeed completely different. 3 guarantees association. After saying this sentence, a huge attraction was produced in an instant, and this huge suction instantly caused a very terrifying injury. Hinata was by the side. Although she had been watching non-stop all the time, she also seemed very powerless at this moment. This amount is too much from the beginning to the end. Next, no matter what, we must find a way to reduce some of its amount in advance. If this amount cannot be reduced, no matter what, playing will become very disadvantageous. At this time, the face looks more and more serious, and at the same time, it has been studied carefully. Now it is necessary to fight one-on-one, and only in this way may we be able to find some loopholes in the next period of time. If it is at this time, it will take a long time to suddenly feel the surrounding state. Grandma Kiyomi's complexion also became extremely ugly, and at the same time she was a little bit at a loss as to what to do. CFFF, such a number is really too much. With such a large number of suppression, even if you want to succeed, I am afraid it will be a 10-point difficulty. And the other party's move, even if it sucks crazily, if it sucks too much, it can't beat it at all. At this time, their faces also looked very ugly. After all, although this time belonged to a battle, this kind of battle felt very unfavorable to them. If they really continue to fight like this, I am afraid it will be difficult to be the opponent of the opponent, which will almost create a very entangled status quo for them. But at this time, Hinata directly attacked at this critical moment, and his temper seemed to be very violent at this time. At the same time, they also know that this attack is particularly difficult for them. If it weren't for the last attack, it would be impossible to reach the current situation, and this time it is already considered to be the best effort. But the current state, for them, seems a bit incomprehensible. Moreover, it is difficult to win this victory directly and quickly, which is particularly difficult for them. As long as they can win, then everything will be easy to say, and this is exactly what they have always believed. Chapter 213. Now I will deal with his puppet, you go find a way to deal with him. Then I saw the body, at this moment, also trembling crazily, wanting to win this battle at this critical moment. But suddenly, because of the relief in his heart, he saw that this time the battle had become completely different. Grandma Kianmian frowned. Although the number of puppets of the scorpion has indeed decreased compared to before, even if it is reduced now, it seems that the effect is not too great at all. Because although the number has decreased this time, the other party's attention has also become more concentrated because of the decrease in the number. If this continues, it will become very bad. At this moment, his complexion became extremely ugly in an instant, as if he knew such a thing when he remembered it, and it was almost considered particularly fatal. If you can't be more careful in the next period of time, I'm afraid that at that time, you won't even know how you died. Such a thing is almost fixed in itself, so no matter how much you say next, the meaning will still be the same. If it continues like this, it will be no different from courting death, and they may not be able to bear it at all. Asking for flowers. This made each of them look very anxious, but it seemed that there was no way at all from the beginning to the end. Grandma Chio's face was filled with seriousness in an instant, and she knew that this time, no matter what, she had to show some embarrassment. But at this time, Grandma Chio was directly and quickly injured because of such a thought. The strength of the opponent this time has obviously changed by leaps and bounds, and if the opponent's weakness has not been found at all, then how will we fight next? As for the current situation, they already felt a strong uneasiness in their hearts. This situation has become very bad in an instant, and at the same time, it has become very complicated at this time. No matter how we fight in the future, in the end we are completely unable to fight, and if we continue to fight, it seems that we will become very tired. Their faces also looked very pale, as if such a thing was destined for them. At least judging from the current situation, it is normal for them to be unfavorable. Now I'll deal with his puppet, you go find a way to deal with him. Concern instantly appeared on Hinata's face. After all, judging from the current situation, the next step is already very fatal. This is the only way we want to win. There is no other way other than this. You should be very clear about this in your heart. Okay. Don't worry about me here at all now. After all, it's unnecessary for you to worry about me all the time here, and I can feel it. Naruto, if you are really here, how will you make some decisions next? Hinata nodded, and immediately agreed, feeling that the next step should be done according to this itinerary. Chapter 214. Don't you feel that such a behavior is a special hypocrisy? Don't worry, I will definitely get rid of his parents and children no matter what, and I will never let him succeed, otherwise Naruto will be in trouble. I'll do my best no matter what, and I absolutely can't let him add trouble to Naruto. After saying this sentence, there was a strong seriousness on the face instantly, and this time the action attitude also appeared to be 10 points fast. It seems that at this, June 2-3, time, it is almost inevitable, and no matter what happens, he feels that he will definitely be able to achieve a key success. Hinata's figure also seems to be getting faster and faster at this time, and there is only one destination in his heart. It is to approach the opponent quickly, and finally find an opportunity when the opponent is in a multi-layered state, and approach the opponent directly. Then he saw the weapon in his hand, and quickly threw it out in an instant, directly hitting the scorpion quickly. This time, it all belonged to the scene that he saw accurately with his own eyes. If it wasn't for this scene, it would not be possible to reach this point. Hinata immediately ran to Grandma Chio's side. Then he quickly wanted to inject the antidote to the opponent, but at this critical moment, he didn't realize at all that there was a puppet behind him who wanted to attack him directly, and this puppet was the real body of the scorpion. But at the moment when the attack is about to occur, everyone present seems to be very calm. The degree of this kind of attack makes them themselves look very incredible. Now it is even more unexpected that they can still suffer such fatal injuries at this time, which makes them feel particularly uncomfortable in their hearts. The other side, Naruto's face suddenly became very ugly. It's not right, I always feel that the current situation is more or less something wrong, and my father always feels like there is a strong danger. Kakashi frowned. Is it possible that because of Hinata, there are some problems on his side, so you are more worried about his safety in your heart, so it suddenly became like this? Naruto nodded. I feel that there is really such a possibility, but if it is really the case, what kind of danger will appear on his side? Could it be that they really can't beat them? If they really can't beat them, wouldn't they be in trouble this time? As for the scene, the current scorpion, the weapon also directly pierced Hinata's chest at this time, and only a trace of blood was seen flowing down at this time. At this time, Hinata also looked very plain, but she was not too worried at this time. Grandma Chiandai, it doesn't matter if you are 1.2 now, after all, I have already felt that there seems to be great danger in this vicinity. A sneer appeared on the corner of Scorpion's mouth in an instant, and his face looked very plain at this moment. You are hurt so badly now, yet you can still care about others. Don't you feel that such a behavior is a special hypocrisy? Chapter 215 What happened to these guys in front of me? You yourself are almost on the verge of death at this time. You should belong to the medical ninja, so you should know your own situation very well now. Then I feel that you must not be stubborn at this time. After all, I feel that you can't hold on for too long at all. After saying this sentence, there was a slight sneer in the corner of his mouth in an instant, as if he knew the answer in an instant. At this time, Grandma Chio also had a look of sudden enlightenment on her face. However, I felt that at this time, 25 suddenly saw the wound in front of him, and it actually began to heal slowly at this time. Scorpion widened his eyes. You guy, before the knife is pulled out, the support can directly start the hemostasis and treatment, and your idea is really not simple. His face also looked very shocked at this time, and many things would make him feel very incredible. Hey, looking at your current appearance just now, it should be a poisonous attack, but it is relatively normal, because the knife in my hand is itself poisonous. Kianmi and Granny said with great difficulty, you have always been very vigilant, but you really took it lightly at the last moment. However, I saw a circular imprint on the ground, and it was in the imprint. However, all members recently discovered that Hinata, at this moment, was actually holding the weapon tightly with both hands, and was not at all ready to let the opponent take it away. It turns out that this thing is the so-called antidote. Seeing the current Chio grandmother, the antidote pierced Hinata's skin in an instant. However, what happened to these guys in front of me? Why is it that one is crazier than the other? This is too wrong. I will never let go, and it is absolutely impossible for you to take your weapon away. So, you are almost inevitable now, and I am afraid that you will die next time. He has only one antidote now, so the next steps are almost fixed. So, I have to say that you have always been careless, and you seem to have always been like this. You just forgot these important things. However, you must be careful, things should not be as simple as ours, at least be more cautious, the other party is not a simple character. As for the current Scorpion, at this moment, there is something familiar about his face instantly. After saying this sentence, I wanted to pull out the weapon in my hand in an instant. So in his purpose, everything is very obvious, and he wants to directly help the other party with some treatment. And it's so boring that every guy chooses to replace others to die at such a critical moment. Scorpion's complexion became very ugly in an instant, and at the same time, he couldn't understand what was going on. Why did he suddenly become like this? But at this moment, the body retreated quickly in an instant, but before he had time to open his mouth to act, he saw that the present thousand-faced mother-in-law actually controlled the puppet at this moment, and the two long swords were directly inserted into the opponent's body in an instant. On the body. Chapter 216 Your current injury is too serious. The most important thing is to help you first with the knife. In this way, you can't move at all, which is a matter of course. Although your body is just a puppet, you still have to use chakra. So there is a part of your body that definitely belongs to the flesh, and this is your weakness. Moreover, I don't want to write the word scorpion. It should belong to your physical body. I can almost feel it clearly, and I almost belong to the complete induction. So when I arrive, I will already have it in advance. Know all the answers. I advise you to just give up now. It is impossible for your healing technique to have any effect on him. I can confirm this, and if you want to succeed in the end, it should be a comparison. It's hard to reach the sky. So, all your attacks are completely impossible to achieve the effect, and then even if you really attack, then it is impossible for you to have any effect at all. Scorpion shook his head. As for the present Kianmi and Granny, she also used her full strength to help the other party pull out the sword, and at this time, she also seemed very powerless. However, the state of everything is very stable for them. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help laughing instantly, as if he had already seen everything at this time. This point itself is very important to them, and at the same time, it seems slightly appropriate. Your current injury is too serious. The most important thing is to quickly pull out the knife for you and treat it. In this state, it is almost fatal to them, and if they can seize this opportunity, then it is understandable. If they cannot seize such an opportunity, it will be very unlucky. It seems that they will die directly and quickly in the next second, and at the same time, they are all very seriously injured. As for the current Hinata, he fell to the ground in an instant at this moment, and it looked very bad. Kianmi and mother-in-law, forget it. After all, we are all healers, so you should know better than me. What I just attacked belongs to the place where he has no way to recover easily. Quote, now the thousand-faced mother-in-law, after seeing this scene, her expression became extremely ugly in an instant. Then his hands directly covered Hinata's chest, and only a trace of energy was seen. At this time, it was also developing crazily, and it looked very incredible. After saying these words, they were instantly filled with strong calmness, as if everything was relatively normal for them. After all, it is only reasonable for him to do this, and it is not only by doing this that he can be worthy of everything he is doing now, otherwise it will be very difficult for him to succeed in the end. However, such a thing has always been relatively simple for them, and in this state it can be regarded as a thorough way to see everything thoroughly. The body of the puppet is just a puppet. In fact, your body has always only been the part on the chest that makes chakra. Chapter 217 He is indeed alive now, but how come you are still alive so far? After saying this sentence, they couldn't help but smile confidently in an instant, as if they remembered that such a thing was completely reasonable for them. And as long as they can seize this opportunity, everything else is insignificant to them, and they don't need to care too much. Grandma Kianmian smiled. For a situation like this, you don't need to worry at all, because he can't die after that. What I just performed is not a so-called healing technique at all, it just belongs to you, and you haven't discovered it at all. This is 737's reincarnation ninjutsu that belongs to me and directly distributes my life energy to the other party. At this time, the attitude seems to be very casual, and one can clearly feel that there is a very terrifying atmosphere constantly appearing. As for the current scorpion, his eyes instantly became very dull at this moment. It actually belongs to this ninjutsu. The present Kiyomi and Granny, at this time, also has a deep helplessness emerging from her eyes. At the same time, they also know that this kind of thing in front of them is already inevitable for them, CFDJ. It is very likely that there will be some dangers in the future. Actually, there is a sentence that you may not like to hear, but I feel that I should tell you first. This ninjutsu originally belonged to me, and I spent a long time thinking about it just for you. Also, it's still a waste of effort, but I never thought that in the end, I don't need to use it at all. As long as you have this, you can even infuse life into the puppet, don't you suddenly feel very magical, but the price is that you have to exchange your own life. The scorpion at the moment, after hearing these words, instantly widened his eyes, completely unable to believe the scenes in front of him, and even more unbelievable that Yongran would appear in this state at this time. As for the current Hinata, she also stood up very slowly, and her face became very ugly at this time. Why did it suddenly become like this? As for the current scorpion, at this moment, a trace of sneer suddenly appeared in the corner of his mouth. This is wrong. After all, according to the normal situation, it is completely inappropriate, because you have already said it. If you want to restore his health, then under normal circumstances, you have to die too. But he is indeed alive now, but how come you are still alive so far? Kiyomi and Granny's expression also appeared surprisingly calm. This is because the injuries he suffered are not very fatal injuries, so I don't need to use such an old life at all. The current Naruto is also very plain, and at the same time, he can't help but look directly at Kakashi. Kakashi, what should we do next? If it really doesn't work, then let's go back now. If we really don't have much to do next, then I think it's better to go back first. Chapter 218. The distance we are chasing now is too far, and it is too late to go back now. Only if we go back first, then the next situation may become a little bit stronger for us. You should have seen it yourself, the situation is already inevitable, so you must be cautious no matter what. Kakashi couldn't help looking at Naruto. You are finally willing to go back now, but now we are indeed some who have no way to go back, because the distance we are chasing now is too far, and it is too late to go back now. Your awareness is too delayed. If you had this awareness earlier, we might be able to go back earlier. However, in fact, even if we go back, it won't have much effect, because even if we really go back, then the battles that will occur at that time will also be extraordinary. After saying this sentence, I couldn't help but smiled softly. It seems that thinking of such a thing makes him feel very happy in his heart. You don't need to pay too much attention to it at all. If you pay attention to it for a long time, then I'm afraid it will happen at that time, and the consequences will become even more unimaginable. You stupid people, no matter how much you attack me, it is impossible to have any effect at all, and what hurts you is only your own hand. Naruto couldn't help it, shook his head helplessly. What do you think of human life? And this aspect is really outrageous. If you can't be a little more cautious, then it will be a kind of trouble in the end. As for the situation on the scene, they are all changes, but they also know that everything is relatively reasonable for them. Seeing that the old woman who is related to me is about to die, I don't feel anything at all in my heart. Only in this way can the situation be more favorable for them. And the remaining state is inevitable for them. And so far, I have killed thousands and hundreds of people, and he just belongs to one of them. It just belongs to such a simple thing. If you can't keep up with the opponent's speed all the time, then it will be very troublesome in the future. It also happened to be able to seize such a good opportunity. As long as they can have this kind of good opportunity, then they will naturally become slightly stronger in the future. Scorpion smiled. Forget it, anyway, I feel that it won't take long, this matter will be resolved naturally, there is no need to waste my time at all. As for the current Hinata, after hearing such words, her face instantly became very angry. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help laughing instantly. After all, the most important thing for him now is to catch up with the other party at the fastest speed. Ask for flowers, the other side. At the same time, you will also feel the breath, and it will become more stable. As long as you can seize this kind of good opportunity in front of you, then the final effect will be completely different. No matter how hard you try to do some useless things, it is completely useless. Why do you do something like this? Can you not be so stupid? Chapter 219. He didn't dodge at all at the last critical moment. After saying this, he couldn't help laughing instantly. If there was no such pressure, it would be very fatal to them. Such a state makes them feel very stable. After all, such an opportunity is very rare for them. If they can't grasp this opportunity at all, it will be considered a trouble. After saying 107, he couldn't help laughing instantly. At this moment, after hearing these words, Scorpio's eyes became very cold in an instant. Is this something that a ninja should say? You don't even feel that the ninja's words like this are all special embarrassment. At this time, the attitude also seemed very cold. After all, thinking of such a thing would make them feel particularly uncomfortable in their hearts. Such a state is almost fatal to him, and he knows everything well. The current Hinata, after hearing these words, instantly felt a little doubtful about life. As for the current scorpion, after hearing this sentence, he instantly became very dull. Hinata, don't talk about it for the time being, because he suddenly became like this, because he was influenced by some bad customs in our Cheyenne village, so he was able to become like this, so how about this when nothing is likely to change? If you want someone to accompany you, it's enough to make some puppets, as long as I want, but it doesn't mean that a large number is a good thing. As for the present Kiami and Granny, there was a trace of wry smile in the corner of her mouth in an instant. After all, why did the other party keep saying such things all of a sudden? Actually, Hinata, if we really follow the normal situation, I should be the one who really fell to the ground. After saying this sentence, they couldn't help laughing instantly, and at the same time, they all felt that their mentality was very stable at this time. If you had been replaced by a body like mine, you wouldn't have said such a thing at all. Because, the other party has already seen through my attack methods at the last critical moment, but for some reason, he didn't dodge at all at the last critical moment. At this time, the face also looked very flat. The present Kiami and mother-in-law couldn't help but waved her hand helplessly. There is no need to worry too much at this time. Because such a body is completely impossible to decay, and even belongs to unlimited puppets, no matter how many people want, I can make it directly. I'm not a human at all now, and I'm not a puppet at all. I won't be able to move at all in a short time. Let's do another meaningless thing before I die. 5.9 Looking at the scorpion lying on the ground, he has no breath at all, and even feels a strong unbearable heart. Collections are more about quality than quantity, so there is absolutely no need for such a thing, and I belong to an incomplete human being at all. Quote. At this time, the attitude was very calm, as if everything had no effect on them at all. It is your reward for defeating me. Chapter 220 Is this the new Sharingan you mentioned? The current Hinata, after hearing this sentence, couldn't help but widen her eyes instantly. If this is really the case, then it's pretty much the case. I have fully understood it. If this is the case, it is very likely that the other party already knows everything about it. And if there is no wrong guess, there will definitely be some troubles in the future. If this continues, it will be completely difficult, and it will become very bad for us. Even, according to such a 25 situation, in the heart of the other party, you still have your status. In the sky, Naruto looks at Kakashi. Mr. Kakashi, it's been so long, and you still haven't finished. If this is the case, don't you feel that such a behavior is a bit inappropriate? And Mr. Kakashi, no matter what kind of critical moment it is, you should be more or less outstanding. If you can't be outstanding, I really don't understand it at all. Didn't you always want to show your strength directly? But judging from the current situation, it seems that you haven't fully shown your strength at all. Immediately after he finished speaking, he couldn't help crying slightly. I became stupid, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel a deep slowness in his heart. As for the current Kakashi, he felt very calm at this moment. It's almost ready. After saying this sentence, he immediately opened his left eye, and the left eye also showed a black state. There was a strong shock in Naruto's eyes. Is this what you call the new Sharingan? Is this true? And it looks like it's very powerful, but I don't know how powerful it can be. Now Kakashi smiled. Don't you want to know how powerful he is? Since you guys just seized this opportunity this time, let's go. It's just right, in a short period of time, it's also just enough to let you see what true absolute strength is, and at the same time, it can be regarded as being able to make up for previous mistakes. After saying this sentence, the body quickly rushed forward in an instant. I want to seize such an opportunity in advance at such a critical moment. Naruto's eyes became very excited in an instant. After all, he has been frantically wanting to seize such an opportunity, but there has been no hope at all. Now that this hope has finally come, it is completely reasonable for them, and they can just seize such an opportunity to let the other party see what it means to be truly powerful. This time, Mr. Kakashi, let me see how powerful your new Sharingan is, and whether it can completely eliminate this guy in front of me. To put it bluntly, it all depends on you, but if you don't solve it at all in the end, I'm afraid I have nothing to do. Chapter 221 It is difficult for him to tell who is stronger. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smiled lightly in an instant, as if such a thing, it was impossible for them to have any pressure. If the itinerary is getting faster and faster at this time, it seems inevitable at this time, so it is also becoming faster at this time. As for the other side now, everyone is fighting against their own opponent at this time, but at this time a breakthrough must be made. If there is no breakthrough, then in the next period of time, it will be almost impossible to win this game. So I have to say that this time it is more important to break through your own self. As long as you can break through your own self at the last critical moment, then everything will be completely fine. As for the current guy, his complexion became very ugly at this time. After all, the opponent's strength seems to be similar to his all the time, which makes it difficult for him to tell who is stronger. As for the current Ranma Chio and Hinata, they originally went out directly, but at this moment, they suddenly felt that the situation had become very bad. Hinata hurriedly helped Grandma Chio to treat her, and her complexion became very ugly at this time. After all, such an emergency treatment method is not a solution at all. This point is also very clear in his heart, so after thinking of this point, he immediately felt that his face became very ugly. Because this is poisoning, the only thing now is to completely break out the poison in his body. If it is the poison in the body, it cannot be released at all, then in the end, it is impossible to have any effect at all. And the antidote has been completely used up at this time, which is completely unreasonable for them. This made his complexion very ugly in an instant, and at the same time he knew that this kind of thing must be very important to them. Let's quickly go back to the village now, so that I can quickly prepare the antidote for you in a short time. Pipe. Grandma Kyeonmian shook her head. No, I don't think there is such a need at all. Now these things are actually not important at all. There is one more thing that I must do now. After saying this, he immediately looked up at the sky, and his gaze became very serious. As for the other side now, Naruto and Kakashi, 10 have been in the frantic pursuit all along. But Naruto's eyes have been staring at Kakashi very strangely all the time, which makes Kakashi feel very puzzled. There is something completely wrong. Nojao who can't figure out the situation. Why should he stare with such eyes for no reason? Myself, is it possible that there are flowers on my face? What's the matter with you? Why are you staring at me with such a crazy look all of a sudden? According to the normal situation, it feels that there is no need for such a thing at all. At this moment, Kakashi already felt somewhat suspicious of life, and couldn't believe such a scene at all. Chapter 222. If that point is not a little weaker, it is more or less abnormal. They even already know that this kind of thing in front of them is very important to them, so they can't be sloppy at all. The current Naruto couldn't help laughing at this moment. Your new Sharingan, can it really work? I'm really a little curious now. However, your new Sharingan, if you find out in the end that the effect is really poor, you don't have to be too inferior. Because I can fully understand this kind of thing, and you don't need to take it to heart at all. After all, as long as you understand these 623 things, it is completely enough. After all, even if you really fail in the end, don't you still have me? Anyway, as long as I hold the line in the end, it doesn't matter how many times you fail. I can definitely take care of that guy. After Kakashi heard this sentence, he immediately smiled confidently. Fine, but for such a matter, it must be your turn to talk about it later. If there is no chance at all, you can't blame me at all. As for the other side now, at this moment, Guy wanted to attack directly, but he suddenly found that the opponent was not panting at all at this moment. And he himself has already become out of breath, and the fake body of the other party is completely different. Moreover, this fake body seems to have endless energy, and even the body is almost without any dust. This is really weird. I thought the opponent was really strong, but now I suddenly find that the opponent seems to be stronger than before. This time, it's not just that I have made some progress through fighting, it seems that the opponent has been improving crazily all along. However, this seems a bit wrong. After all, under normal CFCI circumstances, it is impossible for the opponent to become stronger. No matter how you say it, it is just a puppet. 11. If we look at it according to this situation, it can only be that our own power has become weaker and weaker. However, this point itself is relatively normal. After all, we have been fighting for such a long time all of a sudden. If that point is not weaker, more or less, there are some things that are not normal. Quote, after saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smile confidently in an instant, as if this kind of thing itself was very important to them. At the same time, their faces are full of strong self-confidence, as if such a thing is almost very stable for them. According to the normal situation, this is slightly different in itself, and there are some differences. After all, under normal circumstances, how can it be possible that the strength will become weaker during the battle? The current state makes them all look completely different, and at the same time they know that they must take it seriously no matter what. Only when you take it seriously, can it become very different in the next period of time. Before we cast spells in private, they have already copied our appearance, and then performed tricks, and then specially watched to carry out some attacks on us. Chapter 223. You have already found a new way, is that true? But we are human beings after all, but the opponent is a puppet after all, and once the fighting time is long, we will all feel a little tired. The flexibility of casting and body movements will become worse, but the opponent has always belonged to the heyday. So, naturally after fighting for a long time, you will feel that the opponent is completely stronger. If you continue like this, it will be completely unfavorable. After all, if you continue like this, the situation will only become more unfavorable for us in the end. Now there is only one way to win, and that is to automatically find a hole that can be broken through at this critical moment, so that it is possible to win. The attitudes seem to be very calm, and at the same time, this is completely the only way now. If even this method is completely ineffective in the next period of time, some of them can't figure out other things at all, and some of them don't know how to do it next. After all, this kind of battle is almost in a fixed state now. Guy's complexion became very ugly in an instant. After all, if you deal with it, if you continue to fight, it is almost impossible to win. However, if he was allowed to fail like this, he would also feel a strong sense of unwillingness in his heart. After all, according to the normal situation, he simply cannot allow himself to fail like this from the beginning to the present. If this is the case, it would be too embarrassing. At this time, their complexion became very ugly, and they even felt a little suspicious. Such a situation in life was very bad for them. Regarding this point, they are indeed relatively clear in their hearts, and they can just directly break through their own limits. Damn it, UBD, how could you be so powerful, and how could you suddenly become what you are now? Asking for flowers. All of a sudden, there was a hint of a smile on his body. At the same time, Guy couldn't help laughing. In fact, I suddenly discovered that this seems to have always been very simple. Now I have finally figured out the way to defeat these interactions. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help laughing instantly. As for the group of friends next to them, they all felt very anxious at this moment. After all, they were really suffering to death during this period of time. And the recent period of time has made them feel very sad. After all, they have been unable to find any way to break through. This is simply a matter of survival and death for them. You have already found a new way, is that true? Quickly tell me, what kind of method is it? Since you have already found the method, you are still dawdling at this critical moment. Do you feel that such a method is equivalent to deliberately teasing the nurse? Shall we play little? Chapter 224. We have become stronger than before no matter what. This has always been our purpose. Don't you know that we are very anxious now? We must hurry up now anyway. Are you sure that the method should be feasible? Ah, Guy smiled. That's right, I can now confirm that this is definitely a feasible method, and it can definitely be useful. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but laugh directly. After saying this sentence, they couldn't help laughing instantly, and at the same time their goal is to become stronger day by day, which is Dong Yu's belief. The reason, 337, is very simple. As long as we can become stronger than they were before, it is completely enough. So, we must become stronger in the future. Isn't this a breakthrough for us? As long as we break through the previous self, it is enough. Right now, we are stronger than before anyway, and that has always been our purpose. Everyone can't help but laugh at each other now. At this moment, everyone's face will appear suddenly enlightened, as if thinking of this, it's like letting them find a gap at this critical moment. If this is the case, then you are not only really joking. After all, no matter what kind of critical moment it is, the most important thing is to believe that you can become stronger and stronger. Quote, Naruto has always liked to break through himself, isn't he? Now this is an opportunity, so no matter what, you have to break through yourself directly at this critical moment. So after talking about such a thing, I feel very happy in an instant. A guy continued to explain. Because the opponent, at most, just copied our previous strength, but if our current strength can increase, we will naturally not be afraid of them. At that time, everything will not be equal to do we have the final say. That's right, Naruto, this guy, has always liked to break through his limits. In fact, we have always been able to do the same. What, could it be that Naruto's strength has always been able to increase without limit, and when it's our turn, you feel that you can't do it? It's even less likely to worry too much at this time. If you worry for too long, then I'm afraid the impact will become very serious. As for the three little friends present, after hearing this sentence, they all felt very shocked. After all, are you sure you are not intentionally joking with such a remark? This makes them feel very calm in their hearts in an instant, and they will also have a kind of strong happiness. After all, as long as they can defeat their opponents, then the next step is equal to 4.7 defeating themselves, which is considered to belong to them. Totally enough. If you don't believe in yourself at this critical moment, then who else can you make believe in you? Before, I was still very curious. Some didn't understand why he was able to break through his limit every time, but now I seem to finally understand. Chapter 225. It's better to just die now. In this state, almost all of them are very cautious, and it happens that they can directly break through themselves in a short period of time. For them, they will be relatively stable. As for the other side now, Kakashi looked at Naruto. Naruto, next I will show you what I have newly researched, and you can be astonished at such a critical moment. Myriad Flowers Sharingan, 25. As soon as this sentence was finished, a very terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. These 10 terrifying auras seemed to belong to the 10 kinds of atmospheric suppression. Then I saw that at this moment, the opponent's position was directly captured. This has always belonged to his current practice. Only seeing this moment, the other party also felt very incredible. It was even more unexpected that such a terrifying effect would be produced at this time, and the entire sky would become abnormally dark at this time. The current Naruto, after realizing this trick, felt very incredible in an instant. Why does it feel like this one can exude some kamui? I hope the sky can change and the complexion in Wukong feels completely different. This made Naruto's eyes instantly become very curious. At the same time, at this moment, it is also a little unclear about the situation. After all, such a phenomenon belongs to the era for him personally. It is so strange that he has never thought of it before. I have never seen it before, and now it is completely the first time I see it, so some shock will inevitably appear in the eyes. It seems that such a thing, for them personally, has already made them feel a little suspicious of life. The current Kakashi is also using this Wanwa Sharingan moment. Everything is looking at each other with eyes tightly in an instant, there is no pause at all. At this time, Naruto also directly climbed to the land above, and felt very shocked when he saw the scene in the sky. This move is really too powerful, and the most important thing now is not that this move is more powerful, but because this move itself is too sharp. The winning streak at this time was full of strong shock, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel very deadly. As for Kakashi now, a sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth. Usually, I don't do much work. Now that I am asked to do it at this time, then in the next period of time, you don't want to run away. As long as it's the guy I've targeted, in the next period of time, I've never heard of anyone who can run away directly, so let's give up on it now. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smile very confidently for an instant, as if he remembered such a thing, which made him feel very happy. At the same time, they also know that the state in front of them is already very important to them. Chapter 226. It is very abnormal to be able to reach this point now. It just happened to be able to seize such a good opportunity to make them become stronger and stronger in a short period of time. This point, for them, is completely complementary. Then I saw a more powerful aura erupting from the Sharingan. This kind of powerful aura also seemed to be very shocking, and people couldn't help but feel a little dazzled. In my heart, at this time, I already felt a little scared. Thinking of such a thing, I would feel it is completely unscientific. Under normal circumstances, I have indeed seen such a weird scene, but I have never imagined that such a terrifying scene can be produced. Such a state makes them feel that something is very wrong, and it will also fill their hearts with strong shock. Now it is relatively normal. In such a situation, it seems that the entire sky has fallen into a stage of intense distortion at this time. As for the current Kakashi, at this time it is a crazy pursuit, but at this time it is also very serious. He didn't intend to let the other party go like this at all. If he just let the other party go so easily, it would be difficult to produce absolute effects at that time. Naruto stood beside, couldn't help frowning. After all, overall, this move, although it is indeed relatively powerful, but if you want to make some judgments seriously, it seems to be slightly difficult to successfully defeat the opponent. According to the normal situation, it should be very difficult to win, but it is very abnormal to be able to reach this point now. Now Kakashi has been staring at each other's right arm. But at such a critical moment, it was discovered that it hadn't produced much effect at all. And this trick seems to be a failure in the end. It can only completely disrupt the opponent's right arm, and at the same time, a deep helplessness emerges on the face, as if thinking of such a thing it will make him feel that the mood is slightly, a little gloomy. Oh, it's such a pity. I thought I could really beat him, but I just fought seriously, and I can only say that I didn't hit the target in the end. At this time, his eyes also looked very calm, and it was difficult to tell what he was thinking in his heart. After all, the fighting posture this time has undergone an earth-shaking change compared to before, and it seems that it does not belong to the same level at all. If the fight continues like this, the effects produced by Nuo will definitely be completely different, which is very fatal to them. The current Naruto, after hearing Kakashi Nishi's words, couldn't help but smiled lightly and then smiled nonchalantly. How can something like you be so easy to hit, and I feel very powerful when I look at it from such a distance, and I know it is extraordinary at a glance. Chapter 227. Next time, no matter what, we must succeed. At this moment, their faces were full of strong shock, as if thinking of such a thing would make them feel slightly suspicious of life. Under normal circumstances, I have seen powerful ones, but I have never imagined that students can directly reach such a level in a short period of time. This situation, according to the normal situation, is completely different in itself, but now it can be regarded as a result that can make up for it at best. No matter how you look at it, this is a good thing, and it can be regarded as being able to make yourself stronger in a short period of time. Kakashi couldn't help crying and laughing. It seems that I still have no way to accurately control the location, space and size of the nodules. At first, I thought that I could almost succeed directly, and I thought that 127 had already become very strong, but judging from the current situation, I still seem to be a little far away from the wall. Even it should be accurate to say that I can't call myself very powerful. After saying this sentence, tears and laughter appeared on his face instantly, and his eyes were full of self-blame. After all, this time he originally thought that he must be able to complete the task, but now he has not completed the task in the end. This made him feel very sad in his heart, and felt that everything itself, CFBG, was his personal reason. If he had worked hard enough, he might have already completed this task by now, and then there would be no need for others to do it at all. Next time, no matter what, we must succeed. The eyes seem to have become very cautious at this time, and the psychological film at this time can also be regarded as a secret determination. But at this time, the eyes have no way to continue to move at all. As for the existence in the sky, at this time, I feel a little incredible. Now Kakashi has once again launched his Sharingan, wanting to directly display his strength again. However, in such a situation, the burden on the eyes has always been very huge. It is precisely because of this that his eyes will become very tired because of this, and it is difficult to accurately see the situation in front of him under normal circumstances. This point, for him personally, is almost always very difficult, and it will make them feel that the situation is very bad. At this time, the Birdman wanted to quickly distance himself, but found that he had absolutely no way to distance himself at this time. And this made him feel very tired in his heart, and he didn't know what to do next. After all, these 10 things are deterministic. However, at such a critical moment, it is discovered that you all belong to one forest after another, and these forests make it impossible for them to radiate their own strength at this moment. It also looks very passive. In the end, it was completely a state of tracking failure, and the situation looked very bad, but there was no way at all from the beginning to the end. Chapter 228. They will definitely succeed in the future. In fact, the most important thing is to believe in Naruto. Such a thing happened suddenly, which was fatal to them. Kakashi's complexion became very ugly in an instant, and at this moment, his face showed a strong resentment, as if he could not bear such a disadvantageous treatment all the time. Damn it, I didn't expect that in the end, someone would let the other party run away directly. As for the other side now, the flying guys at this time all showed a trace of happiness on their faces. This time, I finally got rid of the opponent directly. This time is really great. But before he was too happy, Naruto immediately rushed to the scene with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. You seem to be crazy. After all, at this critical moment, you suddenly become so happy. You seem to have forgotten me inexplicably. This seems to be slightly inappropriate. After all, no matter what kind of critical moment it is, I belong to the most important existence. Rasengan. After Naruto finished speaking, he immediately sent out a Rasengan, and the opponent could only dodge quickly at this time. However, I found that at this critical moment, dodging is almost always very dangerous, and this time dodging is almost always very difficult. The current situation, for them personally, is very bad in itself, and it is completely difficult to avoid it. In an instant, it was discovered that this attack hit the bird under the opponent accurately, and Ideological in front of you was directly sent flying at this moment, and his face became very ugly at this time when he went out, and at the same time they all quickly headed towards the forest. But now Naruto's gaze became very cautious in an instant. Shadow clone technique. In the end, Gaara was saved directly at this critical moment. Naruto stood gently beside Kakashi. Mr. Kakashi, you should be fine now, and I think you are a little different now. After Kakashi heard this sentence, he shook his head decisively. Asking for flowers. Overall, I don't know much about it, and I should be relatively good now. As for the current Grandma Kianmian and Hinata, at such a critical moment, they all pursued quickly in an instant, and they all passed the previous location directly. Kianmian Granny's complexion instantly became very ugly. If they didn't guess wrong, they seemed to have passed through here. I can almost confirm this. Hinata nodded. That's true. Judging from the current situation, they have indeed passed through here, but looking at the current state, even if they passed through, they should have achieved certain results. So we don't need to worry about them at all. They will definitely succeed in the future. In fact, the most important thing is to believe in Naruto. He has always trusted us very much. Since he himself has trusted us very much, then we should trust him to do it next. Chapter 229. If you encounter it next time, remember to be more careful. As for the other teenagers now, they are also crazy at this time, taking some actions without any delay at all. After all, they already know what they should do next, so they already have certain ideas about such a thing. This kind of thing is impossible for them to be under pressure. As long as they can do these things well, other things are trivial things for them. After saying such words, he couldn't help but smiled lightly. His face was full of strong self-confidence, as if such a thing, for them, was already well known. For such a well-known matter, it is impossible to have any worries at all, but everything is within the scope of mastery. After finishing speaking, he couldn't help but smiled softly in an instant, and his face looked very calm. There is no need to hesitate too much on this kind of issue at all. After all, the longer the hesitation, the bigger the problems that arise at that time will become. The current situation is also crazily carrying out actions, and this time it can be regarded as victory in all aspects. Such a situation is completely beneficial to them, so after thinking of such a thing, they feel very happy in an instant. Naruto's complexion was very complicated, and at the same time, he found that Gaara's eyes seemed to be all gray at this time, and it was even difficult to see something from the other's expression. It's exactly like a real puppet, without any emotions of its own at all. This made them feel very sad themselves, but there was nothing much they could do from the beginning to the end. As for the current Didoro, he couldn't help but shook his head helplessly, and a wry smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. For such a situation, in fact, I have already said that this guy is completely dead. It's just that you didn't believe it at all the time, and it was originally a very good method, but you never thought that there would be Kakashi, and this guy's strength is so powerful. My current left arm is actually like this gone. Thinking of such a thing will make him feel very ugly. After all, his left and right arms are completely gone now. And as long as both hands are completely gone, then no matter what kind of technique is used, there will be no way to perform it at all. The power of this sacrifice itself is not a big deal at all, and it seems to have no effect at all. If that's the case, don't worry about it. All the problems now are entirely on Kakashi. Kakashi 3.5 has always seemed to be a particularly powerful guy. This guy really belongs to someone who is not easy to deal with. If you encounter it next time, remember you all have to be careful. Deep contemplation appeared in his eyes, and at the same time, he began to plan his next move in his heart. Only after he has thought through all the actions thoroughly, can he know what to do next. Chapter 230. No matter where you are, in fact, we have already known it clearly, and we know your habits better. If you can't think about the next move at all, and there are still some ways to act, then in the end, it can only be regarded as a failure at best. As for the other side now, when Naruto saw Gaara's appearance, he instantly felt very angry in his heart. When he thought of Gaara's appearance before, it was completely safe and sound, but now he suddenly changed into this state. This made him feel a strong unbearable heart, and at the same time, he also knew that this kind of thing 25 was very important to them. I hope I won't touch him next time. If I do, then no matter what kind of price I will pay, I will completely beat him to the ground. At this time, the face also looks deeply depressed, and there will be a state of doubting life. It seems that thinking of such a thing will make him feel a strong unwillingness, and his mentality will undergo a huge change because of this. This kind of huge change made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart, so judging from the current situation, at most it can only be regarded as being in the process of cleaning up, not as belonging to too much. The current situation makes them look completely different at this time. As for the current Didero, the voice that had been heard in the distance instantly sneered very disdainfully. For such a situation, I am very, very clear and able to feel the anger in your heart. However, no matter how angry you are, so what? Now this time let's go here for the time being, and if I have time, I will definitely find time to deal with you again. After finishing speaking, I wanted to leave directly and quickly. Kakashi raised his head and glanced at Dero very calmly. Do you think that because you are hiding in this place, we really don't know where you are at all? If you really think so, then you really underestimate us. No matter where you are, in fact, we already know everything about it and know your habits better. So for such a thing, I have already felt that it doesn't matter. That's why there has been no big movement all the time. I just hope that in the next period of time, there will be some good shows. This is an interesting comparison. After saying this sentence, they couldn't help laughing instantly, and at the same time they felt that this 467th state was almost inevitable for them. And I also know that the situation in front of them is relatively reasonable for them, and it happens to be able to greatly increase their current strength in a short period of time. After saying this, he couldn't help but smiled softly for an instant, and his eyes looked very calm at this time. Just like this kind of thing in front of them, for them, it already belongs to the scope of knowing it well. I only saw the current Naruto, who ran behind the opponent in an instant, and at the same time fired a Rasengan, hitting the opponent in an instant. Chapter 231 I didn't expect that a mere shadow clone would be able to deceive you directly. There was a sneer in the corner of Naruto's mouth, and his eyes seemed to be full of strong disdain. Hey, no matter what kind of critical moment it is, you must never take it lightly. Could it be that such an important knowledge has been forgotten so quickly? It's so easy to take it lightly now, it's like not taking anyone seriously. Do you think this is right? After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smiled lightly in an instant, and his eyes looked very flat at this time. It's as if he has grasped the opponent's weakness at the first time, and then starts from the weakness. The one I just had just belonged to Shadow Clone at most. I didn't expect that a mere Shadow Clone would naturally be able to deceive you directly. Didaluo, I have heard that you seem to belong to the weakest one. In fact, at the beginning, I seemed to belong to the weakest one. I didn't quite believe it, but if it is said now, I seem to be the one in my heart. Among them, there's really a little bit of belief. After all, overall, your current strength is indeed the weakest one. A sneer emerged from the corner of his mouth, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel very relaxed. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is completely a crushing victory. Even if you continue to fight such a crushing battle, it seems that there will not be much result. After all, the current results are already considered inevitable. Even if the battle continues, the final results will still be the same. This shadow clone is generally one that makes people feel that they cannot be put away at all, and once the shadow clone is used, the success rate is also very high. Kakashi couldn't help laughing very excitedly at this moment. I have already told you that no matter what kind of critical moment it is, don't let yourself be too careless. Naruto's eyes looked very serious at this time, and at the same time, he only saw punch after punch, hitting the opponent crazily, and he also looked very irritable. He didn't give the other party any chance at all, and it even seemed more like he was exerting his rights. Then I saw a spiral, and at this time, it hit the opponent's body accurately and directly, as if it was violent. Naruto's complexion suddenly became extremely ugly. Clay, I said that according to the normal situation, it is impossible for the other party to be so careless. Looking at it now, it is indeed true. The other party has already prepared some defenses before. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to there is no defense at all, and now it seems that everything is right. Quote, at this time, the eyes became very cautious. Good Zhao Wang, at the same time, I also feel very clear in my heart that no matter what kind of critical moment it is, the most important thing is to become stronger and stronger. Only at the critical moment, if the strength becomes stronger and stronger, then it may not be a hindrance. Now Kakashi looked at Naruto with a very complicated expression. This made his face instantly become very embarrassed, and he didn't know how to speak accurately. 6pj. Chapter 232 What the hell is this? Why am I completely belonging to some people who don't understand? Moreover, in the current state, there is no way to comfort him at all. If this is more comforting, it will be considered a bad thing, so the most important thing now is to look at himself. No matter what, he has to rely on himself to get out. Therefore, the following is a test for him himself. As long as he can go through this test, he will naturally be able to make himself stronger and stronger. If there is no way to solve even this most basic mentality, then there will be no way to produce any effect in the end. Just looking at Naruto's body, a trace of red aura suddenly emerged, and such a red aura seemed to become stronger. Moreover, this aura is exactly the effect that can only be produced after fully exuding one's own strength. If it is not for exuding all the strength, generally it will not exert such an effect. Kakashi's complexion became very ugly in an instant, as if the last thing he wanted to see was this scene. Damn it, this kind of thing can still happen. Isn't this a deliberate joke at all? Moreover, at such a critical moment, you should be more straightforward. Only when you are more direct and decisive at this critical moment, can you display a certain strength. 11. I didn't expect that at such a critical moment in the end, I didn't even understand this at all, and I really didn't know how to get to this point at all. After saying this sentence, his eyes instantly became very cautious, and at the same time, he also knew that this kind of thing in front of him had become somewhat unique to them. Moreover, in their hearts, they have always been very clear about this kind of thing in front of them. For them personally, it is already considered inevitable. The current Naruto already belongs to the non-stop movement of his body at this time, and he can clearly feel that the situation is completely different. As for Dodoro, who has been hiding in the dark, after seeing this scene, his face was filled with CFAD, strong shock in an instant. Some of them couldn't figure out the current situation at all, and some of them didn't quite understand, what exactly does this mean? What the hell is this? Why am I totally confused now? As for Naruto at this time, the red aura on his body seems to be getting stronger and stronger, and even his eyes are even more red at this time, which belongs to October. He directly raised his right hand and hit the ground fiercely, only to see that the ground disappeared in an instant, and a huge deep pit erupted. As for the current Dodoro, his eyes widened in an instant, and he couldn't believe that the other party could burst out such terrifying power at such a critical moment. This Naruto, the attack power is so strong, and the attack power can reach such a terrifying level. Fortunately, he escaped suddenly at the last critical moment. If I hadn't escaped suddenly at the last critical moment, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know how I died in the end. Fortunately, I was relatively witty and smart in the end. Chapter 233. Don't you guys know this at all? After saying this sentence, I felt very calm in my heart instantly. It was as if the breakthrough in front of him didn't put any pressure on him at all, and at most he just let out his own strength this time. Originally, he didn't want to fully display his strength, but now it seems that it is inevitable, and there will be no change. At this time, the body also looks like, very serious. As for the current Kakashi, he suddenly found Naruto's eyes, as if there were some problems at this critical moment. And the gaze of the other party seems to have always belonged to the lack of any look. This kind of state makes him feel very shocked when he looks at it. After all, under normal circumstances, his eyes can't be like this. But now, no matter how you look at this gaze, it is particularly wrong. This makes them feel a little bit suspicious of life, and at the same time feel that the current situation is particularly abnormal. If they were a little bit normal, they wouldn't be in the current state. This point is still very clear in their hearts. Naruto, wake up quickly, you are completely insane now. A state like yours is definitely not a good state. The most important thing now is to regain a certain amount of sanity. After saying this sentence, his complexion became even uglier in an instant, and it was even completely incomprehensible. However, Kakashi also felt very helpless, because now Naruto has a very terrifying aura on his body, and it is precisely because of such a terrifying aura that other people have no way to approach easily. Even he did not dare to approach easily, because the current Naruto has lost a certain amount of rationality. If he suddenly approached him at this critical moment, he might not even know how he died in the end. Moreover, it is very likely that there is no difference from dying early, and he is not stupid to such a degree now. Ask for flowers. Naruto, you guy, don't be controlled by anger. No matter what kind of moment it is, the most important thing is to calm down. This is the only way to be right. The more angry you are, the more just calm down a little bit. If you are not calm enough, then in the end, you will be looking for your own death. Don't you guys know this at all? This is all an extraordinary crisis, so the most important thing for you now is to just get in shape quickly. But at this time, he found that no matter what he said, it had no effect at all, even a bitter smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. But at this moment, Putien suddenly appeared beside him, and gently touched Naruto's body with his hand. At this time, Naruto woke up very slowly, and his eyes looked very curious at this time. What's the matter? What happened just now? Chapter 234. I didn't expect to die so soon, it is really disappointing. After Kakashi heard this sentence, he slapped himself on the forehead helplessly. Naruto, this guy, forgets really fast. He really forgot what he did very quickly, so there was a trace of admiration in his eyes, even he couldn't forget so quickly. This filled his heart with deep speechlessness. 960, but from the beginning to the end, it seemed that there was not much to do. Hinata, it's a good thing you came here, and, what's wrong with you? It suddenly became so serious, and it seems that you are all very weak. But how on earth do you know we're here? Hinata smiled, because the sound of the ground shaking just now was almost quite astonishing, that's why we came here suddenly. As for the current Naruto, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. If I'm not wrong, you should have defeated your opponent. In fact, I already knew it, and you will definitely defeat your opponent directly. Because, no matter what kind of critical moment it is, I have always trusted you very much. Sure enough, trusting you is the most correct choice. Grandma Kianmian smiled, you seem to be the same. After all, you should be in a stalemate, and the situation is very bad, but judging from such a situation, it is relatively reasonable. What about Gaara, how is he doing now? At this moment, Naruto also showed a trace of crying and laughter in the corner of his mouth. You can only use your fingers on the tree. As for Dodoro, who was hiding in the dark, he could see the situation in front of him clearly in the blink of an eye, and a strong shock appeared on his face in an instant. I really can't believe it. Brother Scorpion, he was actually defeated by little Lolita and a mere old lady. It's really unbelievable. After all, Brother Scorpion, how powerful is he? In fact, he has always understood better than anyone else in his heart, but he actually lost at such a critical moment. This made him think of such a thing, and he felt very incredible, and he also felt that it was a special shock, and it was something abnormal. If there is no wrong guess, according to the normal situation, it should be impossible to lose. What does this guy mean by the eternal beauty left at the end? He thought he could really sustain it for a long time, but he never thought that he would die so soon. It's really disappointing. Quote, it seems that his appearance that directly reveals his weaknesses has already been felt. He is completely too confident, so in fact, even if 2.0 is dead this time, it is completely normal. It's my own wit, and, well, his death seems to me almost an artist's death. After finishing speaking, he wanted to leave directly and quickly, but when he turned his head, he suddenly saw Guan Kangran standing in front of him at this moment. Chapter 235. If the guess is correct, the thing in front of me should be Konoha village's supercilious eyes. A pipe smiled. Neji, this time really belongs to you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to find out where this guy is. 1. Now that we can find the location of this guy, it seems that we have indeed been quite good for a while. Neji said gloomily. For such a situation, there is no need to worry at all. After all, I have found that I am not working hard at all for such a long time. The current Didero was still very confused at first, and it was completely because some people didn't know how the other party found him. But now suddenly there is some mental retardation, and at the same time, a deep helplessness emerges from the corner of his mouth. Actually, I was still very curious before, how did you find me, but now I seem to have understood. 11. If I'm not mistaken, the thing in front of me should be Konoha village's white eyes. W. This thing is really a little bit powerful, it uses such a pair of eyes, and then it slowly approaches from my 4 o'clock. I have to say that this really belongs to me for the first time. Close in person. Now I really want to confirm the difference between your white eyes and Sharingan. However, judging from the current situation, I understand more clearly that it seems to be the best policy to go. Now guy, after hearing the other party's words, there was a slight sneer in the corner of his mouth in an instant. It was even more unexpected that the other party wanted to leave directly at such a critical moment, without his permission at all. HMPH, you guys are really naive. After all, the guy group, known as the strongest in Konoha, has already come, and you still say you want to leave. I can tell you now that you will almost have nowhere to escape, and it is absolutely impossible to run away. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help laughing very confidently in an instant, and at the same time, the two sides started fighting directly at this moment. However, such a sound immediately attracted Naruto and others. Naruto's eyes became very serious at this moment. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be that the other party and Ideological at this time are entangled together. We must support the past now. After saying this sentence, it unfolded quickly in an instant, and the volunteers wanted to rush to the scene in a short time. 560. As for the current Didero, although he really wants to fight the opponent, he can only use his own speed to escape quickly. There is no way at all. After all, this has always been his own method. Now apart from this, there is simply no other way to appear. After all, he can't use both hands right now, and it's very difficult for him to display his absolute strength now in a state where he can't use both hands at all. When walking forward, he suddenly saw the white crane that he had fallen to the ground. Chapter 236. This kind of words can be regarded as showing you my ultimate ninjutsu. A sneer appeared in the corner of his mouth in an instant. After all, as long as he could hold this thing in his hands, he would be able to quickly leave the group of people behind here, and it would be impossible for him to catch up with him. It is precisely because of this that he feels very confident, and whenever he thinks about it, he feels very stable in his heart. After all, there is nothing wrong with him. As for the current Neji, seeing this scene immediately, his eyes became very ugly in an instant. As for the current Kakashi, his expression is also very serious at this time. Everyone must be careful, the opponent is a bomb-type ninja who can use long-range attacks. So if you want to look at his abilities as a whole, some of them will become very ordinary, so no matter what kind of critical moment it is, everyone must be careful. After saying this, his face was full of seriousness at this moment. I also know that the situation in front of them is completely non-agricultural for them, and generally they cannot underestimate each other at this time. This time, everyone present felt very serious in an instant. Didero in front of him was also very disdainful and cold for an instant, and the doctor directly bit the white crane in front of him. At the same time, I couldn't help chewing in my mouth at this time, and finally swallowed it directly in my own mouth. In this way, it can be regarded as showing you my ultimate ninjutsu. Quote, only the body can be seen, and at this time, it is also bursting quickly, and at the same time, it also looks very irritable at this time. The current Neji saw through the opponent's chest almost immediately. The other party has gathered all the great energy of the attack together, could it be? Everyone, get out of here quickly. As for Didero at this time, he couldn't help but smiled lightly in an instant. The art I mentioned before, to put it bluntly, belongs to the explosion. I just don't know if you can control it. After saying this sentence, the whole body exploded instantly at this moment, and after the explosion, only the surroundings could be seen, and at this moment it instantly became a huge fire state. And this kind of flame, at this moment, began to diffuse crazily, without any stagnation at all. In this state, they will feel very incredible when they look at it even more. I didn't expect that my Fangran could cause such a terrible damage at this time. The current terrifying phenomenon makes them feel very incredible. Naruto's complexion became very ugly at this time. He never thought that the other party, Li Jiao, would actually use this technique, until all the dust disappeared completely. Everyone is very shocked. Looking at the scene in front of them, they have discovered that there is exactly one Uzumaki in the sky, and this Uzumaki belongs to Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto is very familiar with this one. After all, he has already figured out everything directly before him, so this kind of thing has no effect on them at all. Chapter 237. Have we already dealt with our opponents now? And knowing that such a technology is very powerful, after all, if it is not powerful enough, it is impossible to reach such a point. Naruto couldn't bear to help Kakashi at this moment. It's really thanks to you this time. If it weren't for this, then it would be impossible to have this effect, but what did you do just now? After Kakashi heard this sentence, he couldn't help but smile instantly. Just now, I almost transferred this ninjutsu to another dimension. In Naruto's eyes, 017 was full of shock. He never thought that he could have such a terrifying effect, and he could directly transfer things to other spaces. This kind of transfer space, you are really too strong, and let's not say whether you were strong or not, but you can judge just from this transfer space, how powerful it is. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to directly and quickly distinguish a victory or defeat, but now I can clearly feel the power of this thing. Hinata stood beside her, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. CFEI. I can't understand some of what you said, but I'm curious now, have we solved the opponent now? This is very important. If you don't understand this at all, then everything you do next will be in vain. Naruto shook his head. Instead of being like this now, it's better to think about whether everyone present is safe and sound. In fact, as long as everyone is safe and sound. As for that guy, he's actually not that strong at all, and we didn't take each other seriously either. At this time, Boruto had almost put Gaara directly into an empty place while looking at Hinata. How is it? Is there anything wrong this time? After all, this question is almost always very important. After watching it carefully, Hinata instantly shook her head with tears and smiles all over her face. A trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. After all, although this time he really wants to work hard and make good use of his current strength, but in the current situation, he has almost done his best. If he could really help the other party, then he would definitely make a move, but through previous observations, he has almost discovered that he is almost powerless this time. It is absolutely impossible to have any effect at all, and it is almost impossible to directly rescue them next. The current Naruto also has strong unwillingness on his face at this time. How can you let the other party die like this at such a critical moment? This is really pitiful. After all, it is impossible to become what it is now. After saying this sentence, they felt very sad in their hearts instantly, as if thinking of such a thing would make them feel very deadly. Hinata also looked at Naruto helplessly at this time. Naruto, in fact, no matter what kind of critical moment it is, you should be a little calmer, and don't let yourself become too hasty. Chapter 238. Your current strength has undergone some good changes. I also know that your current mood must be very bad. However, no matter whether your mood is good or not, your current strength has undergone some good changes. The most important thing is to stabilize your own mentality first. If you have no way to stabilize your mentality, then it is almost impossible to succeed in other things you do next. After saying this sentence, I felt that my temper was very irritable in an instant. At this moment, Naruto opened his mouth, and at the same time he found that at this critical moment, he really couldn't speak a word. After all, critical moments like this belong to everyone, and everyone is very sad, not him alone. At this moment, Grandma Kianmian walked very slowly to Gaara's side, and then put her hands on Gaara's chest. Finally, a blue light slowly appeared. The current Hinata, after seeing this scene, instantly widened her eyes and couldn't believe her eyes at all. Because of this technique, he is very clear in his heart, because it was this technique that saved him back then. It's just that he didn't die at all at that time, but the other party's current situation is almost completely dead. If this trick is used to help the other party to be resurrected, then Grandma Chio, wouldn't that be equivalent to a complete death? If you use this way of exchanging your life for your life, it will really be worth it in the end. This made him feel a little doubtful about life, and he didn't know at all whether such an approach belonged to transfer or not to transfer. No matter how you look at it, this seems to be a bit unlikely, and it will make them feel that their mood has become very bad at this time. Grandma Chio looked at Hinata very calmly at this moment, and the meaning she wanted to express was also self-evident, and she didn't want the other party to say it directly at this time. There are some things that are fixed in themselves, and a lot of things are things that he should do himself, and no matter what he does next, he can't escape at all. Ask for flowers, so in such a situation, he himself should bear such a responsibility, and such a thing is almost very stable for them. As long as they can seize such an opportunity, then naturally there will be nothing too wrong. 0. If they can't seize such an opportunity, then in the end it can only be regarded as their own luck, no good. Such a situation is almost crucial to them. At the same time, Hinata at this time finally had some enlightenment. After all, some people didn't understand this state before, and now they finally understand it in their hearts. A deep helplessness emerged from the eyes at this time, and one could even clearly feel that the gaze had become very low. Grandma Chiandai, it turns out that I said before that he has some things to do. Originally, I still felt that some people didn't know what kind of ambition he wanted to complete the task. 11. Chapter 239. Use my chakra energy to help him resurrect. I believe you can do it. Now I finally understand that he has always said that there is a very important thing waiting for him to do, and it turns out that what he said is this thing. His complexion became extremely complicated at this moment, and he didn't know what to do next. However, it is also very important to know that this kind of thing in front of them is almost always very important to them. 480. After all, such an approach is completely a life for life, and such an approach itself is something that makes them feel very incredible. As for the current Naruto, his face is full of strong shock, and at the same time, every time he thinks of such a thing, he will feel very incredible. This made him feel very bad in his heart. After all, in such a state, it was completely unsolvable for them. The current Grand Machio also looks very painful at this time. After all, he has paid a lot of chakra energy now, but the other party still has no awakening at all, which makes him feel very powerless. He didn't know what to do. After all, he found that his current chakra energy was completely insufficient. At this time, Naruto already felt that there was something completely unbearable in his heart. At the same time, I also know that in such a state, I can understand the mood of Grandma Chiendai now. Naruto held out his hands very slowly. Use my chakra energy to help him revive, I believe you can do it. So just use mine for the next period of time. After finishing these words, he immediately put his hand on Grandma Chiendai's hand, and then saw huge chakra energy rushing out crazily. In such a state, it seems that they are all very serious. Naruto's face became very serious in an instant, and at the same time, he could feel the pain of the other party. After all, such a thing is indeed a pain that needs to be unbearable. As for the current Grand Machio, she suddenly raised her head, and at the same time looked at the current Naruto seriously. There was a hint of a smile in the corner of his mouth. There will be an existence like you in our ninja world among the elderly. To be honest, I am really happy. And in my heart, I really feel very gratified. Now looking back on everything I did in the past, almost all of them were wrong. But in the end, I can finally do something right. In fact, until now, I feel that I am still very happy in my heart. Tsunade, Konoha village, belong to your future, it must be completely different from our era. 0.5. 11. And I can always clearly feel that there is a very large and incredible power in your body, so I believe that you will definitely become very strong in the future. Also, almost all of your strengths are fixed, including Hinata. You are actually not necessary at all now, just an old woman like me, you only need to save some people you should save. Chapter 240. He just used a very powerful ninjutsu to save Gaara. Even, I can still feel a very strong masculinity from you, and you can also become an excellent ninja in the future. Naruto, I feel that you will definitely be able to become a good friend with Gaara, and I hope you can help him as much as possible in the future. After all, he suffered too much pain before. Thinking about it now, I can't bear it in my heart. So after he is completely resurrected, I hope you can help him a lot. Naruto nodded. For such a situation, 25, you can rest assured. After all, this kind of thing itself is what I should do. As long as I can help him, then I will definitely do my best to help him. Because the two of us are almost the same kind of people, and we both belong to the same personality, so helping him is what I should do. If I don't help him, it would be a huge mistake, so judging from the current situation, I will definitely do my best. After saying this sentence, his eyes became very cautious in an instant, and at the same time, he knew that he had to do this no matter what. At this time, Naruto's eyes were even more full of intense light, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel very happy. It seems that when you think of such a thing, you will feel very stable, so you don't need to worry too much at this time. Such a state of mind is almost inevitable for them, so he will definitely make every effort in the future. So in the next period of time, he will try his best to do his best. Only in this way can he become stronger and stronger in the future. Probably in the past, I don't know how long, the surrounding situation seems to have become a little bit wrong at this time. Everyone's mood at this time is a little tired, and at the same time it looks like they are very happy. As for Gaara at this time, she has awakened very slowly at this time. Just let them be at this time, almost everyone is very excited, after all, reading at this time is a complete awakening. This time it can be regarded as belonging to them and the effort was not in vain, and it can be regarded as a direct success at the last critical moment. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of Naruto's mouth, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel particularly excited in his heart. Grand Machio, it's really a little bit different, and he just used a very powerful ninjutsu to save Gaara. Although he is really tired and fell asleep, as long as he returns to the village, he should be. But at this moment, Kakashi shook his head firmly. No, it's not at all, Grandma Chiendai. What she uses is not an ordinary healing technique at all. Right now, I'm thinking a little too much. I'm almost very clear about this, but it belongs to reincarnation ninjutsu. He is dead now, which is almost fixed, and it should be difficult to survive again. Chapter 241. A ninjutsu that sacrifices oneself and brings the dead back to life. That is a ninjutsu that sacrifices oneself and brings the dead back to life. As for the current guy, standing beside him is also staring at him, becoming very cautious. It's true. Now, they already know that this state is almost very important to them. As for the current Tsunade ninja, his complexion became very ugly at this time. Actually, this research and development belonged to Grandma Chiendai of Cheyenne Village in the past, and she directly took the lead in some development, and although the theory has already been developed. But to discover such a behavior in the process, there must be a considerable price to pay. So it was directly designated as a forbidden technique before the human experiment, and at the same time, it was directly sealed at that critical moment. It is not allowed to be used, because such a phenomenon is completely a life for life, and such a situation is more or less inappropriate. Quote, for such a point, everyone is very clear in their hearts, so it is completely impossible to use such a method under normal circumstances. Using this kind of thing is completely unreasonable. Quote, at this moment, Naruto's eyes widened in an instant. It never occurred to me that it would be so great, and no wonder Hinata has always been so sad. It turns out that the other party has already understood everything in his heart. And they have already known the character of the other party, so no matter how they look at it, they will feel very calm. At the same time, there is absolutely no way to do it. After all, such a thing happened suddenly, which is very abnormal in itself. But the current situation is almost all very calm, and at this time, Hinata feels very painful. Gaara has been standing by the side all along, not knowing what to say next at all. As for the woman next to her, she turned her head to look at Naruto in an instant. Naruto, I found that your body is slightly different, and there is always an inexplicable charm. This point completely confuses me, because Grandma Chiandai is not at all like the kind of character who is willing to sacrifice herself to help others. But since he is willing to use this method now, I have to say, I feel that it is very likely that he has a certain relationship with you. Quote, as for the current Gaara, at this time, it is the same, and it is very difficult to stand up. At this time, his face always looked very unwilling. After all, his life belonged to Grandma Chio in exchange for his life. This made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. After all, it made him feel a strong, joused sense of gratitude in his heart. Everyone, let's pray together. This is also the only thing he can do now, so whenever he thinks of such a thing, he will feel that it is a 10-point embarrassment. At this moment, Naruto's eyes were also filled with a deep sense of helplessness. However, such a situation of the other party itself is very great. If it is not great, it is impossible to achieve such a situation at all. Chapter 242. Now this ring belongs to me completely. Hinata, how can you keep this matter from me? After all, such an important matter, why didn't you tell me in advance? I feel that this is more or less unreasonable. Hinata smiled wryly. Actually, I also want to tell you about this time, but I also know that I can't tell you at all, because if I tell you, the consequences may be a bit serious. So it is absolutely impossible to tell you all of it directly in advance. After all, there are still many times when you should have a certain secret of 09B. This is a little bit more appropriate. If it ends in the end, there will be no effect at all. As for a very empty place, the current Dodoro also got out of the ground in an instant, and his eyes looked very angry at this time. Damn it, really, I didn't expect my last trick to be directly swallowed at the last critical moment. This is really too hateful. 10 points. It was able to directly cause a very huge damage, but this can be regarded as becoming a bait, allowing me to escape directly. After saying this sentence, I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in my heart. After all, this time he can at least be regarded as able to achieve a certain victory. As long as he can live, he is a victory. Next, I have to quickly find the lost right hand in the ring. This kind of thing is very important. As for the rest of the things, 10 things are not too important at all. After saying this sentence, the face was full of strong haki in an instant, and at the same time, they knew that they had to be more serious about this time. No matter what kind of state they are in, they should first give CFDC to solve their tasks. In this case, it is more reasonable for them to guess. If you can't even grasp this kind of thing at all, then the consequences are simply unimaginable for them. After thinking of this, he couldn't help but smiled lightly in an instant, as if thinking of this kind of thing was relatively stable for them. And as for the current space, the current man also directly picked up Scorpion's ring, and there was a slight effect in the corner of his mouth. Now this ring belongs to me completely. If so, I will be a member of Scorpion in the future. In the future, things will become smoother and smoother. No matter what kind of thing it is, even if it can be solved easily, everything will become smoother. After saying this, he couldn't help laughing instantly. After all, he was waiting for this day, the day he dreamed of, and he didn't know how long it would be. Whenever I think about it, I feel very happy, as if such a thing is very important to them. As for the man next to him, he shook his head in a very hockey moment. Do you think it would be so easy to join us? It's all very difficult, and it's not something you can join directly if you want to. Chapter 243. Now it's time for us to leave, because we have some more important things to deal with. Within Tsunade, everyone now is waiting anxiously, hoping to wait for the person they want to wait for now. But at this moment, Naruto is driving Gaara, moving forward very slowly, and at the same time, it is relatively serious. And this time, it finally belonged to the completion of what he should have done this time, which made him feel very happy in his heart. Naruto couldn't help smiling. I didn't expect that there would be so many outstanding people. It's really a little bit different. I have to say, judging from the current situation, it's really spectacular. At this moment, Gaara's expression is still a little flat, and he doesn't even have too many thoughts at all. After all, he has never done anything at all, so he just did all the things he should do well. For them, there is no pressure at all for the rest, and they can just make this kind of thing in front of them very ordinary. As for everyone now, they are very respectful, and at the same time, they all know that this matter must be very important to them. As for this time, Hinata couldn't help looking at Gaara in front of her with helpless eyes. Now it's almost time for us to leave because we have some more important things to attend to. Besides, now that we all know Akatsuki's footprints and have reached the Sand Hermit village, we are indeed in a situation where we are more worried about the Konoha Shinobi village. Naruto nodded. Actually, we are indeed like this now, so we want to rush back to the village as soon as possible. Only when I go back to the village first, will I feel a little bit safer. If there is no other way, I will feel uneasy all the time when I go back to the village. Standing beside him, Kakashi couldn't help but nodded. I also agree with this point very much, because I feel that I have to go back to the village first. If there are other things, it will not be too late to deal with them then. However, if we can't return to the village quickly, we will always feel a very strong uneasiness in our hearts. This kind of strong anxiety will make people breathless, so I still feel that it is better to go to the village first. Naruto's eyes looked very determined at this moment. Okay, we've already said what we need to say now, so don't dawdle here at all. After all, we still have to be late to complete the task. In any case, we have to be faster, but, Kakashi, the injury on your body is very serious now, are you sure there is no major problem? After Kakashi heard this sentence, he couldn't help laughing for a moment. Don't worry, after all, haven't you always been there, you have always been very loyal partners. Even if I am really injured, at least you are here. As long as you are here, then no matter how far the journey is and how serious my injury is, I don't worry about Sean at all. Chapter 244 If it weren't for protecting you, I would never have been hurt. When Naruto heard Kakashi's words, he immediately gave Kakashi a blank look. Kakashi, what you are doing is actually treating us as free coolies. 17. A situation like yours, to be honest, is really a little bit, and some are not suitable. However, this kind of thing itself is what I should do, so you can rest assured that you are completely 010. Anyway, no matter what happens next, I will protect you a little bit so that you will not fall into a too dangerous situation. As for the current Kakashi, after hearing these words, a road appeared in his eyes instantly, and at the same time he gave Naruto a helpless look. Do you think I want to get hurt? After all, it's because of you that I've been hurt so badly all of a sudden. If it wasn't for protecting you, I wouldn't have gotten hurt at all. But you guys are still able to stand aside and say some sarcastic remarks until now, you are absolutely amazing. After saying this sentence, there was a deep helplessness on the face instantly. After all, it became like this inexplicably, which is not what he thinks at all, but the situation has reached this point, and he also has no way at all. Naruto smiled. Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with all of this, and as long as I am here, I will definitely let you meet, and it is very safe, I will protect you, Yinding will not have any pressure. Standing by the side, Hinata couldn't help crying and laughing from the corner of his mouth. After all, these two people were too good at talking to each other, so he couldn't get in his mouth at all. At the same time, I also know that what we said to each other is indeed true. After all, this is all to make up for this time. But as long as the eye problems can be solved, other things can be regarded as relatively straightforward for them to understand. So there is no need to worry too much about this kind of issue. If you worry about it for a long time, then I am afraid that the impact will become more and more serious. This is simply very irrational for them. As for everyone now, they feel very stable. After all, they can successfully complete the task this time, so there is no pressure for them to do other things. At the same time, they all already know that this kind of thing in front of them is very peaceful for them. And as long as all the things in front of them can be solved, the rest will have no effect at all for them. Such a thing is very reasonable to them, which makes them feel very inappropriate in their hearts. However, as long as this kind of trouble before the eyes 5.0 can be solved, then all the following things will completely solve the troubles before the eyes. Kakashi couldn't help looking at Naruto. At the same time, I don't know how to act. After all, the current situation is more or less inappropriate for them. Chapter 245 Why are you still alive? I thought you were dead by now. Hey, I hope you can release all the hidden energy in yourself this time. After all, your body is really regular now, and the energy contained in it is too strong. According to such a situation, then coming down is not a good thing at all, and the next one is completely crisis-ridden. As for Guy at this time, he has been crazily grabbing Kakashi all the time. At the same time, they also directly and continuously support Kakashi. After all, such a situation is almost inevitable for them, only this slightly 25 is suitable. Otherwise, in the end, it is completely unreasonable, which makes the current Hinata, at this moment, a strong black line appear in the mind of the instant person. Uncle is carrying Uncle behind his back at this time. To be honest, it's even more disgusting than imagined. It makes people completely uncontrollable. After all, I have never seen such a weird scene, and such a thing is completely impossible for us to have any effect. At this moment, Guy couldn't help showing a hint of a smile from the corner of his mouth. In such a situation, I mean things will be more suitable, and I can become faster in this state. Is there any way for you to keep up with me in the next period of time? At least in my opinion, it is not absolutely impossible. After saying this sentence, everything became faster in an instant, and to such an extent, it seemed that everything would become even faster at this time. They all hoped to have a match at this time, such a thing is completely outrageous for them. As for this time, everyone present felt very weird, but they also knew that such a thing was completely reasonable to them. For the other side of the present, everyone at this moment will feel very weird, but at this critical moment, they suddenly see Totoro, and these are all coming out very slowly. The masked man couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Hey, why are you still alive so far? I thought you were dead now, but why am I completely confused now? Why can't I see the power of your sacrifice? As for the current Didero, after hearing such words, he felt very cold in an instant. There's absolutely no need to say that much at all, because I've done my job from start to finish, haven't I? At this moment, the masked man also couldn't help but 940 felt very happy. Hey, you almost died until now, have you forgotten so soon? You are fine now, but you seem to be fine now. Such a situation is completely reasonable for them. After all, with both hands this time, my circle in Beijing has disappeared. Such a thing makes them completely unreasonable, but everything is a little bit normal for them. As for the current masked man, he smiled disdainfully after hearing this sentence. Chapter 246. No matter what kind of concept it is at the moment, we must improve our attention. Actually, it's absolutely impossible for your guy's vision to have any effect. At worst, he's just blown to death by you. It's impossible for me to care about it at all. As for the current Didero, after hearing these words, he couldn't help laughing coldly in an instant. It was cracked to death. After saying this sentence, they couldn't help laughing instantly. After all, such a situation, for them, belongs to everything and is completely within the scope of control. After the current masked man heard these words, he instantly felt very speechless in his heart. After all, he has seen outrageous things, but he has never seen such a thing that can be done so outrageously. Such a thing is completely inappropriate for them. But as long as the trouble in front of them can be solved, then other things are considered trivial matters for them. So as long as the matter of picking up money can be completely resolved, then there is no need for them to worry too much about the remaining matters. After all, such a thing is completely gouache to them, and it may become very dangerous. Within the current Konoha village, they are constantly watching them from outside the two doors now, and at the same time they all look very boring at this time. Oh, I suddenly feel that this kind of life is really special boring. I have seen boring ones under normal circumstances, but I have never seen such a boring backquote. After another guard next to him heard this sentence, his expression became very serious in an instant. Do you think it's too simple what you think now? After all, no matter what kind of conceptual moment it is, we must improve our attention, and we must not let them become stronger at this time. So, this kind of thing is almost inevitable. Since we really know that it is inevitable, then the next thing is completely unsolvable. After saying this sentence, their attitudes were in an instant, and they seemed to be very tough. After all, this kind of thing is almost inevitable for them. As for everyone's speed at this time, the response is getting faster and faster, and such a rapid state makes them feel a little frightened when they look at it. As for the current guy, at this moment, his face is full of excitement. Get out of the way, everything, now is completely the last time, and I just want to make a final sprint in the next period of time. After saying this sentence, he became even faster in an instant, and Kakashi behind him already had a feeling of wanting to vomit. Liao Zhao's at the same time, at this time, the speed can obviously feel that it has become faster, and it is completely of a kind. At this time, it is completely of an extraordinary nature. It didn't take long to run directly to the finish line, but this time the finish line was completely different, and it belonged to the mutual viewing between the two gates. At the same time, at this moment, Guy couldn't help looking at everyone in front of him helplessly. Chapter 247. The current state has become completely different. I have to say, this time you all belong to cultivation and immobility. Shaoli, you are completely belong to with some differences at this time. After all, you have belonged to with some differences from the beginning to the end. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but laugh for a moment, as if thinking of such a thing, it would make him feel very happy, and he also knew that this was a very rare opportunity. As for the current Hinata, she couldn't help but look at Naruto beside her helplessly. Naruto, what should we do next? After all, this time, the situation has already become a little different. Where should we move next? 17. Naruto smiled. Does it need to be said? We have wasted so long at 500 at this time. We must hurry to the scene. The current state has become completely different. We won't be given any time to think about it, and you should have noticed by now that Mr. Kakashi has been suffering a very serious loss at this time. No matter how you say it, it belongs to doing tasks with us, and then it suddenly becomes so serious. If this is the case, then at such a critical moment, you should be a little more cautious. CFBJ, do your best to do this well. After saying this sentence, I couldn't help it for an instant, and my eyes were full of thick beads. At the same time, they have already made their own decisions at this time, and no matter what kind of things they will encounter next, the determination is very outrageous for them. And if they just grasp the matter in front of them, then it is impossible for them to have any effect at the same time. As long as this kind of thing in front of them can be completely resolved, then for them, there will be no effect at all. However, if they can grasp the opportunity in front of them, then the other things will be completely outrageous for them. After saying these words, they couldn't help showing a strong helplessness on their faces for an instant, and at the same time, they knew that in such a state, it was impossible for them to have any effect at all. Everyone now has made up his mind at this time in his heart, and at the same time knows that the things in front of him are completely very reasonable. But at this time, you already know that there is no need for them to worry too much about the matter in front of them. Try to do the best of this kind of thing in front of you, and the rest of the things will not have any effect at all for them. However, as long as you can completely talk about the matter in front of you with yourself, then in the next period of time, there will be no pressure at all. As long as this kind of thing in front of them can be solved perfectly, other things will not have any effect at all for them, but as long as all the problems are solved, other things will improve a lot. At this moment, the doctor came over very slowly. Chapter 248. The most important thing for you is to pay attention to your own funeral. Kakashi, do you feel very friendly now, and I have just treated you? You have to lie in bed for at least a week now. If it is your normal travel task, then after a period of time, you may have to spend longer. The current Kakashi couldn't help laughing instantly after hearing such words. I'm already used to such a thing, after all, I have already guessed it before, and such an event will definitely happen. Looking at it now, it turns out that everything is completely within my expectations, so there is no need to worry at all. At the same time, at this time, they all looked very ordinary, as if everything was completely impossible for them to have any effect. Kakashi couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. For such a situation, I have actually thought about it before, but I didn't think about it at all. It really takes such a long time. Naruto's eyes looked very cautious at this moment. No way, at this critical time, the most important thing for you is to pay attention to your own funeral, and you must let yourself rest first no matter what. If you can't let yourself rest well, don't talk about other things, so you may make a mistake about this kind of thing in front of you. After a period of time, it is possible to complete other tasks. As for the current Kakashi, he couldn't help but patted himself on the head, and at the same time there was a bit of a wry smile on the corner of his mouth at this time. Since you've already said that, then I'll just have a good rest. Anyway, I have almost fully understood such a thing, and it just belongs to some things that I should do. Since they are all things that we and I should do, then I will definitely do my best. After saying these words, his face was also full of strong confidence at this moment, as if such a thing did not have the slightest pressure on him at all. Ask for flowers. At the same time, as long as the matter in front of them can be completely resolved, as for the rest, it is completely a trivial matter for them. As for this time, Tsunade was suddenly seen coming. Now Naruto couldn't help but look at Hinata beside him. Hinata, this guy has already come, and his identity is more or less a little dignified, so you go over now to see what he is doing for something. After hearing this sentence, Hinata also ran out in an instant. After all, he still has some things to explain to the other party. Senior Tsunade, actually this time I have something I want to explain to you, and it is the matter of the watermark. I think you should understand it in your heart now. Tsunade froze for a moment. Did you just talk to me? Did you talk to Naruto? The current Hinata, after hearing this sentence, instantly became a little hesitant, a little unsure how to answer this question, and could only shake her head helplessly. Chapter 249. If you hide it from me, do you feel it's appropriate? I just want to think that it will be better to talk to him after discussing with you. Tsunade nodded very slowly after hearing this sentence. Actually, according to the normal situation, you should tell Naruto directly, after all, he belongs to Hokage now. But since you want to tell me now, you can tell me directly. Anyway, for me, no matter what kind of news it is, I can listen to it. This kind of thing may be difficult for others, but it is very simple for me, so leave this kind of thing to me. You tell me in detail now, just to let me hear what's going on. After hearing these words, Hinata frantically moved her little head. Actually, this time I got some information from one of Akatsuki's members, Shie. He himself said that it is very reasonable information, so in such a state, he has almost made up his mind. Because Orochimaru's subordinates have spies sent by him, and even though Orochimaru is in our Konoha village at this time, I always feel that there will be some actions on his side. And they all belong to Tiandichou. According to normal circumstances, they all belong to some unreasonable things, so I feel that there may be some dangers in this situation. It is precisely because of this that I did not tell Naruto directly. After all, you should also know that although the current god tier Bay belongs to our Konoha village, I feel that this time, it is very likely that it belongs to very dangerous. After saying this sentence, his face became very ugly in an instant. As for the current Tsunade, after hearing this sentence, his expression became very serious in an instant. Haven't you found out at all now? The situation itself is completely different, and we don't have any available manpower at all now. Since they all belong to completely unavailable manpower, then in the next period of time, no matter what, we must be more cautious. After saying this sentence, the eyes became very serious in an instant, and at the same time, they felt that this incident was completely inevitable for them. If they can't even grasp this kind of thing at all, other things are very inappropriate for them. So in the next period of time, they must be more cautious anyway, only in this way is it more reasonable for them. The current state is completely suitable for them, so in the next period of time, no one can't help but smile. 3.8 But at this time, Naruto couldn't help but walked out very slowly, and at the same time couldn't help laughing sinisterly. Are you making a mistake now? After all, I belong to Fire Ninja. If this is the case, then in such a situation, you should not hide from me at all. If you hide from me, do you feel appropriate? Chapter 250 Why do you appear here directly, doesn't it feel very strange? At this time, after hearing such words, Hinata immediately showed a strong wry smile amidst rigor, and at the same time, she was a little bit at a loss as to what to do next. Naruto, sometimes I don't mean to deceive you, it's just that some things are inevitable, and if you can't solve this problem, it is indeed very inappropriate. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smile bitterly in an instant. The current Naruto couldn't help getting a little tired after hearing this sentence. Forget it, after all, I have almost understood what you said, and I can also understand your thoughts, but the current state is not good for us at 25, and it may happen at any time. I will be caught in a battle, and if I can't stand up, it will be very bad indeed. At this time, they felt very inappropriate in their hearts, so they had to be more cautious anyway. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smiled lightly in an instant, as if thinking of such a thing would be considered inevitable for them. So in the next period of time, no matter what, we must do all the things in front of us well. Only in this way can we complete such a task in the future. The current Naruto, at this time, couldn't help falling into bouts of contemplation. If that's the case, then let's send some characters there. Although I don't know who it belongs to, I feel that this character can still be checked by me. I didn't do some searching. Anyway, it won't take long. I should be able to search for all the people. After he has searched for all the people, I should be able to easily find what we are looking for this time, the person who arrived. As for the current Hinata, after hearing this sentence, she couldn't help but nodded slightly, and at the same time, a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, as if she could seize such an opportunity at the first time. It may be difficult for others, but for him it is a very simple matter. Don't worry, I have completely thought of such a thing, so such a situation may be more difficult for others, but it is considered a trivial matter for us, so no matter what it is imperative that their potential be fully unleashed. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smiled softly in an instant, as if thinking of such a thing, 210 would feel very happy in his heart. But at this time, I felt that the surroundings were full of crises, so they had to be cautious no matter what in the next period of time. The current Naruto is also looking at a man in front of him incredulously for an instant, and this man is also Sai. Naruto's expression also became very solemn in an instant. Why are you here? According to normal circumstances, you shouldn't be here, but why do you appear here directly? Isn't it very strange? Chapter 251. It belongs to you, but you actually belong to a new member. What kind of reason do you have for all this? As for the current Sai, after hearing this sentence, he smiled very slowly for an instant, and at the same time, his mentality seemed to be very invincible at this time. Why am I here? It seems that everything is not too important. After all, the importance of all this is not too exaggerated. Didn't you find it at all? There will be some more important things in this time. Something important happened. Because I suddenly discovered that if we fight with each other, it seems that your strength has always been a special weakness. Naruto, is it possible that your strength is only at this level from the beginning to the end? If this is the case, then a guy like you is really rubbish. Are you still a normal man like this? Such a strength is completely outrageous. The current Naruto, when he heard this sentence, also felt very irritable, and at the same time, he never thought about the other party at all, so he would say so much nonsense to him at this time. The current Sai, after hearing this sentence, couldn't help but smiled sinisterly, and at the same time, he looked very ordinary at this time. We will meet Naruto again next time, so don't be too anxious about everything now. After all, I have already fully grasped such a thing, so in the next period of time, you are completely it's impossible to become so strong. But in the next period of time, you must give full play to your potential. If you don't have a way to directly reach your best strength, then it is very likely that water has no way to make itself stronger at all. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help laughing flatly in an instant. But at this time, Hinata suddenly couldn't help laughing. Naruto, I actually forgot to tell you, now everyone belongs to the gathering time. So it didn't take long to call, and almost everyone has already arrived. Naruto couldn't help but look past, and saw the other party in an instant, and his eyes showed strong anger at this moment. #W belongs to you guy, you belong to the new member. This made him feel very angry in his heart for an instant, and the background had a lot of provocations in the previous moments. But now it has suddenly become such a thing, so it is completely unreasonable for them. Yamato couldn't help laughing all of a sudden, and finally walked out from the okay side very slowly. In the past, almost Kakashi belonged to the captain, but this time he was injured, so I will take over the shortest position. If I'm not wrong, you all must have no opinions at all in your heart. Since everyone has no opinions at all, then just follow what I said this time. Chapter 252. If it is at a critical moment, it is impossible to hear unnecessary nonsense at all. However, he found that no one listened to him at all when he was talking, which made him feel very helpless, but there was indeed no way at all from the beginning to the end. In fact, he is now a relatively unreasonable person, and he also knows that this matter is almost inevitable for them. The current state makes them feel very incredible when they look at it. It's not like you have never been like this before, and such a thing can happen. This makes them feel it too, and their mood will change. Very aggrieved. At this time, Hinata also looked at Naruto very puzzled. Ming 997, what's the matter with you? Why did you suddenly become so unhappy all of a sudden? This kind of situation is not like you. After all, no matter what kind of things you encounter, you isn't it very calm all the time. But why do you suddenly become so irritable now? It's really abnormal. After hearing this sentence, Naruto's eyes showed a strong seriousness, although he really hates this guy in front of him very much now. But I have to say that this guy's strength is indeed very strong, and it is really a little bit. There are some very normal other people who are not safe at all and are not his opponents. At least before, the opponent seemed to be able to directly exude his full strength all the time. This guy is indeed very stabbing. You guys are really completely different. At the same time, I have to say that I really belong to something very unreasonable now. After saying this sentence, they couldn't help laughing instantly, as if everything was very reasonable to them. As for the current Yamato, remembering Tsunade's words at this time, he couldn't help but looked at Sai beside him very strangely. After all, the other party has already said that he wants to pay attention to this guy. It can be seen from CFAF that this guy's behavior will definitely become very weird. And it is very likely that it will become completely different, so it is very likely to become very dangerous next. The current Hinata looked at Naruto very curiously. Naruto, do you know this guy? Why does it look like your face has become very ugly, and even your eyes seem to be looking at the enemy? 11. This is completely abnormal. After all, if it is a normal situation, it should be completely impossible to become like this. But we have suddenly become this state now. Such a thing is completely irrational. After saying these words, he couldn't help but smile happily in an instant, as if thinking of such a thing would make him feel very happy. At this time, Naruto, after hearing such words, instantly nodded cautiously. Indeed, this guy is really a little outrageous. How could I not know him? This person is not a so-called good person at all, and he has always been very irritable. If it is at a critical moment, he will not be able to hear unnecessary nonsense at all. Chapter 253. If your strength is really too weak, I don't want to protect my teammates all the time. But I have to say that this accelerated strength is indeed slightly stronger, and this guy's sudden attack at this time is also a direct sneak attack on us. After hearing this sentence, Hinata felt very irritable in an instant, and immediately wanted to prepare to act quickly at this time. But at this moment, I suddenly saw that everyone in front of me became very irritable, and they all wanted to start a quick action directly. As for the current Naruto, he couldn't help but stare at Sai in front of him with serious eyes. I'm really curious now, why did you sneak attack on us for no reason, and even attack us a little bit? I hope you can give me a more or less explanation for this matter. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, then don't do it at all, blame me for being rude. I've always been a very irritable person. If you really piss me off completely, then you can't blame me at all. After saying this sentence, the attitude was in an instant, and they all looked very tough, as if thinking of such a thing was almost completely unsolvable to them. As for Sai in front of him, after hearing these words, he immediately had an attitude, looking very peaceful, and at the same time, he felt a little helpless and a little unsolvable. In such a situation, generally speaking, there is absolutely no way to do it. After all, I have no idea at all, to what extent I want to cover you. So I must test your strength first to see how strong you are and whether you are qualified. If your strength is really too weak, I don't want to protect my teammates all the time. Because that will be a naked drag in the end. If it's just a drag, I don't have much interest at all. After all, I've always been very irritable. Ask for flowers. The attitudes also seem to be very swift and violent, as if thinking of such a thing is almost crucial to them, so it is completely impossible to casually do it again in such a situation. Such a personality makes them feel that it is a bit outrageous, but they can clearly feel that, judging from such a state, they are almost all very tough. After finishing this sentence, they all looked very flat. After all, he has almost completely explained what he should explain now. The rest of the matter has nothing to do with him at all, and he doesn't have any thoughts at all. You have to be stronger. At the same time, they all already know that this kind of thing in front of them is almost inevitable and directly successful for them. So for the next period of time, they will try their best to do everything they should do perfectly, so that the situation can be more reasonable for them. Chapter 254. Once you say the wrong thing, it is easy to be disliked by others. And then it just happens to make them stronger and stronger in the next period of time. Direct sales can become stronger and stronger, and everything else is completely a trivial matter. The current Naruto felt very irritable instantly after hearing what the other party said, and at the same time seemed very helpless at this time. This guy, the way he speaks is really, 637, is too tough, and such a way of speaking is completely outrageous. It is completely looking down on me from the beginning to the end. To be honest, this is completely unbearable. As for the current Hinata, Naruto was pulled in immediately. After all, we will continue to fight together in the next period of time. Do you want to suddenly lose a friend at such a critical moment? At that time, I am afraid that a substitute will come. If there is a substitute at that time, if the strength is not very good, then it is very likely that this mission will fail. After Naruto heard this sentence, thick black lines appeared on his face instantly. After all, he really couldn't bear this kind of pressure at all. What's more, there are still many such partners for no reason. In fact, the gap between whether there is such a partner or not is really not too big at all. This made him feel very powerless in his heart, but from the beginning to the end, it seemed that there was not much way out at all. Hinata smiled. Okay, Sai, your temper should be a little bit better. After all, if your temper becomes bad, you may be targeted in the next period of time. Even if this is the case, it is easy to speak casually, and once you say the wrong thing, it is easy to be disliked by others. This is also very easy to offend people. Once you offend people, the next life will become very difficult. After hearing this sentence, Sai couldn't help but smile awkwardly for an instant. As there, I really didn't notice this at all, because I do belong to something different, but in such a situation, I really like it. because it is like you talking to an ugly monster. I suddenly feel that it really belongs to a special sense of accomplishment. After hearing such words, Hinata's face instantly became extremely ugly at this moment, and he never thought that the other party would be able to say such words directly. Isn't this completely outrageous? And it makes them feel very unscientific. Under normal circumstances, they have seen people who speak outrageously, but they have never seen such outrageous people. As for the current Naruto, seeing the temper of the other party who was about to get violent in 2.3, he couldn't help shaking his head helplessly, and there was even a trace of wry smile in the corner of his mouth. Okay, don't be irritable at all, and control your temper. After all, haven't you noticed it at all? The current situation has almost settled down. If you continue like this, you won't be able to. There is absolutely no way. Chapter 255. You are usually very busy, why do you suddenly have time now? Even this kind of thing in front of us is almost inevitable, so in the next period of time, we will naturally have an excellent performance opportunity. After saying this sentence, there was a lot of happiness in the eyes in an instant, and at the same time, I could feel that the mood was very good. As for this time, each other also seemed to be very irritable, and this Sai had already completely offended his partners in a short period of time. As for the current hospital, the job selection at this time is also very ordinary, looking at the 25-year-old Kakashi in front of me. How come you are all listless until now? After Kakashi heard this sentence, he couldn't help crying and laughing instantly. There is absolutely no way to do this. After all, when I suddenly encountered such a thing, I didn't want to mess around at all. However, judging from the current situation, it seems that the situation is not suitable for me. It's all very disadvantageous. Even you should have already seen that the current situation in all aspects is not a good thing for me. If it really continues like this, I feel that my life will not be guaranteed. After saying this sentence, there was a trace of crying and laughter in the corner of his mouth, and at the same time, he could clearly feel that his mood had become very, very depressed. There are some people who can't understand such a state, such a thing, it is particularly unreasonable for them. But it can be regarded as being able to make them stronger and stronger in a short period of time, and such a thing can be regarded as slightly normal. After saying this sentence, I couldn't help but smile softly, as if every time such a thing came, it would make you feel very happy. As for this moment, Kakashi couldn't help looking at the other party. Master Jiraiya, why did you come here all of a sudden? Why do I belong to Wei completely? Some things are unclear. After all, aren't you usually very busy? Since you usually belong to I'm so busy, why do I suddenly have time now? Jiraiya smiled slightly. Didn't I want to come over to see you, just to see if your injury is as serious as the legend says? After all, I still care about you very much. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smiled softly in an instant, as if he was very concerned about the safety of the other party from the beginning to the end. And they also know that this kind of thing in front of them is almost inevitable for them, so they must grasp all the things in front of them to the best of their ability. In this way, the situation is more reasonable for them, otherwise the problems that will arise in the end will become bigger and bigger. Everyone's aura has undergone a huge change, and at the same time, they feel that such a thing is already inevitable for them. At this time, Jiraiya probably checked the listing carefully, and his face became very serious in an instant. It seems that I thought things were a little too simple before. At least judging from your current injury, it is even more serious than I imagined. Chapter 256. Is there really nothing else? I'm afraid you really are going to lie dead on the bed for a while. This is also inevitable, and during this period of time, you must not shake at will. At this time, the eyes also looked very cautious, and at the same time, they knew that the situation was almost very critical for them. It is just right to seize this kind of good opportunity in front of them, so that their eyesight can be greatly improved at this time. Only in this way can the situation be more reasonable for them, otherwise the problems that will arise in the end will become bigger and bigger. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help laughing instantly, as if his mood seemed to be very happy at this time. At this time, Kakashi heard the words in front of him, and instantly felt a little depressed. Master Jiraiya, I suddenly realized that you suddenly came over and said such words to me. To put it bluntly, from the beginning to the end, you just wanted to hit me deliberately. Besides hitting me, well, I don't feel any other meaning at all, so I have to say, I seriously doubt you now, and it's not a good thing to come to me this time. The attitude also seemed to be very tough, as if he had been wronged a lot in this incident. Such a huge grievance made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart, and at the same time he felt that his mood became a little gloomy. After Jiraiya heard this sentence, she shook her head very quickly in an instant, and a smile emerged from the corner of her mouth. If you think this way, you're totally wrong. After all, do you think I belong to that kind of person? I really care about you. It's just that recently, suddenly I feel that your situation seems to be a little bit bad, and it is more serious than I imagined. After saying this sentence, he quickly threw the 2 books on the table in an instant. This time, I can also give you 2 books directly. This book, I think you should be able to pass the time at this time, and it will also make you more happy when you do it. After Kakashi heard this sentence, he couldn't help but smiled slightly. Thank you, but if I'm not mistaken, you are indeed a busy person. Since you are a busy person yourself, I don't believe that you just gave me 2 books. Quote, is there really nothing else going on? If there is nothing else to be sure, then forget it. At this time, the attitude also seems to be very casual, as if such a thing, leaving Zhao, is already an inevitable effect for them. And I also know that this kind of matter in front of them is completely crucial to them, so they will definitely take serious actions next, and it is absolutely impossible to mess around at this time. Everyone now seems to be very irritable, and at the same time, they already feel that the situation this time is slightly different. Chapter 257. No matter how you look at it, it's not something that you can get used to directly and quickly. Everyone now seems to have undergone an earth-shaking change in their aura. As for the current Jiraiya, after hearing this sentence, she couldn't help but smile lightly at this moment. Actually, I have something I want to talk to Tsunade and that guy. As for the current Kakashi who is listening next to him, he is completely confused. That guy, who are you talking about? Why am I completely in the slightest category now? I can't understand it. Could it be that the identity of the other party has always been a special high one? 783 inches. Jiraiya fell into deep thought at this moment. If I didn't guess wrong, the other party's name in this mission seems to be Yamato. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smile softly in an instant. It seems that whenever he thinks of such a thing, a strong self-confidence will arise in his heart, and this kind of strong self-confidence makes him feel very happy in his heart. As if thinking of such a thing, you already know that this kind of thing in front of you is very important to CFFD them, so you must not mess around at this time, and some action must be taken seriously. Only when they earnestly do such a thing to the best of their ability, can other things be considered more suitable for them. After the current Kakashi heard this sentence, his eyes widened in an instant, and at the same time, he was slightly confused and didn't know at all. What kind of effect will such a state have for them? As for the current Yamato, he couldn't help looking at Naruto and Hinata in front of him with serious eyes. Okay, if you really want me to say it, you all should stop messing around at this time. After all, the kind of thing in front of me is inevitable, and there will inevitably be some contradictions. But at such a critical time, I hope you guys better not joke around casually at this time, because the things in front of you have become a little different. Then, this time, everyone is completely facing each other. Since they are all accompanied by an action mission, it is natural that we must work together. 17. And if you all of a sudden start to engage in some internal strife right before your eyes, how will you continue to carry out the mission in the end? Now there is no time at all to lock you in a cage, and then let you start some self-reflection. At this time, the attitude also seems to be very casual, as if he has grasped these characteristics at the first time, so he doesn't pay too much attention to them. It seems that when you think of such a thing, you already know the importance of this matter, so you won't just mess around casually at this time. As for the current Naruto, after hearing this sentence, a thick black line appeared on his face. After all, what does this mean? Moreover, is this a matter of habit? No matter how you look at it, it is not something that you can get used to directly and quickly. Chapter 258. We all have to be cautious, and we must go all out no matter what. After saying this, they couldn't help laughing instantly, and at the same time, they all felt that such a thing around them was almost vital to them. Now Naruto couldn't help looking at the guy in front of him seriously. Can you stop talking nonsense now? After all, I want to know what our next mission is more than this. Yamato smiled. It turns out that you have no idea what the mission is until now. I thought you had known it all along, so you became a little bit more basic, but I never thought of you at all, of the unknown. However, since you don't know, then I can explain it to you in detail now. If you guessed correctly, the task this time is to go directly to the Tiandi Bridge in the next period of time. Catching the traitor and bringing him back directly, this thing is completely extraordinary. So in the next period of time, we must be cautious no matter what, and we must go all out no matter what. 17. Naruto nodded at this moment. Don't worry, since everything has been agreed, then in the next period of time, we will definitely go all out. Yamato nodded slightly. If you really have such a kind of patience and can have this kind of mind, then I feel very gratified in my heart, but in the next period of time, you should go out quickly. Get ready. As long as you are properly prepared, everything else is a trivial matter, but the most important thing now is to go quickly and solve all the 10 problems in front of you. I'll give you an hour now. After an hour, we will gather at the gate. Generally speaking, such a situation can't be considered too much. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smiled softly in an instant, and his face also had a very strong self-confidence at this time. At the same time, I also feel that my mentality is completely stable at this time, as if I have grasped the opponent's characteristics in advance at this moment. Ask for flowers. In such a state, naturally there is no need to worry, as long as all problems can be solved, it is completely enough. At this time, Naruto's eyes were full of deep thought. After all, he always felt that this time's actions were somewhat different. Hey, suddenly I really belong to something slightly different. Even now I feel completely outrageous. I feel that in this action. In fact, the three of us are almost enough. Quote. After Hinata heard this sentence, she couldn't help but smiled lightly, so she shook her head very slowly in the later stage. Actually, you can't think about the bad side at all. If you think about the good side, you won't be so passive now. If you think about it carefully, don't you realize that, in fact, this guy and Sasuke have always belonged to a special alike? Chapter 259. I really didn't realize what they looked like at all. They have always been very similar, and I have already discovered this, so the next thing like this can be completely stabilized reasonably. After Naruto heard this sentence, he immediately shook his head very firmly, and he seemed very serious here. To be honest, I really didn't realize what they looked like at all. 257. Even no matter how you look at it, I feel that they should have their own attitudes, and what happened this time is almost inevitable, so we must be more cautious no matter what. At the same time, they are all very stable at this time, so no matter what, they must know some actions. After saying this sentence, he felt that his attitude became very irritable in an instant. The other party has always been smiling, but although he has always been smiling, it can be clearly felt from his face that he has always been very gloomy. If I stay with such a person, to be honest, at most I will only feel a strong discomfort in my body, and I will not feel any good feelings at all. At this time, the attitude also seemed to be very tough, as if such a thing was almost inevitable for them. If the problem in front of him is not completely resolved, then he is completely incomprehensible now, why such a thing suddenly happened, but he also knows that everything belongs to them, especially abnormal. The current state is almost inevitable for them. As long as the problem can be solved, then there will be no pressure on all the problems that follow. The current Naruto couldn't help but smile at this moment. At the same time, they all feel that the mood looks very depressed at this time. Actually, I already know that what happened this time is almost inevitable, but anyway, the teams this time are all formed together. If this is the case, then let's act together directly. Anyway, it won't be long before I have some changes. If I really want to say it, I feel that Sasuke has always been more handsome. After saying this sentence, they couldn't help laughing for an instant, and they seem to be very kind to each other at this time. It's as if such a thing is almost inevitable for them, and it has long been different in their hearts. As for the other side now, Sai at this moment is preparing his luggage at this moment, but he feels a sudden attack at this moment. This is its instinctive reaction to block 1.4 directly and quickly, and at the same time it is very calm looking at the man in front of it. Senior, I'm really curious about what's the matter with you attacking me in such a way all of a sudden. After hearing this sentence, the senior in front of him couldn't help but smile instantly, feeling that this point is really more fun. Chapter 268 Tribe like us, you must never forget. The movements are still quite neat. No matter what kind of conceptual moment you are in, you must maintain such a vigilance at all times. Such a thing is considered crucial. As for the rest, everything else is easy to say. After saying this sentence, a confidential mission was passed directly in an instant. I sent you a secret in the last game. The mission is Master Duan Zhang. And this mission is absolutely not allowed to fail. I believe that you should be very clear in your heart, so you must be cautious no matter what. As for the current Sai, he couldn't help but his eyes looked very plain at this time. But at this moment, I suddenly saw the senior look at the book in front of him. It was completely a book for a young child. In an instant, his face became very ugly. You should know that the root itself is completely without any name, and even more completely without any feelings. There is no past, no future, and there are only tasks. I believe you should be very clear about this in your heart, so there is no need to say more at all. At the point where others can't see us at all, we have been supporting the development of Konoha village all along, that is to say, we belong to a tribe like us. You must never forget. After saying this sentence, they disappeared immediately and quickly. After all, they have always been hiding in the dark. So in such a situation, they must be cautious no matter what. If they are not careful enough, they will not be able to reach the current path at all. As for the current funeral, that is, Sai at this time, couldn't help but nodded slightly, and at the same time there was a trace of crying and laughing from the corners of his mouth. The big gate of the hospital. At this moment, Yamato couldn't help showing a trace of helplessness in his eyes, and at the same time knew that the situation at this time was almost crucial to them. The situation this time is really a little bit different. I'm really sorry, I'm late all of a sudden, because there were some minor incidents on the road. After hearing such words, he couldn't help but smile slightly when he saw Tsunade in front of him. Forget it, Kakashi is waiting for you to pass, we don't have any time for any other nonsense now, let's go there now. After saying this sentence, he couldn't help but smiled lightly for an instant, as if he looked very happy at this moment. Then I saw that everyone walked in quickly at this moment, and everyone at this moment would feel very weird. At this time, Jiraiya also looked at each other with very weird eyes. So it was you, Yamato smiled. Yes senior, in the next period of time, I will definitely use the name Yamato, and I will always call myself by this name. At the same time, I also know that such a thing almost belongs to us. Crucial. As for the current Tsunade, his attitude seems to be very simple at this time. Chapter 261 If I am not mistaken, all of this should be due to Naruto, right? The reason why I brought him here suddenly this time is to let him understand some things that he needs to pay attention to since he has become the captain during this period of time. At the same time, the attitude seems to be very serious at this time, and they also know that this kind of thing is almost very important to them. As for Yamato at this time, his eyes suddenly became very complicated at this time. However, I was chosen all of a sudden this time. If I guessed correctly, all of this should be due to Naruto, right? As for the current Kakashi, after hearing such words, he couldn't help but smiled lightly in an instant, and his face also looked very happy at this time. After all, he can still clearly feel that the other party does have a certain amount of wisdom. If it is not because of a certain amount of wisdom, it is generally difficult to reach such a level. I have to say, although I really don't want to admit it, but if you make some judgments from the situation in front of you, it is indeed what you said directly. Quote, after finishing this sentence, I couldn't help but smiled softly, as if whenever I thought of such a thing, I would feel very happy. And it is absolutely impossible that he is too worried at this time, but feels that everything will be relatively normal for them. As long as they can seize this kind of good opportunity in front of them, the rest of the things will be very stable for them, and he won't care if they don't need them at all. As for such a state, it is almost very fixed for them. Kakashi moments are also very flat. I believe you should also know that Naruto at this time is very powerful in itself and even always reveals a very mysterious atmosphere on his body. However, since you already know all of this now, once his complete strength is released, it is very likely that he will not be able to control himself. The current Yamato, after hearing these words, his face became very ugly instantly, and his eyes were full of strong prudence. Wow, is it actually in such a situation? If it really belongs to such a situation, then what should I do next? And in the next period of time, I am very cautious, so in the next period of time, I feel a lot more stable. After saying this sentence, I also felt that my mentality seemed to be very stable at this time. It feels that such a state is completely very stable for them. Kakashi in front of him couldn't help but shook his head very decisively after hearing this demojout sentence. What happened this time is almost inevitable, and if there is no mistake, the situation will become very dangerous, so things are not as simple as we imagined. After saying this sentence, their attitudes were also very cold, as if this kind of thing in front of them was already considered inevitable for them. Chapter 262. If there are not too many, it has actually exploded at the last moment. No, if there weren't too many, it would have actually exploded once in the last moment. Their faces looked very helpless at this time, and at the same time they knew that such a state was almost inevitable for them. Yamato's complexion became extremely ugly in an instant, and at the same time, he never thought that he would reach such a point at all. It turns out that we still have a monster-like existence here, and his strength will be greatly improved. It seems that he was slightly underestimated before. For a long time, the opponent's vision seems to have watermarks at this time, and some of them are not very strong, but judging from the current situation, it is completely inappropriate. After saying this, they couldn't help crying and laughing in an instant, as if such a thing was almost fatal to them. But Kakashi in front of him, after hearing this sentence, couldn't help but smiled lightly for an instant. There is no need to worry at all, Yamato, the most important thing for you is to stabilize your mentality. After all, if you don't have an attitude, you must be cautious no matter what. At this moment, Yamato couldn't help but draw a deep breath of anger. At the same time, at this time, he already had a basic understanding of the climate in front of him, and he also knew that in the next state, for them some serious action has to be taken. Don't worry, I already know. An hour later, everyone has already arrived at the gate. As for the current Yamato, his attitude has become very serious at this moment. It seems that all of us are ready. Now that everyone is ready, we must have teamwork and collaboration skills CFEB for the next period of time. And there must be no internal strife. If there is internal strife, it's better not to. I believe that you should be very clear in your hearts, so I don't want to talk nonsense with you here at all. Let's go now. Naruto stood beside him, and when he heard the other party's aggressive words, he also smiled, without any anger. After all, such a thing is actually completely within his budget. He has actually thought of it before. The other party must be very irritable, and everything is very reasonable. But along the way, I feel that the funerals around me are completely inappropriate, and when I look at Sai next to me, he will feel that they are more or less inappropriate. But at this time, there are also traces of strange areas appearing in the eyes. If we talk about similarity, then it really belongs to a little bit like Sasuke, and this guy really belongs to a little bit and a little bit different. After all, no matter how you look at it in this form, it's really special, similar to. Even the way of speaking seems to be completely cold, and they are all cold and cold. This makes them feel their mood, and there is a deep sense of gloom. Chapter 263. Why do you have to define yourself? Can't you just be yourself? After saying this sentence, I couldn't help crying and laughing in an instant. It was completely a weird situation that some people couldn't accept at all. After all, such a thing is almost harm to them. If the immediate problem is not solved, other things will be very difficult for them. Thinking of such a situation, it is almost certain for them, and they can just seize such an opportunity in a short time. After finishing these words, they couldn't help laughing sinisterly in an instant, as if the matter in front of them was very stable for them, and it happened to be able to greatly increase in a short period of time their strength. Everyone's mentality at this time also belongs to some changes that have taken place. For the current Sai, they are also looking at Naruto with very curious eyes. What's the matter? Why have you been looking at me with such eyes all this time? Could it be that there is something? Can you stop staring at me? After all, if you were to punch me at this time. As for the current Naruto, after hearing such words, everything felt very irritable in an instant. At the same time, they are all a little bit clueless about what to do. After all, what this guy did is too outrageous. I said, you guy, can you be a little more polite when speaking? You are so impolite from the beginning to the end. Is it unreasonable for you to do this? Sai shook his head. On the contrary, I feel that such an approach of mine is relatively normal in general, because I have made my own definition into such a state from the beginning to the end. Now Hinata has grasped the key point of such a problem almost immediately. To fix one's personality and define one's own personality, no matter how you listen to such a situation, it feels completely different. If it was before, it would be completely impossible for him to have such a thing happen, which made him feel very incredible. Ask for flowers. At the same time, they also feel that such a thing is very abnormal for them. If they can't even grasp such a thing at all, other things are completely irrational for them. Why do you have to define yourself? Isn't it good for you to just be yourself? At the same time, at this time, I also feel very ugly, and I don't know how to speak at all. Only saw Sai at this time, suddenly walked down from the spot, and at the same time looked at Naruto in front of him very calmly. They all belonged to those who wanted to do something directly and quickly, and they were all very calm this time. As for the current Yamato, after seeing this scene, a deep helplessness appeared on his face in an instant. He never thought that the conflict between each other could reach such a level. I said you should give me some face. After all, even if you fight, there is no need to be in such a situation, Chapter 264. He has absolutely no way to continue talking at this time. Kakashi should have taught you all before, trust and cooperation, and a team spirit, all of which are very important. Even this point, I believe that you should be the clearest in your heart. Since you are very clear in your heart, why do you need to be so strong? At this time, the attitude seems to be 880, and it is very tough, and the way of speaking is also merciless. In the current state, it is very important for him to experience it. After all, he has not started to act yet, and he has already seen that it is all coaxing. Can you have a slightly better attitude now? After all, such a thing must be cautious no matter what. At this time, Naruto seemed to have a very cold attitude. Because I have always only cared about Sasuke, and I hope that my partner belongs to him. As for this guy, he has always belonged to him, which is a little different. At most, this guy is just trying to fill a vacancy directly, and he is not our partner at all. Suddenly, Sai couldn't help but smiled softly. It doesn't matter, if it is really like this, then I will feel more relaxed in my heart. After all, I really like this kind of state, and I can say everything clearly. After all, he feels that coming here this time is completely belonging and has a certain purpose. If the other party treats him as a partner from the beginning to the end, then he will have no way at all when the time comes. Breaking promises all the time. However, if you didn't treat it as a partner at all from the very beginning, then naturally you don't need to care so much at all. At that time, there are many problems to care about, and the problems that will arise will become more and more serious at all. This made him feel very depressed. Moreover, it is completely impossible for him to be in such a good mood from the beginning to the end, and he will not have that much patience. After thinking of this point, his attitude instantly changed, and he seemed very tough, almost making up his mind in this regard within a short period of time. It may be more difficult for others to know better what to do next, but if it is for him, it will be a little easier. After saying this sentence, I couldn't help but smiled lightly for an instant, as if thinking of such a thing would make me feel very happy in my heart. As for Naruto at this time, it was even more strange to see that the other party was completely indifferent to the crystal from the beginning to the end. After all, in a situation like this, according to the other party's 0.0 situation, it is completely impossible for one man to be in a state of indifference. If he looks at this indifferent state, he will feel that gender is particularly annoying. It doesn't matter if the other party has already said it, there is no way for him to continue talking at this time. As for the current Sai, after hearing such words, he couldn't help laughing for an instant. Chapter 265. If you want to fight, then I will accompany you to the end this time. Now I don't want to treat the other party as a group at all, and I have always been very strong, so such a thing is almost crucial, and I don't want to treat that weak guy as a group at all. After saying this, they all laughed indifferently, as if such a thing was almost fatal to them. As for the current Naruto, after hearing what the other party said, he immediately clenched his hands together, and his eyes were full of strong anger at this moment. Damn it, UBD, you actually said Sasuke in such a way. If it wasn't because he didn't have any kind of power at 25, how could he let you speak nonsense at such a critical moment? I don't know how important this matter is at all, and it was completely sloppy from the beginning to the end. After saying this sentence, I immediately felt that my temper was very irritable, and at the same time I also felt that my mood became very unfriendly at this time. As if thinking about it, almost everything in front of them is very important to them, so they must not be underestimated at this critical moment. Could it be that you guys want to fight? If you want to fight, then I will accompany you to the end this time. I want to see who is better between the two of us. After saying this sentence, his attitude instantly became 10 points tough, and his temper felt even more irritable. It seems that he can't wait to act violently immediately. As long as he can choose to act violently at such a critical moment, then it is almost likely to be able to win in a short time. This has always belonged to him, and his personal personality can just make it stronger in a short period of time. After saying these words, they couldn't help laughing sinisterly for an instant, as if they remembered such a state, which was very incomprehensible to them. But at this moment, he suddenly saw Hinata, and immediately stood up. At the same time, Ziguang also looked very serious at this time. Sai, I hope you don't get angry at all at this critical moment. After all, Naruto belongs to this kind of person. The reason why he is aggressive towards you and speaks is very rude. Because you don't understand you at all in your heart. 877 inches. The number of times I see you is relatively small, so it's quite normal not to understand you. If you wait until he understands you a little bit, then I believe it is absolutely impossible for such internal strife to occur. As long as he understands you a little bit, your relationship will definitely become more and more friendly at that time, so this matter is almost inevitable. I hope you don't get too excited when you have such a concept. Too angry. At this time, your face also looks very serious. You already know that this kind of thing in front of you is very inevitable for them. Chapter 266. Let me be honest, if you kill me now, so what? In the dark room, Orochimaru could not find a way to solve the crisis brought by Naruto. But because he wanted Naruto's strength too much, Orochimaru did not hesitate to use any means to deceive Naruto to his side. Seeing Naruto appear, Orochimaru just smiled and said decisively, "You are quite capable, and dare to come before me rashly." While speaking, Orochimaru raised his hand and directly used the sealing technique. But Naruto dodged to the side, and countless minions appeared from Orochimaru's side. They were puppets carefully bred by this guy. It is completely idiotic to want to solve it with Naruto's ability. And Naruto was surprised when he saw those puppets running towards him, but he didn't panic at all. Having just dealt with some of the golems, he spoke to Orochimaru. "Do you have any other abilities?" Hearing this question, Orochimaru was certainly angry, but when he raised his hand and gave Naruto a heavy blow. Unexpectedly, Naruto instantly turned into a clone and disappeared from his face. Seeing how clever this guy was, Orochimaru couldn't help being annoyed, but at this moment his subordinates rushed out and said to him, "My lord, don't worry, we will definitely help you deal with this kid." Pipe. Quote, "I heard that he is going to learn art from a teacher now, so we will find a way to trap him on the way." After being trapped, people can get this experience. Toneri was the one who worked the hardest. Orochimaru glanced at him, and finally nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, then you can do this." He has a lot of appreciation for Shirin, because this guy is doing a great job. But Orochimaru didn't expect that just after he finished his words, Toneri looked directly at Naruto to mock him. "I must take you down today. Even if you can't deal with Naruto today, you must control Naruto in the future." With this in mind, Shirin came to Naruto's side, but before he could make a move, Naruto noticed their attack first. But he found a suitable place, and after he hid in, no one found Naruto anymore. Just at this moment, Uchiminga's voice suddenly sounded from behind Naruto. "What are you hiding here for?" Although Naruto was taken aback, but when he looked back, he did not expect that Mingbo Uchi was holding a sharp blade in his hand. Just showing a provocative smile to Naruto, Uchiminami said directly, "Are you stronger than me?" Hearing this question, before Naruto could answer, the next second, Mingbo Uchi slashed at Naruto with a knife. He moved very fast. Naruto was no match at all. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was knocked down by him. Seeing that Naruto couldn't get up, Mingbo Yu laughed again, and finally walked to Naruto's side slowly with a knife. Although putting a knife on Naruto's head was a fatal threat, Mingbo Yu didn't care about these things half. Naruto didn't care, and even smiled triumphantly at Minami Uchi. "What do you want to do?" "How Jiao?" He raised an eyebrow at Yu Jimingbo. Seeing Naruto being so rampant, Yu Jimingbo felt annoyed. But Naruto ignored him, but said calmly, "Let me be honest, if you kill me now, so what? You didn't defeat me in a real sense, and no one knows that you killed me. Doesn't that mean that no matter what Uchiminbo does, it's useless?" Seeing Naruto being so crazy, Uchiminbo felt angry again. Chapter 267. Do you think you really have the ability to fight against me? But at this time, he couldn't do anything, he could only look at another place. It seems to be Orochimaru's men over there. Did you offend him? It's Uchi's strangest thing. If not, why did those people come to hunt down Naruto? Before Naruto answered, he got up from the ground and broke Uchiminbo's knife. Seeing his understatement, Yu Jimingbo seemed to see a ghost, his eyes widened and he couldn't say a word. Seeing that Uchiminbo remained silent, Naruto laughed again. Is it a surprise? Just breaking his knife was nothing to Naruto. Normal operation only. Seeing him so rampant, Yu Jimingbo felt a burst of despair, and finally took the hilt of the knife and slashed at Naruto. But what's the use of the hilt? Except that he is a little stronger than Naruto in terms of physicality, he is just like that in other places. While choosing to dodge, Naruto took out other hidden weapons to deal with Uchiminbo. Seeing Naruto's actions, Yu Jimingbo was frightened. Why don't you use those sealing techniques? Logically speaking, Naruto has learned the not seal for so long, so he should use something to deal with himself. But why is Naruto using cold weapons now? Uchiminbo didn't understand the reason, so Naruto CFCJ laughed and said directly to him. If I really use those methods, I guess your purpose will be able to succeed. After all, Orochimaru's people will surround you all the way. At this moment, Naruto was besieged on all sides, and no matter what he did, he couldn't solve the problem. But he didn't panic at all, because those people still couldn't find him in a short time, and besides, he could pretend to be Uchiminami, leave this place, and even swagger in front of those people. Anyway, no one will suspect Naruto. Seeing Naruto's calmness and composure, Uchiminbo felt dissatisfied again, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think you really have the ability to fight against me?" He raised his chin. The arrogance in his expression made Naruto's heart sink. But he still gritted his teeth and remained silent. Seeing that Naruto remained silent, Uchiminbo looked in the direction of the distance again. "Come on, Naruto is here." He yelled loudly, and the people over there heard the movement, and although they ran over immediately, Yuzhiminbo didn't expect that Naruto would knock him out, and then change the faces of the two of them by using the knot seal technique. After the transformation, Naruto also became Uchi Minami. Although the knife was broken, he did not fluctuate, but stood quietly in front of the fallen Uchi Minami. But what those people saw was the fallen Naruto. After all, their faces had changed. Sharon was shocked. He didn't expect Uchiminbo to make a move. "Why are you doing these things to him?" he asked cautiously. His posture was full of respect, and he didn't dare to offend. And when Naruto saw the appearance of Sharon, he felt a burst of disdain in his heart, and he couldn't look down on these people anymore. But now he has to calm down a bit, otherwise it will be bad if Sharon succeeds. With this in mind, Naruto replied cautiously, "It's not because this guy has a grudge against me, you should know our old enemy relationship." What he said made Tonorin suddenly realize. Afterwards, Sharon laughed and clasped his fists at Naruto, and hurried away with his own people. Chapter 268. Don't do anything, I won't hurt you, and you don't come to deal with me either. He didn't dare to stay with Naruto too long. After all, he was hard to mess with, and he was hard to deal with. Thinking of this, Sharon left directly with his subordinates. Although he left, Naruto felt unspeakably complicated in his heart. Because it was Yuzhiminbo who was taken away, but it was his face. Doesn't that mean that if Yuzhiminbo becomes his original appearance, then he will still reveal his secrets? That being the case, he still has to find a way to get out of here quickly. While thinking, Naruto looked around again. Just haven't found the right opportunity yet. The next second something unexpected happened, and several people rushed out from all directions. There was excitement on the faces of those people. "You are definitely not Uchi Mingha. The Uchiminbo we know will never do these superfluous behaviors. Who are you? Quickly and truthfully explain your identity. Don't hide it anymore, or you will be finished when we make a move." But when Naruto heard what they said, he just laughed and mocked directly. "It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that some of the things you are doing now are too ridiculous." They still didn't recognize their abilities, so they came to provoke him. With this idea in mind, Naruto rushed forward at the first time, and attacked them with wolf poison. Seeing Naruto's movements, everyone felt panic again, and could only quickly dodge to the side, but dodging could not solve the problem at all. At this moment, Naruto has already thought of a way to deal with this group of people, which is to knock them down heavily. Seeing that they couldn't get up, Naruto couldn't help laughing. But considering that Sharon might return in the near future, he used the disguise technique on these people again. After using them, Naruto threw them all over the place, although they were all in the corner. But what is certain is that Sharon will definitely find out, and then, he just needs to leave here. Although a little reconciled, Naruto's current ability is not enough to fight Orochimaru, so he must be patient. In the blink of an eye, Naruto came to another place. Although the place was peaceful and quiet, he knew that the master was not here. Asking for flowers. Just when Naruto was about to leave, suddenly a fallen leaf rushed over from behind. Naruto turned his head slowly. Unexpectedly it turned out to be a strange man, who looked similar to himself in age. "Why are you doing it?" Naruto touched his face, although he had changed back to his original appearance, but he knew that the people from Tonari and Orochimaru would not be able to catch up in a short time. Point 0. Most importantly, the appearance on Yuzhiminbo's face should not have changed. So why did the person in front of him attack him? Before Naruto figured it out, Jinzong walked slowly towards Naruto and said in a strange way. "Do I need a reason for doing it to you? Don't you think you're a little stupid?" Seeing that the well was so rampant, Naruto felt dissatisfied again, but he was too lazy to argue with the well, but looked at the fallen leaves on the ground and said, "If you want to do it, don't blame me for being rude to you." While speaking, Naruto picked up a fallen leaf, as if he was ready to fight in the well. Unexpectedly, Jinzong said with a laugh, "Don't do it, I won't hurt you, and you don't want to deal with me." Chapter 269. I'm going to learn from a teacher. The sealing skills of learned are not strong enough. Hearing this, Naruto nodded slightly, but his eyes were sharp. At this time, Jinzong also showed his identity, and Naruto knew that he was a Hokage practitioner. If so, doesn't that mean they are the same? Surprised, Naruto patted his shoulder again and said, "Come here, I have something to tell you." Although he was smiling, 650, Naruto just stared at him and shook his head. "There's nothing to talk about. Let's keep our distance. Besides, I'm being hunted down now. If you don't want to be implicated, you'd better stop doing these tricks." He knew what was going on in the bottom of the well. As soon as the words came out, Jinzong was also stunned, and finally he could only grit his teeth and tell Naruto, "If you don't do these tricks, then don't do it." It's pointless to continue arguing with Naruto anyway. With this in mind, Ino was about to turn around and leave. But Naruto suddenly stopped him. Even though Jinzong stopped, there was still a sharpness in his eyes. Naruto picked up a fallen leaf and threw it with the same strength as in the well. Seeing Naruto's movements, Inoka said without thinking, "How can you be so capable? Who told you to do this?" The well has been stunned, and the whole person is unspeakably bitter. But Naruto didn't answer when he heard it, but stared at the well quietly and then mocked coldly. "It doesn't matter who asked me to do it, anyway, if you dare to sneak attack again, it won't be that simple next time." Leaving this sentence behind, Naruto left directly. Seeing him go, Jinzong felt a burst of despair again, although he couldn't accept all of the present, but things had already happened, what else could Jinzong do? Although Naruto left in a hurry, he was obviously a talented master. If he could keep up with Naruto and learn some of his moves, maybe he could make some progress. With this in mind, Ino actually quietly followed Naruto. Seeing Naruto walking on the road with an excited expression on his face, Inoka walked forward without thinking. Where do you want to go next? He did not sneak attack this time, nor did he play sneaky tricks, he really came out to ask blatantly. I believe Naruto should be able to understand. Sure enough, as soon as this question came up, Naruto turned to him and said, I'm going to learn from a teacher, the not-seal techniques I've learned are not strong enough. He wants to learn more things, and he will be able to be astonished in the future, and he will not be afraid of anything. With Naruto's words, Jinchuriki also knew what would happen next, so he laughed and said, so that's the case, then I hope you can learn it this time. As long as Naruto can succeed, everything else is a small problem. But Ino didn't expect that just after he finished speaking, Naruto quickly left in front of him. Seeing Naruto go, there was another complication in the center. What Naruto didn't expect was that the guy had just finished blessing himself, and in the blink of an eye, he started following him again. 4.8 Seeing the well sneaking in the dark, Naruto could only stop and say, come out, what are your intentions? Naruto's attitude became a bit harsh, but Ino didn't care, but walked up to him slowly, showing a helpless expression. I just want to be as powerful as you. If you are willing to exchange ideas with me, maybe we will, in the future. Chapter 270 Believe that if I take action, people like him will be completely taken down by me, and I don't even dare to do this kind of thing again. Naruto quietly stared at him and asked before Jinchuriki could finish the following words. You sure? If Jinchuriki really wanted to learn these things, then Naruto would do it too. Just as Naruto was calculating, Jinchuriki just glanced at him and said loudly, of course, if I'm not sure, what else can I do? He raised his chin, his eyes full of pride and firmness. At this time, Naruto didn't bother to talk to him, and walked directly to other places. Seeing that the 25 people left, the center of the well was exhausted again. Not long after, Naruto also came to a mountain villa. There was a lot of laughter and laughter. Anoko followed Naruto all the way. Although he was not expelled again, he had very few opportunities to talk to Naruto. Probably because Naruto didn't welcome him to do these things in the first place. Although Naruto's indifference made the well a little painful, but when Naruto walked into the villa and took the initiative to visit the people inside, Ino couldn't help being excited. He knew that Naruto would be successful, and what those people valued was not their talents, but their hearts. Only if the heart is firm enough, the talent will not be wasted. Talent is something you are born with. It is definitely not what they ask for, and they can get it. Sure enough, Naruto was really accepted by those people, and saw Naruto sitting and talking with those guys. Although Jinchuriki did not appear, excitement appeared on his face. Wait until night falls. He came to Naruto at the first time and whispered at the same time. Can I discuss something with you? Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes. There is nothing to discuss, don't bother me, get out now. He has already learned art from a teacher, and Jinchuriki should keep a distance from him instead of stealing from him. Seeing Naruto so indifferent, there was another burst of despair in the center of the well, but he still spoke directly. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. He just wanted to talk to Naruto about something interesting. But Naruto ignored him, but looked at the moves diagrams in his hand. Before he had time to learn, the well snatched it away. Seeing the movement in the well, Naruto was angry and anxious, jumped up decisively, and stretched out his hand to grab the thing back. In the end, Jinchuriki actually said to him, such a good exercise, you should let me learn it first. I'll see if there is any problem. You can learn it later. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. As he said that, Jinchuriki directly opened the exercises, and carefully looked at the moves and explanations inside. He became more and more excited and fascinated. In the next second, Jinchuriki was also knocked out, and Naruto also saw his master. But Naruto was full of guilt, he directly bowed his head and apologized to the master. Unexpectedly, the master waved his hand and said 4 words calmly. It's all small things, since he likes to watch this kind of thing so much, why don't you leave him to me to deal with? I believe that if I take action, a person like him will be completely taken down by me, and I don't even dare to do this kind of thing again. The master raised his chin while talking. Naruto just glanced at him, and hurriedly agreed. Jinchuriki still doesn't know what he will encounter next. When I found out that I woke up, I was locked in a strange room. Jinchuriki suddenly felt that something was wrong, so he started to yell loudly. He hoped that someone would let him go. But Jinchuriki didn't expect that before he escaped from here, someone came from another place. Chapter 271 You can go out, this practice is almost enough. Those people smiled at the well while pointing at the well and said. He's what we're dealing with today. Hearing this, Jinchuriki still didn't understand the meaning. I saw Naruto's master slowly coming out from behind these people. He just glanced at those people and said directly. Okay, you go and stand aside, let me deal with this kid, and you come back to practice. Hearing this, those children hastily agreed. Although they are not very old, they are definitely not young. It seems that they are all learning the Hokage technique. If I didn't guess wrong, I should suffer. Thinking of these things, Jinchuriki felt despair and fear, but Naruto's master just glanced at him and said directly. If you dare to steal the exercises that Naruto got, you should pay for it. I am his master, and I cannot condone you to do all of this. Listening to his description, Jingzong just stayed for a moment, then hurriedly explained. I didn't steal anything from him, I just wanted to exchange ideas with Naruto, he never gave me that chance. Well's explanation made Naruto's master laugh. He is not a fool, how could he believe that Well is innocent? So you want to steal his things. The so-called don't do to others what you don't want to do to yourself. If you don't understand, then learn the rules now. After leaving these words, Naruto's master turned around and left. He walked so fast that Jingzong could only watch him leave quietly. Although not reconciled, there was nothing the Well could do. But at this moment, Naruto suddenly walked in. He glanced at the Well, and then at the children next to him. They have just learned the Hokage technique not long ago. If you really want to learn these moves secretly, you should try to figure them out while they are practicing. Anyway, this is quite in line with the sneaky character of the Well. After Naruto finished speaking, he left directly. After the children were allowed, they came to the Well for the first time, and excitement appeared on their faces. Before the Well reacted, they directly raised their hands and made all kinds of violent attacks on the Well. Their moves were too terrifying, and in just a split second, they knew something was wrong. Although he has the ability to dodge, but there is no way to escape so many attacks, especially this time, coming from all directions. In an instant, Jingzong rolled his eyes, and he was suffocated. Seeing Jingzong's pain, Naruto just smiled and said decisively, "You should pay for what you did." 27. Naruto said these words seriously. Jingzong was angry when he heard it, but he could only lower his head in a dying state. At this moment, there is only despair and helplessness in Yongzong's heart. And Naruto watched quietly from the side, and after a long time, he said to those children, "Okay, you can go out, Zhao's practice this time is almost enough. Don't do those messy things anymore, because it doesn't make sense." With these words from Naruto, the group of children all left. But at this time, Jingzong was already about to burp. Although he begged Naruto, this guy always pretended not to hear. Although Naruto came over, Yuzhong's disgust and pain for him were even more profound. "Don't come here again, I don't want to see you, you go out quickly." Chapter 272. This has nothing to do with you, so don't ask too much if you're fine. Jingzong kept urging him, probably because the psychological shadow left by Naruto on him was so deep that at this moment, besides anger, there may not be any other emotions in the center of the Well. But Naruto sneered twice. "If I really leave now, those people will be even more arrogant. If you don't believe me, just give it a try." It was because of his action that those people did not continue to be rude to Jingzong, which he did not see. Sure enough, he is a simple-minded, well-developed idiot. Naruto was somewhat contemptuous of this, but Jingzong just glanced at him, then shook his head and said, "There's nothing to try." After speaking, Inoka closed his eyes, not wanting to respond to Naruto. And Naruto just glanced at the Well, then said decisively, "It doesn't matter if you don't try these things, anyway, other people will deal with you later, as long as you are not afraid." After speaking, Naruto left directly. Seeing him go, there was another burst of helplessness in the center of the Well. But at this moment, Jingzong couldn't say anything, he could only sneer at Naruto. "Just wait and see, as long as I can escape from this place, you will be the one to fall next." But no matter what the Well said, Naruto didn't look back. At this time, Mingbo Uchi also showed his original form. Looking at Tonari and Orochimaru beside him, he just felt baffled. "Who are you? Why did you bring me to this place?" Uchi Mingbo just couldn't figure it out. Tonari and Orochimaru laughed. "Don't you know what happened to you? Naruto, how long are you going to pretend to be stupid? You clearly know that I want your power, why do you keep running away? Do you have to use this method to come to my side?" Orochimaru frowned, his face full of doubts. But this sentence also reminded Uchi Mingbo. He hurriedly raised his throat and said angrily, "I'm not Naruto, I'm Uchi Minami." Hearing this, Orochimaru was very shocked, and at this time Naruto was also gradually stunned, because Uchi Minami's voice was obviously not Naruto's. Then where did Naruto go? Shirin yelled CFBG directly. But Uchi Mingbo didn't bother to answer when he heard it, but kept struggling, trying to get rid of everything here. Seeing Uchi Mingbo's appearance like this, Sharon was terrified again. "It's over, we probably caught the wrong person this time. Who would have thought that such things would happen to them?" Sharon felt grief, indignation and despair. Although Yuji Roizi didn't know what he was thinking, there was arrogance and madness in his eyes. Although Naruto doesn't know the situation here. But after Orochimaru figured out everything, they also understood what Naruto did, even though they were angry about it all. "So what?" Seeing Orochimaru get angry, Uchi Minami said decisively. "Why are you attacking Naruto? This is just a small person, is it worth your anger?" Yuji Mingbo was just puzzled, but he didn't want to, because he insisted on saying to him with a strange yin and yang. "This has nothing to do with you. If you are fine, don't inquire too much." Because his attitude was too indifferent, Yuji Mingbo just thought about it, then lowered his head and didn't say anything else. Because Uchi Mingbo bowed his head and remained silent, Orochimaru's heart is also a little more complicated. Chapter 273. How bad the situation over there is, you should understand it yourself, right? Although Sharon was watching from the side, there was melancholy in his eyes. "What are we going to do next?" It's impossible to do nothing. It's impossible to let Naruto be free and easy, but if you want to catch him, it will probably be difficult. Because it took such a long time before they discovered the problem, it is estimated that Naruto has gone far away. It's just that Sharon had just finished speaking, and Orochimaru said it directly. He seems to be going to learn art from a teacher. At worst, we can send more people to arrest and search along the way. I don't believe we can't find him, this brat. Hearing this, Sharon just thought about it, and said with his teeth closed. It's a good idea, but are you sure it will work? What if we fail to capture Naruto and cause a lot of trouble? Every gang and every force is not simple, they must be careful, otherwise they offend people, and it will be difficult to leave in the future. Just his words made Orochimaru laugh out loud. Aren't you crazy? We just went to catch Naruto, and we didn't bother anyone else. What right do they have to deal with us? Orochimaru raised his chin, and there was only arrogance and arrogance on his face. At this time, Tonari seemed to have gradually realized it, and nodded hurriedly. What you say makes sense. But who will do this? Could it be him? He has obviously tried his best. On many things, at least Sharon has really exhausted his mind, but he has not been able to succeed. If he is allowed to come forward this time, what if there is no harm if something happens, it's over. At this time, Orochimaru just glanced at him, and said hastily. Then I'll come. After finishing speaking, Orochimaru ignored the two of them and left in a hurry. Seeing Orochimaru leaving, Sharon also showed a contemptuous smile. He looks really interesting. Everyone knows the truth of being courteous for nothing, or stealing. I believe that this guy Orochimaru is definitely not because he wants to help them, but because he has selfish intentions. But just as Sharon said the words, Yin Snake patted him on the shoulder with emotion. How about this, you follow him to see what his purpose is, and if you really don't have good intentions, we can stop it as soon as possible. Ask for flowers. What Orochimaru said was true, although Sharon heard that although he agreed, but seeing Orochimaru walking so quickly, he felt a little impatient in his heart, so he hurriedly said to him. Stop, wait for me, I'm right behind you, don't go so fast. Hearing the urging of Sharon, although Orochimaru stopped at this time, he felt baffled, because the two of them clearly said that they believed that they would leave this matter to him, but they followed secretly. 0.00. What are these people thinking? Just when Orochimaru was impatient, Sharon suddenly smiled at him and said, how bad the situation over there is, you should know it yourself, right? He pointed in the direction behind him, with a smug smile on his face, but Orochimaru just smiled and taunted him directly. So are you here to help? If not, it doesn't make sense for him to talk about these calves. What Orochimaru said is the truth. Sharon ignored him, but looked at the weapon in his hand, and finally entered decisively. Chapter 274. What is the common goal of the two of us? You should keep it in your heart, not fish in troubled waters. Since the common goal of the two of us is Naruto, we should start together. I believe that it will not be a problem to catch Naruto with our two abilities. However, Sharon's words also made Orochimaru laugh. Don't be kidding, it's just as simple as that. As he said that, he turned around directly to the other side. Because you have to inquire along the way, you can't avoid dealing with those people along the way. 543. However, when Orochimaru was dealing with them, Sharon always followed behind. He seems to have gotten a lot of useful information and intelligence without doing anything. This situation made Orochimaru have some dissatisfaction and complaints, of course there are, but it is meaningless to say those words. Orochimaru could only set off in the direction of the villa, because someone said he saw Naruto there. After coming to the vicinity of the villa, Uchi just took a look inside and found that Naruto was really inside. This guy was concentrating on learning how to seal a book, and never thought that he would be discovered. The other people saw Orochimaru walking in, and immediately stepped forward and said, "What's the matter with you?" Those people are all Naruto's companions. Although they learned earlier than Naruto, their abilities are not as strong as Naruto's, and it may be that their hearts are different. They themselves are self-aware of this. But Orochimaru's sneaky look, one can tell at a glance that he has no good intentions. Everyone was cautious, but unexpectedly, Orochimaru just smiled and said directly, "I want to meet Naruto." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help being stunned, but they still turned around and said, "If you really want to see each other, then we can only settle down." With that said, they called Naruto out. Not long after, the two met in the backyard. It's just that Naruto's face became extremely ugly after he saw Orochimaru clearly. "How will you be here?" He was so frightened that his eyes widened and he couldn't say a word. But Orochimaru didn't answer when he heard it, but looked at his hands, and then launched a fierce attack on Naruto. His moves were terrible, and in the blink of an eye, Naruto was knocked down by him. Because Naruto couldn't get up, Uchi stopped talking with him, but looked slightly mocking. "You don't have the ability to fight with me, so let's admit embarrassment now." After leaving this sentence, Orochimaru left directly. But Naruto didn't bother to pay attention, but looked at his hands. After a while, he said to his companions, "This is my own business, you don't need to solve it." Orochimaru's ability is indeed powerful, but why did he leave after beating himself? It is definitely because he still needs to contact other people to arrest him, otherwise, under the watchful eyes of those people, it would not be a good thing to blatantly take Naruto away. Thinking of these things, Naruto's face also showed some contempt and arrogance. Although Yuji Mingbo didn't know what Naruto was thinking, but when he found the sacrificial person, he was extremely excited. After informing Naruto of the situation, Mingbo Uchi was very anxious. Hurry up and catch him, what is the common goal of the two of us? You should keep it in your heart instead of fishing in troubled waters. Although Yuji Mingbo's attitude was a bit harsh, but when Shirin rushed over, he couldn't help laughing because he saw Naruto. Chapter 275 Why should I believe these things? You are so patient. He directly gave Yuji Mingbo a thumbs up, but this also made Yuji Mingbo a little dissatisfied. Hurry up, it may be too late, I don't think those people behind him are vegetarians. Those people are all Naruto's companions, they don't have any enmity with Uchiminha and Tonari. At this moment, all they can do is to take Naruto away, otherwise when those guys react, everything will naturally be bad. Under Uchiminga's urging, Shirin hurriedly walked towards Naruto and sneered coldly. Did you forget the people you offended? And the things you did 25? When he said these words, Shirin's attitude was very ridiculous, because he was condescending and staring at Naruto, he was a fool, and he knew there would be problems. But Naruto just glanced at Tonari, then shook his head and said. I don't remember what I did, why don't you explain it to me carefully? If it's really my fault, then I'm willing to bear it myself, but if you talk nonsense, don't blame me for being rude to you. Quote. After saying this, Naruto glanced at his companion behind him again. You don't need to do it, I will solve it myself. Those people have been with Naruto day and night, and they have long had a strong relationship. If Naruto will be tortured by others, then they will rush to help as soon as possible. It's just that Shirin hasn't had time to do it yet. Naruto's question stumped him first. I'm here on behalf of Orochimaru. I want to ask you to go back and talk about something. If you are willing to cooperate with us, maybe we won't be so fierce. Naruto laughed straight away. Because there is a backer behind him, he doesn't have to panic at all. Why should we cooperate? What are we talking about? Can't we talk now? Seeing Naruto provoking himself like this, Shirin also clenched his fists, but those people beside him said nothing. Stinky boy, pay attention to your own behavior. If you dare to hurt him, then don't think about it. Yes, he is from our side, you'd better pay attention. Regardless of the size or the things that should be done, Shirin must think clearly. Under the accusations and reprimands of those people, Shirin also gradually calmed down, but there was still unspeakable helplessness and despair in his heart. But Naruto didn't pay attention to Shirin, but looked at his companion beside him. Okay, you go back first, I will take care of this. Those people were reluctant to leave. Shirin can only talk to Naruto. Orochimaru gave you so much help before, how can you ignore this kindness? Now I just want you to come with me. While speaking, Shirin rushed forward and grabbed Naruto, he even wanted to use force. 333. Seeing this, the people next to him rushed to take action, and when the seal was hit on Shirin's body, it only took a moment to make Shirin feel overwhelmed with pain. Seeing the despair of Tonari, Naruto said again. They all learn the Hokage technique, if you don't believe it. Before Naruto finished speaking, Tonaro raised his chin, showing a haughty expression. Why should I believe these things? Anyway, you are a treacherous guy, just wait and see, I will let other people deal with you. After speaking, Shirin turned around and left. But Naruto just glanced at him and laughed at him without hesitation. Chapter 276 I'm not going to go with you, I just want to make a break with you. Then let them come, as long as they can solve me, then I really lose. In other words, he is not as skilled as others and accepts his fate. Because of Naruto's rampant, at this moment, Shirin was angry and annoyed. But Shirin couldn't do anything, he could only stare at Naruto and said coldly. Just wait and see. With that said, he left directly. The other people didn't feel relieved because of Shirin's departure, because they were still worried that things would turn around. Fortunately, that situation did not happen. After Shirin left, everything calmed down. But Naruto's complexion was not good, he suddenly said to the people behind him. I feel that the next practice is probably going to encounter a bottleneck. These bottlenecks may be shadows and obstacles growing in his own heart. Of course Naruto remembered the help Orochimaru had given him, but if he used hordes of shadows against himself, what should he do then? In other words, where do these people go? They must not be implicated. While Naruto was thinking, there was some tiredness in his eyes. Everyone felt funny when they heard Naruto's words, so they patted him on the shoulder with emotion. It's better not to be sentimental. With your talent and heart, no matter what you do, you will definitely succeed. After all, you are really flaunting it. It's just that a brat harassed you, what is that? Could it be that he can really threaten us? With the master here, even if he can create troubles, so what? We are not vegetarians either. With their comfort, although Naruto gradually calmed down, he understood that things like storms and waves can be avoided once, but not twice. Especially Shirin and the others came prepared this time, and Orochimaru was ready to take him down. This guy is already sure of him, and Naruto felt a little more melancholy and tired about this. When night came, Naruto didn't do anything, but waited in the backyard while his companions were fast asleep. Although the master knew about this matter, Naruto had already made it clear to him that he would solve it himself, that is to say, this matter has nothing to do with anyone. Master didn't have to come over to make a move. His attitude was too firm. Master was a little helpless, but he still agreed. At this moment, Naruto also saw a fallen leaf fall by his side, looked up, and saw Mingbo Uchi standing quietly on the wall. You know we're coming, what are you still doing here? While he was talking, there was also some doubts on his face, because Naruto is obviously not stupid, so why didn't he go with them? Why should he be smart there? Uchi Mingbo really couldn't figure it out, but Naruto bit the switch when he heard it. I'm not going to leave with you, just to make a break with you. Quote, stop pestering me any longer, I hate your behavior, let's decide the outcome today. Qian Zhao. Anyway, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later, whether it is earlier or later, it is the same for Naruto. Seeing him being so rampant, although Uchi Mingbo was angry, he still laughed and said. Since you have decided, what can I do? Come on, let me see your strength. He raised his chin, very arrogantly, but Naruto was unmoved when he heard it, and said directly to the crowd. Come on, let's see who is more powerful. Chapter 277. You were really crazy, even dare to move me. If you can't solve me today, then don't take advantage of me. Saying that, Naruto rushed forward. They were dazzled by the moves they used, although Naruto could deal with and counterattack. But his strength was still far behind. Fortunately, his master was watching in the dark and didn't really care about it. Just when Shirin and Uchiminha were about to take Naruto away, Naruto's master shot directly and intercepted them. What do you want to do? This is my apprentice. Why, they can be so arrogant to bully. Seeing them so rampant, the master was naturally angry, and Naruto just smiled and said directly. Master, don't worry about this matter. While talking, Naruto glanced at 520 Shirin. Orochimaru has really tried his best to get my power, but is it really that simple? Isn't he afraid of burning jade and stone together? When he said these words, doubts surfaced on Naruto's face. Shirin glanced at him, although he was angry, he still laughed and sighed. Burning jade and stone, can this kind of thing happen? Do you really dare to die? If you dare, you will not live until now. After all, you have so many lives hanging on your body. While speaking, Heron directly sighed again, CFAD. He shook his head and sighed. Do you feel guilty when you think about them? Or even pain? After all, you owe them so much. Faced with those questions from Sharon, Naruto just smiled and said directly with his hands open. Even so what? Do you think I can really feel it? Seeing him being so rampant, Sharon was stunned, but Yu Jimingbo said decisively. Don't talk nonsense with them, since the master wants to stand up and defend the apprentice, then we will take the master away with him. That's right, whether it's the master or the apprentice, take them all, and let them know what will happen if they offend us. Seeing this group of people being so rampant, Naruto felt a little angry. But when he looked back, he really said, Master, you'd better go, don't get involved, I will solve the problem myself. Naruto said these words seriously, but his master shook his head and refused. You are still young and don't know much, so you have to let me guide you, so that you will not do things that will affect the future. The master told the truth, but Naruto didn't answer when he heard it, but wrestled with those people. Whether it is Uchimingbo or Sharon, it is a joke to him. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was knocked down. Seeing that he couldn't get up, Yu Jimingbo laughed again and again. But on the other side, Orochimaru had a sudden disaster. Who are you? They were wearing red clothes, with serious faces, and they were not ordinary people at a glance. But how did they come to their residence and put on such a vicious posture? This was something Orochimaru couldn't figure out, but Orochimaru hadn't said anything to them yet. Those few people shot at him directly, and they moved very quickly. Orochimaru just glanced at them and said directly, You are really crazy, even I dare to move. He was very angry, but those people knocked him down in the blink of an eye. Chapter 278. You are quite capable and dare to do these things. Since there was no way to fight back, Orochimaru could only speak while dying on the ground. Let me go, you stupid bastards. While Orochimaru tries to break free from their shackles, something unexpected happens. Although those people restrained him from a height, they didn't do anything to him. Instead, he left a sentence in his ear. If you still dare to deal with Naruto, or even stalk him, then just wait and see, we have plenty of skills to deal with you. You will see if it is your fate or our fist that is harder. We only say these words once, and I hope you will always remember them in your heart. After leaving these words, everyone left in a hurry, leaving Orochimaru in a daze. He really didn't believe what he heard. Why would someone help Naruto out? Obviously, a wild boy like him who is not wanted by Plus should be forgotten by Plus this era. But why does Naruto have such a strong backer behind him? What is the purpose of those people? If he can join forces with those people, maybe he can achieve a win-win goal. Thinking of this, Yin insisted on chasing in the direction of those people. He moved very quickly, and those people couldn't help being surprised when they saw him following up. What you up to? Everyone clenched their fists, their faces a little ugly. Orochimaru just glanced at them and said hastily, I didn't want to do anything. If we can join forces to deal with Naruto, maybe we can all have new achievements in a short time. It's a pity that just after Orochimaru finished speaking, those people laughed. It seems that what we told you was not clear enough, that's why you were so rampant. Since that's the case, then just wait and see, we don't intend to let you go easily now. I gave you some warnings and lessons just now. I hope you can seize the opportunity to reform, not to let you act unscrupulously in front of us. Anyway, you are so ignorant, why should we talk nonsense with you? With that said, they clenched their fists and shot straight at Orochimaru. These guys moved very quickly, because the snake was knocked down by them in just an instant. Because he couldn't get up, he could only feel the knot marks of those people on his body. These people were all Hokage, and he didn't expect Naruto to know such people. Ask for flowers. Although Orochimaru was terrified in his heart, he soon spoke with some people. Are there any other moves? He lifted his chin, and there was a faint smile in his eyes, and those people couldn't help but be stunned when they heard it. What can we do? It seems that you are really tired of living. At this time, Orochimaru just smiled and said while watching their moves. 0. I know who you are. It turned out to be members of his old friend's family. Since this is the case, I also know how to settle the crisis you brought. He finally discovered the flaw. This is really a terrific discovery. It's just that Orochimaru never expected that as soon as he said his words, those people clenched their fists angrily and said back to him. You are quite capable, and dare to do these things. If you dare to offend us, you must be prepared to die. After speaking, they turned and left. Although they didn't attack Orochimaru again, the threat they left made Orochimaru flustered. He knew that bad things would happen soon, but if he escaped now, it might be too late. Chapter 279. What is your grievance with these people? Can you tell me? Holding the attitude of fleeing, Orochimaru immediately started to hurry, and those people watched quietly from behind, and they were relieved when they were sure that Orochimaru had escaped. Don't worry, Naruto should be fine in a short time, but I don't know what his current situation is. Uchiminpo and Orochimaru are indeed not easy to mess with, but he has to find a way to get through this. It won't work to always rely on the ability of the outside world. As the September 10th people said, they also returned to their place. Although Naruto is still fighting against Tonari and Uchiminami, he has been unable to defeat them. Just for a while, Naruto felt the pain. He staggered in the air and finally fell to the ground. There was no chance of even getting up. At this moment, the destruction that Naruto faces is also extremely terrible. Although Uchiminha and Tonato didn't know what Naruto was thinking, they just glanced at him and said with a laugh. You actually fell down. Why are you so useless? Thought you could continue to fight us. Since you've already collapsed, we won't talk nonsense to you anymore. How about this? If you cooperate with us and pass out directly, then we won't do anything to you. Their words sounded okay, but Naruto just rolled his eyelids and glanced at those guys, then laughed and mocked. How did you have the nerve to say those things? He was just curious, but unexpectedly, just as he said his words, those people shot him down directly. At this time, Naruto's master hurried over. Because he was watching from the side all the time, he thought Naruto could really solve it, but it turned out that this guy's ability was nothing more than that. The ability to show off is quite strong. While the master was thinking, he also complained in his heart. Although Naruto was rescued because of the master's shot, he felt unspeakable bitterness in his heart. Not long after, Uchiminbo and Sharon were both driven away, but they also left cruel words. As long as Naruto's master would leave, then they would definitely take action. Most importantly, they don't necessarily lose every time. This attitude also made Naruto's heart sink, but his master said it very calmly. I will always be by his side, and your strong ones are nothing more than bullying for me to bully the weak. These powers shouldn't fall into your hands, but it doesn't matter, I will cultivate him step by step, and after a while, you will see a terrible enemy. Maybe Naruto can't even be called an enemy. Anyway, he is definitely not simple, and he is definitely better than those people. After saying this, his master picked up Naruto again and put Naruto on the bed to heal his wounds. The other party just thought about it and said directly, what is your grievance with these people? Can you tell me? Anyway, he is also Naruto's master. I believe Naruto will definitely be willing to tell. As expected, just as his question was thrown, Naruto responded with a laugh. Actually, there is no grievance, and it's meaningless to say it. After all, our current situation is too bad. It's just that just after Naruto finished speaking, his master directly accused him angrily. You still haven't said that, have you? Naruto was also stunned, and finally revealed the truth, which was something he had hidden for many years. Chapter 280. Are these all Orochimaru's subordinates? It turns out that Orochimaru did all this because of the special power hidden in your body. I didn't expect him, an old thief, to be so treacherous. He was very angry and wanted to kill Orochimaru. But Naruto just glanced at the master, then shook his head and said. These are all things in the past, don't need to mention them again, besides, isn't he unable to hurt us now? Then don't take him seriously. What Naruto said is the truth. Although the master agrees, he has other plans in his heart. Just wait, I will definitely help you eradicate all these evils. But Naruto ignored it, but closed his eyes, because he was really too tired, and he fell into a deep sleep directly. 25. Seeing Naruto falling asleep like this, the master did not go to rest, but practiced his moves in the yard. Not long after, Sharon and Uchiminbo rushed over again, with excitement on their faces. Seeing Naruto practicing moves in the courtyard, the two attacked from behind without even thinking about it. As a result, Naruto went so far as to fight back and dodge their attack at the same time. Seeing Naruto's speed become so agile, passers-by in Mingbo Uchi's faces became extremely ugly. The two had no choice but to use other methods to deal with Naruto first. After all, at this moment, they can't do anything else. Those methods are nothing more than making Naruto fall to the ground. Seeing Naruto being defeated, Tsunade and Uchiminami laughed again and again. You were really stupid like this. As they said that, the two thought of some other methods, which was to take Naruto away completely. Taking advantage of the fact that there is no one in this place, it is most appropriate to take Naruto now. As a result, Naruto actually used other seal techniques to fight back. Although Naruto is still a little bit capable, Wei Shiran and Uchi Minami can always crush him. But at this time, what Naruto thinks in his mind is nothing more than the teaching of his master, and he may have to use all his speed to find the slightest flaw and advantage. Because speed is always the biggest flaw of the enemy, he has to be faster than those guys. With this in mind, Naruto no longer hesitated, but shot at them decisively. In the blink of an eye, both Shiran and Uchi Minami fell down. Seeing that they didn't have a chance to get up, Naruto also showed a happy smile, and stepped forward, using his seal to seal them away. But Shirto suddenly told Naruto, "Let me tell you, Orochimaru is still waiting for you. As long as you are still within our sight, you will never be able to escape his capture." Sharon was telling the truth, but Naruto didn't answer. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. Naruto thought it was dark clouds coming 897. Unexpectedly, looking up, it turned out to be countless black shadows. Where those things come from, he doesn't know yet. But when Shiran let out a triumphant and excited laugh, Naruto knew what was going on. He said angrily directly to Sharon, "Are these all Orochimaru's men? If so, that doesn't mean he's going to implicate others." Looking at the other companions in the academy, Naruto only felt pain and shock in his heart. But when everyone heard the movement here, they rushed over immediately, and his master also came. What happened? The master looked up and looked around, and vaguely noticed something was wrong. Chapter 281 Master hopes that we can survive well, don't let him down. But Naruto didn't answer, but stared at Shiran and urged, "Get them away, or I'll kill you." But how could Sharon listen to him? In the blink of an eye, Sharon ran to other places. Seeing him fleeing, Naruto felt helpless again, because those black shadows had already come overwhelmingly. Whatever Naruto does now seems to be in vain. Shiran just glanced at the Black Shadow army, and knew that Naruto would definitely lose this time, because the facts were already in front of him. Even if Naruto's master and companions come here, but Orochimaru has already fought this time, I believe Naruto will have a hard time winning no matter what. It's just that Naruto didn't expect his master to talk to him suddenly before he made a move. All of this happened because I didn't handle it well, and I could have prevented it. As long as he does his best, these things will not come, but no matter what he does now, it is useless. But Naruto just glanced at the other party, then shook his head and said, "These are all caused by me, master, take the others away and let me deal with them alone, anyway they are coming after me, why bother you guys?" Naruto took all the responsibilities, and those companions couldn't help but be stunned when they heard it. "No, I really left you here. If you can't leave, what shall we do? You can't die, can you?" They yelled loudly, but Naruto didn't respond, and his master just glanced at him and said directly, "I'm already old as a teacher. It's most suitable for me to handle this matter. You can take them away first, and I have some top-level exercises and moves. They are all hidden in the backyard. Do you remember even walk?" After saying these words, the master rushed forward, and although Naruto still wanted to follow, unexpectedly, the master raised his hand and knocked him down. Although this slap was not heavy, it broke Naruto's heart. He knew that those guys were so presumptuous because he was not strong enough. If he could be stronger, Chongqing wouldn't be like this. Although in pain and despair, Naruto still gritted his teeth to cheer himself up. The other people watched from the sidelines, feeling helpless again, so they hurriedly asked Naruto, "Are you okay?" They came forward to care, but Naruto shook his head, and then said looking in the direction of the backyard. "Let's take those things away quickly, don't disappoint the master's wishes and expectations." The master hoped that they could leave alive. Naruto also understood this, and directly brought his companions to the backyard. After removing the bricks in the backyard, he also saw the skills left behind by the master. It's just that at this moment, Naruto couldn't control the tears streaming down his face, because these things were originally praised because of him. Looking at his companions beside him, Naruto said suddenly, "Good digging. Take these things and go, I'm going to deal with them." As he spoke, he rushed over, trying in vain to fight the master. But those who stopped and said angrily at the same time, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Don't do those things. Master hopes that we can survive well, so don't let him down. If you pass by, the master will probably be chilled." Chapter 282 I am very satisfied that you can make such a smart choice. Yes, you should respect master's choice. Under the calls of his companions one after another, Naruto gradually calmed down, but there was unspeakable guilt and despair hidden in his heart. Because only he understands how excessive what he is doing at this moment. Just when he was desperate for this, those companions said suddenly, "You have to look at it a little bit, the master may not be sad at all, what we are doing now. Yes, the master may be happy that you can make this choice." But Naruto didn't pay attention, but stood quietly in place. After a long time, he turned around and left. After those black shadows completely defeated Naruto's master, he thought they would still stay here, but unexpectedly, the backyard was empty. In an instant 260, countless shadows clenched their fists angrily, but they had no choice but to go back to do business first. When they saw Orochimaru, the faces of many black shadows were not very good looking, but Orochimaru understood them for the first time. It doesn't matter that you didn't find Naruto, the important thing is that we have to do something useful now. What? When everyone heard this, their eyes widened. They were a little curious about Orochimaru's next order, but they didn't expect that Orochimaru would let them steal moves and make them public. Hearing this, countless black shadows felt absurd. Even if they worked hard for Orochimaru, they would not say that they would abandon their dignity and bottom line. Steal other people's skills and moves, and if they are discovered one day, even if they become shadows and live in a dark corner, some people will still remember everything here, including everything they have done. Because dirty things are always visible at a glance. At this time, everyone feels pain. But Orochimaru just glanced at them and said directly, I don't care about these things, you have to do it, or just wait and see. He will not let these people go. Seeing Orochimaru's crazy persistence, although everyone is angry, they can only go first. When they arrived at their destination, there were some smiles on their faces. Looking at the surrounding environment, everyone couldn't help setting off carefully. EFFB, although they are unwilling to do all of this, those exercises and moves are really attractive in the final analysis, otherwise every person who steals exercises will not be stared at by those people on the shame list and remembered for thousands of years. While everyone was thinking, they also stretched out their hands and took those things down. After obtaining all the exercises, they immediately came to the big snake. When the thing was pushed past, all the people showed complicated expressions, as if this thing was a scourge. Orochimaru didn't care about all of this, just put the thing away, and said to the people around him. I'm very pleased that you guys made such a smart choice. He nodded slightly, with a satisfied smile in his eyes. But everyone didn't know how to answer. Even if Orochimaru was satisfied, but they are the ones who take the risk, the concept of both is the same. It's just that they didn't quarrel with Orochimaru, but showed a weird smile beside them. It didn't take long for Orochimaru to read all the moves and memorize them by heart. After a while, he spoke to those guys. You guys are doing a good job. He nodded with satisfaction on his face and appreciation in his words. But when those guys heard it, they frowned, and some didn't know what to do. Chapter 283 The Master may also agree to deal with those shadows with us. I saw them stepping back while speaking to Orochimaru. If someone finds out about all this, then we won't say we did it. We're just going to say you did it all, and those of us are witnesses. They pointed to their chests, their eyes full of anxiety, just trying to push the blame away. No one is willing to take responsibility, mainly because this responsibility will leave them with a bad reputation for thousands of years. Orochimaru just haha laughed. Don't think so much, those people won't pursue it, and they can't find out that this thing is missing. As he said that, Orochimaru opened the things in his hand and started to look them up. After reading the content, he was also satisfied. It turned out that the moves that Naruto practiced were not difficult and not ordinary. It's just that it should be a bit difficult for Naruto to master, because it took him a long time to understand. Believe that Naruto is the same. But what he didn't know was that when Naruto left with those top skills, countless people regard him as the boss, even a very important person. They are willing to obey Naruto's command and arrangement. Because of their obedience, Naruto felt more helpless in his heart. Most of the time, he doesn't know what to do. But when those people saw him, they couldn't help but say, it's time for us to learn those exercises. What kind of mysteries are hidden in those top skills? If we master them, maybe we won't give those people a chance to succeed. Yeah, maybe the master will agree to deal with those shadows with us. When saying these words, they all came from the heart, although they did not take into account Naruto's feelings, but these are facts, and they are not allowed to deny it. And Naruto just glanced at them, finally nodded with a smile and said, what you said makes sense, and the master will allow it. After saying these words, Naruto stopped talking to them, but looked at the exercises in his hands. After flipping through it, Naruto found that he was self-taught and directly mastered the contents. The other people were watching from the sidelines, feeling a little strange. Little brother, what is your expression? Is this difficult? Ask for flowers. Or did we use the wrong exercises? These are very simple, otherwise, why did the little brother practice beside me? Naruto raised his hand to pinch out the knot seal while chanting the spell. Seeing his actions, everyone felt shocked. But at this time, Naruto suddenly put the exercises in front of them, and said lightly, try it. If he can learn it, it means that he is not talented, but if he can't, he may really be self-taught. It's just that the probability of the latter is very small. Naruto still doesn't want to make himself a very powerful person, at least, in his eyes, he is not strong. When those guys heard it, they gritted their teeth and agreed. But in the process of their learning, just a moment of despair happened. Because they can't understand what's written on it at all, whether it's those moves, gestures or spells, they can't understand what is involved in it. Even if they can understand it, it is very superficial, and they cannot understand the full meaning. Seeing this, Naruto decisively picked up the exercise and explained it to them. Under Naruto's explanation, everyone also understood. Chapter 284 You already have that talent, don't be surprised. Just knowing these things is useless, because they have to learn with Naruto to make themselves stronger. Looking at the surrounding environment, everyone said decisively, Junior brother, teach us more. Can you give us 2 more moves like yours just now? They must learn if they can. And Naruto just thought about it, then nodded and used the moves just now. 950. watched his movements, and everyone couldn't help being excited. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You guys are really capable. As they talked, they showed excited smiles, and their admiration for Naruto was also evident in their words. But Naruto just nodded slightly, and said bluntly, "So what if you can do it? These are small cases." As he spoke, he stopped talking to those people and walked to the other side. If he could fight side by side with the master back then, maybe he wouldn't be so desperate. He wouldn't have so many emotional turmoil in his heart. At this moment, only Naruto knew what he was thinking. Seeing him like this, those people hurried forward, comforting him, and said with exercises, "Junior brother, you have to think clearly about one thing. If we don't practice hard now, those shadows will still come to us in the future. If the master takes the lead, we will follow, but don't you want us to fight with you quickly? Or, do you really want to watch the people around you leave you one by one? Junior brother, we all love you so much, you can teach us more, don't make us a real regret." Under their urging, Naruto also gradually calmed down, and when he took the exercises in their hands, he directly began to teach them seriously. Because of Naruto's guidance, they learn very quickly, and even after a while, they can achieve the goal of self-taught. Although Naruto was shocked, he said calmly, "You already have that talent, don't be surprised. That's the way it is said, but everyone knows how much Naruto put in here. It's just that they didn't talk too much, but quietly watched the exercise in Naruto's hand." After a while, they said, "You were really good," but Naruto ignored it, but said calmly, "It's great, so what? These are small things, we have to get stronger quickly." As he said that, he picked up other exercises and began to ponder on his own, although other people are still learning the old things. But seeing Naruto being so serious, he couldn't help but follow. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed like this, and everyone was so tired that they fell asleep directly, but Naruto found that he didn't have that kind of thought. Because something is in his heart. Left deep marks. At this moment, Naruto's heart is already riddled with holes, so there is no rest for him. Can't let his heart get better, can't let his trauma heal. Perhaps, only by constantly becoming stronger can 1.0 completely solve the problem. Naruto has also seen the horror and weirdness of those shadow legions. Why is Orochimaru staring at him? Naruto doesn't understand, but he has to be strong now. But on the other side, Orochimaru finally finished reading those exercises, thinking that he would have some new growths soon. As a result, Orochimaru didn't expect that he hadn't ushered in those growths yet. Chapter 285 You have to pay for what you did. There are other storms coming. Those people came before Orochimaru. You stole our exercises. Those shadows said that the exercises fell into your hands, what do you think? How dare you commit crimes like this? It seems that you are really tired of life, so we don't have to talk nonsense with you. As they spoke, they shot directly. These people's moves were very sharp, and Orochimaru was no match for them at all. In a moment, Yin Shiwan was knocked down. Seeing that he couldn't get up, everyone just smiled and said directly, "You are so stupid. I thought you were capable of fighting us, but I didn't expect you to be so pitiful. Since you know that you have no ability, why do you still want to steal the exercises? If you can learn it quickly, then this thing will be given to you. But you are nothing." While they were yelling, there was more excitement and excitement on their faces. Orochimaru gritted his teeth even though he was angry, and said to them, "I know where the 9 tails are." When everyone heard it, they immediately got excited and said to him, "Are you here? Let us see if you are 9 tails. If you are, then we will give you a chance to make up your mind. Yes, take out that thing quickly, and let us see your skills." But even if they said so, Orochimaru didn't take it to heart, but said with a cold expression, 9 tails is Naruto. If you are willing to deal with Naruto with me, then everyone can become stronger together. If they don't want to, it's a missed opportunity in the future. Orochimaru has a purpose in doing all this, even if he will leave a bad reputation for thousands of years in the future, but he thinks that as long as he can quietly become stronger, those people can help him hide it. The most important thing is that these people are on the same boat as him, and after their interests are tied up, they will naturally take their own reputation into consideration. Seeing that they were silent, Orochimaru spoke again. "Aren't you tempted? That's 9 tails." As he spoke, he glanced at the direction above his head, and then began to mutter to himself. Why are some people born trash? Why can some people reach the peak? When we reach the peak, we are nothing. Even if we spend our whole life suffering, it's still the same. Why is God so unfair? Why can't we be geniuses? Or are we doing too many sins, which will cause all this to happen? Orochimaru gritted his teeth while talking, he looked really helpless. But when everyone was listening, they suddenly burst out laughing. "It's just that you're not a genius yourself, we would. That's right, we 970 don't have to worry about this matter with you, but you have to think clearly about everything we have to do right now. All in all, you pay for what you did." After speaking, they left directly, and Orochimaru just stared at their backs silently. Even though he was extremely angry at this moment, there was nothing he could do. It didn't take long for those people to really leave like this. Orochimaru's heart also gradually sank, because he probably saw through many things. No matter those people make a move, or he himself deals with Naruto, perhaps he is doomed to have no way out. Because Naruto's ability is really above them. Chapter 286 Why are you in so much pain? On the other hand, it is also the profundity of the exercises which he has seen himself. But Naruto can reach that level of progress not long after apprenticeship. Doesn't this mean that this kid's talent is stronger than theirs? Orochimaru was worried that he would pose a mortal threat, but at the same time he knew that no matter what he did, it would be useless. At this moment, many things have become a foregone conclusion. He could only clenched his fists and held back his breath. Although Naruto doesn't know what those people are thinking, but the secret that he is Nine Tails has also been spread. Those who have the skills have sent a group of masters. Those masters decided to join forces and attack Naruto, at least to take down his Nine Tails. Those people have the same purpose as Orochimaru. It's just that they searched hard in the rivers and lakes, but they couldn't find Naruto, just when everyone thought that Naruto would no longer appear. Unexpectedly, Naruto came around from another place, and he had already inquired about the plans of these people. But I didn't expect that after my secret was revealed, so many people would be shocked or even fascinated by it. Are they really crazy? Otherwise, why would they stare at themselves? Naruto was full of despair and pain, but those people just glanced at him and said directly. By the way, if you really don't want to die, give Nine Tails to us. Quote, and your companions, you probably don't want to see them being tortured by us. Don't hesitate now, leave it all to us, only then can you have a way out. Otherwise, Naruto may not have any good results if he really fights against them. Everyone laughed while feeling emotional, but Naruto took the initiative to take out something when he heard those words. Seeing the spell he put in front of him, everyone felt strange because they didn't understand what Naruto meant. But in the next second, Naruto directly chanted the spell and made a seal. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw Naruto disappear in a stream of light, and the spells in front of them firmly nailed them in place. Of course, after Naruto succeeded, he decisively chose to go back. Seeing that they couldn't move one by one, Naruto just laughed and said directly. You guys are so stupid. He shook his head and sighed as he sighed. Although those people were angry when they heard it, they couldn't help but blame him. You're tired of living, aren't you? Since you want to do such a crazy thing, don't blame us for being cruel. Naruto heard it but didn't answer, but looked at his hands, and then patted the knot seal on them again. When those guys were beaten to death by Naruto, they also found that their heads were bleeding, and there seemed to be no other way except crying. But Naruto ignored them, but found something from these people. Naruto was shocked again when he saw the exercises they carried with them. Thank God for the good money gift. Quote, as he spoke, Naruto flipped through the exercises in front of them. Watching his movements, everyone was angry and helpless. Although they wanted to rush up and snatch what Naruto held, but they didn't have that ability at all, so they could only snatch what belonged to them while staring at Naruto. And Naruto saw their desperate gestures, just smiled and said directly. Why are you in so much pain?